Shocking. The three top beast taming academies are actually recruiting new students together. It's simply unprecedented. Not only that, if one can demonstrate enough talent, the powerful existences from the three top academies may even take them as disciples personally. Li Luo traverses the beast taming world, but cannot awaken any beast taming talent, destined to become useless. Fortunately, he awakens the Super God Rental System, where he can rent not only beast taming talents, but also divine beast bloodlines and even super divine skills. A level talent can be called a genius. S-level talent can be called a prodigy. S-level talent is called a monster. Then, what about SS-Level? Rent SS-Level beast taming talent Ancestral Dragon. 10 million day. When the phantom of the Ancestral Dragon looms in the sky, the world is shocked. The three top academies offer 10 billion in scholarships, vying to recruit him. The S-level talent, aloof beauty, turns around to pursue him madly. The world's #1 dragon taming empress even personally takes him as a disciple. Years later, countless geniuses and monsters sigh when mentioning Li Luo. Li Luo's talent is enough to suppress countless eras. Competing with him is destined to be a tragedy. Chapter 1 Talent Phenomenon. SS-Level Ancestral Dragon. Shocking. The three top beast taming academies are actually recruiting new students together. It's simply unprecedented. Not only that, if one can demonstrate enough talent, the powerful existences from the three top academies may even take them as disciples. From now on, countless precious resources and astonishingly talented beasts can be chosen freely. In the capital city, assessment venue, countless young students gather here. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of ice crystal light breaks through the sky. Candidate, Su Qingxue. S-level talent, ice soul cold heart. The chief examiner's voice echoes continuously. As the words fall, the entire venue erupts. It's actually S-level beast taming talent, ice soul cold heart. It is rumored that beast tamers who awaken ice soul cold heart are born with the ice soul sacred body, and any ice-type beast they contract can accelerate its growth speed by dozens of times. Su Qingxue has actually awakened the S-level talent ice soul cold heart, destined to become a powerful beast taming giant, truly soaring to great heights. Countless students are amazed and envious as the ice crystal light dissipates. In the sky, a majestic six-tailed ice fox, seemingly capable of freezing the heavens, instantly descends. Su Qingxue, the six-tailed ice fox, speaks human words, slowly saying, "My master commanded me to ask you if you are willing to enter her sect." Of course. Su Qingxue's eyes light up. She has been waiting for this moment. This six-tailed ice fox in the sky is one of the main pets contracted by a beast-taming giant in one of the three top academies, the True Dragon Academy, reaching an incredible realm, easily capable of freezing a city and creating ice that does not melt for 10,000 years. Even though Su Qingxue's family is one of the 4 great families in the capital, they would absolutely not let her miss the opportunity to become a disciple of such a beast-taming giant. Many precious resources and even heavenly bloodline beasts can only be possessed and freely controlled by such giants. Next, Li Luo. When the chief examiner's voice resonates throughout the assessment venue, Su Qingxue is slightly surprised. Li Luo? Isn't he the persistent suitor from before? How did he end up here? Isn't that Li Luo? At the Awakening Conference 3 days ago, Li Luo awakened 3 times in a row, and none of them resulted in any beast-taming talent. Isn't he pure trash? He dares to participate in the recruitment assessment of the 3 top academies. Amidst the discussions, Li Luo's expression remains unchanged. No one would know. 3 days after the Awakening Conference, he directly awakened the Super God Rental System. Whether it's SS-level talent, a heavenly beast bloodline, or divine skills, as long as he pays a certain price, he can rent them all. Li Luo strides onto the testing platform, placing his palm on the talent stone without hesitation. Is Li Luo still not giving up? 3 awakenings, all failures. He probably doesn't even have the source of talent within him. The recruitment standards of the 3 top academies require at least level beast-taming talent. A useless person who cannot awaken any talent dares to dream of joining the 3 top academies. Purely embarrassing, a laughingstock. Many students' gazes turn to mockery. On the testing platform, Li Luo touches the talent stone. His expression remains calm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The talent stone still shows no reaction. Li Luo has no talent. You can leave now. The chief examiner's eyes are filled with disappointment. At this moment, in the sky, several beams of light shoot up. Xiang Jinghao, S-level talent, heart of blazing fire. Sun Yufeng, S-level talent, deep sea heavy water. Lin Wanxiu, S-level talent, source of life. As other chief examiners announce, 3 beast taming prodigies step off the testing platform one after another. In contrast, Li Luo appears increasingly dim. Li Luo, hurry and get off. Don't embarrass yourself any further. You can't even awaken beast taming talent, yet you want to join the 3 top academies. What a delusion. He, S-level talent compared to no talent. It's simply a world of difference. In the future, Su Qingxue, Xiang Jinghao, Sun Yufeng, Lin Wanxiu, these S-level prodigies are destined to become beast-taming giants. As for Li Luo, he can only struggle at the bottom of society. Countless gazes and discussions seem to form an endless pressure surging towards him. To this, Li Luo merely raises his head slightly, revealing a hint of calm smile. S-level talent. Is it really strong? As the words fall, crack, a sound of shattering echoes continuously. The chief examiner's eyes widen, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world, his gaze trembling as he exclaims, "The awakening stone." Broke. Boom. Roar. In the sky, a voice of supreme authority, a dragon's roar, reverberates throughout the entire capital. A golden divine dragon, winding for tens of thousands of meters, revealing endless divine might, appears from the clouds. Talent phenomenon. This is a talent phenomenon. The six-tailed ice fox trembles all over, shocked to the extreme, roaring. Only the legendary SS-level beast-taming talent can trigger a talent phenomenon. The true dragon of endless divine might. This is the legendary SS-level beast-taming talent, Ancestral Dragon. The entire assessment venue instantly becomes incredibly silent. In the next moment, the audience erupts. SS-level beast-taming talent, Ancestral Dragon. How is this possible? The Xia country hasn't seen an SS-level talent for at least decades. Anyone who awakens SS-level talent can be called a monster. Without exception, they will reach the pinnacle of beast taming. Ancestral Dragon. Even on the talent list, it can rank in the top 3, being the progenitor of all dragons. The future Li Luo is destined to become an immensely powerful, giant-level dragon tamer, surpassing the mundane world. Countless gathered gazes from mockery and disdain instantly transform into shock and awe. In the sky, Li Luo, Su Qingxue's eyes flicker, somewhat moved. He actually possesses the legendary SS-level talent. Once awakening a level talent, one is undoubtedly a genius. S-level talent, truly a prodigy. As for S-level, in the vast Xia country, it takes several years for one to emerge. Su Qingxue simply does not believe that this time, during the enrollment examination of the 3 top universities, there would be a top prodigy with S-level talent. But she never expected. S-level talent didn't appear at all. Instead, the legendary SS-level talent was born. Seeing Li Luo, who once pursued her, completely surpassing her in beast mastery talent, Su Qingxue couldn't help but waver. Should she give him a chance to pursue her? SS-level talent, Ancestral Dragon. Xiang Jinghao took a deep breath, his mind trembling continuously, and said softly, how can the S-level talent Heart of Fiery Flames compete with it? In the face of the legendary SS-level talent. Not to mention the S-level talent Heart of Fiery Flames. Even the S-level talent Extreme Fiery God Flame is simply insufficient. At the same time, the expressions of Sun Yufeng and Lin Wanxiu, these 2 S-level prodigies, became incredibly complex. These S-level prodigies, who should have been radiating brilliance, were completely overshadowed by the light of the SS-level talent. On the testing platform, Li Luo stood tall and slowly said, SS-level talent, Ancestral Dragon. I wonder if I qualify to join the 3 top universities? Chapter 2. The 3 top universities compete. 10 billion scholarship. The whole place fell silent. The admission standards of the 3 top universities are based on the level of talent. Level talent, Ancestral Dragon. Compared to level talent, it is countless times more extraordinary. The doors of the 3 top universities will always be open for you. The chief examiner took a deep breath and said, not only that, I'm afraid the giants of the 3 top universities will be stirred by you. As soon as this was said, everyone suddenly realized. Level talent is destined to reach the peak of beast mastery. The 3 top universities will probably offer countless prizes to compete for Li Luo. The 3 universities are True Dragon Academy, Phoenix Academy, and Qilin Academy. Especially True Dragon Academy, which is established for Dragon Masters. Level Talent Ancestor Dragon is known as the ancestor of the Dragon clan. If Li Luo goes to Phoenix Academy or Qilin Academy, the title of the first Dragon Academy will probably be taken away. Under countless shocked gazes, roar. A majestic dragon roar echoed through the sky. Above the heavens, beside the thousands of meters long golden true dragon, a red flame dragon that seemed to be made of raging flames slowly descended. This red flame dragon exuded an incredibly terrifying might. Yet when facing the golden true dragon's phantom, its entire body trembled uncontrollably, its dragon eyes filled with respect and fear. Li Luo, I am Lu Tianqi, the president of True Dragon Academy, sincerely inviting you to join our True Dragon Academy. An old man with white hair and beard stood atop the head of the red flame dragon. His aged face seemed to have several pieces of red dragon scales. Since you have awakened the level talent Ancestor Dragon, I will naturally apply for a special scholarship for you, totaling 3 billion. Not only that, you will also have priority access to many precious resources of True Dragon Academy, as well as pureblood young dragons. Numerous conditions are extremely attractive. Insane. A special scholarship. That's a full 3 billion. Even if it's level talent, it can only apply for a first-class scholarship, right? Priority for resources. And even contracting pureblood young dragons? Even in True Dragon Academy, pureblood young dragons are extremely rare. They are actually willing to let Li Luo contract with them first. With such conditions, what is Li Luo still hesitating about? Many students and examiners were stunned. Chirp, buzz. In the sky, a divine bird engulfed in purple flames, and a blue auspicious beast riding the divine wind suddenly descended. Lu Tianqi, you are really shameless. Special scholarships? Priority access? Isn't that the most basic? Hee, ordinary level talents receive the same treatment. On the back of the purple flame divine bird, a beautifully dressed woman looked disdainfully. Li Luo, I am Nan Shuang, the president of Phoenix Academy, sincerely inviting you to join Phoenix Academy. We at Phoenix Academy are willing to add another 3 billion in scholarship amounts to the conditions of True Dragon Academy, totaling 6 billion. Upon hearing this, everyone present was completely shaken. 6 billion scholarship? What a huge sum. This is a direct competition with True Dragon Academy. True Dragon Academy will probably be anxious. With Li Luo's talent, no matter which university he enrolls in, that university will undoubtedly be True Dragon Academy. The president of Qilin Academy has also arrived. It seems that the 3 top universities are truly going to compete with each other. In the sky, as Nan Shuang's words fell, the purple flame divine bird and the red flame dragon faced off against each other. An incredibly terrifying aura seemed to sweep through the entire examination venue. True Dragon Academy and Phoenix Academy have come. How could my Qilin Academy be absent? A handsome middle-aged man on the back of the blue auspicious beast said loudly. Li Luo, I am Su Fenglin, the president of Qilin Academy, willing to offer a special scholarship amount of 8 billion. As for other conditions, they are naturally the same. You must know that pureblood young dragons are not unique to True Dragon Academy. Nan Shuang, Su Fenglin, you are too much. On the head of the red flame dragon, Lu Tianqi's beard was even crooked with anger. Do you really think my True Dragon Academy has no one? Li Luo, you should know that True Dragon Academy's training of Dragon Masters is undoubtedly the strongest among the 3 top universities. Moreover, in terms of the quality of pureblood young dragons, it is unmatched in the Xia Kingdom. The level talent Ancestor Dragon you awakened is undoubtedly a dragon-type talent. Joining my True Dragon Academy is the best choice. Lu Tianqi's words were indeed reasonable. However, Li Luo's expression remained unchanged. He was still as calm as ever. He slightly moved his thoughts. An illusory light curtain slowly emerged. Rental project, level beast master talent, Ancestor Dragon. Time 1 day. Price, 10 million. Only Li Luo knows that the level talent Ancestor Dragon he displayed has only a 1-day limit. Li Luo sold all his assets to finally gather the 10 million needed to rent the level talent for 1 day. If after 1 day he cannot pay the 10 million to continue renting, the level talent Ancestor Dragon will completely disappear. At that time, all the halos of being an unparalleled genius will vanish without a trace. In an instant, he would fall from grace. Therefore, no matter how the 3 top universities price it, Li Luo would only choose the one with the highest offer to join. Little fox. Lu Tianqi cursed inwardly. His aged face full of helplessness, sighed. I am willing to offer a scholarship amount of 10 billion. Other conditions remain unchanged. This is already the highest condition that True Dragon Academy can offer. 10 billion? My Phoenix Academy can also offer 10 billion in scholarship. Nan Shuang snorted coldly. My Qilin Academy is the same. Su Fenglin chuckled and said, Li Luo, you must think carefully. In True Dragon Academy, there are countless Dragon Masters. In contrast, if you join my Qilin Academy or Phoenix Academy, you will have priority access to all Dragon-type resources. Many students and examiners were completely numb. Lu Tianqi, Nin Shuang, and Su Fenglin, these three beast master giants, as the presidents of the three top universities, hold immense power. At this moment, they were all eagerly throwing out olive branches, crazily raising prices, raising the scholarship amount to a whopping 10 billion, just to have Li Luo join. How outrageous. 10 billion? Li Luo pondered slightly. The scholarship amounts of the three top universities are all 10 billion. It seems that this is the highest condition that the three top universities can offer. Just as Li Luo was about to make a decision, an extremely cold voice slowly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, both Lu Tianqi and Nan Shuang, Su Fenglin, all changed their expressions. Above the sky, a serpentine azure dragon, exuding an endless ancient aura, with a terrifying might that suppressed the red flame dragon, purple flame divine bird, and blue auspicious beast, causing them to tremble and not dare to face its sharpness. On the head of the azure dragon, a cold and beautiful woman glanced over Nan Shuang and Su Fenglin with indifferent eyes, seemingly carrying an invisible pressure that made them instantly unable to speak. Li Luo, the cold and beautiful woman slowly said, "Do you think I, the first Dragon Master, am qualified to take you as my disciple?" Chapter 3, The First Dragon Master. Xia Fei, the first Dragon Master of the Xia Kingdom, Xia Fei, actually wants to take Li Luo as her disciple. Pureblood dragons are already extremely powerful, and they are also adept at gathering treasures. Xia Fei is not only the strongest Dragon Master in the Xia Kingdom, but also one of the giants in the Xia Kingdom with the most treasures and resources. I am so envious. Xia Fei is incredibly powerful, with treasures and resources piled high, combined with an absolutely stunning appearance. If I could become a disciple of Summer Concubine, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Countless students cried out in despair. Li Luo slightly raised his head and looked up at the sky, at that one cold and stunningly beautiful woman. The first Dragon Master? Endless treasures and resources? Even more stunningly beautiful? In the world of beast taming, strength is paramount. If I could have such a wealthy and beautiful master to protect me, everything would go smoothly, and many assassination attempts could be avoided. The key point is, the system I awakened is a money-demanding leasing system that requires constant expenditure. 10 billion in scholarship? It might not even be enough. As long as I become Summer Concubine's disciple, any casual gifts of treasures would be priceless. Li Luo instantly made a decision. Li Luo, I pay my respects to my master. He no longer hesitated and immediately performed the apprenticeship ceremony. In the sky, Summer Concubine stood atop the head of the azure dragon. And when she saw Li Luo truly bowing to her as his master, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on her cold and elegant face. Luo, since you have become my disciple, I naturally have to give you a meeting gift. Summer Concubine, with an air of coldness, casually took out an item and said, "This dragon crystal, take it. After you contract with your young dragon, this item will significantly elevate the bloodline of the contracted young dragon by a whole level." "Thank you, master." Li Luo quickly expressed his gratitude. At this moment, he was overjoyed. He was also extremely glad about his choice. This cold and beautiful master was undoubtedly incredibly generous. Dragon crystal? On the back of the purple flame divine bird, Nan Shuang's eyes were wide with disbelief as she murmured, "At least a precious resource worth 1 billion Xia coins. Just given away casually? The first Dragon Master, gathering such precious resources, how extravagant." Su Fenglin's gaze flickered with complexity as he sighed. This dragon crystal, even for many beast masters, has considerable value. To give it so casually to a junior. It seems that Summer Concubine is very fond of Li Luo as her disciple. How can we compete with that? Nan Shuang sighed and said, "The first Dragon Master personally takes in a disciple. This level of talent, the Ancestral Dragon, is destined to join the True Dragon Academy." Ahem. Lu Tianqi straightened his back and said seriously, "Dean Nan, Principal Su, I will remember today's events. In 3 months, during the inter-school competition, I will make sure all the deans understand the might of a level talent." Shameless. Old fool. Nan Shuang and Su Fenglin could no longer hold back and began to angrily scold him. In contrast, Lu Tianqi was beaming with delight, saying, "Tisk tsk. You can only boast with your words." Nan Shuang and Su Fenglin exchanged glances, feeling utterly helpless. Among the crowd, Su Qingshue's gaze became extremely complicated. With a 10 billion scholarship and becoming Summer Concubine's disciple, just one casual meeting gift already exceeds 1 billion Xia coins. Not to mention, Li Luo himself awakened a talent that is still a level Ancestral Dragon. Su Qingxue was extremely worried, thinking, for the next 4 years, Will I have to compete with such an extraordinary genius in the same academy? The beast master of the six-tailed ice fox belongs to the True Dragon Academy. Just thinking about spending the next 4 years in Li Luo's shadow made Su Qingxue feel helpless. Qingxue, you need not belittle yourself. The six-tailed ice fox said slowly. Your master is only slightly inferior to Summer Concubine. You can also obtain a first-class scholarship at the True Dragon Academy. With a total quota of 500 million, as long as you work hard, you won't be much worse than Li Luo. Su Qingxue was at a loss for words. Six-tailed ice fox, do you really believe what you just said? Not to mention, Li Luo received a special scholarship worth a full 10 billion. The first-class scholarship is only 500 million in total. How can I compete? Not just Su Qingxue, but several other level talents, such as Xiang Jinghao, Sun Yufeng, and Lin Wanxiu, also couldn't help but frown. Even if they chose other academies, the pressure they faced wouldn't diminish at all. Regardless, being in the same era as a level talent of an extraordinary genius is destined to be a tragedy. The admission assessment of the 3 top academies will last for 3 days. Just on the first day, thousands of geniuses with awaken level and level beast taming talents chose one of the 3 top academies. As for level talents, there are quite a few. There are a total of more than a dozen. However, the appearance of any level genius can't cause any shock. After all, during this admission assessment, an extraordinary genius of level has already appeared. Level talent, Ancestral Dragon. Enough to suppress an entire generation. Many geniuses were overshadowed. Regarding this, Li Luo had no time to pay attention. He had already followed his beautiful master directly to the True Dragon Academy, and as quickly as possible, completed the enrollment procedures, becoming a new student of the True Dragon Academy. In the principal's office of the True Dragon Academy, Li Luo, Lu Tianqi smiled and said, the special scholarship totals 10 billion. It will be distributed in 4 installments. The first year, 1 billion. The second year, 2 billion. The third year, 3 billion. The fourth year, 4 billion. The 1 billion scholarship for the first year has already been deposited into your account. Li Luo checked and found that his account balance had indeed turned into 1 billion. The rental price for a day for a level beast taming talent, Ancestral Dragon, is 10 million. Although 1 billion Xia coins is a lot, it can only lease for 100 days. Li Luo took a deep breath and thought, it seems I need to find other ways to earn money. Of course, the best way is to win the favor of my beautiful master. At that time, casually receiving some treasures should be enough. As various thoughts flashed through, a series of plans gradually formed in Li Luo's mind. Luo, Summer Concubine said coldly, since you have awakened a level talent, Ancestral Dragon, you naturally need to contract a young dragon. I have already selected 3 dragon cubs for you. You can choose one to contract. Li Luo couldn't help but be astonished. Even in the True Dragon Academy, dragon cubs are incredibly precious and can be considered the foundation of the academy. For ordinary level talent geniuses, even those with level talent, when wanting to contract a young dragon, must first consider the young dragon's willingness, let alone any possibility of selection. In contrast, Summer Concubine directly selected 3 dragon cubs for Li Luo to choose from. With such treatment, who else could compare? Lu Tianqi wanted to say something but found himself utterly helpless, only able to sigh and say, Li Luo, the 3 young dragons chosen by your master are probably the 3 with the strongest bloodlines in the academy. You must choose wisely and train them properly. Dean Lu, please rest assured. Li Luo took a deep breath, revealing an incredibly expectant expression. Any young dragon is the purest dragon bloodline, worthy of being called a pure blood dragon. Ordinary mixed blood dragon beasts, even some subdragon species, cannot be compared to pure blood dragons at all. And look, Summer Concubine waved her delicate hand. Suddenly, 3 young dragons of different forms appeared. Chapter 4: The Wild Dragon Clan. Bloodline Reversion. Li Luo's eyes immediately lit up. He looked around one by one. The first young dragon was entirely red, with red wings sprouting from its back, and its dragon eyes burned with flames, representing the representative elemental dragon, the Crimson Flame Dragon. The second young dragon was entirely pitch black, with frightening black dragon wings, its dragon eyes flashing with a dark hue. It turned out to be a dark demon dragon. The third young dragon was even more special, entirely pale, its dragon body coiled without emitting any dragon might. Only its pale dragon scales resembled art, incredibly exquisite. The Crimson Flame Dragon and the Dark Demon Dragon are among the best young dragons of the True Dragon Academy. Lu Tianqi stroked his beard and smiled. But his eyes couldn't hide the pain of parting, thinking about giving the contract to Li Luo. This level extraordinary genius, he couldn't help but feel relieved. When Lu Tianqi saw the last pale young dragon, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Xia Fei, how could you let Li Luo choose this wild dragon cub? The Red Flame Dragon and the Dark Magic Dragon are both giant dragon species with extremely noble bloodlines. As long as they are nurtured step by step, they will reach the king level when they mature, making them a dragon king in their own right. In contrast, the wild dragon's bloodline barely reaches the baseline of the flying dragon species. Even when mature, it will only be at the lord level at most. If Li Luo contracts the wild dragon, it would actually harm him. Lu Tianqi spoke earnestly. Red flame dragon, dark magic dragon, wild dragon. Li Luo pondered for a moment. The realms of beast taming are divided into awakening, extraordinary, commanding, lord, king, overlord, holy spirit, and emperor. The bloodlines of the red flame dragon and dark magic dragon are both king level. Once they mature, they will become dragon kings, easily commanding tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. In contrast, the wild dragon falls significantly short. Even when mature, it will only be at the lord level. Compared to the red flame dragon and dark magic dragon, there is a huge gap in realms. In terms of status within the dragon race, the wild dragon is merely a flying dragon species, while the red flame dragon and dark magic dragon are far more noble, giant dragon species. Such a disparity is like the difference between heaven and earth. Everyone knows how to choose. Yet, Li Luo fell into deep thought. Xia Fei placed the wild dragon cub alongside the red flame dragon and dark magic dragon for a reason. The wild dragon clan once had a glorious past in ancient times. Xia Fei said lightly, Director Lu, don't forget. The Azure Sky wild dragon I contracted is a remnant of the wild dragon clan. Wild dragon. Lu Tianqi was momentarily speechless, his expression incredibly complex. And he sighed. The era of the wild dragon has long since passed. This wild dragon cub is merely the most ordinary bloodline within the wild dragon clan. How can it compare to your Azure Sky wild dragon? Director Lu, Li Luo is my disciple. I have my own plans. Xia Fei said calmly. Moreover, how to choose in the end still depends on Li Luo himself. As she spoke, Xia Fei's cold gaze quietly fell on Li Luo. Master. Li Luo slightly raised his head and slowly said, I choose to contract the wild dragon. Li Luo, you. Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and sighed. You are truly confused. Indeed, the wild dragon clan is known for its close combat, reputed to have the strongest physique. They even ruled the ancient era. However, the wild dragon clan has long since declined, nearly facing extinction. Choosing to contract a wild dragon cub is purely wasting your extraordinary talent. Lu Tianqi couldn't help but pound his chest in frustration. His gaze towards Li Luo was filled with disappointment. Neither Xia Fei nor Li Luo paid any attention to Lu Tianqi's sentiments. Xia Fei had her own considerations. And as for Li Luo, he was completely indifferent. Bloodlines of giant dragons? Are they that strong? In the system mall, there are countless emperor dragon species and even divine dragon bloodlines available for rent. Principal Lu, you are mistaken. Li Luo slightly shook his head and chuckled. Since the wild dragon clan was once so powerful and their combat strength reached its peak, contracting this wild dragon cub will definitely not be a mistake. After all, I have awakened the most extraordinary talent within the dragon lineage, the Ancestral Dragon. Sigh. Lu Tianqi let out a sigh. He knew that both Xia Fei and Li Luo had their own considerations, and he could not sway them. Since you've made your decision, then go ahead and form the contract. Xia Fei's cold gaze flickered with a barely noticeable smile as she looked at Li Luo with increasing satisfaction. All right. Li Luo nodded lightly and walked straight up. A deep, ancient aura quietly emanated from him. It was indeed the extraordinary talent. The Ancestral Dragon. Roar. Just a wisp of aura leaked out, and the three young dragons, the Red Flame Dragon, Dark Magic Dragon, and Wild Dragon, were all unable to remain calm, letting out low dragon roars, their dragon eyes filled with an intense desire, as if forming a contract with Li Luo was the greatest opportunity of their lives. Roar, roar. The Red Flame Dragon and Dark Magic Dragon exchanged glances, and they could see the hostility in each other's dragon eyes. To the Red Flame Dragon and Dark Magic Dragon, their bloodline potential was incomparably higher than that of the Wild Dragon. Li Luo must choose to contract one of the Red Flame Dragon or Dark Magic Dragon. In the next moment, however, the dragon eyes of the Red Flame Dragon and Dark Magic Dragon flashed with astonishment and disbelief. Little Wild Dragon. Li Luo squatted down slightly and gently asked, Do you wish to form a contract with me? Roar. The Wild Dragon's eyes were full of shock, although it was extremely eager. The Wild Dragon knew it could not compete with the Red Flame Dragon or Dark Magic Dragon. The bloodline of the Wild Dragon made it feel inferior among the many young dragons. After an unknown amount of time and days, the Wild Dragon finally realized that this was not a dream. The young man before it, exuding a profound and ancient aura as if the progenitor of dragons had descended, truly wanted to form a beast contract with it. Roar, roar. The Wild Dragon continuously let out low growls, nodding repeatedly. You won't regret your choice. Li Luo chuckled softly. Then he pointed out, the moment he touched the wild dragon's forehead, an extremely close connection was quietly established. At this moment, this young wild dragon had already become Li Luo's initial pet beast. At the instant the contract was successfully formed. Boom. Roar. An incomparably overwhelming aura erupted wildly from the body of the young wild dragon. What is this? Lu Tianqi's spirit couldn't help but tremble violently, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world, exclaiming, Bloodline returned to ancestry. Indeed, Xia Fei's gaze flickered slightly as she said, extraordinary talent, Ancestral Dragon. Known as the progenitor of dragons, the source of all dragon bloodlines. Once contracted with the wild dragon, there is a great possibility for the wild dragon's bloodline to return to its ancestry, transforming into the most ancient and powerful bloodline of the ancient era. Xia Fei, was this also within your expectations? Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and sighed. No wonder the first dragon tamer's understanding of the dragon race is unparalleled in an era. In fact, I also do not have absolute confidence. Xia Fei gently shook her head and said, the extraordinary talent Ancestral Dragon has only appeared once in human history during the ancient times, creating the most powerful giant dragon, the Dragon Sovereign. Since the Dragon Sovereign, the lineage of dragon tamers has emerged. This wild dragon cub forming a contract with Luo will definitely receive the nurturing of the extraordinary talent Ancestral Dragon. Even if its bloodline returns to ancestry, it would not be surprising. However, Xia Fei's gaze flickered slightly, and her clear, beautiful eyes could not hide the shock within, slowly saying, I also did not expect that this wild dragon cub's bloodline would return to ancestry to such an extent. The bloodline it returned to is clearly the Imperial Dragon bloodline, second only to the Divine Dragon, the Azure Sky, Wild Dragon. As her words fell, Lu Tianqi's expression instantly turned extremely shocked. Imperial Dragon species, Azure Sky, Wild Dragon. Lu Tianqi's body trembled violently, stuttering. Isn't the bloodline of the Azure Sky Wild Dragon already extinct? In the entire realm, only you, Xia Fei, have contracted an Azure Sky Wild Dragon. Suddenly, Lu Tianqi seemed to have thought of a certain possibility, his heart trembling even more, stammering. Could it be that this wild dragon cub is the offspring left behind by the Azure Sky Wild Dragon you contracted? Chapter 5. The Holy Dragon becomes a mother. Do you still need a son? As soon as the words fell, Lu Tianqi felt a chill all over his body. Roar. A wisp of Azure Dragon Phantom appeared with a long dragon roar. Lu Tianqi. This Azure Dragon Phantom spoke human words, and it was a crisp young girl's voice, filled with anger, saying, Are you itching for a fight to dare spread such rumors? This seed is still in its growth period. How could there be offspring left outside? Lu Tianqi fell silent instantly. Cold sweat continuously oozed from him, soaking his clothes. The shadow of the Azure Dragon before him was none other than the Tsangtian Huanglong, the most powerful among the dragon clan contracted by Xia Fei. With the terrifying strength of the Tsangtian Huanglong, it had made countless seasoned dragon masters and extremely powerful Balongs and Shenglongs submit to its might, further solidifying Xia Fei's position as the #1 dragon master. Lu Tianqi initially thought that since the Tsangtian Huanglong contracted by Xia Fei was so powerful, it would definitely choose to bear offspring. After all, dragons are inherently lustful. But how could he have imagined that the Tsangtian Huanglong was still in its growth phase? Seemingly still a hatchling. A Tsangtian Huanglong in its growth phase could already suppress the dragon masters of the Xia Kingdom and pressure many Shenglongs. What kind of terror would it unleash once it reached maturity? Lu Tianqi couldn't help but gasp, but his gaze involuntarily fell on the young Huanglong contracted by Li Luo. Thinking, the Huanglong contracted by Li Luo has also awakened the bloodline of the Tsangtian Huanglong. Once it grows up, it might not be much weaker than Xia Fei. He could almost envision a scene where the true Dragon Academy possessed two of the strongest dragon masters, forcefully suppressing the Qilin Academy and the Phoenix Academy. San Yue Shenglong. Please forgive me. Lu Tianqi dared not provoke the Tsangtian Huanglong and quickly said, I meant no harm. Please don't take it to heart, San Yue Shenglong. Humph. The Tsangtian Huanglong snorted coldly. San Yue was well aware of Lu Tianqi's character and couldn't be bothered to hold a grudge. Xia Fei's expression slightly tightened as she said, San Yue, do you remember 3 years ago? Are you talking about the battle in the Dragon Realm 3 years ago? The Tsangtian Huanglong's dragon eyes flickered slightly as it said, in that battle, we faced dozens of incredibly powerful Shenglongs in the Dragon Realm, fighting until the realm was shattered and dragon blood spilled into the sky. Remembering that battle, the dragon might of the Tsangtian Huanglong spread out uncontrollably. The chaotic blood within the dragon's body seemed to be filled with endless fighting spirit. The Huanglong clan was born for battle, as the emperor dragon among the Huanglongs. The fighting spirit in the Tsangtian Huanglong's bloodline was enough to shake the heavens. That's right, Xia Fei. Are you saying that the bloodline of this young Huanglong comes from the battle in the Dragon Realm 3 years ago? That Sangtian Huanglong's gaze trembled slightly, shaking its head and saying, "No, that's not right. Even if it happened to obtain my dragon blood, without my will's recognition, it would be impossible to awaken the bloodline." "Sanyue, you must understand," Xia Fei said coldly. "In the Beastmaster world, there are no absolutes. Even your imperial dragon bloodline originates from the legendary Ancestral Dragon, which is one of the endless derivatives of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. If one were to use the Ancestral Dragon talent, it could forcibly awaken the imperial dragon bloodline. Strictly speaking, the young Huanglong contracted by Li Luo is indeed your bloodline descendant." After a round of reasoning, the Sangtian Huanglong Sanyue fell completely silent. It is inherently difficult for pure-blood dragons to bear offspring. Once a pure-blood bloodline awakens, they will be regarded as kin, even as family. If the imperial dragon bloodline within the Huanglong indeed comes from Sanyue, then the little Huanglong can be considered Sanyue's descendant. After an unknown period, Sanyue finally seemed to awaken from a dream. "No," that Sangtian Huanglong said in despair. "As at Sangtian Huanglong, my lifespan exceeds 10,000 years, and I have only existed for a little over 10 years. I do not want any bloodline descendants." Cough, cough. Seeing this, Li Luo couldn't help but cough lightly. As his thoughts flowed, the little Huanglong revealed a hint of confusion. "What are you hesitating about? Hurry and call me Mom." Li Luo's thoughts were filled with disappointment. Only he knew that there had never been any bloodline of the Sangtian Huanglong within the little Huanglong. With the Ancestral Dragon talent, even if it could cause a bloodline regression, it would not be instant. The little Huanglong awakening the bloodline of the Sangtian Huanglong was entirely due to Li Luo directly renting this imperial dragon bloodline through the Super God Leasing System. As for the reason, naturally, it was to get closer to the true Sangtian Huanglong. As a growing imperial dragon, it was also the ace dragon of the first dragon master, Xia Fei. Li Luo couldn't even imagine how many precious treasures were hidden in Sangtian Huanglong Sanyue's little treasury. Even if only a small portion were to flow out, it would be enough to increase the little Huanglong's strength by 100 or 1,000 times. Not to mention, that Sangtian Huanglong bloodline that Li Luo rented for the little Huanglong was truly valuable imperial dragon bloodline, costing 5 million daxia coins every day. The little Huanglong sensed Li Luo's thoughts through the Beastmaster contract and instantly displayed a look of understanding, a tear shining in its dragon eyes as it looked at Sanyue's illusory form. "Roar, Mom," the little Huanglong cried out emotionally. "Lu Tianqi, Xia Fei, Sanyue." Sanyue's mindset completely collapsed. "Wait, don't shout, let me take a breather." Sanyue took a deep breath. Having done so much psychological preparation before managing to put on an ugly expression, and said, "Little one, the bloodline within you does indeed come from me. But you must understand that you were not born by me personally. You merely fortuitously obtained a trace of my bloodline." She tried her best to explain. "Roar, Mom, do you not want me anymore?" The little Huanglong's azure dragon eyes glistened with tears. Li Luo couldn't help but be surprised. This little Huanglong actually had the potential of an acting emperor? What a teachable child. "Sanyue." Xia Fei's tone had already taken on a hint of sternness as she said, "Don't forget, this little Huanglong not only awakened your bloodline, but is also your only kin in this world." Her words were like a sudden realization. Sanyue's dragon eyes instantly became clear. "I, Sanyue, have kin too." Sanyue's tone trembled slightly, her feelings reaching an extreme complexity. As the only Sangtian Huanglong in this world, distinct from the other dragon clans, not resembling the evil dragon body of a giant lizard, but rather a beautiful, serpentine dragon form. Even after forming a contract with Xia Fei, Sanyue's heart had always been lonely. At this moment, the deeply rooted sense of loneliness was gradually melting away. Whoosh! In the Beastmaster array, an azure dragon emerged. A flash of light passed. It transformed into the form of a bright and beautiful girl. "Little one." A hint of emotion flashed in Sanyue's beautiful eyes as she softly said, "From now on, you are my only kin, Sanyue." "Roar, Mom." The little Huanglong nodded repeatedly. Sanyue fell silent for a moment. In the end, she still consented. After some thought, she took out a blood-red stone that looked extremely ancient, causing the little Huanglong's bloodline to tremble continuously, giving rise to an indescribable desire. "You are still in the initial stage of bloodline awakening, and with your awakening level realm, you cannot bear the complete bloodline of the Sangtian Huanglong. So, your life form has not changed." Sanyue's face was filled with seriousness as she said, "This is a dragon blood source stone, containing the purest original dragon power. Enough for you to cultivate to the monarch level and truly accommodate the bloodline of the Sangtian Huanglong." "What the hell?" Lu Tianqi's pupils shook violently, exclaiming, "You even took out a dragon blood source stone?" Just this one Dragon Blood Source Stone is worth over 2 billion. The Dragon Blood Source Stone, used to enhance realms, is only the most basic effect. Just this one Dragon Blood Source Stone could probably create a top-tier giant dragon species. Lu Tianqi's emotions became extremely complicated. He truly wanted to ask, San Yue Shanglong, do you still need a son? Chapter 6, Bestowed, True Name. Sanxing. Roar. Thank you, Mom. The little Huanglong took the Dragon Blood Source Stone, its dragon eyes filled with joy. San Yue's delicate face couldn't help but show a hint of softness. She gradually adapted, faintly enjoying it. San Yue, Sr. Li Luo bowed and said, I would like to thank you on behalf of the little Huanglong for your bestowal, Sr. No need for further words. San Yu slightly shook her head, feigning a hint of maturity on her youthful and bright face, and huffed. This little one is my only kin in the world, and we share the same bloodline. How could I possibly treat it poorly? As for you, you must nurture it well and absolutely cannot waste the blood of the Tsang Tian Huanglong, the only two in the world. I understand, Senior. Li Luo nodded and said, Senior Tsang Yu, I have one more request. Speak. Tsang Yu replied casually. Please, Senior Tsang Yu, bestow a name upon the little Huanglong. Li Luo said earnestly. I have thought about it, and perhaps only Senior Tsang Yu is qualified to give the little Huanglong a true name. On the other side, Lu Tianqi was already dumbfounded. Wow, this kid is truly talented. He clearly saw Tsang Yu's expression gradually shift from surprise to delight. You kid, really know how to play the game. Tsang Yu kept patting Li Luo's shoulder and laughed. Since you asked, I won't be polite. The bloodline of the little one is passed down from me. I shall name it Sangxing. Tsang Yu's words seemed to be filled with endless joy. As soon as she finished speaking, in the void, the two characters Sangxing appeared, quietly condensing. In an instant, they merged into the little Huanglong's forehead. Li Luo didn't find it strange. After renting the bloodline of the Tsang Tian Huanglong, he naturally acquired much information about this clan. The Tsang Tian Huanglong clan consists of a female dragon named Tsang and a male dragon named Tsang. The name Sangxing is derived from the holy dragon Tsang Yu. Just this true name carries some incredible power. Of course, with the current realm of little Sangxing, it couldn't yet wield this true name's power. Li Luo, you really have struck it rich. Lu Tianqi exclaimed, with the true name bestowed by the holy dragon Tsang Yu. Once little Sangxing breaks through to the king level, just relying on this true name, it can forcefully suppress a sovereign level. Thank you, Senior Tsang Yu. Li Luo bowed. He felt quite pleased. The true name of the dragon clan inherently contains incredible power. Not to mention, this true name was personally bestowed by a holy dragon. If he encounters an unbeatable opponent in the future, he can completely rely on the power of the true name to forcefully suppress his opponent. If that doesn't work, he can also summon the holy dragon Tsang Yu through the connection of the true name. No need to thank me, Tsang Yu lightly snorted. As the dragon master of little Sangxing and also the direct disciple of Sister Xiafei, you are naturally my direct descendant. I, Tsang Yu, as the strongest dragon clan of the Xia kingdom, cannot be stingy. With that, a spatial spirit crystal appeared from the void. A transparent crystal worth 1 billion. Just as a greeting. Lu Tianqi's feelings were complicated as he thought, damn it, Sister Xiafei's greeting gift, the Dragon Master Crystal, is worth 1 billion. Plus the Spatial Spirit Crystal and the Dragon Blood Source Stone bestowed by the Holy Dragon. The total value exceeds 4 billion. At this moment, Lu Tianqi felt his scalp tingle. Xiafei and Tsang Yu both gave greeting gifts. As the Dean of the True Dragon Academy, how could Lu Tianqi escape unscathed? The key point is, the greeting gifts from Xiafei and Tsang Yu are too exaggerated, ranging from 1 billion to 2 billion. If the value of the greeting gift is too low, Lu Tianqi wouldn't be able to present it at all. Dean Lu, Li Luo said respectfully, in the True Dragon Academy, I will still need to rely on Dean Lu's care. Lu Tianqi trembled as he pointed at Li Luo, stammering for a moment, but unable to say any words of refusal. Finally, Lu Tianqi shakily took out a treasure. His voice was slightly trembling, as if he was in great pain, and he said, this high-level beast taming tool is worth over 300 million. Enough for you to use until you reach the king level. Consider it a greeting gift from me. Thank you, Dean Lu. Li Luo solemnly accepted it and said, I will remember Dean Lu's generosity. Please rest assured, in the competition among the schools in 3 months, I will ensure that the name of the True Dragon Academy echoes throughout the Xia kingdom. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqi couldn't help but be taken aback. He couldn't help but look at Li Luo a few more times, showing deep appreciation and satisfaction. With your words, I can rest easy. Lu Tianqi stroked his beard and smiled. Li Luo also nodded with a smile. The two exchanged glances, and everything was understood without words. As the Dean of the True Dragon Academy, Li Luo did not believe that the other party would treat him unconditionally like Xiafei and Tsang Yu. The high-level beast taming tool, Dragon King's Horn. Its value is indeed extremely high, worth Li Luo's utmost effort. Roar. Little Songxing looked at him with adoration. No wonder you are the Dragon Master. One sentence made Dean Lu spend 300 million. Amazing. Cough cough. Li Luo lightly coughed. Little Songxing's admiring gaze made him feel a bit uneasy. All right. Xia Fei's cold, beautiful eyes vaguely held a smile as she said, Luo, you now have 1 billion in scholarship, have contracted Little Songxing, and possess the Dragon Master Crystal, Spatial Spirit Crystal, and Dragon Blood Source Stone. These 3 supreme treasures. Before reaching the king level, it will be a smooth path. You must not slack off in your cultivation. Do you understand? Yes, master. Li Luo nodded repeatedly. He soon prepared to take his leave. As Li Luo departed, Xia Fei said to Dean Lu, Li Luo is my direct disciple, so you need not worry too much. Xia Fei's gaze became serious as she slowly said, once, when I awakened my beast taming talent, I did not know how much suffering and hardship I endured to reach this point. Li Luo is my only direct disciple. How could I let him walk the same path I did? Those hardships and sufferings, I will bear alone. Sigh. Lu Tianqi's many thoughts finally turned into a long sigh. He naturally knew how much this cold and beautiful woman had borne for the title of the first Dragon Master. Li Luo is not only Xia Fei's direct disciple, but also a medium for her to make up for many past regrets. Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and thought. For Li Luo, Xia Fei would likely be willing to give up a lot. I just hope Li Luo doesn't disappoint Xia Fei. Chapter 7. Dragon God Meditation Method. Huanglong Divine Body. True Dragon Academy. Dormitory 101. With a high-level talent, the treatment is indeed different. Li Luo looked around the dormitory and smiled. A standalone villa as a dormitory, covering more than 1,000 square meters, including a swimming pool, sports court, and more than a dozen robots to serve, freeing me from all chores and allowing me to focus on cultivation. Roar. Little Songxing was also very excited. Such a lavish environment was simply unimaginable. Let's start cultivating. Li Luo's eyes flickered slightly. He immediately closed his eyes and focused. The basic meditation method quietly began to operate. He didn't know how long had passed, but Li Luo couldn't help but frown. The meditation efficiency was too slow. He was extremely dissatisfied. The practice method for beast tamers is called the meditation method. The basic meditation method is naturally the most common meditation method, and its effects are also the most ordinary. It is gentle. If one wants to improve the speed of meditation, they must choose a higher level meditation method, such as the intermediate meditation method, dragon meditation method, or the advanced meditation method, overlord meditation method, or even the super level meditation method, holy dragon meditation method. However, the higher the level of the meditation method, the more difficult it is to successfully cultivate. Even though Li Luo had rented the high-level talent Ancestral Dragon, it would still take him several days to master the high-level meditation method. Super-level meditation method? Just to exchange it from the library would cost tens of millions of daxia coins. If he wants to cultivate it, it would take several months. Intermediate? Advanced? Super-level? Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head. Too low-level. System. Li Luo immediately said, I want to rent the God-level meditation method, Dragon God Meditation Method. Rental successful. Dragon God Meditation Method, God-level meditation method. Rental requirement is level Dragon System talent. Can increase meditation speed by 365 times. The price is 10 million daxia coins. The system prompt came. Boom. Deep in Li Luo's mind, an immensely majestic shadow of the Dragon God quietly condensed. As long as he visualizes this Dragon God shadow, the meditation speed can increase by 365 times, along with many incredible effects. Practicing the Dragon God meditation method for 1 day is equivalent to practicing the basic meditation method for a year. Li Luo took a deep breath and thought, the cost for this Dragon God shadow to appear for 1 day is 10 million daxia coins. I cannot waste a single second. Despite the immense urgency, Li Luo did not lose his composure. System, lease me the God-level skill, Wild Dragon God Body. Lease successful. Wild Dragon God Body, God-level skill, passively exists for 1 day, can double strength, defense, speed, and permanently exist. Once actively released, strength, defense, and speed will surge by 100 times on this basis. The price is 10 million daxia coins. Roar. With the granting of the Wild Dragon God Body, Xiao Songxing's dragon eyes suddenly became incredibly shocked and ecstatic. It could clearly sense that strength, defense, and speed were continuously skyrocketing at an unbelievable rate. If Xiao Songxing wished, it could directly unleash 100 times the strength, defense, and speed. Roar roar. Xiao Songxing looked at Li Luo. Its dragon eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. It understood that whether it was the bloodline of the Tsangtian Wild Dragon or the incredible Wild Dragon God Body, both were bestowed by Li Luo. Level Ancestral Dragon Talent, Emperor Dragon Bloodline, God Level Meditation Method, God Level Skill. Li Luo took a deep breath and thought, my current daily rental cost has reached an astonishing 35 million daxia coins. 1 billion daxia coins wouldn't be enough for a month. I must quickly increase my strength to earn more money. According to the system, as long as the lease lasts for 1 year, I can permanently own it. Haha, my current funds are only enough for 1 month of leasing. Leasing for a full year? That is too far away. Li Luo shook his head. Despite the tremendous pressure, he had no regrets. The level Ancestral Dragon talent granted him the status and potential of a peerless genius. The Dragon God meditation method allowed his cultivation speed to soar. One day, equating to a year, that Sangtian Wild Dragon Bloodline and the Wild Dragon God body were enough to give Xiao Zongxing incredibly terrifying potential and unbelievable combat power. Especially the God level skill, Wild Dragon God body. It was exceptionally compatible with Xiao Zongxing. Wild Dragon, Zongxing. Attributes, Wild System, Dragon System. Realm, Awakening Level 3. Bloodline, Emperor Level Sangtian Wild Dragon, 100. Skills. 1. Wild Power, High Level Skill, increases strength by 10 times. 2. Dragon Scales, High Level Skill, increases defense by 10 times. 3. Speed, High Level Skill, increases speed by 10 times. 4. Ancient Wild Domain, Super Level Skill, releases endless ancient wild power, constructs a domain that can suppress enemies. In the ancient wild domain, strength, defense, and speed can be increased by 10 times. 5. Wild Dragon God body, God level skill, can increase basic strength, basic defense, and basic speed by 1 time every day, permanently enhancing the foundation. Actively releasing the Wild Dragon God body can invoke endless ancient divine power, causing basic strength, defense, and speed to surge by 100 times. Xiao Zongxing's attribute panel slowly emerged through the Beastmaster contract. The Wild Dragon clan is known for its close combat and is extremely domineering. Li Luo took a deep breath and thought, the 3 high-level skills, once actively released, can increase strength, defense, and speed by 10 times. If combined with the super-level skill Ancient Wild Domain, the amplitude of strength, defense, and speed could reach 20 times. If the God-level skill, Wild Dragon God Body, is released, that would be 2,000 times. Such a terrifying amplitude. If Xiao Zongxing strikes with a claw, it could probably shatter a mountain peak. However, once the Wild Dragon God Body is actively released, the divine power contained within will dissipate, and it will no longer passively increase strength, defense, and speed. Li Luo pondered for a moment and thought, this God-level skill is incredibly powerful, but it must be used with caution. After many thoughts flashed through his mind, he began to cultivate intensively. Dragon God meditation method. Li Luo started to visualize the Dragon God while continuously consuming the foundation of spatial spirit crystals. Deep in his mind, a Beastmaster space was continuously expanding. The expansion of the space is secondary. Li Luo was astonished to discover that at the core of the Beastmaster space, countless Dragon God source powers were continuously converging. Unbeknownst to him, it had actually gathered into a small pool. Transformation Dragon Pool. Li Luo's eyes trembled. He instantly realized the name of this pool. The legendary Transformation Dragon Pool is one of the many wonders of the Dragon Realm. Alongside the Transformation Dragon Pool, there are also the Dragon Suppression Mountain, Falling Dragon River, and Dragon Gate. Li Luo's eyes lit up, thinking, the Transformation Dragon Pool can purify the bloodlines of all dragons. The Dragon Suppression Mountain can suppress divine dragons. The Falling Dragon River and Dragon Gate. As long as I continue to cultivate the Dragon God meditation method, perhaps I can gather many wonders of the Dragon Realm, and even make my Beastmaster space comparable to the true Dragon Realm. At this moment, Li Luo couldn't help but feel endless ambition. Dragon Realm, the ancestral land of all dragon species. How many holy dragons and even emperor dragons reside within the Dragon Realm? If Li Luo's Beastmaster space can be comparable to the true Dragon Realm, he will definitely be able to reach the pinnacle of this world and overlook the heavens. Chapter 8 Constructing the Transformation Dragon Pool. Breaking through to Awakening Level 10. 3 days passed in a flash. Room 101. The Transformation Dragon Pool is complete. Li Luo's thoughts were concentrated. In the Beastmaster space, a phantom of the Ancestor Dragon slithered in. It finally settled at the core of the Beastmaster space, completely merging into the Transformation Dragon Pool. After 3 days of hard practice, he finally stabilized the Transformation Dragon Pool. Li Luo couldn't help but show a look of surprise, thinking, in this case, the Transformation Dragon Pool can continuously produce Transformation Dragon Liquid. 1 drop of Transformation Dragon Liquid is worth over 1 million, and my Beastmaster space can produce 1 drop of Transformation Dragon Liquid every day. Truly worthy of being the God-level meditation method. It is indeed extraordinary. Once my realm increases, it will surely produce more transformation dragon liquid and even achieve self-sufficiency. Directly using the profits from the transformation dragon pool to buy the dragon god meditation method. Li Luo was extremely delighted. He couldn't help but look forward. A transformation dragon pool is so extraordinary. What kind of wonders will the many wonders of the dragon realm, dragon suppression mountain, falling dragon river, and dragon gate bring? Awakening level 10. Li Luo carefully sensed. After 3 days of hard practice, it was equivalent to 3 years for an ordinary person. If it weren't for the need to condense the transformation dragon pool, Li Luo would have already broken through to the extraordinary level. Even so, Li Luo had reached the limit of the awakening level. The area of the level Beastmaster space is 100 times that of the same level. It is a full 10,000 square meters. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Xiao Songxing's aura was also continuously soaring. The bloodline was constantly being purified, and strength, defense, and speed were all rapidly increasing. Realm breakthrough. Awakening level 10. Through the Beastmaster contract, countless feedback surged in. Crack, crack. Li Luo's body continuously emitted explosive sounds. Such terrifying power. Li Luo's eyes trembled. Through the contract connection, Beastmasters can receive various physical feedback from their beasts. Among them, level talent can yield 50 feedback. Level talent can yield 70 feedback. If it is level, even more can yield 100 feedback. In addition, there is a certain chance to share the skills of the contracted beasts. Unfortunately, Xiao Songxing's breakthrough to the awakening level 10 did not allow me to successfully share skills. Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head. But he was not discouraged at all, secretly thinking, the probability of skill sharing with a minor realm breakthrough is ultimately too low. If Xiao Songxing breaks through to the extraordinary level, perhaps it could trigger skill sharing. Roar. Xiao Songxing let out a low growl. There's no hurry to break through to the extraordinary level. Li Luo patted Xiao Songxing's head and smiled. It is rumored that many realms have an ultimate state that can elevate one's foundation to the limit, even allowing for the comprehension of new racial skills. With our talent, we can completely pursue the ultimate state of the awakening level. Huh. Xiao Songxing tilted its dragon head, its dragon eyes sparkling. The ultimate state? Exactly. Li Luo chuckled and said, Senior Tsongyue's combat power is said to be invincible among the same level. Along the way of growth, at least several realms have reached the legendary ultimate state. You also possess the bloodline of the Tsangtian Huanglong and have the divine skill Huanglong Sheni. If you don't pursue the ultimate state, wouldn't that be a waste? Roar. Xiao Songxing nodded repeatedly. It was intrigued. It seemed that being eager to break through a realm wasn't so great after all. Zhenlong Academy. As 3 days passed, the enrollment conference finally came to an end. Many talents and prodigies officially enrolled based on their choices. At this moment, Zhenlong Academy was bustling with activity. Have you heard? This new cohort has produced 3 prodigies with level A talent, who chose Zhenlong Academy, Phoenix Academy, and Xilan Academy respectively. Level A talent is nothing, don't you know? The new students of Zhenlong Academy this year are the strongest in history. Level A, is it really that exaggerated? You must know that beast taming talent is not unchanging. I've heard that several seniors in the 4th year have upgraded their level B talent to level A. This new cohort, even with level B talent, can't be considered the strongest, right? What do you know? This new cohort has produced an unparalleled prodigy with level A talent. In front of level A talent, whether you are born with it or have upgraded to it, you can only be overwhelmingly suppressed. Damn, level A talent. Didn't they say that in Xia country, it takes decades to produce a prodigy with level A talent? The last time a level A prodigy was born was only 10 years ago. That level A prodigy is now a general in the military, commanding numerous beastmasters to contend against countless foreign races. If there really is a level A talent, the new students of Zhenlong Academy this year, regardless of their level B prodigies or level C prodigies, will probably all be suppressed. Not necessarily. I heard that the unparalleled prodigy hadn't even contracted an initial beast before the new student assessment. In contrast, other level B prodigies and even level C prodigies have already reached awakening level 10, or even broken through to the extraordinary level and contracted their second beast. Realm suppression? It's human nature. If that level A unparalleled prodigy doesn't know how to hold back and keep a low profile, they might just suffer a setback. Countless discussions flew around. Dormitory 101. Many new students gathered here. According to the custom of Zhenlong Academy, the one with the highest talent among the new students is always arranged in Dormitory 101. If there are no exceptions, that unparalleled prodigy with level A talent will be staying here. Many new students looked forward to seeing that unparalleled prodigy with excitement. Level C prodigy? A level B prodigy scoffed. Even if the ceiling is higher, it can't be called the best among new students, right? Before officially enrolling, They hadn't even contracted an initial beast. In just 3 days, how strong can they be? They're probably still practicing basic meditation techniques. At most just having recently broken through to awakening level 2. Kuzitsong. You've only practiced for half a year longer and mastered a high-level meditation technique to reach awakening level 10. If given that level A prodigy the same amount of time, they could easily crush you. Another level B prodigy, Kai Qingyu, coldly said, a level A talent can be called an unparalleled prodigy. Once they grow up, they will be the pillar of Xia country. You, Kuzitsong, only have level B talent. Who gave you the courage to speak so arrogantly? Kai Qingyu, are you provoking me? Kuzitsong said coldly. I heard that you awakened the level B talent Tianyun Longying and contracted a young dragon of the flying dragon species. I want to see if the dragon tamers are still as strong. Then let us have a battle. Kai Qingyu stepped forward and said, as dragon tamers. What do we have to fear? Kuzitsong and Kai Qingyu confronted each other, their fighting spirit palpable. Many new students became excited. Kuzitsong and Kai Qingyu are both level B prodigies, coming from prestigious families in the capital, with deep foundations. It is said that both Kuzitsong and Kai Qingyu practiced for more than half a year in advance before entering Jinlong Academy. Kuzitsong's realm had already reached awakening level 10. In contrast, Kai Qingyu had only reached awakening level 8. Even if he challenges at a higher level, he still does not fear, truly worthy of being a dragon tamer. No wonder Kai Qingyu would defend that level of prodigy as the first dragon tamer. Xiafei personally accepted that level of prodigy as a disciple. That unparalleled prodigy is truly the saint child of the dragon tamer lineage. Kuzitsong and Kai Qingyu stood opposed, their fighting spirit intertwined, as if ready to explode at any moment. What a lively scene. A relaxed voice broke the tension. Creak. The door of Villa 101 opened. A handsome young man walked out, his steps extremely casual, yet heavy as a mountain, leaving a series of footprints. Raising his head and saying, I heard someone question my status as the #1 new student. His indifferent gaze flickered, slowly falling. It's you? Li Luo looked at Kuzitsong. Kuzitsong's body stiffened, feeling as if Li Luo's gaze was like that of an ancient wild dragon, exuding overwhelming cold battle intent, seemingly turning into sharp blades that kept cutting through his will, causing unbearable pain. Chapter 9. Sangxing Darkbone Snake. Powerful suppression. Is he Li Luo? That unparalleled prodigy who awakened level A talent. What terrifying will pressure. It feels like a sacred dragon looking down. Not only that, Li Luo's strength seemed extremely strong. Wherever he walked, he could leave footprints. Perhaps the young dragon he contracted had undergone a tremendous breakthrough, which fed back to his physique. And he didn't have time to adapt. Kuzitsong must be regretting it, regardless of whether Li Luo's strength can surpass him. Offending an unparalleled prodigy is certainly not a wise move. If Kuzitsong could defeat Li Luo, he would directly make a name for himself. Many new students were whispering, Li Luo. Kuzitsong's face turned pale, and he forced himself to say, no matter how strong your talent is, it has not yet been realized. Do you dare to battle me? Kuzitsong also had his own calculations. The Ku family has always been at odds with the dragon tamer lineage. Years ago, the head of the Ku family, Kuzitsong's grandfather, was defeated by Xiafei. The beast tamer's space shattered, leaving him completely crippled. This matter is very secretive, known only to many beastmaster giants and the direct line of the Ku family. As one of the heirs of the Ku family, if he can defeat Xiafei's direct disciple, he will definitely gain more voice within the Ku family. Kuzitsong also knew that if given the level A prodigy enough time to grow, he would have no chance of winning. Only now, while Li Luo has just contracted his initial dragon and is still at a low realm, does he have a sufficient chance of victory? He must agree. Kuzitsong's expression was tense. You want to challenge me? Li Luo chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over Kuzitsong, and said indifferently, you are worthy? The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Many new students exchanged glances. It seems that this battle is inevitable. According to the rules of Jinlong Academy, if there is provocation or humiliation, a battle can be fought directly. Li Luo's tone is so arrogant. If he is defeated by Kuzitsong, it will be a disgrace. Historically, unparalleled prodigies with level A talent have not been without defeats. But without exception, they all chose to keep a low profile before their wings were fully developed. Someone as arrogant and presumptuous as Li Luo is truly one of a kind. Kuzitsong's expression instantly became extremely angry. Boom. A summoning array quietly condensed. From the magic array, a pitch-black bone snake emerged, exuding an extremely cold and dark aura. That was the Darkbone Snake, a dual-attribute undead creature of the necromancy and dark systems. Once it matured, it would at least be at the Lord level. A 10th-tier awakened Darkbone Snake, combined with Kuzitsong's awakened top-tier talent, Dark Spirit, would have the strength to contend even against extraordinary beings. Li Luo's humiliation of such a genius would surely provoke backlash. Many new students gasped in awe and wonder. A 10th tier awakened Darkbone Snake could already be considered part of the first tier among this year's freshmen at the True Dragon Academy. Li Luo, you insult me so that even if I severely injure you, no one will stand up for you. Ku Zizong said coldly. You seem very confident, but you've overlooked one thing. Li Luo shook his head with a smile, saying, the gap between true prodigies and mediocre talents is like heaven and earth. The results of your hard work over a year, I can surpass in just one day of training. Wow. The beast taming array quietly appeared. A pale young dragon slithered out from the array. You actually contracted an arid dragon. Ku Zizong was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing, saying, it seems you are not valued by that top beast tamer at all. The arid dragon you contracted is no different from the Darkbone Snake I contracted. If you had contracted a Crimson Flame Dragon or a Dark Demon Dragon, those mature giant dragons at the king level, I would have been wary of you. But you chose to contract an arid dragon, merely a flying dragon species. With the same potential at the Lord level, how will you challenge me? Ku Zizong grinned widely, unable to contain his laughter. You're quite noisy. Li Luo frowned slightly and said coldly, Song Xing, take care of it. Roar. Little Song Xing was extremely excited, letting out a high-pitched dragon roar. This first battle ignited little Song Xing's fighting spirit to the utmost. Arid power, dragon scales, speed, instantly activated. Little Song Xing's power, defense, and speed increased tenfold. Even the momentum surged dramatically. Hiss. The Darkbone Snake constantly flicked its tongue. Its body, forged from black bones, twisted and coiled, emitting waves of black mist that seemed capable of eroding everything. The ground it passed through was stained black, already corroded. The Darkbone Snake's racial skill, black erosion. A new student exclaimed, this is a mid-tier skill, extremely powerful. In response, Li Luo remained indifferent. Mid-tier skill? The arid power, dragon scales, and speed that little Song Xing exhibited are all high-tier racial skills. There are even super-tier skills that have yet to be unleashed. A Darkbone Snake is not worthy of making little Song Xing use super-tier skills. Li Luo's gaze was cold. Just as the Darkbone Snake and the arid dragon were about to collide. How foolish. Ku Zizong mocked coldly. You dare not even enhance your beast taming talent. How arrogant and foolish. He no longer concealed his power. Top-tier talent, Dark Spirit, instantly enhanced. The necromantic power and dark power on the Darkbone Snake surged violently. Facing the terrifying onslaught of the Darkbone Snake, little Song Xing merely raised its dragon claw. Sizzle. The black erosion was directly torn apart. The pale dragon claw was unstoppable. It directly ripped through the Darkbone Snake's black bone. No, impossible. Ku Zizong's face turned pale as he watched the Darkbone Snake's body being torn apart, its tail even severed. Its entire body split in two by the pale dragon claw. If it weren't for the existence of the beast contract, the Darkbone Snake would have surely perished. The Darkbone Snake was defeated? It couldn't even withstand a single blow? Li Luo had awakened a top-tier talent, yet he didn't enhance his talent at all. In contrast, Ku Zizong enhanced the Darkbone Snake with his talent, Dark Spirit, and still got killed in an instant. What kind of bloodline did that arid dragon hatchling possess to have such terrifying combat power? Just now, I sensed that both Li Luo and the arid dragon hatchling had reached the 10th tier awakening. Could it be that, as Li Luo said, the gap between prodigies and mediocrity is like heaven and earth? Li Luo trained for one day, which could equal Ku Zizong's training for a year. Top-tier talent is only spoken of in legends. Today, I understand what a peerless prodigy is. Many new students present were filled with shock and awe. I lost. Ku Zizong was in despair. When he lifted his head, he found that Li Luo's gaze didn't linger on him at all. It was as if Ku Zizong was completely invisible. Not far away, a stunning girl with beautiful eyes sparkling like ice crystals. In just 3 days, he had reached the 10th tier awakening, and the contracted arid dragon hatchling was so terrifyingly powerful. Su Qingxue pursed her lips slightly, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she said softly, Li Luo, weren't you going to pursue me? Why haven't you come yet? Is it because you've awakened a top-tier talent and look down on me now? Chapter 10. Is Su Qingxue going to confess? You are not worthy to pursue Li Luo. Su Qingxue's feelings were extremely complicated. She came from a prestigious family, was exceptionally beautiful, and had awakened a top-tier beast taming talent, possessing everything beautiful in the world, and had never lacked suitors, yet she treated every one of them with indifference. Li Luo was one of them. Su Qingxue thought that after Li Luo awakened the top-tier talent, Ancestral Dragon, he would surely regain his confidence and muster the courage to pursue her again. A pursuit by a top-tier prodigy, even Su Qingxue would find it hard to refuse. After waiting 3 days, Su Qingxue received no news from Li Luo, and she became a bit anxious. So, she personally went to Dormitory 101 and witnessed with her own eyes as Li Luo reached the 10th tier awakening and, with his contracted beast, Song Xing, forcefully defeated the dark-boned snake. Su Qingshue's eyes kept flickering. However, Li Luo's figure was moving further away. Li Luo. Su Qingxue finally couldn't hold back and said, "Stop right there." Li Luo frowned slightly and then stopped. He naturally recognized Su Qingxue. Li Luo had once been a suitor of Su Qingxue and had even publicly confessed. However, that was the previous life, when Li Luo crossed over. He had already been rejected for a long time. Therefore, Li Luo had no feelings for Su Qingxue at all. In terms of talent, her top-tier talent, Ice Heart, was just average. In terms of beauty, the beautiful teacher Xia Fei was coldly stunning, with unmatched charisma. As for strength, Su Qingxue had just broken through to the extraordinary level, and her realm was still unstable. With little Song Xing's strength, defeating her wouldn't be impossible. The most crucial point is that Li Luo had only been training for 3 days. In contrast, Su Qingxue had trained for at least half a year in advance. What a huge gap. Su Qingxue sensed Li Luo's gaze and felt a tremor in her heart. She had a vague feeling that deep within those clear eyes, there seemed to be a mighty dragon god sealed, ready to descend upon the world at any moment. Just revealing a hint of aura was so terrifying. Li Luo must have cultivated a super-tier meditation method. Su Qingshue's heart trembled, thinking, only a super-tier meditation method could cultivate a beast tamer's soul to such strength. She had a vague understanding. No wonder Kuzitsong's performance was so pathetic in front of Li Luo. Just a hint of aura made her feel shaken. If the full pressure of his soul was unleashed, how terrifying would that be? Soon, Su Qingxue was even more shocked. Super-tier meditation methods. Just to get started, it takes an extremely long time. With Su Qingshue's family background and talent, she had only managed to start learning a high-tier meditation method. Yet her teacher praised her for having extraordinary comprehension. As for super-tier meditation methods, she didn't even dare to think about it. No wonder Li Luo's realm improved so rapidly. If it were a super-tier meditation method combined with a top-tier talent like Ancestral Dragon, along with the precious treasures gifted by Xia Fei, it would make sense. Su Qingshue's feelings became somewhat sour. When she initially rejected Li Luo, she was extremely proud. Now, she had to admit that as time passed, she will soon be surpassed by Li Luo, left far behind. Classmate, do you need something? Li Luo's expression was slightly puzzled and distant. Su Qingxue hesitated. She wanted to question why he didn't pursue her. But when she met Li Luo's somewhat aloof gaze, she found it impossible to say anything. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. Li Luo nodded slightly. As Li Luo left, Su Qingshue's graceful figure seemed to be tinged with a hint of desolation. This scene undoubtedly sparked many thoughts. The many new students present were already dumbfounded. Damn, Su Qingxue doesn't want to confess to Li Luo, does she? I admit, Li Luo's talent and strength are indeed impressive, but Su Qingxue is one of the 3 goddesses of our Jinlong Academy's new students this year. The goddess wants to confess to Li Luo? My heart is shattered, hesitating to speak, wanting to say something, yet holding back. This is clearly a deep-rooted affection. Many new students were completely stunned. They never expected that after witnessing Li Luo's powerful defeat of Kuzitsong, they would see such a passionate scene. It was truly worth the trip. Su Qingxue listened to the murmurs. She was also dumbfounded. Wasn't it Li Luo who was pursuing her? How did it turn into Su Qingxue wanting to confess to Li Luo publicly? This is outrageous. A wave of helplessness surged in Su Qingshue's heart. She suddenly realized that no matter how she explained, no one would believe her. It's only natural for Su Qingxue to develop feelings for Li Luo, given his talent and charisma. What if Li Luo pursued Su Qingxue with his level of talent? Pursuing someone of her level? Is that reasonable? Li Luo's overwhelming defeat of Kuzitsong quickly spread among the new students, leading to the rumor that Su Qingxue, one of the 3 goddesses of Jinlong Academy, wanted to confess. Have you heard? That unparalleled genius Li Luo, with level talent, has reached awakening tier 10 in just 3 days. Not only that, the wild dragon he contracted has extraordinary combat power, crushing Kuzitsong's dark-boned serpent. Li Luo once claimed that there is a world of difference between geniuses and mediocre talents. 1 day of Li Luo's cultivation is equivalent to a year for a mediocre talent. TSK. Kuzitsong acted arrogantly and wanted to use Li Luo as a stepping stone, only to be trampled underfoot, leading to his utter disgrace. Countless discussions converged. Su Qingxue walked along the school path, unable to help but bite her silver teeth in secret anger. Clearly, it was Li Luo who confessed first. How did it turn into me being the one with a crush? Su Qingxue took a deep breath, feeling somewhat wronged. Thinking, I just wanted to give Li Luo a chance to pursue me. With so many thoughts, there was no way to express them. I must clarify the rumors. Su Qingshue's gaze gradually became resolute. You are Su Qingxue? A woman in a black dress approached, with an extremely captivating appearance and a very hot figure, looking nothing like an 18-year-old girl. What's wrong? Su Qingxue frowned slightly. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Yao, the heart of the succubus with level beast taming talent. The black-dressed alluring woman Jiang Yao said with an interesting smile. I heard that you have feelings for Li Luo? Su Qingxue, with your strength. You probably aren't qualified to have Li Luo, right? What do you mean? Su Qingxue vaguely felt something was off, surprised. You are Jiang Yao, who also has level talent among this year's new students. She suddenly realized that this alluring woman in front of her was indeed Jiang Yao, who was equally renowned as Su Qingxue among the first-year students of Jinlong Academy. In terms of family background, appearance, and talent, she was not inferior at all. I already said it. Jiang Yao slightly shook her head and said, with your strength, you are not qualified to pursue Li Luo. As soon as she finished speaking, boom. A beast taming formation quietly opened. Chapter 11, A Peerless Genius, about to fall. Shocking. The second of the three goddesses, Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao, actually fought fiercely over pursuing Li Luo. Damn, is this the charm of a peerless genius? Why did I only awaken level talent? I also want to awaken level talent, become a peerless genius, and attract beauty's hearts. For a moment, Li Luo's name echoed throughout Jinlong Academy. As Li Luo walked, his mind was filled with questions. Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao actually started fighting? After a little contemplation, Li Luo began to check the forum of the academy to see how things unfolded, discovering that the battle between Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao was essentially a draw. Jiang Yao, the heart of the succubus with level talent? After a brief investigation, Li Luo was shocked and cursed. Damn. Are they trying to use me as a furnace to refine my talent source? This Jiang Yao is simply a witch with ulterior motives. Level beast taming talent. Heart of the succubus. It is an extremely special dark type talent. This talent corresponds to the demon race of the demon world. As everyone knows, the succubus race feeds on desire. If Jiang Yao awakened the level talent heart of the succubus, if Li Luo really got together with Jiang Yao and something happened, his level talent source might have a portion absorbed, with level talent as nourishment. Jiang Yao's level talent heart of the succubus might really be able to evolve to level, which Li Luo was alarmed and said, however, I don't seem to need to worry about anything. After all, my level talent Ancestral Dragon was only rented for a day. Even if my level talent source is completely absorbed, I can just rent it again for a day and it will be restored. With this thought in mind, Li Luo's eyes suddenly brightened. It seemed like he had found a solution. Yes, if it were an ordinary person, extracting their talent source would be extremely difficult to recover. But I don't have these worries, I just need to rent again. As many thoughts flashed through his mind, Li Luo's gaze became increasingly bright. The library of Jinlong Academy is truly vast. Li Luo's eyes flickered, thinking, there must be methods to extract talent sources in the library. Jinlong Academy. Library. You are Li Luo? An old man with drooping eyes revealed a hint of surprise, saying, with level beast taming talent, your authority in Jinlong Academy is second only to the dean. The library has a total of 9 floors. The first 3 floors contain various stories and miscellaneous books. Starting from the 4th floor, they correspond to 4 major ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and super. With your authority, you can access up to the 7th floor. After speaking, the old man retracted his gaze, seemingly turning into an ancient statue. Yes, senior. Li Luo respectfully cupped his hands. Before heading to the library, he had done some investigation. The old man in front of him, titled Fire Saint, was the librarian of Jinlong Academy and also an incredibly ancient and powerful dragon tamer who had once delved deep into the demon world, instilling fear in countless demon races. Countless years have passed, and this Fire Saint has aged, yet he sealed his life force with supreme secret techniques, only to protect the Great Xia during times of crisis. That is why, in the vast Jinlong Academy, no one does not show respect to the old man. The 7th floor corresponds to super-tier techniques. Li Luo pondered slightly, thinking, I hope the super-tier techniques include methods for extracting talent sources. He once again bowed to the old man. Then, he walked straight into the depths of the library. Step by step, he climbed up. Soon, he reached the 7th floor. Super-tier skill, ancient domain, learning conditions, from the Wild Dragon clan? After some browsing, Li Luo quickly found a familiar skill, which was the super-tier skill ancient domain from Little Sangxing. However, even if other Wild Dragon clan members learned ancient domain, there wouldn't be much room for growth. Li Luo shook his head slightly, thinking, unless this skill is completely integrated into my bloodline, it can only evolve along with the improvement of my realm and bloodline. The 4 skills understood by Little Sangxing, Wild Power, Dragon Scale, Speed, and Ancient Domain all belong to the category of racial skills. as Xiao Zongxing continuously merges with the bloodline of the Zongtian Desolate Dragon. These 4 major skills will continue to evolve and upgrade to become even stronger. However, skills learned later do not receive this treatment. Unless they are integrated into the bloodline, their potential is clearly limited. For Li Luo high level, super level, once he leases the divine dragon bloodline to Xiao Zongxing in the future, they are destined to be eliminated. Found it. Li Luo kept searching and finally his eyes lit up, saying, super level secret technique, origin cutting. This super level secret technique can only cut one's own talent origin and cannot be used on others. The cut talent origin can be carried by corresponding attribute jewels. This secret technique seems to have been created by many elders nearing the end of their lives, aiming to ensure the family inheritance continues and that the beast taming talents of future generations do not fade away. As for the price, it is not expensive at all. Only 5,000 Daxia coins. Li Luo took a deep breath. He immediately decided to purchase this super level secret technique. Let's go. Library, first floor. He actually exchanged for that secret technique. The old man's eyes were murky as he watched Li Luo leave. Whoosh. A trace of formless thought suddenly surged. Boom. Master. Lu Tianqi appeared instantly, hurriedly bowing respectfully, saying, I wonder why you summoned me? A peerless genius has emerged among this batch of new students at the True Dragon Academy? The old man's voice was extremely dry and hoarse. Yes. Lu Tianqi's face showed joy, saying, Have you noticed him, master? This child is named Li Luo. Not only has he awakened the level talent Ancestral Dragon and contracted a young Desolate Dragon, but he has also returned to the bloodline of the Zongtian Desolate Dragon. With a level talent combined with the bloodline of the Imperial Dragon species, it will surely restore the glory of the Beast Tamer lineage. Humph. The old man snorted coldly, saying, Since you know this child is the hope of the Beast Tamer lineage, why not take care of him diligently? Do you really want to anger me to death? Lu Tianqi was dumbfounded. Stammering, Li Luo has become a disciple of Xia Fei and has been cultivating in the dormitory. Do you know that he just exchanged for a super-level secret technique called origin cutting? The old man's tone was filled with anger, saying, This super-level secret technique can only cut one's own talent origin. Haha, Lu Tianqi, you truly make me see you in a new light. Do you really want to watch a peerless genius fall just like that? What? Lu Tianqi's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 12. Leasing Divine Level Secret Techniques. Oppressive Understanding. Boom. Above the firmament, a crimson flame dragon suddenly shattered space. This is a serious matter. Lu Tianqi showed an anxious expression, saying, I must notify Xia Fei as soon as possible. As the first beast tamer, Xia Fei's residence is extremely hidden, located in an independent secret realm. Lu Tianqi, as the president of the True Dragon Academy, can enter any secret realm in extremely urgent situations. At this moment, he used this authority. In a misty secret realm, a blue-gray palace stretches for thousands of meters. In the main hall, a figure that is coldly beautiful to the extreme slightly furrowed her delicate brows, with endless pure white dragon breath flowing, as if she were the dragon maiden of the 9 heavens, utterly enchanting, with a level talent, forcibly transforming to a higher level. Xia Fei murmured softly, In the end, it still cannot be done? The beast taming talent is not unchanging. Through cultivation, it can still be improved. However, with a level talent, upgrading to a higher level, such occurrences happen only a few times in any era. But if a higher level wants to upgrade to an even higher level, in terms of difficulty, it increases at least 10,000 times. Even with Xia Fei's extraordinary talent, she still has no way to start. Sister Xia, the phantom of the Zhongyue holy dragon slowly emerged, advising, with a level talent. Transforming to a higher level, how difficult it is. Looking at the history of humanity over hundreds of thousands of years, it has only happened a handful of times. Anyone who can achieve this feat is undoubtedly a child of the era. Our strength is already at the top of the Xia country. Why be so anxious? A hint of heartache flashed in Zhongyue's dragon eyes. Ever since forming a contract with Xia Fei, Zhongyue had never seen her show even a hint of slack. The world only knows that Xia Fei rose up, sweeping through an era. Ultimately, she forcefully reached the top as the first beast tamer. But no one delves into how much hardship and suffering Xia Fei endured in this process. Suddenly, roar. A dragon's roar resounded. The crimson flame dragon suddenly descended. In an instant, Xia Fei appeared in the sky. Xia Fei, Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and said solemnly, Li Luo is probably in trouble. Boom. A terrifyingly pale dragon breath swirled above the firmament, dispersing all the mist, and the sky became clear. It was as if a supreme divine dragon was about to descend in fury, exterminating everything in the world. Such terrifying might only lasted for an instant before retracting. President Lu, Xia Fei regained her calm, as if the previous turmoil was just an illusion, coldly saying, What exactly happened to Li Luo? In Dormitory 101. In the living room. Even with a level talent, wanting to learn a super level technique requires at least half a month's time. If it's a higher level, or a level talent, learning a super level technique would require months, or even years of hard work. Li Luo pondered for a moment and thought, I have only been cultivating for 3 days. Just the leasing fee has already exceeded 100 million. Half a month's time? I can't afford that. However, it seems that learning a super level technique is not difficult at all. With this thought, a smile involuntarily appeared on Li Luo's face. System. Lease me the divine level secret technique with oppressive understanding. Least successful. Oppressive understanding, divine level secret technique, can elevate understanding to oppressive level, allowing for instant learning of any secret technique, battle skill, or meditation method. Price, 10 million Daxia coins. For ordinary prodigies, even for geniuses, practicing any meditation method or secret technique must be done with extreme caution. But Li Luo is different. With oppressive understanding, he can practice super-level techniques. Li Luo's eyes brightened slightly, secretly thinking, I'm afraid I can master it in an instant. At the moment the lease was successful, Li Luo felt that the super-level technique origin cutting seemed to become extremely transparent, no longer holding any secrets. You have begun to practice the super-level secret technique talent cutting. Entry, minor success, major success, perfection. You have completely learned the super-level secret technique talent cutting. In an instant, countless pieces of information surged into Li Luo's mind. As Li Luo completely digested it, his so-called oppressive understanding gradually dissipated. It seems that the divine level secret technique with oppressive understanding also has its limits. Leasing for only 1 day. The understanding origin formed is only enough for me to comprehend one super level secret technique. Li Luo contemplated for a moment, secretly thinking, however, that is enough. Exchanging 10 million Daxia coins for the quick mastery of a super-level technique is undoubtedly a huge profit. He only needs to think. And the level Ancestral Dragon talent in his mind will be partially cut out. Dragon Crystal. Li Luo took out a crystal core. This is a king-level dragon race's dragon crystal. However, the original power contained within it had long been absorbed, leaving only an empty shell. This dragon crystal does not contain any original power, making it a very suitable container for the talent origin. With this thought, Li Luo no longer hesitated. He carefully focused on the system panel, noticing that the leasing time for the level Ancestral Dragon talent was down to the last half hour. Endless thoughts transformed into a sharp blade. Crack. The talent origin was directly severed. Pain. Extreme pain. Li Luo gritted his teeth but was unwilling to waste any time, controlling the severed talent origin to merge into the dragon crystal. Done. Li Luo was drenched in sweat, unable to hide his weak appearance. Yet he couldn't help but reveal an immensely joyful smile. Above the firmament, Xiafei and Lu Tianqi stood in the air. How difficult is it to cultivate super-tier secret arts? Xiafei said coldly. Even if Luo were exchanged for talent cutting, he still won't be able to achieve it in a short time. I'm just worrying too much. Lu Tianqi felt a bit ashamed. Lu Tianqi, you've been the president of the True Dragon Academy for so many years, yet you're still so easily startled? That Sanyue's sacred dragon appeared, mocking, with a level talent. Wanting to cultivate super-tier secret arts still requires at least half a month. Not to mention, that's just the entry level. If you want to reach perfection and easily cut the talent source, it will take at least several years. Sanyue, understood. Sanyue nodded obediently. In front of Xiafei, she was no longer arrogant. Let's go, Xiafei said coldly. In the living room, Li Luo's face was extremely pale, seemingly weakened to the extreme. The moment he saw Xiafei, a trace of astonishment flashed deep in his eyes. Master, why are you here? Li Luo quickly adjusted his state and let out a long sigh, saying, in the end, I couldn't hide it from you. Luo, where are you? Xiafei's gaze flickered. Unable to maintain her cold demeanor, as her eyes fell on the 3 crystals on the table, emanating an extreme dragon source, and she was deeply moved. Trembling as she said, You have already cut the talent source? Chapter 13, The Fallen Monster? Mythical level source. Master. Li Luo's gaze trembled slightly as he whispered. I was born an orphan, and only by being by your side did I feel a trace of familial affection. To me, you are like my sister. You have treated me so well, yet I have no way to repay you. These 3 talent dragon crystals might help you a little. Li Luo forced a smile, his face seeming even paler, and the sincerity in his eyes made Xiafei feel an immense heartache. Luo, how could you have come to this? Master can think this way, but I cannot feel at ease. Li Luo shook his head with a bitter smile, picking up the 3 dragon crystals on the table, saying, Please accept these 3 talent dragon crystals, Master. Xiafei held Li Luo in her arms, the faint, elegant fragrance filling Li Luo's nostrils. The incredibly warm and soft embrace allowed Li Luo, to clearly feel Xia Fei's love. Xia Fei did not take the 3 talent dragon crystals. Even though she sensed an unparalleled attraction from them, she resisted with her powerful will. Li Luo purchasing the super tier secret art talent cutting was likely to cut his own talent source, hoping to help Xia Fei complete the transformation of her talent source. Silly child. Xia Fei's emotions were extremely complex, as she said softly, these 3 dragon crystals, although containing a level talent source, are not enough for my level talent to undergo a qualitative change. But to you, it's an irreparable loss. Why must you do this? It's alright. I can continue cutting the talent source until your level talent completely transforms into a higher level. Li Luo grinned. That smile was incredibly bright, seemingly to erase all the hardships and suffering Xia Fei had endured over the past decade. Luo, I absolutely cannot allow you to cut the talent source again. Xia Fei's tone was filled with undeniable determination, saying, not only that, I will do everything possible to help you make up for the damage to your talent source, no matter the cost. Master. Li Luo was about to say something when suddenly his expression changed. This. Xia Fei's gaze shook violently, her once cold heart plunging to the depths as she trembled, saying, Luo, your talent source, how is this possible? The level Ancestral Dragon talent you awakened has actually dissipated? She could hardly believe her own senses. Looking at Li Luo, her eyes were filled with pain and self-blame. If only she had paid more attention to Li Luo's feelings and supervised him more strictly, perhaps this tragedy would not have happened. How could this be? Lu Tianqi exclaimed, revealing an incredibly shocked expression, as if his worldview had been overturned, saying, to learn a top-tier secret art in just 1 day. What kind of terrifying comprehension is this? He was utterly astonished. Such a monstrous comprehension was unheard of. When Lu Tianqi saw that there was no trace of talent source aura left on Li Luo, he stiffened all over, as if turning into a piece of burnt wood. Tears in his old eyes, saying, is the monster destined to suppress the era truly going to fall like this? Before being the president, he was also a teacher. Witnessing the fall of an unparalleled genius filled Lu Tianqi with immense sorrow. A super-tier art, learned in 1 day? Xia Fei suddenly realized, looking at Li Luo with even more regret and self-blame. If she had understood, cared for Li Luo more deeply, perhaps she would have come sooner, thereby preventing all of this from happening. Xia Fei was acutely aware of how terrifying it was to learn a super-tier art in 1 day. Such a monstrous comprehension, even if only the level talent was awakened, could rise step by step, dominating an era. What if it were combined with a higher level talent? It would be a game changer. Luo, I will definitely help your level Ancestral Dragon talent awaken again. Xia Fei spoke firmly. Master, President. Li Luo looked at Xia Fei and Lu Tianqi, his eyes filled with emotion, but he shook his head, saying, you really don't need to worry. How can we not worry? Lu Tianqi said with immense pain. The level talent you awakened has completely disappeared. From now on, your Beastmaster realm will forever be stuck at the awakened level 10. Wait, your realm has already reached awakened level 10? It's only been 3 days. He was utterly dumbfounded. Following that, even more intense pain followed. In just 3 days, going from awakened level 1 to awakened level 10. What does this mean? In the history of humanity, it is absolutely unprecedented. I'm really fine. Li Luo shook his head. He looked at Xia Fei and Lu Tianqi, deeply moved. At this moment, Li Luo deeply realized that he seemed to have gone too far. Initially deciding to purchase talent cutting, his intention was to cut his talent and transform it into talent dragon crystals to gift to Master Xia Fei to enhance her Beastmaster talent, while conveniently boosting the favorability of his beautiful teacher. As long as the beautiful teacher's favorability increased, how could he worry about not having enough funds to rent divine-level skills or reverse the bloodline? Unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Xia Fei and Lu Tianqi actually descended directly. In helplessness, Li Luo had to act. As he continued acting, he felt something was off. Why was his usually cold master so emotional? The tears were undoubtedly genuine. The increase in favorability was perhaps too easy? What Li Luo didn't know was that in Xia Fei's journey of growth, she had always been accompanied by solitude. At that moment, Li Luo undoubtedly touched the softest part of Xia Fei's heart. As for the dissipating level talent, it was purely the rental time that had just expired. A series of coincidences made Li Luo feel a bit of a chill down his spine. Well then, Li Luo took a deep breath, secretly thinking, boosting my teacher's favorability, not a loss. Many thoughts flashed by. He suddenly realized he couldn't keep acting anymore. System, leased the level Beastmaster talent. Ancestral Dragon. Boom. An ancient, majestic aura continuously surged. How is this possible? Lu Tianqi exclaimed in shock. The completely dissipated level talent has actually revived again. The source is extremely intact, with no signs of cutting. Luo, are you? Xia Fei bit her thin lips. Everything before her had exceeded her understanding. Xiaofei, what are you thinking? Lu Tianqi looked at Li Luo, filled with immense shock. And even more so with overwhelming excitement. There was only one possibility left. Xiaofei took a deep breath. Even with her cool demeanor, she couldn't maintain her calm, and said, inside Luoer, there is probably a more advanced talent origin than a tiered talent. Therefore, no matter how Luoer cuts the origin, it will still be completed. Her words were logical and well-founded. Above tiered talent, Lu Tianqi's eyes brightened continuously as he excitedly said, could it be the legendary mythic level? Master Dean. Li Luo seemed to have made a certain decision and sincerely said, at this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. There is indeed a mythic level talent origin hidden in my body, but because of the existence of the tiered talent Ancestral Dragon, it cannot truly awaken. I cut the tiered talent origin to continuously stimulate the mythic level talent, hoping to let it fully awaken. This is my biggest secret, please keep it for me. Li Luo's expression was extremely serious. Chapter 14. To make my master invincible, I have put in a lot of effort. This statement had been well thought out by Li Luo. The levels of beast taming talents are divided into tiered, high tier, and mythic levels. Mythic level talents are elusive and only exist in legends. Countless archaeologists and historians have desperately searched for them, yet they cannot confirm whether this level of talent truly exists. Even Xiaofei and Lu Qiming could only speculate, and did not dare to be truly certain. Only Li Luo knew that mythic level talents absolutely exist. In the system mall, there are many mythic level talents available for rent. However, the rental price has skyrocketed. Renting for just 1 day costs 1 billion daxia coins. Renting for a year costs 365 billion. That's a full 100 times that of tiered talents. As long as I have enough funds, I can completely rent mythic level talents long term. Therefore, when I say there is a mythic level talent origin hidden in my body, it is not a lie. Li Luo thought for a moment and secretly said, the key is, if I don't say this, and I want to cut the talent origin in the future to create talent dragon crystals, the cool master will definitely not agree and will not accept it. The beautiful master's strength is not yet invincible in the world, and without even a tiered talent, how can she protect me in the future? Sigh. To make my master invincible, I have put in a lot of effort. Li Luo sighed. Little did he know. Xiaofei and Lu Tianqi were extremely shocked upon hearing Li Luo's words. Li Luo. Lu Tianqi was incredibly excited, his beard trembling as he said, You really have the origin of a mythic level talent in your body. Come here, let me check it for you. Dean Lu. You don't need to waste your efforts. Xiaofei was also shocked but remained much calmer, saying, the origin of a mythic level talent can only be possessed with heaven's favor. How can it be detected? Haha, that's true. Lu Tianqi chuckled awkwardly. The way he looked at Li Luo became even more excited. In this way, everything could be explained. Lu Tianqi exclaimed, in 3 days. Breaking through to awaken to the 10th tier, possessing extraordinary comprehension, mastering high-tier spells in 1 day, and the cutting of the talent origin is immediately compensated. Only a mythic level talent can be so against the heavens. Even without truly awakening, just revealing a trace of power is enough to overturn all common sense. He completely understood. It turned out that Li Luo's true talent level was not tiered, but rather mythic level. Luoer. Xiaofei's gaze was solemn as she said, the matter of the mythic talent origin hidden in your body must not be easily disclosed to others. Master, I know. Li Luo said seriously, this is my biggest secret. And I have only told you and Dean Lu. Xiaofei, I will definitely keep it a secret. Lu Tianqi quickly added, the mythic level talent is related to the rise of the Xia nation and even the human race. I will never let others know. I believe you. Xiaofei said nothing more. She still trusted Dean Lu. Master. Li Luo's eyes flickered slightly as he held up 3 talent dragon crystals, revealing a sunny smile as he said, these 3 talent dragon crystals can be accepted by you, right? This. Xiaofei showed a hint of hesitation. How could she be willing to accept them? These 3 talent dragon crystals were all made from cutting the tiered talent origin of her beloved disciple. No matter whether Li Luo's tiered talent origin could recover on its own, the excruciating pain during the cutting process was by no means false. Xiaofei, just accept them. Lu Tianqi sighed and said, these 3 talent dragon crystals represent Li Luo's respect and affection for you. How can you let it go to waste? The key is, only by letting you use these 3 talent dragon crystals can it be considered not letting Li Luo's efforts go to waste. Your beast taming talent has been stuck at tiered for who knows how long. If you can evolve to a high tier talent, you can protect Li Luo better, right? His words were reasonable. Xiaofei's gaze couldn't help but waver. Master, please accept them. Li Luo said sincerely. All right. Xiaofei took a deep breath, gently stroking Li Luo's hair, her eyes filled with pain and emotion as she softly said, then I will accept them. Master, I dare to ask. Li Luo suddenly spoke. How many of these talent dragon crystals are needed for your tiered talent origin to evolve to high tier? Luo, I originally didn't want to accept the talent origin you cut. But since it relates to the revival of the mythic level talent, I can no longer be pretentious. Xia Fei's gaze was solemn as she said, the cutting of the talent origin, followed by the bearing, will inevitably incur great loss. The 3 talent dragon crystals currently bear tiered talent origins, and it is still not enough. Therefore, it is likely that 100 talent dragon crystals are needed for my tiered talent to evolve to high tier. Xia Fei couldn't help but show an extremely complex expression. Making 1 talent dragon crystal was already extremely painful, not to mention making 100. For an ordinary person, just making 10 talent dragon crystals would exhaust their origin and completely reduce them to a useless person. However, Li Luo was different. With the support of a mythic level talent, he could continuously create talent dragon crystals. However, the pain involved was no less. How could Xia Fei not feel heartache? Upon hearing this, Li Luo revealed a smile and said, is it only 100 crystals? Master, please rest assured, I will definitely make your tiered talent successfully evolve. Xia Fei, you have a good disciple. Lu Tianxi's eyes trembled, turning into a long sigh. Dean Lu. Li Luo chuckled and said, when Master S tiered talent evolves to high tier. If my mythic level talent has not yet awakened, the talent dragon crystals I refine can be given to Dean Lu. Really? Lu Tianxi was instantly excited and said, I can't compare to Xia Fei. I have only awakened a tiered talent and am just a step away from evolving. If I can obtain a talent dragon crystal, perhaps I can truly evolve to high tier. At this moment, Lu Tianxi felt extremely fortunate. At that time, when he bestowed a meeting gift, he did not choose to be stingy. A high-tier beast taming tool worth 300 million exchanged for Li Luo's goodwill was truly worth it. Of course, Lu Tianxi also knew that even though he was only a step away from evolving to a high-tier talent, he absolutely could not obtain a talent dragon crystal. He could only wait until Xia Fei's tiered talent truly evolved to high tier to gain that opportunity. Luo, Xia Fei thought for a moment and said, you have given such a generous gift to Master, so Master cannot show no gratitude. You have contracted with little Tsangxing and must be lacking a dragon nest. How about I give you a tyrant dragon nest? As soon as she finished speaking, tyrant dragon nest? Lu Tianxi's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. For the dragon race, a dragon nest is considered a second origin. A dragon king's nest is worth over 1 billion. If it's a tyrant dragon nest, its value is even close to 10 billion. In a tyrant dragon nest, there is definitely a legacy of a tyrant dragon. Living here for a long time not only accelerates growth, but also provides the opportunity to comprehend the racial skills of the overlord dragon. Lu Tianxi was completely stunned. He had never imagined that as soon as Xia Fei made her move, it would be such a grand gesture. Chapter 15, Overlord Level Dragon Nest. Breaking through the extreme realm with battle. Overlord Dragon Nest. Li Luo was shocked. The dragon nest is an extremely important item for any dragon. Generally speaking, dragons gather many treasures to build their own dragon nest, nurturing it with their own source aura, almost indistinguishable from one another. Li Luo originally planned to purchase some low-tier treasures for Xiao Zongxing to construct a dragon nest, which would completely perfect the foundation. With Xiao Zongxing's realm, even if it built a dragon nest, it would only be the lowest awakening level dragon nest, but it would continuously improve in grade as Xiao Zongxing nurtured it with many treasures and increased its realm. If it experienced a life and death battle, Xiao Zongxing could even summon the dragon nest to descend, suppressing the enemy, and the source power consumed would also return, making Xiao Zongxing's combat foundation more robust. Li Luo did not expect that before he could have Xiao Zongxing build a dragon nest, Xia Fei would gift him one, and it would be an overlord-level dragon nest. Wow! A pure white miniature palace quietly appeared in Xia Fei's hand. This dragon nest was created by Tsang Yue at the overlord level. Xia Fei spoke softly, saying, it contains many primal dragon sources of Tsang Yue and has inscribed many racial skills, making it most suitable for Xiao Zongxing, Tsang Yue, and Zongxing, despite being from the same lineage. However, the bloodline of the Tsangtian Desolate Dragon is vast and magnificent. How many racial skills are inscribed within that bloodline? If Xiao Zongxing can comprehend some racial skills unique to Tsang Yue, it will surely be of great benefit. After speaking, Xia Fei handed the miniature palace to Li Luo. Li Luo thought that if this dragon nest were fully unfolded, it might stretch for thousands of meters. Lu Tianxi looked amazed and said, Xia Fei must have set up a formation, and as your realm increases, this dragon nest will continuously unlock, ultimately transforming into a true overlord dragon nest. At that time, even some giant beasts will have to be extremely wary of you. Thank you, Master. Li Luo immediately accepted it. He was also extremely delighted. This overlord dragon nest is worth close to 100 billion. For Xiao Zongxing, who is also of the Tsangtian Desolate Dragon bloodline, its value is even beyond words. The only regret Li Luo felt was that many of the treasures given by Xia Fei are necessities, and there is almost no possibility of selling them. If he lacks funds in the future, he cannot sell these treasures. The only thing he could sell is the Dragon King Horn given by Dean Liu. Li Luo pondered for a moment and thought, high-tier spirit weapon, Dragon King Horn. This spirit weapon has a strong effect, increasing power, defense, and speed by double, making it very suitable for Shao Songxing. Before he has a stronger spirit weapon, he shouldn't sell it easily. He couldn't help but feel troubled. Yet he couldn't help but indulge. This kind of happy trouble, Li Luo wished for even more. Wow! With a slight movement of his mind, Li Luo directly stored the Overlord Dragon Nest in the Beastmaster space. Boom! The miniature white palace suddenly descended. During its descent, it continuously unlocked, transforming into a small palace several meters high, just able to accommodate Shao Songxing, with countless secrets, dragon inscriptions, swirling and merging into Shao Songxing's body. The recognition ceremony was completed in an instant. Roar! Roar! Shao Songxing was extremely excited. This Dragon Nest Palace is the true nest of Shao Songxing. Within the Dragon Nest, Shao Songxing's growth speed can at least increase tenfold, coupled with the nurturing of the ancient dragon talent. Even though the growth cycle of dragons is extremely long, it will be infinitely shortened. Shao Songxing vaguely felt that it could break through to the extraordinary level at any time. It was just being forcibly suppressed by Shao Songxing. Compared to the breakthrough of the realm, Shao Songxing desired the extreme realm that Li Luo mentioned even more. Master, Li Luo pondered for a moment and asked, I have a question I would like to consult. You may speak. Xia Fei's gaze softened, no longer carrying any coldness. It is rumored that there are extreme realms among various levels. Li Luo's expression became serious, saying, how can the extreme realm of the awakening level be achieved? Extreme realm? Lu Tianqi couldn't help but be taken aback and said, has the little desolate dragon you contracted reached awakening level 10? You actually want to pursue the extreme realm? After speaking, Lu Tianqi smiled bitterly. With Shao Songxing's bloodline, along with Li Luo's nurturing, it is not surprising for it to break through to awakening level 10. As for the extreme realm, if Li Luo does not pursue the extreme realm, wouldn't that be a waste of talent? Luo, breaking through the extreme realm is extremely difficult. Xia Fei thought for a moment and said, even San Yue has only reached the extreme realm among the three major realms of awakening level, extraordinary level, and leader level. Please enlighten me, master, Li Luo insisted. He is very clear that whether or not one has reached the extreme realm is a world of difference for combat power at the same level. Li Luo awakened the system, and with various conditions being extremely favorable, he naturally wanted to cultivate Shao Songxing to the extreme. To reach the extreme realm, one must stimulate the potential of their bloodline. Xia Fei pondered her words and said, the bloodline of the Songtian Desolate Dragon is born from battle. If you want Songxing to reach the extreme realm, you must continuously break through limits in battle. In addition, the Songtian Desolate Dragon never fears the strong. You must constantly engage in battle, cannot bully the weak, and can only challenge those at a higher level. Only in this way can Shao Songxing truly reach the extreme realm. Every word she said is something countless beast masters desperately seek. It is also something Xia Fei has undoubtedly experienced countless hardships and sufferings to ultimately summarize. At this moment, however, Xia Fei was completely open. Not only Li Luo, but even Lu Tianqi felt greatly benefited. The extreme realm? Lu Tianqi smiled bitterly and said, unfortunately, even if I know the path to the extreme realm, I cannot reach it. Challenging at a higher level. Li Luo showed a look of realization and then said, it seems there is not much difficulty. With Shao Songxing's strength, challenging at the extraordinary level is simply not a problem. Not to mention, as a Beastmaster, Li Luo can also grant the contracted Beast-enhanced Beastmaster talents. The so-called extreme realm is actually a form of developing the bloodline. Xia Fei summarized, with the bloodline of the Songtian Desolate Dragon, one can reach the extreme realm at most 3 times. Once Shao Songxing breaks through to the leader level, there is no need to pursue the extreme realm anymore. Thank you, Master, for clarifying. Li Luo nodded. Every word from Xia Fei is considered golden advice. However, he has his own considerations. 3 times the extreme realm? By the time Shao Songxing breaks through to the leader level, he will definitely have rented the legendary Divine Dragon bloodline for Shao Songxing. With the bloodline of the Divine Dragon, it is likely that any realm can reach the extreme realm. Breaking through the extreme realm with battle. Lu Tianqi gasped in surprise and said, it seems that this new batch of students at the True Dragon Academy is going to suffer. Chapter 16. San Yue's Inheritance. Desolate Dragon Battle Method. After everything was settled, Xia Fei and Lu Tianqi left in succession. Roar! Roar! Shao Songxing appeared in the living room. It looked at Li Luo with eyes filled with utmost admiration. When it comes to acting skills, Li Luo is simply at the pinnacle. Compared to Li Luo, Xiao Sangxing still has much to learn. It's not just acting skills. Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a long sigh, and softly said, "My master treats me exceptionally well. How could I be ungrateful? In the future, if we ascend to the peak of beast mastery, we must also ensure Master's eternal peace." Roar. Xiao Sangxing nodded in strong agreement. Its gaze towards Li Luo was even more filled with admiration. "As expected of you, Beastmaster, you even managed to deceive yourself. Is this the highest realm of deception?" "Stop interrupting." Li Luo looked helpless. What he said was all true. Why don't they believe him? Right. After a moment of thought, Li Luo said solemnly, "To break through the extreme realms of awakening, extraordinary, and commanding, you must challenge at a higher level. Before this, there's no need to rush. After all, you've just acquired this Dominator's nest and haven't yet obtained its inheritance." Huh. Little Sangxing tilted its head. "Inheritance? You should continue to refine the Dominator's dragon nest." Li Luo said seriously, "The inheritance within it, coming from the Tsanyue Holy Dragon, will definitely not be rejected by you." Saying so, he couldn't help but feel excited. The Tsanyue Holy Dragon is known as the strongest dragon tribe in the Xia Kingdom. Li Luo couldn't know that the inheritance left by the Tsanyue Holy Dragon in the Dominator's dragon nest would grant Little Sangxing some racial skills. Roar. Little Sangxing looked puzzled. Soon, it began to delve deeper into refining the Dominator's dragon nest. Due to the existence of the sealing array, Little Sangxing could only refine a small part of the Dominator's dragon nest, but it was enough to touch the edge of the Tsanyue inheritance. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, boom, Little Sangxing felt a thunderous sound in its mind. An image of its Songlong radiating endless majesty appeared in Little Sangxing's mind. This is... Li Luo's eyes brightened, secretly thinking, the inheritance of the Tsanyue Holy Dragon has been triggered directly. From Li Luo's perspective, he could clearly sense an extremely pure bloodline power surging from the Dominator's dragon nest, directly flowing into Little Sangxing's body, merging seamlessly along the way. The Arid Dragon Sangxing you have contracted has fused with the power of bloodline inheritance and comprehended the high-level racial skill Arid Dragon Combat Technique. Arid Dragon Combat Technique. High-level skill, Dragon Claw, Dragon Hoof, Dragon Tail, Dragon Horn. All parts of the Arid Dragon's body can be used as weapons, demonstrating exquisite combat techniques. The system prompt came. Arid Dragon Combat Technique. Li Luo was taken aback, then turned to joy, secretly thinking, it's actually a high-level technique that allows Little Sangxing to use any part of its dragon body as a weapon in battle. This high-level skill undoubtedly greatly compensates for Little Sangxing's lack of combat experience. How could he not be excited? As a member of the Arid Dragon clan, Little Sangxing is invincible in close combat, and its dragon body has reached an extremely terrifying strength, but it also has a shortcoming. Its combat experience is too weak. After all, since Little Sangxing was born, it has probably only fought against the Darkbone Serpent once, and that was a crushing victory due to absolute strength. If it encounters a weaker opponent, it can once again crush them with absolute strength. But if it faces an equally strong or even stronger enemy, Little Sangxing's threat level would be significantly reduced. The high-level racial skill, Arid Dragon Combat Technique, perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. Li Luo revealed a smile, secretly thinking, from now on, Little Sangxing will no longer be just a brute that relies on raw strength. With various combat techniques, Little Sangxing's combat power has at least increased several times. Roar. Little Sangxing gradually regained consciousness. After mastering the Arid Dragon Combat Technique, Little Sangxing's control over its dragon body has undoubtedly reached a new level, and the various combat techniques continuously flowed in its mind, greatly boosting Little Sangxing's confidence, making it eager to start battling. True Dragon Academy. Battle Arena. Have you heard? Li Luo has released news that as long as you pay 1 million Daxia coins, you can challenge him. If you can defeat him, not only will you get back your 1 million, but you will also receive an additional 3 million. What the hell? Has Li Luo gone crazy? Among the new students of True Dragon Academy, there are countless hidden talents. Even if Li Luo is strong, he is only at the 10th level of awakening. If an extraordinary level challenges him, he will undoubtedly lose. What can an awakening level talent do? In the early stages of beast mastery, there are not many advantages, and it cannot defy the heavens. Damn it, I'll just pay the 1 million. If I can defeat Li Luo, not only will I directly get 3 million, but I'll also become famous in the 3 major academies. Why not? The news that Li Luo set up a stage in the battle arena to challenge all new students swept through the entire True Dragon Academy like a whirlwind. Countless new students received this news. Li Luo actually set up a stage? Jiang Yao casually sat on the sofa in the villa, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, resembling 2 entwined pythons, exuding an extremely alluring aura. Her incredibly enchanting face showed a hint of interest. Li Luo, you are destined to be mine, Jiang Yao said softly. However, you are too confident, thinking you can challenge all new students at the True Dragon Academy with your awakening level realm. TSK. Perhaps you can't even defeat me. Maybe I could also go challenge you. If I could charm you during the battle, you might directly become my Jiang Yao's subordinate. Of course, you are different. Other men can at most be my Jiang Yao's servants. But you can truly serve me in bed. With that thought, Jiang Yao suddenly felt excited. She awakened the talent of the succubus heart. Her personality is extremely bold, like a witch, but she holds herself in high regard. Only a peerless genius like Li Luo can catch her eye. Jiang Yao thought of the scene where her high-level talent succubus heart, under the nurturing of the high-level Ancestral Dragon, transformed into a high-level talent, and she couldn't help but tighten her legs in excitement. Humph, Su Qingxue, don't you like Li Luo? Jiang Yao revealed a smile like and said softly, once I completely capture Li Luo, I will let you clearly know that Li Luo is not someone you can touch. Dormitory 109. Arena battle? Su Qingxue frowned slightly, but her beautiful eyes turned as she made up her mind. Don't you all think I am not worthy of Li Luo? Su Qingxue bit her silver teeth and said, as long as I defeat Li Luo, all rumors will be dispelled. Squeak. A pure white fox jumped onto Su Qingxue's shoulder. The royal blood purebred, extreme cold ice fox. Once it matures, it will become a king-level beast. Li Luo, no matter how strong you are, your realm is only awakening 10th level. The arid dragon you contracted is just a flying dragon species. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered, secretly thinking, but the extreme cold ice fox I contracted is a true king-level bloodline, and it has even broken through to the extraordinary first level. The outcome has been decided. Let all rumors end here. Su Qingxue slowly stood up, surrounded by countless ice crystals, paired with a skirt resembling an ice curtain. Looking like a goddess from an icy world, exuding an unreal beauty. Chapter 17 Challenge Level Monster. Everyone line up. Don't miss this opportunity to challenge a peerless monster. Only this once. Just pay 1 million daxia coins to participate in the challenge. First come, first served. In the True Dragon Academy, in the battle arena. A loudspeaker was constantly broadcasting, calling out. Li Luo set up a set of tables and chairs, continuously collecting payments and recording. Lu Xiangfei, the transfer has been received. Here is your number plate, numbered 18. Make sure to keep it safe. Registration completed, you can go line up now. Li Luo waved his hand and said, next. Lu Xiangfei, holding the number 18 plate, was a bit dumbfounded. Is that it? Lu Xiangfei couldn't help but say, I paid a 1 million registration fee. Is 1 million a lot? Li Luo raised an eyebrow and said, among the challengers here, who hasn't transferred 1 million? All right, don't block the way here. Other students still need to register. Lu Xiangfei wanted to say something, but was pushed aside eagerly by other students. What the hell, number 18? Lu Xiangfei was speechless. Doesn't that mean just the registration fee alone has earned over 10 million? Damn it, why am I not a top talent? This is over 10 million. I at least awakened a top talent, and the total scholarship is only 30 million. At this moment, the battlefield is overcrowded. Many new students who have reached the Awaken level 10 and possess beast mastery talents above the top level have come to sign up, just seeking a chance to challenge. Just losing to a top peerless genius is enough to boast about for a lifetime. Moreover, who dares to say they will definitely lose? In the True Dragon Academy, who isn't a genius? In the same rank, why fear a battle? Not to mention, a considerable number of new students who signed up for challenges have also broken through to the extraordinary level. With a realm suppression, victory seems assured. Damn, Dongqing actually came. I heard Dongqing not only awakened the top talent Blazing Fury, but also broke through to the first stage of the extraordinary level. Dongqing, Su Ji, and Qi Yong are all top talents among the new students, all having broken through to the extraordinary level. Li Luo really played big. What a huge gap there is between the awakened level and the extraordinary level. Among peers, geniuses and monsters are simply insurmountable. I can already see Li Luo's defeat. Sigh. Throughout human history, top peerless geniuses have all been invincible. I estimate Li Luo will become the peerless genius with the most defeats in history. Many new students couldn't help but sigh. Awakened level, extraordinary level. How can such a vast difference in realms be crossed? Li Luo. Dongqing stood tall and slowly said, I originally didn't plan to pressure you with my realm, but you are too arrogant, too presumptuous, daring to set up a stage. Even if you awakened a top talent, you shouldn't be so conceited. Are you done speaking? Li Luo slightly raised his head and said, Dongqing, number 20. All right, go queue up. Don't hinder me from making money while others sign up for challenges. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongqing was stunned. He stared at Li Luo tightly, his voice gradually turning cold, and he said in a deep voice, Li Luo, On the stage, I will properly trample you underfoot. You will pay a heavy price for your current disdain. I told you to move. Are you deaf? Li Luo suddenly looked up. His eyes seemed to have a hint of paleness. At this moment, Dongcheng's whole body went stiff, as if staring at a holy dragon. The invisible pressure almost crushing Dongcheng's soul completely. What a terrifying soul pressure. Dongcheng took a deep breath, his spirit trembling. Secretly thinking, what kind of level of meditation method has he cultivated? High-level meditation method? Or extraordinary level? No, even if it's an extraordinary meditation method, it can't be this terrifying. Suddenly, Dongcheng thought of a possibility. Could it be above the extraordinary level? This guess made Dongcheng break out in a cold sweat again. No matter. Dongcheng quickly calmed down and thought, regardless of the level of meditation method, it can only enhance meditation speed, and the enhancement of the soul's foundation for combat is extremely limited. With the extraordinary level against the awakened level, the advantage is already enormous. Even if it's a meditation method above the extraordinary level, it cannot cross a realm to fight at a higher level. Dongcheng's confidence was reinforced, but he didn't dare to provoke further and slowly retreated. Suji, number 21. Qiyong, number 22. All right, go queue up. Don't be a nuisance here. Li Luo continued with the registrations. When he lifted his head again, he was met with a pair of charming eyes that seemed to be enveloped in an invisible allure, ready to melt the souls of the opposite sex. For other awakened level students, just this gaze would be enough to make them fall. However, Li Luo practiced the Dragon God meditation method, and his soul strength was comparable to that of a young divine dragon, completely unaffected. Name, Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao smiled slightly. She looked Li Luo up close and was immediately more satisfied. Quite handsome, Jiang Yao thought to herself. Go pay the registration fee. Li Luo casually said. Here is your number tag, number 48. After speaking, Li Luo waved his hand and said, next. This attitude left Jiang Yao stunned. Don't you have anything to say to me? Jiang Yao blinked and said, I publicly declared I would pursue you. So what? Li Luo looked puzzled and said, Big sister. Just because you pursue me, I have to agree. Besides, this is the registration for the arena battle. Please don't disturb others from signing up, all right? Big sister? Jiang Yao was completely dumbfounded. She never thought such a title would fall upon her. Next, Li Luo completely ignored her. Jiang Yao? Just a seductress. Although Li Luo didn't care about talent origins, he had no good feelings for women like Jiang Yao who had ulterior motives. Su Qingxue? Your number tag is 52. Li Luo handed over a number tag. He showed no special reaction to Su Qingxue's arrival. Little did he know, many new students watching had already exploded with excitement. Damn, Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue both came? These two goddesses are both pursuing Li Luo. TSK. Are they going to change tactics and conquer Li Luo with their strength? Not necessarily. Maybe Li Luo will display absolute power to conquer these two stunning goddesses. However, the probability is very low. After all, Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue are both at the extraordinary level. Many new students were extremely excited. All right, as the words fell, Li Luo slowly stood on the battle platform. He glanced at the registration book. A total of 52 challengers. The registration fee totaled 52 million. Li Luo secretly felt regret. What a pity. Once others know his strength, they won't spend money to find abuse anymore. Please welcome the first challenger, Tong Liang. Chapter 18, Strength, Speed. The dominance of Little Songxing. On the battle platform, a magic array quietly rose. The magic array is called Undying. As the name implies, as long as one is within the magic array, no matter how severe the injuries are, they will not die. In addition, there is another layer of magic array on the battle platform, called Healing. Only after the battle ends will the healing magic array activate, treating all injuries of the beasts and beast masters in the battle. Undying, Healing. These two types of magic arrays are extremely expensive. For the students of the True Dragon Academy, however, they are considered basic infrastructure, used to accumulate battle experience. Therefore, it is common for students of the True Dragon Academy to fight and kill on the battlefield. The battle between Li Luo and Ku Zizong occurring outside the battlefield is rather a rare event. Li Luo and Tong Liang stepped onto the battle platform with eager eyes. Tong Liang said, As long as I defeat you, my name, Tong Liang, will leave a significant mark in the history of the True Dragon Academy. In this battle, I will definitely trample you underfoot. Is that so? Li Luo chuckled and said, Tong Liang, if you want to leave a name in history, losing to me will have the same effect. What do you mean? Tong Liang was slightly taken aback. In the future, I will definitely stand at the peak. Li Luo casually smiled and said, Enemies defeated by me will naturally leave their names. As soon as these words came out, Tong Liang's face turned red. Damn, Tong Liang angrily said, You are too full of yourself. Many watching new students were also completely stunned. I really can't take it anymore. Tong Liang, go get him. If you can't win, I'll go up later. Many voices of condemnation rang out. To this, Li Luo remained indifferent. In his view, many challengers present were merely stepping stones for little Songxing to ascend to the pinnacle. Boom. Tong Liang no longer hesitated and immediately summoned his beast. It was a rhinoceros that looked as if it was made of rock. A hybrid royal blood. Rock giant rhinoceros. This rock giant rhinoceros possesses the bloodline of the king-level fierce beast, the stone frenzy rhinoceros. Once it matures, it will be at the lord level. The rock giant rhino is in its juvenile stage, at the awaken level of the 10th rank, yet it exudes an extremely heavy aura. With every move, the entire battle platform seems to tremble slightly. The rock giant rhino. Tong Liang took a deep breath and said, go for it. He didn't care whether Li Luo had summoned his beast. Theoretically, as long as both beast masters step onto the battle platform, the fight has already begun. You are too anxious. Li Luo shook his head slightly and said, Songxing, crush it. Roar. A long dragon roar suddenly echoed. The pure white juvenile wild dragon slithered out from the beast summoning array, heading straight towards the charging rock giant rhino. The pale dragon claw suddenly lifted, seemingly ready to face the rock giant rhino's horn head-on. Was it really going to confront the rock giant rhino directly? Tong Liang sneered and said, the charging force of the rock giant rhino can crush mountains. Even though the wild dragon clan is known for close combat, they have ultimately declined. Moreover, the wild dragon you contracted is just a flying dragon type. How can it contend with my rock giant rhino? Tong Liang seemed to envision the scene of the pale juvenile being knocked away by the rock giant rhino, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Despite being extremely confident, Tong Liang was not arrogant at all. He quickly empowered the rock giant rhino with his innate talent of great strength. With the enhancement of the beast mastery talent, the rock giant rhino's strength surged several times in an instant. You seem very confident, Li Luo said leisurely. Unfortunately, the rock giant rhino's power is simply too small. Bang! The rock giant rhino charged directly. A single rhino horn seemed ready to shatter the boulder. Faced with such immense power, the little Songxing merely extended a dragon claw. The next moment, the rock giant rhino's movements suddenly froze. The pale juvenile dragon gripped the rhino horn with its claw, forcefully pinning the rock giant rhino in place. No matter how the rock giant rhino struggled, it could not move an inch. How is this possible? Tong Liang was completely stunned. What he prided himself on the most was the terrifying strength of the rock giant rhino. But the scene before him gave him a heavy blow. That pale juvenile dragon could pin the rock giant rhino down with just one claw, indicating that the pale juvenile dragon's strength was at least 10 times that of the rock giant rhino. It should be noted that Tong Liang had empowered the rock giant rhino with great strength. In contrast, Li Luo had never used his beast mastery talent from start to finish. Does this mean? Tong Liang took a deep breath, shocked, and said, the strength of this wild dragon is at least dozens of times that of the rock giant rhino. All right, Li Luo chuckled lightly and said, you can step down. Boom. Just as the words fell, little Songxing directly gripped the rock giant rhino's horn and actually lifted the heavy body of the rock giant rhino, which weighed 10 tons, directly up and slammed it down onto the ground. Wow. An endless emerald aura surged up. The healing array activated automatically. Countless healing energies poured into the rock giant rhino's body. This meant that in the judgment of the battle arena, the rock giant rhino had already lost. If it were outside the battle arena, such a strike would be enough to completely annihilate the rock giant rhino. I lost. Tong Liang was extremely unwilling but could only accept the reality. After the healing ended, Tong Liang put away the rock giant rhino and left the battle platform directly. Next, Sun Hao. With the words spoken, Sun Hao stepped onto the battle platform. He stared intently at little Songxing, but couldn't help but feel shocked, thinking, this wild dragon is definitely not an ordinary flying dragon bloodline. It might be a royal blood giant dragon. Such terrifying power is not something a flying dragon type can possess. Despite being extremely shocked, Sun Hao had little worry. Li Luo, I admit that the wild dragon you contracted is extremely powerful, Sun Hao said with a self-satisfied demeanor, but the golden spirit mouse I contracted is an agile type beast. No matter how strong your power is, it definitely cannot keep up with the speed of the golden spirit mouse. Wow. The summoning array activated. A hamster with a dazzling golden hue appeared on the battle platform. You are quite confident too, Li Luo chuckled and said, then let's get started. Watch closely. Before Sun Hao's words fell, his eyes suddenly widened, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. On the battle platform, the golden spirit mouse transformed into a streak of golden rainbow light, flickering into an afterimage, with golden blades swirling in the air, ready to deliver a fatal strike to little Songxing at any moment. In response, She slowly extended her dragon claw. In a blink, the golden spirit mouse was caught in her palm. With a slight exertion from little Tsangxing, the golden spirit mouse was squashed and molded, much like a stress relief toy, making little Tsangxing somewhat reluctant to let go. In contrast, the golden spirit mouse continuously spewed blood, its eyes completely dazed, as if it had suffered inhuman torment, utterly losing the light in its gaze. Chapter 19. Did I allow you to forfeit? The monster cannot be insulted. As the emerald light fell, the injuries of the golden spirit mouse were fully healed. The activation of the healing array also represented the defeat of the golden spirit mouse. No, Sun Hao let out a wail. He could not comprehend. He had been extremely proud of the strength of the golden spirit mouse. As both were at the awaken level of the 10th rank, Sun Hao had thought there would at least be a competition, even a clash between dragons and mice. However, the scene before him completely shattered Sun Hao's confidence. In terms of speed, even if the golden spirit mouse reached its peak speed, it could not dodge little Tsangxing's casual grab. As for strength, under little Tsangxing's squeezing, the golden spirit mouse simply could not resist, directly being killed in an instant. The rock giant rhino and the golden spirit mouse, each excelling in strength and speed, had their innate beast mastery talents enhanced. Yet in their strongest fields, they were directly suppressed by the wild dragon contracted by Li Luo. Wasn't the wild dragon clan already in decline? The wild dragon cub contracted by Li Luo was not outstanding in terms of bloodline. It was merely a flying dragon type, only reaching the lord level when it matured. The entire audience was shocked. All the students present were geniuses. Their eyesight was naturally sharp. Many students quickly discerned how terrifying the strength and speed of little Tsangxing truly were. Numerous students who had signed up changed their expressions drastically. They were all at the awaken level of the 10th rank and undoubtedly very confident in their own strength, yet they couldn't help but feel shaken. The rock giant rhino and the golden spirit mouse. They had little confidence in being able to win against them. In contrast, little Tsangxing directly crushed them. If they took the stage, the outcome would probably not be much better. Next, Su Liqing. A clear voice echoed throughout the battle arena. I forfeit. Su Liqing gripped the number 3 token in his hand, as if holding a hot potato, and quickly threw it to the ground, bitterly saying, the wind demon leopard I contracted is also known for its speed, and its strength is not necessarily much stronger than the golden spirit mouse. I do not want the wind demon leopard to suffer such treatment. After speaking, Su Liqing immediately turned around, preparing to leave. Many students sighed. Su Liqing's decision was undoubtedly very rational. Rather than letting his contracted beast suffer such abuse in the battle arena, it was better to forfeit directly. Suddenly, did I allow you to forfeit? Li Luo's gaze turned slightly cold, saying, when challenging me, you were ambitious, wanting to trample me underfoot. Upon realizing you are outmatched, you immediately retreat. You dare not strike at a stronger opponent, only daring to harbor a fluke mentality. Such a coward does not deserve to stay in my true Dragon Academy. His words were deafening. Many students were completely stunned. When they challenged, they had not considered forfeiting, but they never expected that Li Luo would not allow the other party to forfeit at all. What are you going to do? Su Liqing took a deep breath and said, do I have to fight even though I know I am no match? On the battle platform, there were dual arrays of immortality and healing. You are so assured, yet you dare not fight. If in the future, the Xia Kingdom faces a crisis, what will you do then? Li Luo's tone was cold as he said, I will give you 3 breaths of time to immediately take the stage for a battle. What if I refuse? Su Liqing's eyes gradually filled with coldness. With his awaken level talent, the fierce wind, he naturally had his pride and would not easily submit. Is that so? Li Luo's expression gradually became calm. Just when everyone thought Li Luo would calm down and no longer pursue it, he stepped forward and left the range of the battlefield. You can refuse to fight, Li Luo said indifferently, but I will choose to fight you outside the battlefield. The crowd was in an uproar. How could this be? We are all students of the true Dragon Academy. Su Liqing is merely refusing to fight. Why must Li Luo press him so hard? Su Liqing has already admitted defeat. Why is Li Luo so insistent on fighting? Surprise, confusion, and doubt filled the air outside the battlefield. Li Luo did not explain much. The little Tsang star must use battle to foster battle in order to seek breakthroughs. How could he allow a forfeit? Su Liqing, I advise you to fight. Su Qingxue said slowly. You should know that a prodigy cannot be humiliated. Since you have fantasized about trampling on a peerless prodigy, you can never easily withdraw. That's right. Jiang Yao chuckled and said, Sister Su and I both have the determination to be pressed down by Li Luo and desire to die in ecstasy. That's why we dare to challenge. Jiang Yao. Su Qingxue's face turned red with anger. If you want to be pressed, go do it yourself. Don't drag me into it. TSK getting anxious? Jiang Yao smiled charmingly. Many new students were dumbfounded. These two goddesses among the new students are actually competing for Li Luo's attention? It's simply enviable. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. Su Liqing furrowed his brow tightly and quickly made a choice, walking back onto the battlefield. Fight outside the battlefield? He dared not. If he made a mistake, the fierce wind leopard could fall. On the battlefield, the fierce wind leopard was summoned. It was a jet black leopard, half a person tall, with a streamlined body. A breeze swept over the leopard's fur, but left no trace. Li Luo, Su Liqing said solemnly. In this battle, I will do my utmost. Really? Li Luo's gaze was indifferent. However, Su Liqing's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Where did the Song Star go? Su Liqing kept looking around, trying to find little Song Star's position, but he couldn't find it at all. When he reacted, he realized that the fierce wind leopard had also disappeared without a trace. Bang! A loud sound came. Su Liqing quickly turned his head and saw the edge of the battlefield's formation, where a completely white-scaled Song Star had its dragon claws, covered with fine dragon scales, fiercely pressing down on the fierce wind leopard's neck with terrifying strength, smashing it hard onto the ground. Jet black blood splattered everywhere. The fierce wind leopard's expression was filled with confusion and pain. Little Song Star lifted the fierce wind leopard's body high and slammed it down onto Su Liqing. The already weak beast tamer's body could not withstand such a powerful impact. Several ribs broke instantly, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Wow! A green light fell. The healing formation activated. This meant that the fierce wind leopard had already been defeated and could no longer fight. Next. Chapter 20. The prodigy can fight for their lives. The king's descend. A peerless prodigy with awaken level talent spoke such arrogant and presumptuous words. Yet the new students present felt no sense of disharmony. It seemed to be expected. Dong Cheng said with great interest, simply outrageous to the extreme. But I like it. A peerless prodigy should have such a spirit. Unfortunately, your realm is ultimately too low. Even if you are at the awakened level, how can you face the extraordinary level? Su Ji shook his head with a light laugh, saying, even if you are a true dragon, you are just a young dragon, extremely weak. When weak, not understanding how to hide one's sharpness will lead to an early demise. Hee, are you on par with me? Qi Yong raised an eyebrow and said, I have awakened the level talent of War Heart. If I can step on a peerless prodigy, I might not be unable to touch the threshold of the next level. Li Luo's momentum undoubtedly shocked most of the new students present, but it was of no use against Dong Cheng, Su Ji, and Qi Yong, the three outstanding new students. Even a genius can be suppressed. Prodigies, none are not proud. They must also wield their blades against the heavens. Beast taming talent has never been unchanging. Theoretically, any level prodigy has the chance to become a level monster. And there is even a very tiny chance of evolving into a level peerless monster. For that tiny chance, many prodigies are willing to fight for their lives. Su Qingshue's gaze became a bit complex as she thought. However, I will never resign to fate. Even if the probability is extremely low, the universe is not yet determined. So domineering. So handsome. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled as she thought. I'm a little impatient to be pressed down by you. Hee. If I can transform my talent to level, that would be even better. Many prodigies all had their own thoughts. Yet Li Luo began a series of battles on the battlefield. More than a dozen challengers were completely defeated. Crazy. Why is there such a huge gap even among those at the awakened 10th level? Li Luo didn't even have the level beast taming talent activated. Level talent, Ancestral Dragon. Ranking among the top 3 on the talent list, how mysterious and powerful. It need not be actively used. Perhaps, at the moment of contracting the Song Star, the effects of level Ancestral Dragon had already taken effect. Otherwise, how could a young Song Star possess such powerful combat power? Is level talent truly that strong? Many defeated new students wailed. Next, Dong Cheng. Li Luo's voice rang out on the battlefield. Roar. Little Song Star's dragon eyes turned toward the man in the crowd, whose aura was like magma, and the dragon eyes flashed with intense battle intent. These awakened 10th level pets, even with the enhancement of level or even higher beast taming talent, were simply no match for Little Song Star. They could not even make the battle blood within Little Song Star burn to its fullest. Only by battling stronger opponents could they ignite Little Song Star's battle blood. Dong Cheng had reached the extraordinary level and had also awakened the level talent of Fury Flame. Plus he had contracted an extraordinary level Red Flame Wolf King, which made Little Song Star's battle blood quietly boil. Finally, it was Dong Cheng's turn. Level talent, Fury Flame. Realm, extraordinary level. The Red Flame Wolf King, once grown, is a king. In terms of strength, the combined strength of the previous 19 challengers is not even a match for Dong Cheng. TSK. What a huge gap between the extraordinary level and the awakened level. The extraordinary level has already awakened the extraordinary, can perfectly control extremely terrifying attribute power, and its destructive power is extremely horrifying. Li Luo is destined to pay the price for his arrogance and presumptuousness, even if he is a level peerless monster. What can he do? A prodigy suppressing him with realm. A peerless monster must also taste defeat. Many new students were filled with anger. They all realized that this challenge was completely a trap. With Li Luo's strength, he had not given them awaken-level new students even the slightest chance of victory. Yet, they were not even allowed to forfeit. They could only brace themselves and fight, ultimately ending up suffering a beating. Many new students were looking forward to the moment Li Luo was defeated. Roar! In the sky above, a giant wolf engulfed in black, demonic flames slowly descended. On the back of this terrifying demonic wolf, an old man stroked his beard and smiled. Chung'er, when you fight Li Luo, don't tarnish my Wolf King's name. Master, feel free to watch. Dong Chung said confidently. An immature, peerless monster is ultimately just a young dragon. How can it compete with the might of the Wolf King? Boom, boom, boom. Several terrifying auras descended one after another. Regarding the profound, he is not inferior to the elder known as the Wolf King. Is that the War King? The Tree King? The Fox King? Even the Charm King is here? There are actually 5 beast masters personally arriving to observe the battle. The Wolf King, isn't that Dongcheng's master? The War King, that's Qiyong's master. The Tree King has already taken Su Ji as a disciple. As for the Fox King and the Charm King, they have respectively taken Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao as their disciples. It seems that these great figures are extremely curious about Li Luo's true combat power. Many new students are in shock. The Wolf King, the War King, the Tree King, the Fox King, and the Charm King. In the True Dragon Academy, their status is comparable to that of the Vice President, second only to Lu Tianqi, and they have a formidable reputation throughout the Xia country. If it weren't for an unparalleled genius wanting to battle their disciples, these 5 great figures would definitely not have descended. No wonder as a disciple of Xia Fei, Li Luo's will is firm, his eyes decisive, and he is filled with battle intent, as if he is a young true dragon ready to soar into the skies. The Fox King, a gentlewoman, couldn't help but exclaim, Yaoer, you do have good taste. The Charm King's aura is even more enchanting than Jiang Yao's, covering her mouth with a smile and saying, such a handsome young man, and he has awakened a top-tier talent. Master, I am a bit tempted to take him as a pet. Master, Jiang Yao pouted. All right. The Charm King smiled sweetly and said, how could I, as your master, compete with you for a man? Her smooth neck was slightly damp with cold sweat. Xiao Fei, you really are protective. The Charm King secretly cursed. I was just teasing, and you want to use your dragon might to suppress me? Humph. If you want to watch the battle, why not just appear directly? You seem calm, but you care about this disciple quite a lot, don't you? The Charm King, very young and from the same era as Xia Fei, has always been suppressed and has never won. Until the last decade, Xia Fei's realm has advanced rapidly, completely leaving the Charm King behind, making it impossible for her to catch up, which fills her heart with unwillingness. Humph, Xia Fei, I may not be as good as you, but if my disciple defeats your beloved disciple and even makes your beloved disciple submit to him, what will you do? The Charm King snorted lightly, her long and proportionate legs instinctively coming together, secretly thinking, just thinking about your unwilling and angry expression makes me so excited. Chapter 21, Passive Talent? The Wild Dragon Crimson Flame Wolf King. What a terrifying woman. Li Luo couldn't help but shiver. Anyone who can become a king is undoubtedly at the top of the king level in terms of combat power, with the Charm King's strength. Just a glance could make the beings of an entire city succumb to her charm, completely turning them into her subordinates. What a pity. In the sky, green vines continued to entwine, and a green-haired woman, dressed in vine-like attire, sighed softly. This green-haired woman is the Tree King. The Tree King specializes in plant-based abilities and is one of the branches of beast tamers, known as a beast plant master. Beast tamers have many branches, such as dragon tamers, plant tamers, tool tamers, and demon tamers, among which the strength of dragon tamers is undoubtedly the most terrifying. However, when it comes to control and suppression, plant tamers are also the most formidable among the various branches. On the battlefield, a powerful plant tamer can definitely control the entire situation with ease. Oh, the War King is a rugged man who laughed and said, Tree King, what are your thoughts? You all must have noticed, right? The Tree King gently shook her head and sighed. Li Luo has not activated his beast taming talent at all. Moreover, the wild dragon cub he has contracted should only have Lord-level bloodline potential, yet the strength displayed by the wild dragon far exceeds this bloodline level. The Tree King's meaning is that Li Luo's talent, the Ancestral Dragon, is not an actively enhanced combat type talent, but a passive existence that enhances bloodlines. Beneath the rugged exterior of the War King lies keen insight, and he exclaimed in surprise, a passive talent is rarer than an active talent. But unfortunately, passive talents usually have weaker combat power. How can merely relying on the awakened bloodline support Li Luo in achieving the feat of challenging higher levels? It seems that I am not the only one with such an opinion. The Wolf King stroked his beard and laughed, saying, "In this battle, Li Luo will surely lose. TSK, I didn't expect my disciple to have a chance to defeat Xia Fei's disciple. Round it off. I, the Wolf King, can also be considered to be above Xia Fei." After speaking, the Wolf King's expression slightly changed, as if being choked by an invisible force, cold sweat pouring down. Damn it. The Wolf King silently cursed. "Xia Fei, you actually spied on me?" Humph. The Charm King glanced over, gloating. The Wolf King couldn't help but glare. He finally understood. It seems that the Charm King had just been suppressed by the Dragon Might. The Charm King and the Wolf King exchanged glances and soon fell silent. Gloating? The Charm King and the Wolf King are both extremely confident in their own strengths. Xia Fei can completely suppress the two kings with just a hint of Dragon Might. The gap in strength is so vast, and Xia Fei is so young. Comparisons between people can be infuriating. Strong strength does not mean one can teach disciples. The Wolf King's gaze became serious, thinking, with Dongcheng's strength, suppressing Li Luo would undoubtedly be a piece of cake. At this moment, on the battlefield, Dongcheng walked over slowly, activating the summoning array, and a giant wolf, completely engulfed in crimson flames and exuding a kingly pressure, stepped out from the array, standing at a height of 2 meters. A pure-blooded king bloodline. Extraordinary level 1st rank. The Crimson Flame Wolf King. Just the aura it emits is terrifying, as if it were a born king. This is the Crimson Flame Wolf King. The Crimson Flame Wolf clan, once they mature, is at the Lord level, and is considered an extremely powerful clan. It takes over 10,000 Crimson Flame Wolves to produce a single Crimson Flame Wolf King, destined to dominate the Crimson Flame Wolf clan. Dongcheng has contracted the Crimson Flame Wolf King, and in the future, if he fully cultivates the Crimson Flame Wolf King, he can even go to the wilderness to subdue the Crimson Flame Wolf clan. By then, the Crimson Flame Wolf King will lead tens of thousands of Crimson Flame Wolves. Who can match this? No wonder it is a pure-blooded king bloodline. This sense of oppression is simply terrifying. Below, many new students are in an uproar. The appearance of the Crimson Flame Wolf King undoubtedly brought immense pressure to the new students present. Li Luo. Dongcheng was determined. You still have time to admit defeat. In my dictionary, the word defeat has never existed. Li Luo calmly shook his head. Dongcheng snorted coldly and said, "Not to mention that your awakened talent, the Ancestral Dragon, probably cannot be actively enhanced, right? Passive beast taming talents require sufficient realm support to truly unleash their power. Your realm is ultimately too low." Hehe, a passive talent? Li Luo did not respond. He naturally heard the conversation among the kings. Beast taming talents have many classifications. Active and passive are the most basic classifications. Among them, active talents are undoubtedly the most common. In the True Dragon Academy, over 90 of the students have active talents, including Dongcheng's talent, Rage Flame, which is also active. The Ancestral Dragon talent encompasses everything. It is the origin of all dragon-related talents and can easily evolve into many active and even passive dragon talents. Active, passive, it cannot be summarized. Li Luo is naturally very clear about his own talent. The reason he hasn't activated the Ancestral Dragon talent is simple. With the strength of Little Sangxing, there is no need for additional talents. Even in a duel with Dongcheng, Li Luo does not believe he needs the support of the Ancestral Dragon talent. Roar. Little Sangxing met the kingly pressure released by the Crimson Flame Wolf King, but was not crushed at all. Instead, it sparked an even stronger battle intent, as if it were about to condense into substance. How is this possible? Dongcheng's gaze trembled violently as he said, "The Crimson Flame Wolf King possesses the qualifications of a king, naturally mastering high-level skills like intimidation, capable of forcibly suppressing opponents. The gap in realm and bloodline will amplify the effects of intimidation. The wild dragon you contracted only has a realm of awaken level 10 and a bloodline of lord level, even with the talent of a high-level ancestral dragon. The strength of the wild dragon's bloodline won't be much higher than the Crimson Flame Wolf King, at most reaching king level 10. High-level skill, intimidation. How could it have no effect?" Dongcheng was completely stunned. He also felt a hint of ominousness. Among the many high-level skills, intimidation is also extremely rare. If it hasn't undergone systematic learning and teaching, only those with king qualifications can comprehend it from their bloodline. The Dragon Clan also possesses an intimidation skill called Dragon Might. Its grade is super level. Usually, only adult dragons can unleash Dragon Might. Dongcheng never expected that the intimidation from the Crimson Flame Wolf King, which has always been effective, would have no effect on the wild dragon, but instead ignited the wild dragon's fighting spirit, faintly showing a trend of breaking through the pressure. High-level skill? King bloodline. Do you think that's strong? Li Luo smiled calmly and said, Dong Cheng, you might as well take a good look at what true suppression is. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Boom. An invisible wave crazily spread across the entire battlefield. Little Songxing stepped forward, enveloped in pure white dragon breath, resembling an ancient dragon, commanding the ancient domain. And the kingly pressure of the Crimson Flame Wolf King was completely suppressed. Chapter 22. Super-level domain skill. Dong Cheng's defeat. Super-level domain skill. Ancient domain. In an instant, it descended. Endless pale dragon breath enveloped the entire battlefield, appearing incredibly hazy, yet framing little Songxing within, making him look like a raging war dragon. With the fighting spirit of the heavens soaring, almost solidifying into substance. For little Songxing, the opponents he had previously defeated at the same level posed no challenge at all. Only by challenging at a higher level could little Songxing feel a hint of pressure. Roar. In the voice of the dragon's roar filled with fighting spirit, every time little Songxing took a step, the sense of oppression from the ancient domain grew stronger. What is this? Dong Cheng's expression changed completely, almost unable to believe his eyes, his voice trembling as he said, Domain skill. How is this possible? Upon hearing this, the entire audience was shocked. Domain skill. How could that be possible? Any kind of domain skill, regarding rank, is super level. Even pure king bloodlines can only inherit high-level skills from their bloodlines. Is it possible that this wild dragon's bloodline has already been elevated to the overlord level under the enhancement of high-level ancestral dragon talent? Is this what high-level talent is? It can forcibly elevate lord-level bloodlines to overlord level. Does it mean that as long as this wild dragon reaches adulthood, it will definitely be an overlord-level giant existence? Not only that, the higher the realm of passive talents, the more incredible they become. When Li Luo becomes an overlord-level beastmaster, this wild dragon might possess the bloodline of a holy dragon. Many newcomers were filled with shock. Overlord-level bloodline. How powerful. In the wilderness area, any overlord-level ferocious beast can dominate a territory of thousands of miles, causing countless kings and lords to submit. Even when facing the Xia Kingdom, as long as they do not actively invade, the Xia Kingdom will not pay too much attention. No one expected that the wild dragon contracted by Li Luo could actually use a super-level domain skill, revealing its overlord-level bloodline. It should be noted that even if a top-tier talent contracts a pure king-level bloodline beast cub, it is already the best configuration. For example, the Crimson Flame Wolf King contracted by Dong Cheng is a pure king-level bloodline, which can reach king level 1 when it matures, and is considered bottom tier among king-level bloodlines. Yet it is still incredibly precious, with a market price calculated in billions. The Succubus contracted by Jiang Yao and the Extreme Cold Ice Fox contracted by Su Qingxue are also the same. Perhaps their bloodlines are even higher. But the difference will not be too great, at most just king level 2 or 3. King level 10? Compared to a true overlord level bloodline, that is a world of difference. Overlord level bloodline. Super level domain skill? So what? Dong Cheng gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the oppression of the ancient domain. Unwillingly saying, the gap in realms cannot be easily crossed. Boom. A wave of extremely intense flames erupted within the pale domain, almost illuminating the entire battlefield as if it were a furnace. The Crimson Flame Wolf King, enhanced by the level talent of Angry Flame, instantly surged with flames, transforming into a red rainbow light, charging towards little Songxing. Extraordinary level can already command extraordinary power. Dong Cheng coldly spoke, saying, the wild dragon you contracted only has the awakened level 10 extraordinary angry flame. How will you bear it? At this moment, Dong Cheng seemed to see the scene of the wild dragon being burned to the brink of death in the raging flames. If it were outside the battlefield, without the protection of the immortal array, it would probably be burned to ashes directly. When the raging flames came crashing down, little Songxing was completely submerged within. Li Luo was destined to lose. The absolute gap in realms cannot be completely suppressed, even with a super-level domain skill. The wild dragon's speed and strength are impeccable. Unfortunately, the extraordinary power is too strong, especially the angry flame, which is the most intense and violent among many elemental attributes. The wild dragon contracted by Li Luo is undoubtedly very strong, and challenging at a higher level is easy, but he is facing Dong Cheng, a top-tier talent whose realm completely surpasses him. Many newcomers sighed. The greatest difference between extraordinary level and awakened level lies in extraordinary power. It seems like a difference of one rank, but it is a world apart. Once one breaks through to extraordinary level, the energy within the Beast Master will undergo earth-shattering changes, with power increasing at least 100-fold. Li Luo, you will lose this battle to me, and in the future, the history of the Xia Kingdom will record this with great emphasis. A trace of pride flashed across Dong Cheng's face as he said, You need not feel disheartened. After all, I am stronger than you now and will always be above you in the future. Defeated by me, you can take pride in it. He imagined that after defeating Li Luo in this battle, his reputation would soar, gaining more resource support from the Xia Kingdom, even breaking the shackles of talent, transforming his talent to a higher level, and completely entering the ranks of prodigies, forever surpassing Li Luo. Such a wonderful start made Dong Cheng excited just by thinking about it. However, Dong Cheng's excitement did not last long. The next moment, boom, amidst the flames, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. A pale trajectory completely pierced through the crimson flames. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed. Little Sangxing tightly grasped the neck of the crimson flame wolf king with his dragon claws, and under the swirling pale dragon breath, most of the angry flame was isolated. Even though some angry flame seeped through, it couldn't even burn through little Sangxing's dragon scales. In contrast, the crimson flame wolf king was continuously spitting blood, not only having its neck gripped, but also developing several deep claw marks visible to the bone. As little Sangxing twisted his serpentine body, the pale dragon tail suddenly swung and struck fiercely on the head of the crimson flame wolf king, sending it flying hard and crashing down at the edge of the battlefield. Wow! Verdant light surged. It was as if silently declaring, "The crimson flame wolf king has lost." In the crowd, someone murmured. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. An uproar broke out. How could that wild dragon be so strong? The crimson flame wolf king, enhanced by the level talent angry flame, had already unleashed its full power with the raging flames crashing down. How terrifying was its might! In contrast, the wild dragon seemed completely unscathed. A top-tier genius, battling across realms, actually lost? Strength, speed, defense, with no shortcomings, and even commanding the super-tier domain technique of the wild dragon contracted by Li Luo. Just how strong is he? Amidst numerous shocked gazes, I lost? Dong Cheng was momentarily dazed, feeling extremely desolate. Chapter 23, The King's Shock. The various factions of the True Dragon Academy. Next up, Suji. Li Luo didn't even spare a glance at Dong Cheng. The battle power of the Crimson Flame Wolf King is undoubtedly very strong. Unfortunately, the only high-tier skill the Crimson Flame Wolf King has, intimidation, was completely countered by the little Sangxing. The greater the gap in realm and bloodline, the stronger the suppression effect of intimidation. The Crimson Flame Wolf King had the upper hand in realm over little Sangxing. However, compared to little Sangxing, the bloodline of the Crimson Flame Wolf King is insignificant. A Dominator-level bloodline? Little Sangxing's bloodline is that of the Imperial Dragon species. The Imperial Dragon species is destined to be sovereign. How could it be intimidated? Thus, little Sangxing defeating the Crimson Flame Wolf King was without any suspense. Wolf King, your proud disciple seems to have lost. The Charm King said with a mocking expression. With such a significant realm suppression, Dong Cheng still lost so easily. TSK, with your level. Do you still want to surpass Yafei? Enough with the nonsense. The Wolf King's face turned red, feeling extremely embarrassed, said. Dong Cheng was countered. Who would have thought that the wild dragon contracted by Li Luo actually possesses a Dominator-level bloodline? If I am not mistaken. The Tree King's gaze became serious, said. The wild dragon contracted by Li Luo should possess a trace of the Tsangtian wild dragon bloodline. The domain technique released by the wild dragon should be the ancient domain exclusive to the Tsangtian wild dragon clan. Is Xia Fei crazy? The Charm King's eyes trembled violently, said. She is at a critical period of breaking through her realm. Yet she is willing to let Song Yu split off a trace of her direct bloodline to grant that wild dragon cub. Xia Fei is too indulgent towards this only disciple. The Tree King sighed. She, like the Charm King, was from the same era as Xia Fei, yet could not see her back, but knew what kind of price Xia Fei paid to become stronger. Li Luo's luck is too good. The Charm King lamented. With Xia Fei's character, she might continue to split bloodlines in the future to enhance the Ancestral Dragon talent. Perhaps that wild dragon cub could truly possess the complete Sangtian wild dragon bloodline. Sangtian wild dragon bloodline. The Wolf King was stunned. Said, that is the legendary Imperial Dragon species bloodline. With the talent of the Ancestral Dragon, coupled with the Imperial Dragon species bloodline, when Li Luo grows up, the Dragon Master lineage will probably truly dominate the Summer Kingdom. The various kings exchanged glances, all fell silent. The many kings present also represented the various factions of the True Dragon Academy, and even the Summer Kingdom. For example, the Wolf King and Fox King represent the most traditional Beast Master lineage. The Tree King represents the Plant Master lineage. The War King represents the Weapon Master lineage. The Charm King is a controversial Demon Master. The True Dragon Academy is already dominated by the Dragon Masters. If the Dragon Master lineage becomes even stronger, the situation of other factions will undoubtedly become more difficult. In the sky above, in a hidden void, Sister Xia, it seems they have misunderstood? Song Yu extended her dragon head, puzzled. When did I grant bloodline to Tsangxing? It was purely a coincidence that little Tsangxing, under the enhancement of the Ancestral Dragon talent, completely awakened the Tsang Tian wild dragon bloodline. Song Yu, have I been too indulgent towards Luo? Xia Fei remained cold and stunning, seeming a bit touched. Why care about others? Song Yu snorted coldly, said, how could they know how understanding Li Luo is? To repay, he even cut his talent source. No matter how well we treat Li Luo, it is never too much. Xia Fei slightly pursed her lips, but couldn't help thinking of Li Luo's extremely weak and pale face after cutting his talent source. His heart seemed to be tightened. Almost unable to breathe, and in her cold, beautiful eyes, there was a look of heartache. Yes, Xia Fei said softly, no matter how we treat Luo, there is no need for others to comment. As long as Luo grows smoothly, I can also unload the burden on my shoulders and do what I have always wanted to do. Sister Xia, you mean? Song Yu's eyes widened. Hurriedly said, Sister Xia, you must think carefully. If you want to truly delve into the dragon realm, even stepping into the dragon court, unless we break through to the emperor level, and your beast master talent evolves to level, otherwise, it is destined to be 9 deaths and 1 life. Rest assured, I have my considerations. Xia Fei reassured. Heaven has sent Luo to my side, and has granted me the hope of evolving to level talent. How could I let it go to waste? Not to mention, Luo is in a rapid growth period. If we do not delve into the dragon realm, even the dragon court, to seize many treasures of the dragon clan, how can we lay the most solid foundation for Luo? This statement moved Song Yu as well. Sister Xia, Song Yu's dragon eyes looked towards the battlefield, said, do you think those 5 geniuses can truly help little Tsangxing's Tsang Tian battle intent to condense and break through the extreme realm? Not enough. Xia Fei gently shook her head, said, I don't know how Luo has been trained, but little Tsangxing's awakened battle power is clearly much stronger than what you had back then. This is probably related to the Ancestral Dragon talent, and even the myth-level talent source in Luo's body. The pressure those 5 geniuses put on little Tsangxing is simply not enough. What should we do then? Song Yu couldn't help but worry. Isn't there still a level monster among this new batch of students? Xia Fei said softly. Just right. I also want to know where Luo's limit truly lies. Dong Cheng, you can step down. Suji stepped onto the battlefield, said to Dong Cheng, you have already lost. As Dong Cheng descended in a daze, Suji couldn't help but smile bitterly, shaking his head. Li Luo, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. In fact, I am already starting to regret challenging you. Forfeiting is not allowed. Li Luo chuckled lightly. After completely defeating Dong Cheng, Li Luo had already gained the recognition of many level geniuses, no longer believing that the gap in realms could ensure his victory. I didn't plan to forfeit. Suji shook his head. Dong Cheng's defeat was also within reason. If I am not mistaken, the wild dragon you contracted should have a dominator-level bloodline under the influence of the Ancestral Dragon talent, right? The only high-tier skill the Crimson Flame Wolf King possesses, intimidation, should have a minimal effect on the wild dragon. Li Luo remained noncommittal. He certainly wouldn't directly say that little Tsangxing's bloodline is the Imperial Dragon species bloodline. How absurd. The Imperial Dragon species bloodline is a trump card. I am different from Dong Cheng. Suji smiled, said, the purple poison vine I contracted has comprehended the high-tier skill poison lock. If I am not mistaken, the wild dragon you contracted should follow a pure melee route, right? How much can the close combat advantage of the wild dragon display against the purple poison vine's control? You are quite candid. Li Luo chuckled and shook his head, said, however, whether or not I can win, we will only know once we fight. Suji didn't say much. As the Beastmaster formation activated, a completely dark purple vine directly rooted in the battlefield. Pure blood monarch species. Extraordinary level 1. Purple poison vine. Chapter 24. If you can't grasp it, let me do it, little Tsangxing. Give it your all. Li Luo gave the order. Suji was quite candid, so he would naturally give enough respect. Roar. Little Tsangxing let out a dragon roar filled with excitement. Plant type. It had never fought before. Give it your all. Suji couldn't help but smile bitterly. He naturally noticed that Li Luo's expression did not fluctuate at all with the emergence of the purple poison vine. The wild dragon's eyes showed no fear or worry, but were instead filled with a fierce battle intent. Suji suddenly realized, perhaps, during the duel with Dong Cheng, Li Luo had not used his full strength at all. The power, speed, and defense of that wild dragon are impeccable, seemingly limitless against any opponent, winning through absolute suppression. Purple poison vine. Suji took a deep breath. Level talent, absolute poison. Suddenly enhanced. Li Luo, you better be careful. Suji slowly said, the level talent I awakened, absolute poison, can elevate the toxicity of the purple poison vine to an incredible level. Your wild dragon is one major realm lower than the purple poison vine. If it gets even a drop of venom, it might face a bitter end. No worries. Li Luo chuckled and shook his head, saying, don't underestimate the strength of little Tsangxing. It's very strong. Roar. The speed of little Tsangxing suddenly surged. In the next moment, the pale young dragon had already darted close to the purple poison vine. Close combat, huh? Su Ji's gaze turned serious and said, it seems you are quite confident. Whoosh. The many vines of the purple poison vine suddenly danced wildly, as if absorbing countless nutrients. The vines of the purple poison vine instantly grew, becoming over 10 meters long and as thick as an arm, with a faint secretion of venom flowing from the tips of the dark purple vines. In the natural world, this purple poison vine would not know how many powerful beasts it would prey upon. Just a drop of venom could turn a powerful beast into prey. The purple poison vine, a plant with a king-level bloodline, is particularly adept at challenging higher levels among poisonous plants, with the enhancement of the level talent absolute poison. If the poison resistance is not high, even ordinary commander-level beasts could be taken down by the poison. The most terrifying aspect is that, as a plant type, especially a vine type, the many vines of the purple poison vine excel at binding and controlling. The wild dragon that Li Luo has contracted is best at close combat, which just happens to be countered. Just a drop of venom, and that wild dragon cub will continuously weaken, ultimately becoming a prey with no ability to resist. Poisonous plant type. Su Ji's contracted purple poison vine has a huge advantage in the 3 realms of awakened, extraordinary, and commander levels. Many new students were discussing and exclaiming. Even though Li Luo had forcefully defeated Dong Cheng and the Crimson Flame Wolf King, they did not believe that Li Luo could continue his winning streak and defeat Su Ji. In terms of combat power, Su Ji far surpassed Dong Cheng. Of course, if Su Ji were to fight Dong Cheng, he might not necessarily win. After all, the Crimson Flame Wolf King is purely fire type, which is extremely restraining against plant types. Tree King, do you have confidence in Su Ji? The War King laughed heartily. Su Ji's character is very stable. Even he does not dare to say he has absolute certainty. So how can I make a judgment? The Tree King shook his head but then changed the subject, saying, however, with the toxic advantage of the purple poison vine, once the venom permeates, Li Luo's contracted wild dragon will have almost no chance of turning the tables. What if it cannot permeate? The Charm King suddenly said, the dragon race has a strong physique. The wild dragon tribe is even more outstanding. The defensive power of that wild dragon cub has yet to be seen at its limit. Even the Crimson Flame Wolf King, with its furious flames, cannot leave much mark on the scales of the wild dragon. If the venom cannot permeate, Su Ji might not necessarily lose. The Tree King slowly said, vine-type plants are inherently skilled at binding and strangling. The wild dragon tribe excels at close combat, which ultimately makes them too heavy. Su Ji, if you were to face Dong Cheng or Qi Yong, it's likely that neither would win. The Fox King shook his head. Dong Cheng, who has contracted the fire-type Crimson Flame Wolf King, and Qi Yong, who is an artifact master with a contract for an ancient sword that can cut through all vines and is immune to most toxins. However, if facing Li Luo, he could perfectly counter. This usually silent and reserved woman finally expressed her opinion, her icy, beautiful eyes filled with regret. On the battlefield, bang, 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 countless venom bursts, transforming into a cloud of toxic mist. Little Tsangxing held its breath. Li Luo immediately said, release the ancient domain. He was not worried about the toxic mist at all. With the ancient domain, he could completely isolate the toxic mist. Ultimately, the purple poison vine releasing toxic mist is merely a mid-tier skill. In contrast, the ancient domain is a super-tier domain skill. Is it really useless? Su Ji smiled bitterly. In the end, I can only confront it head-on. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple poison vine seemed to receive an order. Numerous dark purple vines shot towards little Tsangxing. This. Su Ji's expression changed instantly. He saw the pale dragon body of little Tsangxing twisting and weaving, its speed so fast that it left only afterimages, continuously darting through the entangling and strangling dark purple vines. Flash, flash. Little Tsangxing's dragon claws moved swiftly. The incredibly sharp claws instantly cut through the dark purple vines. A large number of severed dark purple vines fell to the ground. The purple poison vine seemed to feel pain, its actions of wrapping and strangling slightly slowing down. Such speed. The Fox King's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise, complexly saying, we have been discussing the defensive power of the wild dragon without realizing that this young wild dragon's speed is also terrifying. Such speed is simply not something an awakened level can possess. Not only that, the War King's gaze became serious. Shocked, the claw technique of that young wild dragon is extremely exquisite, as if it has undergone countless refinements. Yet, how could a young wild dragon have time to train its claw technique? There is only one possibility. This young wild dragon has comprehended the high-tier skill of the wild dragon tribe, the wild dragon battle technique. This now makes sense. The Charm King's eyes sparkled with surprise. Using the wild dragon battle technique, it completely integrates the wild dragon's ultimate power, speed, and defense, allowing any part of its dragon body to be used as a weapon, especially the dragon claws, which are incredibly sharp and can even cut through the vines of the purple poison vine. The more she looked at Li Luo, the more she felt drawn to him, almost unable to resist competing with her own disciple for the man. Zhang Yao, a man like Li Luo is something you might not be able to handle. The Charm King smiled slyly, thinking, why not let me take the lead? Just as this thought arose, the Charm King felt an indescribable sense of crisis. What the? The Charm King was stunned, thinking, Xia Fei, I was just thinking about it, and I already feel a life and death crisis? If I really made a move against Li Luo, wouldn't you personally come down to imprison and subdue me? Chapter 25, The Power of Little Tsangxing. Su Qingshue's complexity. Su Ji is going to lose. The Tree King couldn't help but sigh, softly saying, we all underestimated the strength of that wild dragon. I can already deduce the skill system of that wild dragon cub. 4 high-tier skills: wild power, dragon scales, extreme speed, and the wild dragon battle technique. Super-tier domain skill, ancient domain. In terms of close combatability, it undoubtedly far exceeds the awaken level. Many extraordinary levels are also far inferior. The Tree King, being exceptionally knowledgeable, has conducted deep research on the wild dragon tribe and quickly deduced the skill system of Little Tsangxing, feeling awed. She vaguely realized that the wild dragon cub contracted by Li Luo had gained many skills from its bloodline, aiming to enhance its close combat ability to the extreme, especially in terms of power, speed, and defense. These 3 fundamental attributes far exceed the awakened level. However, the Tree King's emerald green eyes were still filled with confusion. In the Tree King's view, even if Little Tsangxing unleashed all its combat power, the strength and speed it displayed were simply too terrifying, beyond reason. What she did not know was that outside the skill system of the wild dragon tribe, Li Luo had also leased the god-level skill, Wild Dragon Divine Body. Every day that passes, Little Tsangxing's base power, base speed, and base defense will double. With the enhancement of the Wild Dragon Divine Body, several days have already passed. This means that even though they both possess the bloodline of the Tsangtian Wild Dragon, Little Tsangxing's power, speed, and defense are several times greater than that of the same level. If we add the powers of Wild Force, Speed, Dragon Scale, and even the Primordial Domain, the power, speed, and defense of Little Tsangxing, the most basic 3-dimensional attributes, will instantly skyrocket by hundreds of times. Little Tsangxing is a pure-blood imperial dragon with the bloodline of the Tsangtian Wild Dragon. The dragon body is already extremely powerful, and at the awakened level of the 10th rank, it is comparable to the extraordinary level. Li Luo's eyes flickered as he thought, if it were to increase by hundreds of times again, ordinary commanding level dragon races would not be able to compare with Little Tsangxing in terms of power, speed, and defense. He looked at the battlefield. Little Tsangxing and the purple poison vine were engaged in a fierce battle. Dark purple vines were constantly being severed by Little Tsangxing and falling to the ground. In contrast, the purple poison vine had already given up on the strategy of binding and strangling. With Little Tsangxing's speed, it could not catch up, let alone entangle it, and could only strike directly with dark purple vines, like whips, striking down. Occasionally, dark purple vines struck against Little Tsangxing's dragon tail and dragon claws, but could not break through the pale dragon scales, let alone inject poison. Su Ji's expression was filled with bitterness. Power, speed, and defense were all flawless. In terms of technique, it was also extremely exquisite, fully utilizing the advantages of power, speed, and defense. Moreover, with domain suppression, the purple poison vine was restricted everywhere. Su Ji's mood was extremely complicated, and he sighed. Is this the unparalleled monster of the awakened level? I didn't expect the gap to be so great. Nevertheless, Su Ji did not intend to admit defeat. He continued to command the purple poison vine, tightly locking onto Little Tsangxing's dragon claws, hoping that with multiple strikes, he could break through the defense of the dragon scales and release the toxin, leaving a glimmer of hope for victory. However, until the dark purple vines of the purple poison vine were all severed and its vitality continued to fade, even the healing formation activated automatically. There were only purple marks on Little Tsangxing's dragon scales, but they were not broken at all. I've lost. Su Ji smiled bitterly and said, as expected of an unparalleled monster of the awakened level. I have gained a lot from this battle and will no longer dare to be arrogant. Haha, in the vast blue star, how many monsters are there? The proud ones of the awakened level ultimately have no qualifications to be arrogant. This battle was spectacular. Li Luo smiled and walked directly in front of Su Ji, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "You have earned my respect." "Thank you." Su Ji was somewhat flattered. He knew that Li Luo's terrifying potential had already begun to show. Just the strength displayed by a young wild dragon was already incredible. Not to mention, Li Luo himself was also an unparalleled monster of the awakened level. In the future, Li Luo would surely soar high and leave many proud ones of the awakened level far behind, including Su Ji. To be fortunate enough to earn the respect of such an unparalleled monster would be enough for Su Ji to be proud of for decades to come. Su Ji lost. The battle power of that young wild dragon is simply terrifying. The purple poison vine of the king species couldn't even break through the dragon scales of the young wild dragon. Is this really the awakened level? Many newcomers felt somewhat numb. With the defeat of the two awakened level proud ones, Li Luo's terrifying strength was finally beginning to show. The many newcomers who had previously been defeated felt even more complicated. No wonder we lost so easily. Perhaps Li Luo didn't even use 1/10 of his strength, right? The battle power of that wild dragon is not something the awakened level can measure. How could we be opponents at the same level? Not to mention the same level. I have a feeling that the strength of that young wild dragon could rival extraordinary level 10. Many newcomers who had not yet taken the stage but had already paid a challenge fee of 1 million were feeling even more indescribable. Damn it. Paying 1 million just to go on stage to be abused, it's ridiculous. Even the proud ones of the awakened level cannot win against us who are at the 10th rank of the awakened level, and who only have the awakened level talent, or even the lower awakened level talent. How could we be opponents? I'm no longer asking for a refund. I just hope I won't be forced to go on stage. TSK, what a beautiful thought. Not only is there no refund, but even a waiver is not allowed. In the crowd, Jiang Yao's eyes were already filled with infatuation, charming yet somewhat moist. "So handsome," Jiang Yao murmured, saying, "Such a powerful monster can only belong to me." Jiang Yao. Thinking this way, she couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Su Qingxue beside her. Su Qingxue was silent. She couldn't understand Jiang Yao's hostility towards her at all. When Su Qingxue looked at the battlefield, her stunning eyes, like frost, were filled with complex emotions. How is his strength so strong? Su Qingxue bit her lip, thinking, I also signed up. It's really not allowed to waive. Do I have to go on stage and fight Li Luo? Before signing up, Su Qingxue was full of confidence, believing she could easily defeat Li Luo and publicly declare that he was not worthy of her. Now, however, she was no longer sure. In terms of strength, Su Qingxue considered herself to be much stronger than Dongcheng and Su Ji. But if the positions were reversed and Su Qingxue had to face Dongcheng and Su Ji, she also did not think she would win as easily as Li Luo did. Jiang Yao, aren't you worried? Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask. Worried about what? Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled. With your strength, you shouldn't be Li Luo's opponent, right? When Li Luo defeats all the challengers, you will have to go on stage too. Su Qingxue asked in confusion. Aren't you worried that Li Luo will defeat you decisively and leave you without any face? I'm not worried, Jiang Yao said with a face full of confidence. I and Li Luo are meant to be, whether I conquer him or he conquers me. I can accept it, Jiang Yao said with a smile. I'm even a bit looking forward to Li Luo pinning me down and rubbing me in the ground. Such an unparalleled monster like Li Luo should be so domineering. Chapter 26, Unity of Man and Machine? Or is it still impossible? You really are crazy. Su Qingxue didn't want to talk anymore. She looked at Jiang Yao and increasingly felt that the Demon Master was truly terrifying. Among the many branch professions, the Demon Master is the most special, only forming contracts with demons, and their concepts are quite different from common sense. For example, Jiang Yao belongs to the Demon Master lineage. Jiang Yao's family, the Jiang family, is also a family of Demon Masters. Growing up in a family of Demon Masters, she was tested for her awakened level talent, the source of the succubus heart, at a young age, and Jiang Yao was destined to contract with various succubi. She even grew up together with the succubus she contracted with. As a result, many of Jiang Yao's viewpoints also coincided with those of the succubi. In the succubus race, the stronger the individual, the more partners they can have, and only the strong can demand that the weak abstain from desire. You don't understand at all. Jiang Yao didn't care at all, saying, Su Qingxue, you should think carefully about how to fight Li Luo when it's your turn. No need for you to worry. Su Qingxue was poked at her core concern, and her expression immediately turned cold. She stopped talking to Jiang Yao and shifted her gaze back to the battlefield. At this time, Qi Yong had already stepped onto the battlefield. Do you think Qi Yong can win? Jiang Yao suddenly asked. Very difficult. Su Qingxue shook her head and said, Qi Yong has contracted an ancient sword called the Absolute War Ancient Sword as a weapon master. And he has awakened the level talent of Battle Heart, which allows him to control flying swords and even achieve unity of man and weapon. If Qiyong's opponent were a fierce beast of extraordinary level 5 or even 6, I would believe Qiyong would definitely win. But his opponent is Li Luo, and that incredibly unreasonable wild dragon. Li Luo's chances of winning are far higher than Qiyong's. Su Qingxue analyzed with reason and evidence. You are quite objective. Zhang Yao nodded and said, I think so too. Both are proud ones of the awakened level, and both come from noble families. Su Qingxue and Zhang Yao's insights can be considered broad. Given the strength Li Luo has demonstrated, it is almost impossible for ordinary awakened level proud ones to defeat him. Thus, no matter Zhang Yao or Su Qingxue, both have little confidence in Qiyong. Many new students, upon hearing this, seem to have seen a ghost. What the heck? Isn't Su Qingxue the Ice Mountain goddess? How could she be so optimistic about Li Luo? Zhang Yao and Su Qingxue actually reached a consensus. Both supporting Li Luo, they agreed now, but won't they be working with one husband in the future? Damn it. Li Luo, you are guilty. How could you change my goddess like this? Many new students who secretly admired Zhang Yao and Su Qingxue only felt one thing at this moment, and that was that the sky was falling. Su Qingxue fell silent upon hearing this. She had nothing to say. Why was it getting worse before she had a chance to clarify? On the battlefield, the magic circle was activated. An ancient flying sword shot out. Level talent. Battle heart. Suddenly empowered, Qiyong said nothing but was already doing his utmost. The speed of the absolute battle ancient sword suddenly reached its peak, exuding an extremely violent battle intent, faintly able to compete with the little Sangxing, not falling behind at all. Roar. Little Sangxing became even more excited. With a dragon's roar echoing, its serpentine dragon body transforming into a pale streak of light, suddenly chasing after the absolute battle ancient sword, actually wanting to compete in speed with a flying sword. Many new students were completely dumbfounded. Artifact masters, especially those who use flying swords, are the most adept at speed. Generally speaking, a typical beastmaster would only be able to be beaten in place when facing an artifact master who uses flying swords, or they would have to directly attack the artifact master themselves to change the situation. To directly compete with a flying sword like Little Sangxing was simply refreshing many new students' perceptions. The absolute battle ancient sword kept shooting forward but could not shake off Little Sangxing. Instead, it was getting closer and closer to Little Sangxing, suddenly turning in the air and shooting towards Little Sangxing. Little Sangxing, seeing the prey, was delighted and raised its dragon claw to meet it. Bang! A loud roar sounded. The absolute battle ancient sword trembled continuously but could only leave a shallow mark on Little Sangxing's dragon claw, before being directly knocked back by the terrifying force of Little Sangxing. How is this possible? Qiyong's pupils contracted, his face filled with disbelief. The absolute battle ancient sword is best at speed and destructive power. At this moment, Qiyong could only watch as the absolute battle ancient sword was caught up by that wild dragon, and under the counterattack, it only left a shallow mark. Huh. Qiyong took a deep breath, secretly thinking, the universe is not yet determined, I still have a chance. With the level talent of battle heart, Qiyong would never easily lose heart in battle. The absolute battle ancient sword kept struggling but could not break free. Instead, it was continuously swung by that wild dragon, completely losing control and faintly showed signs of being tamed. Such a scene almost diminished Qiyong's battle heart. Ugh! Qiyong let out a low roar. The absolute battle ancient sword suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, it had already appeared in Qiyong's hand. Oh, is it a secret technique? Li Luo was very interested. Artifact masters are the lineage that relies most on secret techniques. Li Luo quickly deduced that Qiyong must have practiced a secret technique that allows the absolute battle ancient sword to instantly change positions and appear in his hand, thus protecting himself. This is a mid-level secret technique, returning sword. Qiyong's face was complex, and he sighed. My original intention of practicing the returning sword secret technique was to protect myself, but I did not expect to use it to protect the absolute battle ancient sword. He was truly helpless. Unity of man and artifact? Li Luo was astonished. The so-called unity of man and artifact is actually the resonance of consciousness. This realm, if cultivated to the extreme, can even integrate with the artifact, forming a resonance. Qiyong's unity of man and sword was only a preliminary achievement, but it already had a slight resonance, thus turning momentum and battle intent into substance, increasing his strength at least by half. Even if I achieve unity of man and sword, I do not have absolute confidence in victory. Qiyong couldn't help but shake his head, but his eyes were extremely determined, saying, but I must fight, even if it means fighting until my blood runs dry. I cannot retreat half a step. Otherwise, my battle heart will surely be tarnished. Then let's fight. Li Luo laughed loudly. He still appreciated Qiyong. Roar. Little Songxing was even more excited. From Qi Yong, it vaguely sensed a glimmer of hope for reaching the extreme, but it was invisible and intangible, which made little Songxing even more impatient. Swish, swish, swish. In the ancient domain, endless azure dragon breath, under the resonance of little Songxing's battle intent, wildly gathered. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a white dragon claw, controlled by little Songxing, and fiercely struck down towards Qi Yong. Battle. Qi Yong took a deep breath, raised the absolute battle ancient sword in his hand, and made a downward slash. Boom. A loud roar sounded. The entire battlefield trembled continuously under the collision of sword intent and dragon breath. Healing light quietly fell. The victor was determined. Someone exclaimed, when the sword intent and dragon breath completely dissipated. Qi Yong, holding the absolute battle ancient sword, lay on the ground, bathed in healing light. With a look of unwillingness on his face. Still unable to do it? Qi Yong felt extremely bitter, saying, the gap between level and level is truly this great. Even if separated by one major realm, even if I have mastered the unity of man and artifact, I still cannot surpass it. Chapter 27, Why do you want to reward her? Qi Yong also lost. That wild dragon seemed to have broken through on the spot. And its use of the ancient domain was even better. Using the power of the domain to suppress, Qi Yong lost without injustice. Qi Yong had mastered the unity of man and artifact, and in the path of artifact masters, he could be said to have entered the door. In terms of strength, he might even surpass Dongcheng and Su Ji. Unfortunately, Qi Yong's opponent was a level extraordinary monster. Many new students sighed and lamented. When Qi Yong displayed the unity of man and artifact, many new students felt a hint of desire, wanting to witness Qi Yong's powerful stance of unity, defeating Li Luo forcefully. But their expectations ultimately fell through. Li Luo defeated Qi Yong without expending much effort. This undoubtedly showed that the gap between Qi Yong and Li Luo was still extremely large. Battle King, congratulations, you have taken in a good seedling. Wolf King said with a beaming face. Just at the extraordinary level, he has mastered the unity of man and artifact. The future is promising. Initially, when Dongcheng lost, the Wolf King wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide, feeling extremely embarrassed. But as the Tree King and Battle King's disciples also successively lost, the Wolf King immediately felt balanced. After all disciples lost. No one is nobler than anyone else. The Wolf King's mood could be said to have risen and fallen. And it quickly improved. The Wolf King figured it out. It wasn't that his disciples were too poor, but rather, Li Luo was just too monstrous. Look at this terrifying strength. Are you sure he is at the awaken level? Even facing a level 10 extraordinary, he could still fight, right? Not necessarily. Battle King sighed and said, after this defeat, if Qi Yong can walk out of the shadow, perhaps his battle heart can be clearer, but if he cannot, and his battle heart remains tarnished, his achievements may be limited. What are you worried about? The Wolf King pointed at the battlefield and scolded. Look at that Li Luo. His strength is already so strong. It is said that only 5 days have passed since Li Luo contracted his first beast. How stubborn is your disciple to let his battle heart be tarnished just because he lost to such an extraordinary monster? Is it a disgrace for him to lose to Li Luo? TSK, Battle King, when you were young, didn't you also lose to Xia Fei? Did you have your battle heart tarnished? Li Luo, Xia Fei, such terrifying monsters, ordinary talents probably can't even see their backs. As soon as he finished speaking, the Battle King's expression suddenly changed, and he angrily said, Wolf King, sometimes I really want to tear your mouth apart. Seconded. The Charm King said coldly. The Fox King nodded. I support it. The Tree King said indifferently. The Wolf King, upon hearing this, almost broke out in a cold sweat. He almost forgot. Among the kings present, the Wolf King is the most senior. However, the other 4 kings, the Fox King, Charm King, Battle King, and Tree King, are all from the same era as Summer Fei and have even been defeated by her. By saying this, the Wolf King has offended all 4 kings at once. Yet, his words are quite reasonable. After all, since the 4 kings were defeated by Summer Fei, they have hardly been able to see her back. Lies do not hurt. But the truth is a sharp blade. You lost to Summer Fei, and it's one thing, but your disciples will probably also lose to Summer Fei's disciples. The Wolf King thought to himself, but dared not say more. On the battlefield, with Qi Yong's defeat, many new students began to take the stage one after another. The 3 extraordinary level talents are no match for Li Luo. How can the many ordinary new students compete with Li Luo? Under the absolute strength of Shout Songxing, there is no need to unleash the ancient domain. He has continuously achieved victory. After winning over 20 matches in a row, Shout Songxing's battle intent is becoming increasingly solid. Next up, Zhang Yao. Li Luo suddenly said. Finally, it's my turn. Zhang Yao's eyes brightened as she said. Li Luo, hurry up and rub me. Three question marks appeared over Li Luo's head. What kind of tiger wolf words are these? Hee. Jiang Yao chuckled and said, Li Luo, if I win, will you be my boyfriend? Are you sure you can win? Li Luo asked in confusion. He had also investigated Jiang Yao's strength. In her battle with Su Qingxue, she had exerted her utmost effort, revealing all her trump cards, and there were no secrets left. Li Luo believed that with the battle power displayed by Xiao Cangxing, Jiang Yao's chances of winning should be very low. How do you know if you don't try? Jiang Yao's eyes lit up as she said, correspondingly, if I lose, you can propose an equal request to me. Whether it's to make me your girlfriend or let me serve you, it's all fine. After she spoke, Su Qingxue's expression changed. This must be your real intention, right? Jiang Yao, you're really a green tea. You didn't even think of winning. Li Luo, you must not agree to her. She is a succubus and will drain you dry. Su Qingxue's heart surged with various emotions, and she wished she could pull Jiang Yao down but dared not act, fearing further misunderstandings would lead to more complications. You really have a good plan. Li Luo sneered. How could he not know Jiang Yao's intentions? Serving you? A night of passion would drain a part of his extraordinary talent source. Although for Li Luo, the extraordinary talent source refreshes every day. But he still needs to create talent dragon orbs for his beautiful master. How could he lose it for nothing? Just think about it. Jiang Yao's words seemed to carry an invisible charm, stirring the heartstrings. Many new students felt blood rush to their heads, their faces flushed, and their imaginations ran wild. Their gazes toward Jiang Yao nearly losing control. In response, Li Luo's expression remained unchanged. He has cultivated the Dragon God meditation method. With a Dragon God suppressing his mind, Jiang Yao's extraordinary talent, the heart of a succubus, despite emitting an invisible allure, could not shake the might of the Dragon God. All right then. Li Luo shifted his tone and said, if you lose, you'll be my maid for a few years, wearing a maid outfit every day, doing my laundry and cooking, massaging my legs and shoulders. How about that? Why do you want to reward her? Su Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. If it weren't for her strong restraint, she would have questioned him. Really? Jiang Yao exclaimed with delight. First be a personal maid, then become the lady. Isn't that wonderful? I'm starting to regret it. Li Luo was speechless. He couldn't help but doubt if he had let the wolf into the house. We already agreed. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. Li Luo, you wouldn't want to go back on your word to a demon tamer, right? Don't worry. Since I dare to say it, I want to go back on my word. Li Luo shrugged and said, I naturally know the rules of demon tamers and demons. The lineage of demon tamers follows the rules of the demon race, placing great importance on promises and contracts. If Li Luo goes back on his word, he would offend the entire lineage of demon tamers. Conversely, if Jiang Yao loses and becomes Li Luo's maid, she must be loyal and cannot betray him. Otherwise, she would be abandoned by the lineage of demon tamers and even the entire demon world. Chapter 28 Demon Contract. Li Luo and Jiang Yao. The demon race is extremely evil and brutal, but they place great importance on contracts. Li Luo thought for a moment and mused. Whenever a contract is completed, the demon race and even the demon tamers can gain gifts from the will of the demon world. In the vast demon world, only a few demon races, like the fallen angel race and cunning demons, do not care about contracts and cannot receive the favor of the demon world. The succubus race is not among them. Li Luo also has his own considerations. Jiang Yao comes from the noble demon tamers family, the Jiang family. The Jiang family is one of the three major business families in the Summer Kingdom. With the credibility of the demon tamers, the Jiang family thrives in the business field. If Li Luo wants to lease even more extraordinary bloodlines, more powerful divine skills, or even lease myth-level beast taming talents, he must acquire more funds, ideally establishing a complete business empire. If he can board the Jiang family ship and gain their investment, it will definitely be much more convenient. The daily rental fee for myth-level talents is 1 billion summer coins. Li Luo pondered slightly, thinking, he can't keep relying on his beautiful master to generate gold coins, right? Even the first dragon tamer, no matter how many treasures he has, will eventually run out. Contract established. Jiang Yao smiled and said, if I win, you will be my boyfriend. Of course, you must fulfill all the responsibilities of a boyfriend diligently. If you win, I will be your little maid for 5 years, doing your laundry and cooking, massaging your legs and shoulders. Of course, if you want me to serve you at night, that is also within the maid's duties. A seductive smile crossed Jiang Yao's lips. Countless new students felt their hearts break. No. In the crowd, Xiao Chunin pounded his chest and wailed, Jiang Yao, I've had a crush on you for 3 years. Please don't do this. Just wait a bit longer. I will definitely make you happy. Brother, stop crying. Lu Xiangfei patted Xiao Chunin's shoulder and advised him earnestly. A girl like Jiang Yao, you can't hold on to her. Shut up. Xiao Chunin said painfully. I'm more worthy of Jiang Yao than Li Luo. Do I really have to say it out loud? Lu Xiangfei's face turned dark as he said, "What did Li Luo do to you just now? You couldn't even take one hit. How can you compete? If you really have the ability, spend 1 million to sign up and fight Li Luo. If you win, let Li Luo give you Jiang Yao. But do you dare?" Lu Xiangfei's words pierced Xiao Chunan's heart like a sharp knife. "Chunan," Lu Xiangfei earnestly advised, "you awakened the extraordinary talent Pure Yang. As long as you maintain a Pure Yang body for 30 years, you can transform into the extraordinary talent Pure Fierce Yang Flame. Why think about dating? Take my advice. Don't think about it. Once you become an extraordinary talent, what girl want to you have?" This speech completely shattered Xiao Chunan's mental defenses. "Feech." Xiao Chunan suddenly hugged Lu Xiangfei excitedly, saying, "I'll listen to you." Lu Xiangfei nodded in satisfaction. The deep brotherhood between the two made the surrounding new students quickly distance themselves. "These terms are fine." Li Luo nodded and said, "Then let us begin." In an invisible manner, it seemed that a lofty gaze slowly descended. It was the acknowledgement from the demon world, indicating that the contract was established. Once there is a breach of contract, one would be abandoned by the will of the demon world and marked. Any demon race and demon master who slays a traitor will receive rewards from the demon realm. Therefore, many demons may even wish for their opponents to breach the contract, so they can kill them and obtain the rewards. Despite the penalties for defeat, I am quite fond of the rewards for losing, Jiang Yao said softly. However, compared to being your little maid, I would prefer you to be my forbidden pet. So, in this battle, I will give it my all. Jiang Yao's eyes were extremely determined. Suddenly, from the summoning array, a slender and beautiful succubus girl, dressed in a loose robe and holding a pitch-black staff, quietly appeared. "The succubus race has many branches," Jiang Yao said softly. "The succubus I have contracted is named Mia, a spellcaster of the succubus race, capable of casting mental magic." Roar. Upon seeing succubus Mia, Xiao Zongxing's fighting spirit grew even more intense. From Mia, Xiao Zongxing felt a significant threat, even more troublesome than the Crimson Flame Wolf King, Purple Poison Vine, and the Absolute Battle Ancient Sword. Pure-blooded King-level bloodline. Succubus Mental Mage. The realm is extraordinary level 2. Of course, the threat Xiao Zongxing felt did not come from the realm, but from pure restraint. Xiao Zongxing's three-dimensional attributes, strength, speed, and defense, could all be greatly enhanced, but not including mental attributes. Although the defense attribute also includes mental defense, Xiao Zongxing's dragon soul is one of its shortcomings. The succubus Mia, who specializes in mental magic, is undoubtedly very restraining against Xiao Zongxing. Indeed, my predictions were correct. Jiang Yao's eyes brightened as she said, "The wild dragon race only cultivates dragon bodies, not dragon souls. The wild dragon you contracted seems to be no exception." She couldn't help but feel delighted. In this battle, she seemed to truly have a chance of winning. Jiang Yao seemed to envision Xiao Zongxing becoming a servant of succubus Mia, and after Li Luo's defeat, being forced to become her forbidden pet, having no choice but to serve her even if unwilling. Just thinking about it made Jiang Yao feel incredibly excited. Her long, slender legs couldn't help but close together, and her enchanting eyes were filled with a soft glow. "It seems I must get serious." Li Luo shook his head helplessly. "Hee. Let us keep it real for serving me." Jiang Yao smiled proudly. Whoosh. Level talent. Heart of a succubus. Instant enhancement. She appeared relaxed, but was in no way negligent, and immediately had succubus Mia cast a mental charm spell to confuse Xiao Zongxing's mind. Roar. Xiao Zongxing's dragon eyes suddenly became dazed, even flashing a peach-red color. This expression clearly indicated that it had been charmed. Jiang Yao was extremely pleased and was about to say something when she saw Li Luo's expression, which remained incredibly casual, showing no sense of crisis at all. She was instantly confused. The wild dragon had been charmed, completely out of control. Why was Li Luo still so calm? What does this mean? Jiang Yao's gaze froze. Bang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Jiang Yao turned her gaze and saw succubus Mia, with a pained expression, dropping the pitch-black staff from her hands. Was she suffering a backlash? Jiang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as she said, "For Mia to suffer a backlash. The power of that wild dragon's dragon soul must exceed Mia's by several times. As a mental spellcaster of the succubus race, how powerful is Mia's mental strength? How could it possibly exceed by several times?" Jiang Yao was completely shocked. There's nothing impossible. Li Luo was extremely casual. Xiao Zongxing's dragon soul is far inferior to its dragon body. Does he not know? But he simply doesn't care. After all, Li Luo has cultivated the dragon god meditation technique. As long as he divides a part of his mental power and reinforces Xiao Zongxing, it would surpass succubus Mia by who knows how many times. Shortcomings? Li Luo chuckled and shook his head, saying, "If one lets their pet fight alone, what use is a beastmaster?" Chapter 29 As a maid, questioning the master. On the battlefield, Succubus Mia's delicate face was pale, devoid of any color, and her pitch-black eyes were completely lost in a daze. The mental backlash is no trivial matter, even for the succubus race. If not careful, they could completely lose their demonic soul in a mental backlash. Mia, Zhang Yao called out softly. She still did not intend to give up. Just as you said. Zhang Yao's expression was firm as she said, if we let the pet fight alone, then the beast master is of no use. Are you going to share the mental backlash with that succubus? Li Luo showed a very interested expression, chuckling. You probably cannot endure it. Zhang Yao did not respond further. As an extraordinary beast master who had also contracted a mental-type succubus, Zhang Yao had also cultivated a high-level meditation technique of the mental attribute, and at the mental level, she would not fear any existence of the same level. As Zhang Yao's mental power surged in, helping to bear nearly half of the mental backlash for Succubus Mia, Mia's eyes gradually regained a bit of clarity. Effective. Zhang Yao's expression brightened. The next moment, however, her expression suddenly froze. As if she had seen something unbelievable, Zhang Yao's delicate body trembled slightly. Roar. In Zhang Yao's mind, a dragon roar that seemed to come from ancient times resounded. Zhang Yao sensed in her mind that incomparably majestic golden ancient dragon. Its boundless dragon body, even though it was in Zhang Yao's mind, she could not glimpse its entirety, not even a single dragon scale, which seemed capable of suppressing an entire realm. What on earth is this? Zhang Yao's soul was trembling wildly. In the extreme fear, Zhang Yao suddenly saw the golden dragon god winding its way toward her, filled with endless majesty. The golden dragon had slowly cast down its gaze. Outside, Zhang Yao's gaze was hazy. Dragon god, she murmured, then slumped to the ground. Whoosh. Healing light fell. Zhang Yao was defeated. Roar. Xiao Zongxing slowly regained consciousness, but was still filled with trepidation. It looked at Li Luo with increasingly admiring eyes. If it weren't for the Beast Master's reinforcement, it would have been unable to withstand the mental pressure from Succubus Mia. Originally, after dozens of battles, Xiao Zongxing's mindset had been somewhat inflated, thinking itself invincible. At this moment, however, Xiao Zongxing no longer had any trace of arrogance. Compared to the incomparably majestic dragon god that emerged from its dragon soul, Xiao Zongxing's current strength was still far too lacking. Zhang Yao's eyes regained clarity, but when she recalled the incomparably majestic golden dragon god in her mind, she couldn't help but feel a surge of fear and dread. You have indeed cultivated a meditation technique above the extraordinary level. Zhang Yao was extremely shocked, saying, above the extraordinary level, the holy level? Could it be the legendary imperial level? She stared at Li Luo, seemingly seeking an answer. Zhang Yao had also practiced for a long time to master a high-level meditation technique. It was nearly impossible to grasp a meditation technique above the extraordinary level before breaking through to the Lord level. As for above the extraordinary level, imperial level, even in her dreams, Zhang Yao would not dare to hope for it. Little did she know, the dragon god meditation technique that Li Luo cultivated is not any holy level, nor imperial level, but the legendary divine level meditation technique. In reality, with Zhang Yao's family background, obtaining a meditation technique above the extraordinary level is quite easy. However, how difficult is it to cultivate a meditation technique above the extraordinary level? With an extraordinary realm, it is simply impossible to succeed. She couldn't even imagine how powerful Li Luo's comprehension must be to cultivate a meditation technique above the extraordinary level. Zhang Yao, you have crossed the line. Li Luoxin's expression was calm as he said, you are just a maid. When did you gain the right to question your master? After speaking, Zhang Yao's expression froze slightly, becoming extremely complex, but she adapted quickly. She immediately bowed gracefully and said softly, Master, please spare Zhang Yao. Cough, cough. Li Luo had a helpless expression. Why did he feel that Zhang Yao seemed to enjoy calling him master? Am I rewarding her? Li Luo suddenly realized his blind spot and thought, could it be that I have pleased her? Master. Zhang Yao blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, should I move into your house tonight? How about a maid outfit with a short skirt, white stockings, and cat ears? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding freshmen erupted in excitement. Crazy. Zhang Yao, the goddess, in a maid outfit with white stockings and cat ears? Just thinking about the enchanting pose of Zhang Yao as a maid on the ship, I almost lost it. Li Luo, you really deserve to die. Why can you have Zhang Yao as your little maid? Why can't I take her place? A lonely man and a woman, alone in a room, still the master and maid? What kind of game is this? One of the 3 goddesses in the freshman class of the True Dragon Academy, so quickly taken down. And she even offered herself voluntarily without me daring to think of it. How much pleasure must Li Luo be enjoying under Zhang Yao's service? Useless. I can't even dare to think of it. Hee hee, but I dare to think. Many freshmen sighed in despair. Many girls looked at Jiang Yao with hostile glares. A top-tier beauty, so handsome and powerful. If she could become Li Luo's girlfriend, her future achievements would definitely not be low. Yet she was preempted by Jiang Yao, especially Su Qingxue, who clenched her fists, wishing she could punch Jiang Yao's pretty face. She couldn't help but secretly regret if she hadn't rejected him back then. Wouldn't she be Li Luo's girlfriend now? You decide. Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt a bit overwhelmed. If it were mental enchantment, he could easily resist it with the Dragon God meditation technique. Even Li Luo himself found it hard to ignore. Jiang Yao smiled happily and said, "It seems I have some charm for my master after all." How rude. I know. Jiang Yao didn't care at all, quickly putting away her little demon and leaving the battlefield. As she passed by Su Qingxue, she gave a meaningful glance. Damn. Su Qingxue was almost driven to madness, cursing. Stupid green tea, always offering herself. What do you care about me? Jiang Yao snorted lightly. Once I take down my master, you will be a pathetic loser. Offering myself? Even if I did, my master wouldn't want me. Offering myself? Su Qingxue got angry. Just you wait and see how I defeat Li Luo. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Given Li Luo's exhibited strength, she didn't seem to have much chance of winning. At this moment, Li Luo revealed a look of interest and turned his gaze downwards. Next, Su Qingxue. Chapter 30, Jiang Yao, I will win. Su Qingxue's bet. In this arena battle, there were a total of 52 challengers. Su Qingxue was ranked 52nd, also the last one. Upon hearing Li Luo's voice, Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and finally walked up. Fox King, your disciple doesn't seem very motivated for battle? The Demon King teased lightly. It seems Su Qingxue has realized she is no match for Li Luo. Better than your disciple, who lost and became a maid. The Fox King's tone was icy, seemingly filled with anger as she said, the lineage of the Demon Summoner ultimately struggles to gain recognition. Is that so? The Demon King was unfazed and mocked. At least my disciple knows how to lose. Unlike you beast masters, who can't take it or let it go. I heard that Su Qingxue had already rejected Li Luo. And now that Li Luo has awakened his top-tier talent, she wants to pursue him again. Is she regretting it? Fox King, when you were young, you were friends with Xia Fei. Why did you fall out? Later when Xia Fei became the first Dragon Master, why did you freeze yourself for years? This is all part of the lineage. The Demon King's words were like sharp thorns, piercing into the Fox King's heart, making it impossible for her to maintain her icy demeanor. Demon King, you are seeking death. The Fox King's gaze was extremely cold. Calm down. The Tree King spoke helplessly. Jiang Yao, you must accept the bet, no objections. As for Su Qingxue, she did not back down from a fight. Why bring up the past? Let's let this matter go. Among the sealed kings, the Tree King's prestige was undoubtedly the highest. As the Tree King mediated, the Demon King and the Fox King each snorted and turned their heads away. The Demon King looked down and coldly snorted to herself. First come, first served? Be a maid first, then a mistress. What a good plan. She gritted her silver teeth. Li Luo. She was also envious. The Demon King knew very well that with Li Luo's talent, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the king level. This means that Li Luo's status would soon rival that of the sealed kings. If given more time, many great beast masters would pay attention to him. If not for Xia Fei, the Demon King would have acted long ago. Jiang Yao slightly raised her gaze. Deep in her eyes, a trace of a cold smile flashed. Master, do you think I don't know what you were thinking? Jiang Yao secretly hummed. If you want to compete with me for a man, dream on. She naturally noticed the Demon King's unusual gaze, but on the surface, she remained calm while her heart was already on guard. The lineage of the Demon Summoner. Especially the Demon King, Jiang Yao was also from the lineage of the contracted demons, and it was entirely normal for them to compete for excellent partners. Would Jiang Yao not guard against her master? Once I make my move and transform into a top-tier demon, who else can compete with me? Jiang Yao secretly thought. I don't believe that with me being such a beautiful girl willingly offering myself, he can resist. As for Su Qingxue, TSK. She can only maintain her pride, and she once rejected Li Luo. What qualifications does she have to compete with me? I will definitely win in the end. Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with determination. Regarding Su Qingxue's past rejection of Li Luo, Jiang Yao already knew. However, she avoided mentioning it, firmly asserting that Su Qingxue should actively pursue Li Luo, which both disturbed Su Qingxue's mindset and cleared Li Luo's name. What a joke. My chosen man was once rejected by Su Qingxue. Jiang Yao can only be a maid now. Does Su Qingxue even have the right to reject Li Luo? Su Qingxue, you have no idea how powerful Li Luo's strength has become. Jiang Yao's gaze deepened, secretly thinking, even if he is a top-tier genius, he can't force him to use all his strength. As for you, claiming you will defeat Li Luo, you are destined to be heavily rubbed down. On the battlefield, The summoning array activated. A pure white fox, resembling ice crystals and exuding a beautiful icy charm, stepped out from the summoning array. A pure-blooded king-level bloodline. Extraordinary level 2. Extreme cold ice fox. Li Luo. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said, "If I win this battle, I have only one request. You must help me clarify the rumors." Rumors? Li Luo frowned slightly, suddenly recalling and said in realization, "You mean the part where you pursued me?" "Yes." Su Qingxue clenched her delicate fist. Just thinking about it made her furious. Why? Clearly, it was Li Luo who pursued her and was rejected. How did it turn around? Is it just because Su Qingxue is a top-tier talent, and Li Luo is a top-tier talent, that everyone unanimously thinks I am not worthy of Li Luo? All right. Li Luo chuckled and nodded. But what if you lose? I lose. Su Qingxue's expression froze slightly as she said, "Helping me clarify is the least you can do, right? You are thinking too much." Li Luo raised an eyebrow and said, "If you lose, you must publicly state that it isn't a rumor. How about that?" You. Su Qingxue's willow-like eyebrows stood upright, almost burning with anger, yet she met Li Luo's indifferent expression and could only take a deep breath, saying, "Fine, I agree. If I lose, it will only confirm the rumors. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I can't clear my name. Publicly admitting it, what difference does it make? But if I win, I can clear my name and come out ahead." All these words were isolated by the ancient domain and couldn't be transmitted out at all. In fact, even if they did get out, Li Luo wouldn't care. Did he once pursue Su Qingxue? Perhaps Su Qingxue would take pride in it. But Li Luo would never care. Then let's begin. Li Luo spoke casually. Whoosh, whoosh. The snowstorm descended in an instant. With the support of the high-level talent Ice Soul Cold Heart, the extreme cold ice fox's control over ice and snow undoubtedly received an extraordinary enhancement. In an instant, a snowstorm was summoned. A high-level skill, Blizzard, changed the environment. Li Luo chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Is it too much of a stretch to use a blizzard to counter the ancient domain?" Su Qingxue remained silent, continuously enhancing Ice Soul Cold Heart, constantly outputting ice cold source power, allowing the extreme cold ice fox to almost have an endless supply of frost-cold air, instantly vanishing into the snowstorm. "You are too naive." Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "Within the domain, do you really think the extreme cold ice fox's concealment is useful?" Roar. The dragon's roar echoed. The young Songxing's dragon eyes were exceptionally clear. As its gaze shifted, it firmly locked onto the extreme cold ice fox. Is this the domain skill? Su Qingxue's expression changed completely, shocked. In the domain, there is truly nowhere to hide? She finally realized how ridiculous her strategy was. As long as they were in the ancient domain, any concealment or hiding would be ineffective, and they could not escape the perception of that ancient dragon. Chapter 31. Overwhelming? Inviting the battle-level monster. The extreme cold ice fox, which controls the power of ice and snow, has a body that is extremely fragile. Li Luo chuckled and said, "If it cannot conceal itself, the extreme cold ice fox is essentially vulnerable before the young Songxing." Boom. The azure young dragon suddenly coiled out, rushing into the snowstorm, using its pale dragon breath to isolate the frost invasion. The next moment, the young Songxing had already appeared in front of the extreme cold ice fox. With claws infused with pale dragon breath, it fiercely grasped the extreme cold ice fox. Crack, crack, countless ice crystals gathered. The azure young dragon was instantly frozen. Whoosh whoosh. Su Qingxue gasped repeatedly. She was overloading her high-level talent Ice Soul Cold Heart, allowing the extreme cold ice fox to gather the power of the blizzard, completely freezing the azure young dragon, which undoubtedly exhausted all her and the extreme cold ice fox's strength. At this moment, both Su Qingxue and the extreme cold ice fox were extremely weak. With a hint of hope in her eyes, she looked at the battlefield. The extreme cold ice fox struggled to stand, peering out from the dragon's claws, even climbing onto the young Songxing's dragon head, bouncing as if proclaiming the arrival of victory. 1. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. She scanned the battlefield but did not see any healing light falling. An ice heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed continuously. Roar. The young Songxing stretched its body, feeling comfortable and relaxed, as if it had just taken a cold shower. Its dragon eyes shifted, closely watching the extreme cold ice fox standing at its nose. One by one, azure dragon whiskers, like ghostly serpents, bound the extreme cold ice fox, continuously shrinking, making a sound like shattering ice. The expression of the extreme cold ice fox was one of extreme pain. As a pure spell-type creature, it had sacrificed the strength of its body for ultimate control over ice and snow, but this also left a significant shortcoming. Thus, even the weakest dragon whiskers on the young Songxing could pose a deadly threat to the extreme cold ice fox. Crack. Crack. The breath of the extreme cold ice fox continued to decline. Whoosh. Green light suddenly fell. Did I lose? Su Qingshua's expression was incredibly complicated. She first looked at the extreme cold ice fox with pain, and only after its injuries were fully healed did she raise her ice-like face and say, I will keep my promise. Li Luo shrugged casually. The bet with Su Qingxue was just a casual remark, and he didn't care at all. However, Li Luo's brows furrowed tightly. Roar? The young Songxing tilted its head, puzzled. It had clearly gone through intense battles. Why couldn't the awaken level of the extreme realm break through? Is it still not enough? Li Luo's expression grew solemn. In fact, he had anticipated this. In this arena battle, there were a total of 52 challengers, among whom only 5 true level talents, Dong Cheng, Su Ji, Qi Yong, Jiang Yao, and Su Qingxue, could bring some pressure to the young Songxing. However, these 5 level talents could not provide the young Songxing with a true sense of crisis. The gap in strength was ultimately too great. To get to the bottom of it, the young Songxing's strength was simply too strong. Even level talents could not pose a threat. What to do? He could clearly sense that the young Songxing's will to fight was just a step away from solidifying into substance. But that last step had completely blocked the young Songxing from the extreme realm. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Li Luo stepped forward and looked around at the new students watching, speaking clearly. He couldn't help but hope that other new students would come to challenge. The many new students, whether they were level talents, level geniuses, or level talents, looked at each other, all silent. Li Luo, you have already proven your strength, Dong Cheng. Su Ji, Qi Yong, even Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue have all been defeated by you. Who would dare to fight you again? Level talent Lu Yifei slowly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, in terms of strength, you can even be considered the first among the first-year students of the True Dragon Academy. Who would be so blind as to continue challenging you? In terms of strength, Lu Yifei was not inferior to Dong Cheng or Su Ji. He had intended to challenge, but after witnessing Li Luo's crushing battles, he completely dismissed the idea. The strength of that young ancient dragon was unknown to be how many times stronger than the black water python contracted by Lu Yifei. Who would be so foolish as to voluntarily pay 1 million daxia coins to go up and be abused, losing all face? Is that so? Li Luo said with a smile that was not a smile. Am I now the first among the new students? Naturally, Lu Yifei said in a deep voice. Many level talents have been crushed and defeated. With such powerful strength, if you are not the first among new students, who can be called the first? But how did I hear that there is another level talent monster among the new students of the True Dragon Academy? Li Luo's tone gradually turned cold, saying, I have only defeated many level talents, but I have never had a duel with that level monster. How can the title of first among new students be decided so hastily? He could naturally sense that Lu Yifei's words were filled with the intention of flattery that could lead to his downfall. First among new students? Li Luo didn't care about such a title at all. If you think it's hasty, why not have a duel with that level monster? Lu Yifei's expression changed slightly. No longer putting on an act, his tone filled with provocation, saying, Do you dare not? The many new students also sensed the smell of gunpowder. Lu Yifei, you are truly despicable. Jiang Yao sneered. If you don't dare to fight, you want to divert the blame? TSK, sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. How insidious. Lu Yifei fell silent. Jiang Yao's words undoubtedly completely exposed his intentions, leaving him with no way to refute. Lu Yifei, since you want to incite battle, I will give you a chance. Li Luo's gaze was solemn as he coldly said, I will wait here for half an hour, inviting that level monster to battle. After half an hour, if that level monster does not come, I will not stay even a second longer. Li Luo, you better think carefully. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said, that top-level monster is said to have awakened a top-level talent, the Heavenly Serpent, and has already broken through to the extraordinary level, now at extraordinary 6th stage. In terms of strength, I don't know how many times he surpasses top-level talents. Even you, facing that top-level monster, have no chance of winning. Her words were logical and well-founded. Su Qingxue herself did not understand why she felt the need to persuade him. Perhaps she just didn't want to see Li Luo, who easily defeated her, suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of another peer. Extraordinary 6th stage, huh? Li Luo pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, just right. Only a rival with such powerful strength can completely ignite the battle intent of the wild dragon and allow it to truly reach the extreme of awakening. Chapter 32. A peerless monster can even become an emperor. Crazy. Li Luo really intends to challenge that top-level monster. With a top-level talent and at the extraordinary 6th stage, I can't even imagine how strong that top-level monster's strength is. The extreme? The extreme. Li Luo actually wants that young wild dragon to pursue the extreme of awakening at the extraordinary level. No wonder Li Luo meticulously set up this arena battle. He wants to let the contracted young wild dragon reach the extreme during the fierce battle. The crowd was in an uproar. The extreme, huh? Su Qingshua's beautiful eyes became incredibly complex. She naturally knew about the extreme. Many ancient texts had recorded it. Among many realms, the difficulty of breaking through to the extreme at the awakening level is the highest. At the awakening level, many beast master strengths are actually quite similar. And wanting to break through to the extreme is naturally even harder. By the time the realm is raised, the skill system, extraordinary attributes, and high-level secret methods have all taken shape. Then many top-level talents and even top-level monsters will start to pursue the extreme. Even so, in history, very few have truly managed to cultivate their beasts to the extreme. The difficulties involved need not be mentioned. Su Qingxue believed she was already a goddess among women, with a contract of the extremely cold ice fox, whose bloodline was also very superior. Yet she had never dared to hope to cultivate the extremely cold ice fox to the legendary extreme. In contrast, Li Luo wants to cultivate that young wild dragon to the extreme at the awakening level. What kind of audacity is this? Su Qingxue didn't know how to describe it. She even thought it was whimsical. But then she suddenly recalled the terrifying strength of that young wild dragon and couldn't help but fall silent. Such a powerful wild dragon, whose combat power exceeds the awakening level by who knows how many times. If it can't reach the extreme of awakening, then who else can reach it? Perhaps Li Luo doesn't care about the so-called victory or defeat. He just wants to let that wild dragon's bloodline reach its utmost sublimation in a battle of the highest intensity. Su Qingxue felt a bitter smile in her heart, thinking, yet I am still blinded by victory and defeat, neglecting the essence of a beast master, which is the cultivation of beasts. If one cannot cultivate their beast to the extreme, what is the meaning of a beast master's existence? Many thoughts collided. Su Qingshue's gaze suddenly became much clearer. She looked at the extremely cold ice fox in her arms and secretly made up her mind. One day, I will cultivate you to the extreme. When Su Qingxue raised her head and looked at Li Luo, her eyes were already filled with admiration. No way. Jiang Yao's gaze was unusual, thinking, is she sick? She couldn't understand. Why did Su Qingshue's eyes suddenly change? The original Su Qingxue was full of hostility towards Li Luo, and suddenly, she turned into admiration and respect. What happened to your aloofness? Could it be that she was convinced? Jiang Yao was secretly worried. She wouldn't really compete with me for Li Luo, would she? She couldn't help but sigh. Li Luo is too in demand. Jiang Yao hadn't even gotten a chance, yet she had to guard against many competitors. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Li Luo, you are destined to pay the price for your arrogance. Lui Fei said coldly, that top-level monster is much stronger than you. In this battle, you will undoubtedly lose. Are you mistaken about something? Li Luo raised an eyebrow, looking extremely strange. What do you mean? Lui Fei was slightly taken aback. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it is not something you, who hide behind others and can only bark like a defeated dog, can comment on. Li Luo's gaze gradually turned cold and indifferent as he stepped forward. Lui Fei met Li Luo's eyes, feeling as if he was facing an ancient divine dragon, and an indescribable fear surged in his heart, leaving him frozen and unable to move. Li Luo spoke coldly. In the world of beast masters, strength is paramount. My strength is enough to completely crush you. With my status, even if I kill you here, I won't have to bear much punishment. Clown, get lost. Lui Fei's face turned red. He didn't know whether it was from suffocation or shame. Master, you are so handsome. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled. The many onlookers fell silent. They finally realized one thing. Li Luo had awakened a top-level beast master talent and entered the ranks of peerless monsters. As long as he grows, he is destined to become a pillar of the Xia kingdom, with a status that is incredibly high. Ordinary top-level talents, if they offend Li Luo, even if they kill him, they won't have to pay much of a price. In the world of beast masters, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Top-level talents, once reaching the king level, their potential is almost exhausted. Top-level monsters have the chance to become saints. Top-level, they can even become emperors. A great emperor can stabilize a nation. How could the high-ranking officials of the Xia kingdom blame a top-level talent for the death of a peerless monster? Haha, a top-level talent, fighting for their life against the heavens? Dongqing's expression was extremely complex as he whispered, we these talents, even if we exhaust everything, are still very unlikely to match Li Luo, who has had top-level talent from the very beginning. Once this was said, many top-level talents, including Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue, could not help but fall silent. The gap in Beastmaster talent was now incredibly obvious. In the hidden void, Li Luo's personality really suits my taste, Song Yu said with delight. For these treacherous little people, they should be directly suppressed. TSK. If Li Luo really kills that Lui Fei, I will definitely come forward to clear his name. Xia Fei said nothing. As the first Dragon Master, Xia Fei and Song Yu had experienced countless slaughters. What can a top-level talent count for? Even a saint-level beastmaster, Xiafei has personally killed before. Li Luo's choice is correct. Xiafei said softly, his current realm is still too low. Many high-ranking officials of the Xia Kingdom are secretly observing. If he displays too much murderous intent, he may be rejected by some moderate factions. Li Luo's current actions are just right. While engaging in the main battle, he wouldn't indiscriminately kill the innocent. Choosing the arena battle format also considered the existence of the Undying Array and Healing Array. In the future, if Li Luo truly steps into the high ranks of the Xia Kingdom, whether he becomes a great general or a regional governor, he will probably be able to maneuver with ease. This analysis made Song Yu's eyes light up. Is Li Luo really that amazing? Song Yu said with joy. If he takes control of the Xia Kingdom in the future, it would not be too much for me to get a position as the National Divine Dragon, right? You want to become the National Divine Dragon? First, thoroughly refine your bloodline and achieve the Emperor realm before talking. Xiafei shook her head helplessly. Don't discourage me. Song Yu said helplessly. By the way, isn't Li Luo going to fight that top-level monster? What if that top-level monster doesn't come? He will come, Xiafei said with a hint of indifference. Why? Song Yu blinked. I told his master. Xiafei remained cold and beautiful, saying, that old man wouldn't dare to refuse. Chapter 33, Disciple of the Serpent Saint. Nightwing Serpent. In a secret realm, an ancient palace stretched endlessly. An old man with white hair and beard sat on the throne of the main hall, looking troubled, sighing and saying, what bad luck. Why did that killingster send me a message? To have my little apprentice fight her only disciple? That disciple of Summer Concubine. The Beastmaster at the beginning of the contract has only been 5 days, right? In terms of realm, she is only at the 10th level of awakening. But my little apprentice is already at the 6th level of transcendence. What a huge gap. This old man is a Holy Spirit level Beastmaster, who once made a great name for himself, causing the alien races to tremble in fear, respectfully called the Snake Sage. But when facing the message from Summer Concubine, he was extremely anxious and trembling with fear. The reason is actually quite simple. The Snake Sage once went to the Dragon Realm, but was hunted down by many holy dragons. Many of the holy snakes he contracted fell one after another to protect him, and were devoured by the holy dragons. At this moment, Summer Concubine descends, killing many holy dragons and staining the sky with blood. If it weren't for Summer Concubine, the Snake Sage would have already fallen. Logically speaking, the Snake Sage should be grateful, but he was beaten by many holy dragons, causing the Beastmaster space to shatter. And he witnessed many holy dragons being crushed by Summer Concubine alone. Under such a contrast, even the holy heart of the Snake Sage was tarnished. The Snake Sage is truly terrified of Summer Concubine, almost responding to every request. In the vast Summer Nation, among the powerful giants and holy beings, there are two attitudes towards Summer Concubine, the first Beastmaster of Dragon Taming. If they had not witnessed Summer Concubine's terrifying combat power and the madness engraved in her bones, they would almost be deceived by her nearly perfect appearance, losing their sense of awe. But if they have seen her demeanor on the battlefield, without exception, they all feel a chill. No, wait. The Snake Sage couldn't help but ponder, thinking, it seems I have no room to refuse. The only thing to investigate is whether this battle will be a loss or a win. Awakening level 10th tier against Transcendence level 6th tier? Summer Concubine is trying to establish an invincible heart for her disciple. I understand now. This battle must allow Summer Concubine's disciple to win, and it can't show any traces. The murky eyes of the Snake Sage suddenly brightened. He has realized. Outside the palace, the master, a handsome young man, respectfully saluted. He is the only prodigy with awakening level beast master talent among the new students of the True Dragon Academy, Yen Chun. Yen Chun, you're here. A smile appeared on the Snake Sage's face. He has a long lifespan and has taken in many disciples during his time in seclusion at the True Dragon Academy. The disciple he is most satisfied with in the past 100 years is Yen Chun. Master, what do you want me for? Come here. The Snake Sage smiled and waved, saying, I have something for you to do. He quickly explained his intentions. Master, do you mean for me to fight that Li Luo? And secretly let him win without leaving any traces? Yen Chin's brows couldn't help but furrow deeply. That's right. The Snake Sage nodded in satisfaction. Master, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Yen Chin took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination, and said, I cannot agree to your request, regardless of the reason. Since Li Luo has invited me to battle, I will naturally give it my all to defeat him. Sigh, why can't you understand? The Snake Sage sighed helplessly, saying, do you know that Li Luo has awakened the Ancestral Dragon talent? He is destined to surpass you in the future, even achieving the status of an emperor. If you lose to him now, it would be a good fortune, a win-win situation. Awakening level talent, Ancestral Dragon? Yen Chin's expression momentarily froze, but he remained resolute, saying, Even if he has that level, so what? My innate level talent may still have a chance to evolve to that level. You still don't understand. The snake sage sighed deeply, saying, Li Luo's master is that first beast master, summer concubine. Master, no need to say more. Yin Chen shook his head firmly, saying, no matter what, I cannot intentionally lose. Since Li Luo has challenged me, I will use all my strength to completely defeat him. After saying that, Yin Chen slightly cupped his hands and immediately turned to leave. Sigh. The snake sage sighed, his expression becoming extremely complex. He looked at Yin Chen's back, as if seeing the young version of himself. Yin Chen, you still don't understand. A trace of bitterness flashed in the snake sage's eyes as he whispered, even prodigies have differences. When I was young, I was just like you, shining brightly. Even until I became a saint, I was considered invincible. It was only when I met Summer Concubine that I realized how great the gap is between prodigies. That Li Luo cannot be measured by prodigy standards. He is a true, unparalleled prodigy, destined to become an emperor. How can you afford to offend him? The snake sage couldn't help but lament. A Holy Spirit-level beast master, yet his brilliance has faded, resembling a helpless old man. On the battlefield, Li Luo was closing his eyes to rest, actually practicing the Dragon God meditation method. The cost of renting the Dragon God meditation method for a day is 10 million great summer coins. Whenever he has free time, Li Luo actively practices, wasting not a moment. Boom. A loud bang suddenly resounded. Li Luo raised his head and looked towards the sky. A giant black snake, with wings on its back, descended from above. Li Luo, Yin Chen, riding the black-winged snake, coldly said, I have come to battle. I have been waiting for a long time. Li Luo was unconcerned about Yin Chen's attitude. He couldn't help but look at the black-winged snake, feeling an extremely strong sense of pressure emanating from it. So strong, Li Luo couldn't help but exclaim, Pure blood top tier, monarch level bloodline. Transcendence level 6th tier, night-winged snake. No wonder he is a prodigy. He is indeed very strong. Just from its aura, he could judge that the strength of this night-winged snake is extraordinary. Roar. The little Songxing couldn't help but let out a dragon roar. It also felt a tremendous threat from the night-winged snake, even experiencing a moment of retreat, but was forcibly suppressed by the little Songxing with its will to fight. The little Songxing's emotions suddenly became excited. Only such a powerful opponent can make the will to fight completely solidify into substance. It really has come. Su Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim. The night-winged snake's combat power is comparable to that of the same level dragon race. With the enhancement of the level talent, its combat power will surge by an unknown amount. Ordinary commander-level fierce beasts would be defeated in front of the night-winged snake. The wild dragon contracted by Li Luo is ultimately only at the 10th level of awakening. With such a huge gap, what chance of victory is there? Su Qingshue's analysis is reasonable. After seeing the night-winged snake, no one would think that the little Songxing still has even the slightest chance of winning. Chapter 34 Level Ancestral Dragon Talent Enhancement. Li Luo is going to lose. The voice of the Tree King was light, but extremely certain. The Transcendence level 6th tier night-winged snake can fight commander level. If the level talent serpent is added, even a commander at the 3rd tier can fight. The War King sighed, saying, the wild dragon contracted by Li Luo is indeed very strong, completely exceeding the category of awakening level, but it will definitely have its limits. Yin Chuan and the night-winged snake are mountains that Li Luo cannot surpass at the awakening level. There may not be no chance of winning. The Fox King suddenly said, if that young wild dragon breaks through to the extreme during the battle, it may have a fighting chance. Too far-fetched. The Charm King shook his head and said, even if it really breaks through on the spot, with the awakening level extreme, it cannot contend with the night-winged snake. The difference in strength is indeed too great, almost like the difference between heaven and earth. I agree with the Charm King's statement. The Wolf King nodded, saying, this battle is destined to be a one-sided crushing. Li Luo is still young. Experiencing some failures is not necessarily a bad thing. The various kings exchanged glances, reaching a consensus. Master, that is a Transcendence level 6th tier night-winged snake. Are you sure you want to battle it? Zhang Yao's tone trembled slightly. She took pride in her succubus Mia, but regardless of realm or bloodline, she was completely suppressed by the night-winged serpent. The moment she saw the night-winged serpent, she couldn't even muster the will to fight. Zhang Yao couldn't imagine that Li Luo would dare to face such a powerful night-winged serpent head-on at the awakening level. The odds were nearly non-existent. Why not? Li Luo chuckled lightly. He naturally sensed the battle intent of little Songxing. Li Luo even knew that there was a moment when little Songxing wanted to retreat and flee, but she suppressed that urge. Fear is instinctual when faced with a strong enemy. Li Luo gently stroked the dragon head of the young wild dragon and said softly, only by facing fear directly and overcoming it, struggling between life and death, Can one elevate their battle intent? You are only a hair's breadth away from the extreme realm. This battle will be the final piece of the puzzle for you to ascend to the extreme realm. His words completely ignited little Tsangxing's battle intent. Roar! Little Tsangxing growled wildly, her battle intent gathering in the sky, making the young wild dragon appear like a war dragon, seemingly ready to conquer the seas. So you want to break through to the extreme realm by fighting me? However, if you think you can use me as a stepping stone to help your contracted wild dragon ascend to the extreme realm, then you've completely miscalculated. In this battle, I will not hold back at all. I will suppress you with my strongest form and completely shatter your dreams of the extreme realm, turning them into illusions and bubbles. Yanchen slowly descended. He stood on the battlefield, opposing Li Luo, while the Nightwing serpent coiled and twisted in the air, its dark aura spreading continuously, as if it were turning the battlefield into eternal night. Great! Li Luo laughed heartily and said, I look forward to your full effort. What? Yanchen was slightly taken aback. Only upon truly stepping onto the battlefield did he vaguely sense something was off. Li Luo's demeanor seemed completely different from what he had imagined. He was actually looking forward to Yanchen's full strength? Does Li Luo really not know how terrifying his true strength is? Before you, I have already fought 52 battles. Li Luo laughed loudly and said, one battle after another has pushed little Tsangxing's battle intent to its peak, yet it still lacks the final sublimation. Whether it's me or my contracted wild dragon, we have yet to feel satisfied. I hope you don't disappoint me. His words were incredibly arrogant and presumptuous. The new students present fell silent. They had all fought against Li Luo and deeply understood that he had never used his true strength. Ridiculous. Yanchen snorted coldly. In his view, Li Luo was simply insane. Facing the Nightwing serpent at the awakening level, he could still speak such wild words. What else could it be if not madness? Enough nonsense. Yanchen spoke coldly. Level talent, heavenly serpent. Suddenly empowered. Boom. The aura of the Nightwing serpent surged suddenly, increasing by more than 10 times. It was as if an ancient serpent of the heavens had appeared, and the dark mist spread, turning the entire battlefield into darkness. This is bad. Yanchen directly empowered the level talent heavenly serpent. Level talent can increase the power of a contracted beast by 5 times. Level talent can directly increase the combat power of a contracted beast by 10 times. The combat power of the Nightwing serpent already far surpassed that of the wild dragon. Now, it had been increased by 10 times. Li Luo was destined to be instantly suppressed. Many new students sighed. From the aura, the gap between the Nightwing serpent and the wild dragon was immense. Many new students even believed that the Nightwing serpent could kill the wild dragon with just a breath. Li Luo, Yanchen said coldly, I have investigated you. The level talent, Ancestral Dragon, seems to be a passive talent. If you grow up and fight me, I might still be wary. But you, at the awakening level, don't know your place and dare to challenge me. It's simply foolish. Many new students felt immense regret. Just as Yanchen said, passive talents have a significant disadvantage in the early stages. If Li Luo's beast mastery talent could actively empower, perhaps the situation could be reversed. Really? Li Luo's expression was calm as he chuckled and said, when did I say that my awakened level talent Ancestral Dragon is a passive talent? The crowd was in an uproar. What? Li Luo's level Ancestral Dragon talent is not a passive talent. If the level Ancestral Dragon talent is not a passive talent, then how can the combat power of that wild dragon be explained? Did you forget? Li Luo's master is the first dragon tamer, Xia Fei. It is rumored that Xia Fei contracted a celestial wild dragon, which is a legendary imperial dragon species. If the celestial wild dragon is willing to pay the price, it can directly grant the bloodline of the imperial dragon species. Granting bloodlines? Then it all makes sense. The new students all felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of the level talent could be. If the level talent actively empowered, what kind of heaven-defying force would that be? Watch closely. Li Luo's gaze was solemn. Boom. In the sky, an incredibly mighty ancestral dragon phantom, coiling for dozens of miles, suddenly materialized. In the next moment, this ancestral dragon phantom descended from the sky. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded. Little Tsangxing soared into the air, meeting the descending ancestral dragon phantom, and they actually merged into one. Level talent, Ancestral Dragon. In an instant, empowered. Chapter 35. The will of the Ancestral Dragon descends. Yanchen is defeated. The level Ancestral Dragon talent that Li Luo awakened could actually actively empower. My god. Such a mighty Ancestral Dragon phantom completely merged into the body of the young wild dragon. One could only imagine how much it would enhance the young wild dragon's power. With the level talent, Ancestral Dragon, facing the level talent, Heavenly Serpent. This battle is destined to be recorded in history. The new students all looked up as if in reverence. Level talent? Yin Shun clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming pressure suddenly bearing down. He vaguely had a realization. As long as he could overcome this pressure, his chances of transforming into the level Heavenly Serpent in the future would greatly increase. But what if he couldn't overcome it? Yin Shun would have to spend his life looking up at Li Luo's back, endlessly chasing but destined to fall short. Only able to watch as the distance between them grew, until he could no longer even see Li Luo's back. Hiss, hiss. The Nightwing Serpent seemed to sense Yin Shin's intent, and the dark source power gathered on its dark wings, its speed skyrocketing to the extreme, shooting towards the young wild dragon that had merged with the Ancestral Dragon Phantom. Close combat, huh? Li Luo chuckled and said, "It seems that the Nightwing Serpent you contracted is also best at close combat." He could easily tell that the Nightwing Serpent's body was comparable to dragons of the same level, and even stronger. Such a powerful body, combined with the ultimate dark source power, would be extremely advantageous in close combat. Boom. Behind little Songxing, a phantom of the Ancestral Dragon appeared, and a pair of pale dragon eyes seemed to be tinged with a hint of brilliant gold, as if surrounded by endless stars. The ancient domain opened. Streams of azure dragon breath no longer fought separately but, under little Songxing's command, gathered as if they were loyal soldiers, easily assembled. Whoosh. Endless dragon breath suddenly condensed. Azure-long spears appeared above little Songxing. Such terrifying control. Su Qingxue was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this really the awakening level?" The Ancestral Dragon Phantom appeared on the back of the young wild dragon. Perhaps one of the effects of the level Ancestral Dragon talent is to allow the legendary Ancestral Dragon's will to descend. Jiang Yao's voice trembled slightly as she said, "The legendary Ancestral Dragon is the ancestor of all dragons, the creator of the dragon race. There are even rumors that the entire dragon realm was created by the Ancestral Dragon. The Ancestor Dragon, wielding the power of creation and controlling some dragon breath. Seems almost instinctual. Is the Ancestor Dragon descending?" Yin Shen's gaze deepened as he said, "No matter how superb your skills are, they are futile in the face of absolute strength." Hiss, hiss. The Nightwing Serpent continued to roar, its pair of pitch-black wings seemingly transforming into black steel, aiming to completely slice the young wild dragon at an absolute speed. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gray-long spear shot out instantly. Stab. The serpent's body was pierced directly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 gray-long spears shot out in succession. Instantly, 5 blood-stained holes appeared on the Nightwing Serpent's body. How is this possible? Yin Chen's expression changed instantly. Before he could react, his pupils contracted as he saw above the battlefield. The young wild dragon had already charged in, entangled with the Nightwing Serpent. As a wild dragon, it actually chose to compete in close combat with the Nightwing Serpent of the Snake Tribe, strangling it? Yin Shen's gaze turned slightly cold as he said, "Even something as hard as dragon bones will be entwined and crushed into powder." Before his words fell, Yin Shen's expression changed again. No, Yin Shen seemed to witness the most incredible event in the world, his face filled with disbelief. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Hiss, hiss. The Nightwing Serpent kept lowing, appearing extremely painful. Its dark body, under the young wild dragon's entanglement and strangulation, twisted into a grotesque shape. Bones harder than steel were breaking inch by inch, even piercing through the serpent's flesh, blood flowing profusely, a truly tragic sight. Roar. The young wild dragon soared into the air. Its gray tail swept horizontally in an instant. The Nightwing Serpent uncontrollably crashed down. Whoosh. Healing light quietly descended. The Nightwing Serpent was defeated. A pin drop could be heard. In the next moment, the entire arena erupted in uproar. What the hell? The Nightwing Serpent was defeated? Is this the power of a high-level talent? It's simply terrifying. Summoning the will of the Ancestor Dragon, such a terrifying ability. It's absolutely against the heavens. The Nightwing Serpent, enhanced with the high-level talent of the Heavenly Serpent, had combat power comparable to a 3rd-tier commander, yet was overwhelmingly defeated by a 10th-tier awakened wild dragon. No wonder the high-level talent is called an unparalleled genius, unmatched in the world. Such a terrifying ability. If it can grow, I'm afraid all races would tremble before it. Not all high-level talents possess such extraordinary powers. It should be known that Li Luo's awakened talent, the Ancestor Dragon, can rank among the top 3 among many high-level talents, and could even compete for the first place. Countless newcomers were stirred up. The result of this battle completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Yet, upon careful thought, it seemed reasonable. After all, Li Luo had actively enhanced his high-level talent, the Ancestor Dragon. Summoning the will of the Ancestor Dragon felt like a dimensional strike. What use is the mere difference in realms? So cool. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. Her long legs couldn't help but rub together, wishing to warm Li Luo's bed immediately. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Jiang Yao wouldn't have dared to believe that the talent awakened by a beast master could have such a terrifying effect, completely overturning all common sense. Is this what a high-level talent is? Su Qingshua's mouth involuntarily wore a hint of bitterness. Such a terrifying ability can hardly be countered by any skill or secret method. I lost. Yan Chen's expression was extremely dazed. He still couldn't believe it. This battle ended too quickly. Yan Chen didn't even have time to react before the Nightwing Serpent had already been defeated. Roar! Little Cangxing let out a low growl. Endless fighting spirit suddenly turned into substance. Little Cangxing's aura also underwent a tremendous change, invisibly. Yan Chen's expression became even more complex. Bitterly smiling as he said, "In this battle, not only did I lose miserably, but I also became a stepping stone for Li Luo. Hehe, the extreme realm of the awakened level? When I was at the awakened level, I didn't even dare to hope for the extreme realm, but Li Luo is different. It turns out that the gap between me and Li Luo was already predetermined." Chapter 36, The Shock of the Kings. Ascending to the extreme realm. Yan Chen, who awakened his high-level talent, the Heavenly Serpent, at 17, contracted the top-tier royal breed, the Nightwing Serpent, and was even valued by the Serpent Saint as a personal disciple. Only officially joining the True Dragon Academy upon turning 18 is truly a real genius. All the way, Yan Chen had never lost. Yet, this battle, he lost extremely miserably. He even became a stepping stone, helping little Cangxing successfully condense the will of the heavens and reach the extreme realm of the awakened level. Yan Chen had long known about the extreme realm. With the royal bloodline of the Nightwing Serpent, it could only reach the extreme realm once. As long as one is not fully grown, there is a chance to reach the extreme realm. Therefore, this growth path is undoubtedly very perfect. At this moment, however, Yan Chen couldn't help but have doubts. He suddenly realized, the Ancestral Dragon, even among many talents, it ranks among the top 3. Li Luo, with the high-level Ancestral Dragon talent enhancement, summoned the will of the Ancestral Dragon. Even if the Nightwing Serpent reaches the extreme realm, it is probably still no match. Yan Chen actually lost. The Tree King's green eyes were filled with complexity as he sighed. The high-level Ancestral Dragon talent is indeed so against the heavens. Able to summon the will of the Ancestral Dragon. It seems we have all misunderstood. The high-level Ancestral Dragon talent is not a passive talent at all, but an extremely powerful active talent. But if it's an active talent, how should we explain that Li Luo's contracted Wild Dragon, even before enhancing the talent, already possessed extremely powerful combat power? What else can we explain? The Wolf King chuckled and said, Li Luo's master is the first Dragon Master. Wanting to enhance Li Luo's beast bloodline level is not difficult. The War King couldn't help but fall silent. What a pity. The Charm King sighed, that Yan Chen, with extraordinary talent, as an awakened level Heavenly Serpent, is destined to become a great beast master, even a saint. In this battle, Yan Chen lost to Li Luo, which will inevitably cast a shadow over him. I'm afraid he will no longer be able to catch up with Li Luo, only able to gaze at Li Luo's back. Isn't that only natural? The Wolf King stroked his beard and shook his head. How can Yan Chen compare with Li Luo? In terms of talent, Yan Chen is a high-level Heavenly Serpent, while Li Luo is a high-level talent, the Ancestral Dragon. In terms of beast mastery, that wild dragon cub must have a bloodline of the Overlord level. The Nightwing Serpent? Just a King level 10. One step fast, every step fast. This batch of newcomers, if there are no special opportunities, will inevitably be left behind by Li Luo. After analysis, it was indeed reasonable. How difficult is the extreme realm? The War King's eyes flickered slightly as he sighed. We can become kings and rank among the great masters precisely because our contracted beasts have reached the extreme realm once. Right? With Li Luo and the Wild Dragon's talents, they will never only reach the extreme realm once. With the accumulation of extreme realms, Li Luo's combat power at the same level will inevitably reach an incredible level. The lineage of Dragon Masters may truly see a second Xiafei emerge. The various kings looked at each other. They each represented a faction of the True Dragon Academy. In the True Dragon Academy, the Dragon Master lineage, due to the existence of Xiafei, was already in a state of infinite expansion. If Li Luo were to ascend to the peak again, the entire True Dragon Academy might not have any living space for other factions anymore. In any case, this batch of new students in the True Dragon Academy has completely lost the qualification to compete with Li Luo. The Tree King's gaze deepened as he quietly said, perhaps Li Luo will catch up with the progress of the second and even third years in a short time. You all say? The Charm King seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, 3 days later, when the inheritance secret realm opens. What level of inheritance will Li Luo's talent obtain? When these words came out, the kings fell silent. The Inheritance Secret Realm is the foundation of the true Dragon Academy. Every new student has the opportunity to enter the Inheritance Secret Realm and obtain a legacy. Any new student who gains a legacy will receive a significant tilt in resources during their subsequent years at the Academy, allowing them to soar to great heights. In the Inheritance Secret Realm, there exist the legacies of numerous saints, and even several emperors. The War King took a deep breath and said, however, those emperors did not originate from the true Dragon Academy, nor are they from the Dragon Master lineage. Even if Li Luo awakens the supreme Ancestral Dragon talent, he can at most obtain the legacy of a holy level Dragon Master. That would still be sufficient. The Tree King softly said, in previous years, even among the exceptionally talented new students, only a few have obtained the holy level legacy. Li Luo can securely obtain a holy level legacy, which is enough to prove his extraordinary talent. The Inheritance Secret Realm is indeed the foundation of the true Dragon Academy. When choosing a successor, there are extremely high requirements. Even with supreme talent, one must be sufficiently compatible to obtain the Emperor's legacy. Li Luo awakened the supreme Ancestral Dragon talent, which should allow him to gain an Emperor's legacy, but unfortunately, the Dragon Master lineage hasn't produced an Emperor in over 1,000 years. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of Princess Xia, the true Dragon Academy would still be at the bottom among the 3 top academies. But even Princess Xia has not reached the Emperor level. The Wild Dragon, the Fox King suddenly said, it seems the breakthrough has been completed. Many kings looked over in response. The War King showed a look of emotion and said, that young wild dragon can at least comprehend a super-level skill from its bloodline. If it is lucky enough, it might even comprehend 2 super-level skills. What kind of terrifying battle power would a wild dragon that has awakened to the supreme level possess if it can comprehend 3 super-level skills? Roar. Little Tsangxing let out a dragon roar. Endless fighting spirit condensed into substance, ultimately gathering and falling. The beast you contracted, the wild dragon, has reached the extreme realm for the first time. Bloodline fusion level increased to 30. Comprehended the super-level skill Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. Super-level skill, Overwhelming Battle Intent. With the ultimate battle intent of the heavens, manifests as a heavenly dragon to empower oneself. Power, defense, and speed are all increased by 10 times. When activating Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent, each attack will carry a deterrent effect. The system prompt sounded. Li Luo's eyes brightened. This broken system is quite considerate. Super-level skill, Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. Li Luo took a deep breath, feeling extremely excited, thinking, power, defense, speed, increased by another 10 times. In terms of amplification, it is no less than the primal ancient domain. The beast you contracted, the wild dragon, activated its ancient dragon bloodline. And the 3 high-level skills, ancient power, dragon scales, and speed, transformed into the super-level skill, ancient body reverse scale, extreme shadow. The system prompt sounded again. Chapter 37, Breakthrough, Extraordinary Level. Ancient Body, super-level skill, with the ultimate ancient power, empowers oneself, causing one's power to surge by 20 times. Can trigger a giantization effect. Body size increases by 10 times, and power attribute surges to 30 times. Reverse scale, super-level skill, with the ultimate ancient power, empowers the dragon scales, causing one's defense attribute to surge by 20 times. Can trigger a effect. Defense attribute surges to 30 times, and can absorb and store all damage for counterattack. Extreme Shadow, super-level skill, with the ultimate ancient power, empowers oneself, causing one's speed attribute to surge by 20 times. Can trigger the Dragon Shadow effect. Speed attribute surges to 30 times, and can split into multiple dragon shadows to confuse the enemy. Ancient Body, reverse scale, Extreme Shadow. All 3 high-level skills have transformed into super-level. As for their power, it has increased by an unknown number of times. Under extreme conditions, all 3 super-level skills provide a 30 times attribute increase. Li Luo's eyes shook violently with immense joy, thinking, in an extreme state, little Tsangxing's size will increase by 10 times, and it can absorb and store damage, splitting into many dragon shadows. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder they are super-level skills. Such power is simply unbelievable. After breaking through the extreme realm, little Tsangxing mastered 5 super-level skills. Li Luo felt excited in his heart, thinking, once it exerts its full strength, just the 3 basic attributes of power, speed, and defense will surge by 50 times in an instant. How exaggerated is that? With little Tsangxing's current strength, if it were to fight the Nightwing Serpent again, there would be no need for me to empower it with the supreme Ancestral Dragon talent. Relying solely on its own battle power would be enough to easily suppress the Nightwing Serpent. However, The consumption of super-level skills is not to be underestimated. Unless it breaks through to the extraordinary level, little Songxing's extreme battle power cannot be sustained. To this, Li Luo expressed indifference. Little Songxing's realm has reached the limit of awakening. With such profound foundation, it can break through to the extraordinary level at any time. Roar. Little Songxing's eyes shone brightly. Break through to the extraordinary level. It has long been eager to try. No rush. Roar roar. Little Songxing nodded repeatedly. Many extraordinary talents, and even a few prodigies, have all been defeated by Li Luo. Dong Cheng's eyes trembled slightly as he watched Li Luo's figure leave. Feeling that figure seemed to become increasingly lofty and gradually blurred, his emotions becoming extremely complex, and he whispered, among this year's new students at the True Dragon Academy, Li Luo is undoubtedly the first. This statement made the expressions of many extraordinary talents become extremely complex. In Dormitory 101, in the villa's living room, Master Zhang Yao, dressed in a maid outfit, outlined her voluptuous figure, with a short skirt revealing a pair of slender, proportionate long legs, wrapped in white knee-high socks, reflecting some light under the bright lights. Her voice was soft and charming, with an innate allure, combined with the maid outfit and white stockings. Enough to drive any man crazy. Where are your cat ears? Li Luo sat on the sofa, leisurely crossing his legs. He was not moved by Zhang Yao's allure at all. Huh. Zhang Yao blinked and said, I thought Master wouldn't like it. So I only prepared the maid outfit and white stockings. If Master insists, I can also be your little cat. TSK. Deceiving the Master is an even greater crime. Li Luo chuckled and said, aren't you going to kneel down quickly? Zhang Yao was instantly dumbfounded. She simply couldn't understand. Li Luo seems impervious to persuasion. What? Unwilling? Li Luo coldly snorted. Since you won't listen, what is the point of being a maid? Wouldn't it be better to just breach the contract and wait for the disdain of the demon realms? Well, I will kneel. Zhang Yao bit her lip and gently knelt on the carpet, softly saying, Master, do you like Zhang Yao like this, so humble? Li Luo's head was filled with question marks. He was shocked. He originally just wanted to suppress Zhang Yao, but unexpectedly, she was completely unyielding. All right. Li Luo said impatiently, you can get up now. Hee, I knew Master couldn't bear it. Zhang Yao giggled and immediately stood up, walking over on her own. Her delicate little hand fell on Li Luo's shoulder and thigh. Maid duty, number 1. Massaging legs and shoulders. A waft of fragrance entered his nostrils. It was not a strong fragrance, but rather a subtle elegance mixed with some temptation, making one's heart flutter. The strength is acceptable. Li Luo commented indifferently. There is still room for improvement. Zhang Yao nodded repeatedly. She half-squatted beside him, currently massaging Li Luo's legs, her maid skirt slowly sliding down, seemingly on the verge of revealing more, yet remaining within safe limits, exposing only a segment of her slender, fair thigh. She couldn't help but raise her head proudly, thinking that such a girlishly scheming action would surely captivate Master. The strength is quite good. Li Luo remained calm and composed, a paragon of virtue, sitting undisturbed, showing no signs of falling into the trap set by the girl. Li Luo, just keep pretending. Zhang Yao felt indignant and couldn't help but get anxious, secretly thinking, I don't believe it. With my charm, I can't win you over? How proactive. Li Luo couldn't help but sigh, thinking, Zhang Yao, I admit you are beautiful and very alluring. Unfortunately, in my heart, there is only my beautiful Master. The origin of talent is meant to be used to create talent dragon crystals. You want to offer yourself and take the origin? TSK. Just wait for 3 more months. He was completely unmoved. Between Xia Fei and Zhang Yao, he was very clear-headed. All right, you can go now. Li Luo waved his hand casually. Yes, Master. Zhang Yao felt quite helpless, but could only obey and left the villa's living room. The devil's contract. She dared not defy it. Maid. Li Luo revealed a slight smile. In the 101 dormitory, daily life is managed by robots. Logically speaking, there is no need for a maid. However, Li Luo had his considerations. In the True Dragon Academy, it was fine. But when he leaves the academy in the future, as an unparalleled genius of the human race, how could Li Luo be so low profile? 9 dragons pull the cart, Phoenix soars in the sky, Unicorn follows, with maid service and guards accompanying him. Such specifications are barely enough. When going out, one's identity is self-given. Li Luo kept contemplating and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, thinking, what pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, hiding strength, is pure nonsense. After putting away his thoughts, Li Luo immersed his mind directly into the Beast Master space. In the Beast Master space, little Songxing was located in the center, next to the Dragon Transformation Pool, which held only a few drops of Dragon Transformation liquid, but was radiating extremely pure Dragon-type source power. constantly nourishing little Songxing's physique and dragon soul. The dragon transformation liquid is a treasure of the dragon realm. One drop is worth over 1 million. The quantity of dragon transformation liquid in the dragon transformation pool is still too small. So Li Luo would not use it for now to avoid affecting the foundation of the Beastmaster space. But the dragon transformation pool, as one of the wonders of the dragon realm, has a status of such high regard. When condensing the dragon transformation liquid, the pure dragon source power emitted will greatly benefit little Songxing after absorption. Little Songxing's realm has already reached the peak of awakening level. Li Luo pondered for a moment and thought, I can also start to break through the extraordinary level. Breaking through realms has its own rules. Generally speaking, a beast's realm cannot exceed that of its beast master by much. Especially exceeding a major realm is even more undesirable. The beast master and the pet beast are complementary, feeding back to each other. Little Songxing reaching the peak also brought great feedback to Li Luo's Beastmaster space. Breaking through the extraordinary level is within reach. The Dragon God meditation method quietly operates. The Beastmaster space constantly expands. In an instant breakthrough. What is this? Li Luo's eyes widened in shock. As the Beastmaster space continued to expand, reaching the extraordinary level limit. Not far from the dragon transformation pool, a mountain rose from the ground. This is the Dragon Suppression Mountain. Li Luo's mind trembled, saying, what a terrifying suppression power. He was incredibly shocked. This mountain contains an incomparably terrifying suppression power, as if it wants to suppress the stars of the heavens, to imprison all dragons within, completely establishing the majesty of the dragon realm. According to legend, the Dragon Suppression Mountain in the dragon realm suppresses numerous imperial dragons. Li Luo had a feeling that with just a thought, he could mobilize the suppression power of the Dragon Suppression Mountain to directly suppress a 10-tier extraordinary beast. If located within the Beastmaster space, even a commander-level beast would be directly sealed and imprisoned by this Dragon Suppression Mountain. Chapter 38 Dragon Transformation Pool, Dragon Suppression Mountain. Skill Imprint. After breaking through the extraordinary level, the Dragon Suppression Mountain emerged, and moreover, the production capacity of the Dragon Transformation Pool seemed to have increased. From 1 drop of Dragon Transformation liquid per day to 2 drops per day. Li Luo's eyes brightened. The suppression power of the Dragon Suppression Mountain is undoubtedly powerful. But each drop of Dragon Transformation liquid derived from the Dragon Transformation Pool is worth over 1 million daxia coins. Li Luo could already envision the scene in the future where the Dragon Transformation Pool is overflowing with Dragon Transformation liquid. 2 drops a day means a daily income of over 2 million daxia coins. Just thinking about it gives a full sense of security. After breaking through the extraordinary level, the area of the Beastmaster space directly surged tenfold, reaching 100,000 square meters. Li Luo took a deep breath and thought, an ordinary first-tier extraordinary Beastmaster space is at most 1,000 square meters, but mine is 100 times that. If I break through to the king level, with just 100 times the area, the Beastmaster space with over 10,000 times the volume would be enough to suppress all king-level beings, right? Not to mention, my Beastmaster space is equivalent to a miniature dragon realm. Possessing the Dragon Transformation Pool and Dragon Suppression Mountain, these 2 miniature wonders of the dragon realm. Li Luo's heart was filled with anticipation. Extraordinary level. With a thought, an invisible force surged forth. What is extraordinary? Once reaching the extraordinary level, even a Beastmaster who is inherently weak can directly mobilize the source power of the Beastmaster space. Li Luo's Beastmaster space is pure dragon type. He can easily mobilize a large amount of dragon source power. With dragon source power, he can enhance himself. Li Luo smiled and thought, coupled with my physique. Under the feedback from little Songxing, I am countless times stronger than an ordinary pure-blood young dragon of the same level. He had carefully calculated. As a Beastmaster, after discarding his pet beast, Li Luo's combat power, relying solely on himself, is equivalent to a top-tier king species of the first extraordinary level. Once he mobilizes the powers of the Dragon Transformation Pool and Dragon Suppression Mountain, Li Luo's combat power will further increase. The Dragon Transformation Pool and Dragon Suppression Mountain. These 2 magnificent wonders of the dragon realm, even in their embryonic forms, gradually reveal their true might. The suppression power of the Dragon Suppression Mountain goes without saying. The Dragon Transformation Pool can even allow Li Luo to temporarily transform into a half-dragon form. Moreover, the power of the Dragon Transformation Pool, regardless of who it is applied to, will grant them a temporary high-level dragon bloodline, with their combat power soaring accordingly. Whether it is the Dragon Transformation Pool or the Dragon Suppression Mountain, their might is at least equivalent to sacred-level secret arts. Li Luo was extremely satisfied, thinking, As my realm increases, the power of the Dragon Transformation Pool and Dragon Suppression Mountain will be further unleashed, and it might even rival Imperial-level secret arts. Roar! Roar! Little Sanxing kept growling. It couldn't wait to break through the extraordinary level. Then break through. Li Luo revealed a slight smile. Roar! Little Sanxing. With Li Luo's permission, no longer suppressed its own realm. Boom! The momentum of the Azure Young Dragon continued to soar. The profound foundation transformed into realm at the moment of breakthrough. First extraordinary level. Second extraordinary level. Third extraordinary level. Finally, it settled at the fifth extraordinary level. Little Sanxing's foundation was already incredibly deep, and it reached the peak of awakening level, refining 30 of the Tsang Tian Huang Dragon bloodline. Li Luo was immensely pleased. Thinking, in a single breakthrough, Little Sanxing actually crossed multiple realms, directly reaching the fifth extraordinary level. With Little Sanxing's breakthrough in realm, Li Luo also received an exaggerated feedback on his physique through the Beast Master contract, with strength, defense, and speed increasing by an unknown number of times. Wait. Li Luo's eyes brightened. He could clearly sense that on top of the Dragon Suppression Mountain, a trace of imprint was quietly being formed. This skill imprint seems to be the ancient domain. Li Luo's heart flashed with realization. Immediately, not just the Dragon Suppression Mountain, Li Luo exclaimed in shock, saying, "It seems that there is also a skill imprint being formed above the Dragon Transformation Pool. This is the battle intent of the Heavenly Dragon. The beast you contracted, the Huang Dragon, has broken through the extraordinary level, and you have received contract feedback, comprehending the super-level skill ancient domain, Heavenly Dragon battle intent." The system prompt sound quietly came. Li Luo suddenly had a realization. A Dragon Realm Wonder can imprint a skill? Typically, Beast Masters need to rely on luck, commonly referred to as fate, to obtain skills from their contracted beasts. Li Luo felt extremely pleased and thought, but I have a stable channel to obtain skill feedback. What an advantage this is. He could already envision all the skills of the Little Sanxing being imprinted on many future Dragon Realm Wonders. Beast Masters. With weak bodies, this common understanding will be completely shattered. Desolate Dragon, Sanxing. Attribute, Desolate, Dragon. Realm, Extraordinary Tier 5. Bloodline, Imperial Class Tsang Tian Desolate Dragon, 30100. Skills. High Tier, 1. Desolate Dragon Battle Method. Super Tier, 1. Desolate Body. 2. Reverse Scale, 3. Extreme Shadow. 4. Ancient Desolate Domain. 5. Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. Divine Tier, 1. Desolate Dragon Divine Body. Li Luo glanced over. The attribute panel of Little Sanxing was undoubtedly extremely luxurious. The realm is Extraordinary Tier 5. The bloodline of the Tsang Tian Desolate Dragon has already been refined to 30. Once refined to 100, it will directly transform from a rental state to permanent. As for the skill panel, it is even more exaggerated, possessing 5 super tier skills: Desolate Body, Reverse Scale, Extreme Shadow, Ancient Desolate Domain, and Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. The Divine Tier skill, Desolate Dragon Divine Body, goes without saying. Among all the skills, only the Desolate Dragon Battle method remains at high tier. Li Luo couldn't help but ponder, thinking, once the Desolate Dragon Battle method fully merges into the bloodline of Little Sanxing, it will probably also transform into a super tier skill. He couldn't help but feel excited. All skills will be super tier. How exaggerated. Continue cultivating. Li Luo had no intention of slackening. He continued to operate the Dragon God meditation method, immersing himself in cultivation. Renting the Dragon God meditation method for a day costs 10 million. He couldn't bear to waste it. In the evening, in the living room, the owner, Jiang Yao, was wearing a maid dress, with an apron tied around her waist, exuding a charming yet homely vibe. She was holding a fragrant dish and saw Li Luo walking out of the bedroom, resembling a virtuous little wife preparing the dining utensils for him. Oh, Li Luo couldn't help but be surprised, saying, "You can cook? It's a maid's required course." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "As long as I can wash and cook for the master every day, I am very satisfied. Of course, if I can warm the bed and serve at night, that would be even better." Is that so?" Li Luo shrugged and said, "It's the middle of summer. Why warm the bed? As for serving at night, it depends on your performance." Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. Your performance? There's hope. However, Li Luo was secretly complaining. The so-called depending on your performance. In the end, the judgment standard is still determined by him, right? After the meal, Li Luo couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Yao's cooking skills, which were surprisingly good. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yao had spent a large sum to hire a chef from a star-rated hotel and directly purchased the chef's memories related to cooking. One could say that Jiang Yao had put in a lot of effort to be a qualified maid. After the meal, Jiang Yao glanced at Li Luo and timidly asked, "Master, Have you broken through to the extraordinary level? She had always wanted to ask. Li Luo's aura had indeed changed significantly. Only a breakthrough in realm could explain it. Yes, Li Luo chuckled. The realm after the breakthrough no longer concealed. It was all revealed. Extraordinary Tier 3. Jiang Yao's charming eyes suddenly widened, almost unable to believe her own perception, and she trembled as she said, Master. In less than a day, you actually broke through to Extraordinary Tier 3. She felt an immense shock. Jiang Yao, as a level genius, had been at the Extraordinary level for a month and had only just broken through to Extraordinary Tier 2. In contrast, Li Luo spent just one day to break through from Awakening Tier 10 to Extraordinary Tier 3. What a terrifying cultivation speed. Li Luo seemed to have said before that a true peerless monster could cultivate for a day and be equivalent to a mediocre talent for a year. Have I become mediocre? Jiang Yao was completely stunned. Chapter 39, True Dragon Rankings. Level Genius, Ji Ning. Jiang Yao, the pride of the Jiang family. One of the 3 major business families in the Summer Kingdom. She awakened her level talent, the heart of the succubus, at 17, contracting the succubus Mia. Within less than a year, Jiang Yao broke through from Awakening Tier 1 to Extraordinary Tier 2. Many elders of the Jiang family praised her and called her the pearl of the Jiang family. Jiang Yao always believed that among level geniuses, she was quite outstanding. But she never expected Li Luo's speed of realm improvement to be so exaggerated. One day's cultivation could equal a genius's year. No. Jiang Yao took a deep breath and thought. Li Luo cultivated for half a day and only improved 3 tiers. While I cultivated for a year, I could improve 10 tiers and even have the chance to break through to be a commanding beast master. No matter how monstrous Li Luo is, one day's cultivation can only be equivalent to my half a year. I, Jiang Yao, am definitely not mediocre. With this thought, Jiang Yao's mood suddenly calmed down. She reminded herself to not compare herself to Li Luo. It would absolutely lead to a collapse of her mentality. Jiang Yao seemed to think of something and asked, Master, has the young desolate dragon you contracted also broken through to the extraordinary level? What's wrong? Li Luo was somewhat puzzled. Master, do you know about the True Dragon Rankings? Jiang Yao slowly explained. The True Dragon Rankings are a list formulated by the higher-ups of the True Dragon Academy. Only the beasts contracted by students of the True Dragon Academy can appear on the True Dragon Rankings. The young desolate dragon contracted by the Master has reached the peak in Awakening Tier. Now, it has also broken through to the extraordinary level. Once it shows its strength, it might be able to make it onto the True Dragon Rankings. Even if it ranks 1000th, it can still receive considerable rewards. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. Past freshmen, even after a year, might not manage to get their contracted beasts onto the True Dragon Rankings. In contrast, Li Luo, with his initial contracted beast, has only been less than a week, yet he is aiming for the True Dragon Rankings. What terrifying talent is this? Oh, Li Luo immediately became interested and said, quickly show me the rankings. Yes, Master. Jiang Yao nodded slightly and quickly retrieved a ranking document, handing it to Li Luo, saying, this list gathers the strongest 1,000 beasts of students from the True Dragon Academy, from 4th year to 3rd year. As for freshmen, no one has made the list yet. Perhaps you could be the first. Li Luo couldn't help but show a curious expression. The True Dragon Academy, as one of the 3 top academies, has the most outstanding students whose future achievements will never be low. One could say that in the vast Summer Kingdom, 1/3 of the top beast masters come from the True Dragon Academy. Thousands of students from the True Dragon Academy have contracted at least tens of thousands of beasts. Ranking in the top 1,000? The value of that is self-evident. True Dragon Rankings. 1. Sky Blue Vine Dragon. Realm. Lord Tier 10. Owner. Ji Ning. 2. Illusory Fox Dragon. Realm. Lord Tier 10. Owner. Ji Ning. 3. Azure Water Eagle Dragon. Realm. Lord Tier 10. Owner. Ji Ning. 4. Songju Ant Queen. Realm. Lord Tier 10. Owner. Lu Tianfeng. 5. Red-Clothed Female Ghost. Realm. Lord Tier 10. Owner. Su Yuyu. 10. Cunning Demon Dragon. Realm. Lord Tier 7. Owner. Ji Ning. 100. Black Thunder Snake. Realm. Lord Tier 3. Owner. Wenfenghua. 500. Nether Elephant. Realm. Commander Tier 10. Owner. Fan Xin. 1000. Thunder Lion. Realm. Commander Level 3. Affiliation. Nangong Ran. The True Dragon ranking records a total of 1,000 powerful pet beasts and the names of their respective beast masters. Li Luo briefly skimmed through it and found that any pet beast that could make it onto the True Dragon ranking was at least of the king species. Even the Thunder Lion, ranked 1000th, is a pure-blood king bloodline, with a realm reaching Commander Level 3. Such powerful strength is far beyond that of the Nightwing Serpent contracted by Yin Chun. After all, the strength of the Nightwing Serpent is only comparable to Commander Level 1, and it can only reach Commander Level 3 with the enhancement of the talent skill, the Heavenly Serpent. However, there is still a gap even at Commander Level 3. The Thunder Lion has a King-level bloodline and can fight against 100 beasts of the same level with Commander-level bloodlines. Not to mention, the standards of the True Dragon ranking exclude the enhancements of Beastmasters and directly calculate the combat power of the pet beasts themselves. So the amplifications from the talent skill, the Heavenly Serpent, cannot be counted. Surprisingly, the top 3 of the True Dragon ranking all belong to the same Beastmaster. Li Luo couldn't help but be astonished and said, "Who is this Ji Ning?" The top 3 of the True Dragon ranking, Sky Blue Vine Dragon, Illusion Fox Dragon, and Emerald Water Hawk Dragon, all belong to Ji Ning, which he naturally could not overlook. "Master, you have finally discovered it." Jiang Yao chuckled and said, "This Ji Ning was the #1 prodigy of the True Dragon Academy before you enrolled. It is said that Ji Ning awakened the talent skill Dragon Vein, which can endow all contracted pet beasts with dragon bloodlines. The Sky Blue Vine Dragon, Illusion Fox Dragon, and Emerald Water Hawk Dragon were not originally dragons. It was under the influence of the talent skill Dragon Vein that they were endowed with pure dragon bloodlines and evolved into a new type of dragon." After this explanation, a glimmer of admiration shone in Jiang Yao's eyes. Before she enrolled in the True Dragon Academy, she had already admired Ji Ning immensely, viewing her as her goal to strive for. After truly enrolling and seeing the True Dragon ranking, Jiang Yao realized just how vast the gap between geniuses and prodigies was. Not only that, Jiang Yao continued, all the pet beasts in the top 100 of the True Dragon ranking come from the seniors in the 4th year. But Ji Ning is different. She occupies the top 3 of the True Dragon ranking, yet she is only in her 3rd year this year. In other words, Ji Ning is a year younger than the other seniors on the list, yet she occupies the top 3 positions of the True Dragon ranking. Even the Cunning Demon Dragon ranked 10th is merely Ji Ning's 4th contracted pet after she broke through to the Lord level. It just hasn't been trained for long enough to make it onto the 4th position of the True Dragon ranking. Numerous pieces of information regarding Ji Ning kept coming out. Li Luo's mindset couldn't help but be surprised. This Ji Ning, absolutely worthy of the title of prodigy. Talent skill, Dragon Vein? Li Luo chuckled and said, "I'm afraid this is the real passive talent, right?" "Yes." Jiang Yao nodded and said, when she awakened her talent, Sister Ji Ning was quite ordinary. But as her realm improved, the power of her passive talent gradually manifested. Any beast contracted by Sister Ji Ning, no matter how ordinary its bloodline initially is, once nourished by the Dragon Vein, will continuously undergo metamorphosis, evolve, and possess incredible combat power. Many powerful beings have made predictions. It is feared that Sister Ji Ning will soon break through to the king level. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled. She looked at Li Luo, trying to see shock and astonishment in his eyes, but she soon felt disappointed. Li Luo's expression only carried a hint of admiration, but more was excitement. The True Dragon Academy is indeed full of hidden talents. Li Luo revealed a smile and said, "Countless geniuses and prodigies gather here, and with such extraordinary talents. It feels as if they are as common as grass. Only in this way is it interesting. If there are only a few big cats and little cats, wouldn't that be too boring?" Li Luo's fighting spirit erupted continuously. This. Jiang Yao felt as if her breathing had become difficult. Her charming eyes filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Such terrifying fighting spirit comes from a weak beast master. There is only one possibility. The juvenile wild dragon broke through to the transcendent level and unexpectedly produced skill feedback?" Even Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Skill feedback is exclusive to absolute prodigies. In history, many absolute prodigies who awakened their talent skills became emperors. And with their talent skills and the powerful skills they received as feedback, their own combat power could even surpass that of their contracted beasts. Only in this way could human emperors suppress an era. Even though the probability of obtaining skill feedback from talent skills is extremely low, Jiang Yao couldn't help but take a deep breath and thought to herself, from the fighting spirit released, the juvenile wild dragon must have given Li Luo feedback with a skill that is at least a high level, or even super level skill. She suddenly realized, within the True Dragon Academy, Li Luo's talent is undoubtedly the absolute first. Why should Li Luo be shocked or astonished by the power of others? No matter how strong the opponent is, he will eventually surpass them one by one. What he should truly worry about should be the seniors ranked at the top of the True Dragon ranking, right? Jiang Yao took a deep breath, but couldn't help but feel excited, thinking, if many overbearing geniuses and prodigies are surpassed by a freshman in their 1st year, I wonder what kind of expression they will have. They will probably be furious, right? Chapter 40. Summer Phase Heartache. Heavenly Heart's Snow Lotus. Li Luo silently memorized the names on the True Dragon ranking and shared them with the little Tsangxing through the bond of the beast contract. Roar! Little Tsangxing's fighting spirit surged. It couldn't wait to battle and defeat the many powerful beast masters on the True Dragon ranking. Whether it is Li Luo or little Tsangxing, both are extremely ambitious. The True Dragon ranking? The names on the list, whether they are beasts or their respective beast masters, are merely stepping stones to be surpassed sooner or later. Do the pet beasts have rankings? But do the students of the True Dragon Academy have rankings? Li Luo asked with great interest. No. Jiang Yao gently shook her head and said, in 3 months, there will be a grand competition among various schools. At that time, there will also be a grand competition within the True Dragon Academy, and rankings will only appear after the competition ends. Li Luo quickly realized. Every beast master has various trump cards that can enhance the combat power of their beasts, so it is naturally difficult to determine rankings. Only through battle can one know the high and low. The 3 top-tier academies hold a grand competition among various schools every year. The strongest senior from last year's grand competition has already graduated, so last year's rankings naturally cannot be counted. After a casual conversation, Jiang Yao seemed to be stimulated and went to her room to begin her arduous training. Li Luo was no exception. He practiced until the morning. The realm of Transcendent Level 3 was completely stabilized. In an instant, he broke through to Transcendent Level 4. The time for the rental of the Ancestral Dragon talent was down to the last hour. Li Luo's gaze became serious, and he thought, it's time to start cutting the source of the talent and condensing the talent dragon crystal. Since the production of the talent dragon crystal was exposed, Summer Fae has contracted all the raw materials and provided a large number of vacant king-level dragon crystals, so there is no need for Li Luo to purchase them specifically. As the super-level secret method for cutting talents was implemented, fine beads of sweat began to appear on Li Luo's forehead. The cutting of the talent source is undoubtedly extremely painful. Even Li Luo couldn't help but turn pale and let out a low groan of pain. But he did not retreat in the slightest, and the action of cutting the talent source did not pause at all. After breaking through to the transcendent level, I can actually cut more of the talent source now. Li Luo's eyes suddenly brightened with joy as he whispered, when I awakened, I could only cut 30 of the talent source to make 3 talent dragon crystals. After breaking through to the extraordinary level, I was able to directly cut the talent source of level 50 and create 5 talent dragon crystals. Master S transformation level talent requires a total of 100 talent dragon crystals. At the original speed, I would need at least over a month to complete it. But now it's different. It only takes 20 days to produce 100 talent dragon crystals. How could Li Luo not be delighted? The strength of his beautiful master would be enhanced sooner. The bigger his background would be. Once Xia Fei breaks through to become an emperor, in the vast Xia kingdom, Li Luo would be the emperor's son. Once he speaks, who would dare to disobey? However, Li Luo's face was filled with hidden pain, and he muttered, cutting 50 talent sources at once is too damn painful. Nevertheless, Li Luo did not stop at all. 1, 2, a total of 5 talent dragon crystals were neatly arranged on the table. Hidden in the void, Li Luo was really pushing himself. Song Yu's dragon eyes flickered with a hint of compassion. When she looked at Xia Fei, she found that Xia Fei's cold demeanor had long since disappeared. Xia Fei had her lips tightly pressed, and her stunning face was filled with heartache. The soft and beautiful body that could drive any man crazy was slightly trembling, and her delicate jade hand was tightly gripping a talent dragon crystal that had been fully absorbed. Sister Xia, Song Yu was moved. I somewhat regret it. Xia Fei said softly. I shouldn't have placed the hope of breaking through to the emperor on Luo. After all, he is still a child, meant to be a peerless genius who dominates an era. Even if I don't become an emperor, he will eventually become one. What right do I have to make Luo endure such pain for my own breakthrough to emperor? In the future, if Luo remembers today, will he resent me? Xia Fei's expression was extremely complicated. Sister Xia, Song Yu said in a low voice, you don't need to feel guilty. Li Luo possesses a myth-level talent source. If he doesn't cut the talent source, the hidden myth-level talent may never awaken. For Li Luo, this is not a trial, but a necessary path to becoming strong. You wouldn't want Li Luo to walk the same path you did. That would be too painful. What we can do is to protect his path and provide him with all the resources necessary to grow strong. If you don't let him cut the talent source and create talent dragon crystals, that would be harming him. Song Yu's words gradually calmed Xia Fei's emotions. Xia Fei naturally knew many truths, but secretly peeking and witnessing Li Luo cutting the talent source, that real pain felt like sharp knives torturing her heart. Let us go, Xia Fei said softly. In the next moment, the void shattered. Xia Fei, cold and beautiful, descended like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Master, master. Li Luo quickly wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, grinning and showing a sunny smile, deeply hiding the pain and fatigue, and said, "You came just in time. I just made 5 talent dragon crystals and was about to deliver them to you." Luo. Xiafei looked at Li Luo's pale face, unable to hide the heartache in her eyes any longer, gently reaching out her delicate hand to wipe the sweat from Li Luo's forehead, brushing over his determined face, and said softly, "Thank you. It's nothing." Li Luo smiled and said, "I was going to cut the talent source anyway. Making the talent dragon crystals was just a side task. As long as I can help Master and repay her kindness, I will be very satisfied." Luo, you don't need to cut the talent source so frequently. Why not change from cutting once a day to once a month? Xiafei tightly pressed her lips and said softly, "Just a few years of time. I can wait." "Master," Li Luo said seriously, "I want to awaken my myth-level talent as soon as possible. And I also hope that Master can quickly transform her talent and break through to become an emperor. By then, I will be the only disciple of the Dragon Emperor. Just thinking about it makes me excited." He stared intently at Xiafei's stunning face, but sighed in his heart. Li Luo naturally knew that Xiafei was truly sincere towards him. Her suggestion was also for his sake. After all, the pain of cutting talent is something that ordinary people cannot endure. However, Li Luo had his own considerations. Renting the Ancestral Dragon talent for a day costs 10 million xia coins. If he cannot make the best use of it, how can Li Luo sleep at night? He has to take advantage of the system. Moreover, in the vast blue star, becoming an emperor is the only way to stand at the pinnacle. As long as Xiafei does not become an emperor, Li Luo will not feel secure. Li Luo doesn't want to offend the emperor's offspring in the future. And when the emperor arrives, Xiafei won't be able to protect him. Since you are so determined, I won't persuade you further. Xiafei sighed softly and said, "But if you can't bear it, you must tell me. Also, I will collect some treasures that calm the mind to alleviate the pain of cutting the talent." Cough, cough. "Master, there's no need." Li Luo quickly said, "Cutting the talent source is actually not that bad. There's no need to waste such precious treasures." He originally wanted to say, instead of giving useless calming treasures, it would be better to directly give some precious treasures that enhance strength. Cutting talent is indeed extremely painful, but for Li Luo, it doesn't count for much. After all, he has cultivated the Dragon God meditation method, and his soul's endurance is simply at a heavenly level. "Li Luo, I know you are considering for Sister Xia." Song Yu stretched out her dragon head and said proudly, "But you must know that your master is the first dragon master. She has accumulated countless treasures. Just a few calming treasures, as long as she is willing to search, there are countless. You don't need to feel distressed. Well, this Heaven Heart Snow Lotus, you can use it first." Xiafei took out a pure white snow lotus that exuded an extremely fresh fragrance and said softly, "Just take it directly. It should alleviate quite a bit." Heaven Heart Snow Lotus. Li Luo was immediately shocked and quickly said, "Master, no? How could he not be astonished? This Heaven Heart Snow Lotus, even among superclass resources, is considered top tier. Many Overlord-level beast masters, when breaking through the holy level, if they can take a Heaven Heart Snow Lotus, the probability of success in breaking through can be increased by at least 10%. The market price of a Heaven Heart Snow Lotus is as high as 8 billion. Moreover, it is priceless. If used as the main ingredient to refine pills, it can even help several level kings break through to become Overlord-level beast masters." Li Luo never expected that Xiafei would be so generous as to give him a Heaven Heart Snow Lotus. "I'm really impressed." Countless emotions surged in Li Luo's heart, thinking, the first Dragon Master is truly wealthy? I worked hard to earn over 50 million, and it's still less than what Master casually gives away. Chapter 41. 3 Emperor Inheritances, Yin, Tong, Mo. No need to say more. Xiafei firmly pressed her lips and said, "I only regret not giving you the Heaven Heart Snow Lotus earlier. The Heaven Heart Snow Lotus is a strategic resource. As the owner, Xiafei cannot decide its ownership casually. After all, Xiafei's identity is the first Dragon Master, the leader of the Dragon Master lineage. Such a precious Heaven Heart Snow Lotus is enough to create several Overlord-level beast masters, yet it is only used to alleviate pain. It's truly wasteful. However, wanting to alleviate the pain of cutting talent sources, ordinary treasures cannot achieve the effect. At least, it must be a superclass resource." After a moment of hesitation, Xiafei still took out the Heaven Heart Snow Lotus. As for the invisible pressure from many old Dragon Masters in the Dragon Master lineage, she will bear it herself. With Xiafei's insistence, Li Luo had no choice but to accept the Heaven Heart Snow Lotus. But he did not intend to use it. Are you kidding? A treasure worth 8 billion, used to alleviate pain. To hell with pain. I can endure it. Li Luo was resolute in his heart. He decided to keep the Tianxin Snow Lotus as a reserve fund. In the future, if funds were short, he would auction the Tianxin Snow Lotus. Given the value of the Tianqin Snow Lotus, it might fetch an astronomical price of hundreds of billions. Li Luo carefully put away the Tianqin Snow Lotus. Luo or Xiaofei hesitated. She could see that Li Luo clearly did not intend to use the Tianqin Snow Lotus. Sister Xia. The voice of Canyue entered Xiaofei's mind, saying, Li Luo has his own plans. You don't need to interfere too much. If he really cannot bear the pain, he will naturally use the Tianqin Snow Lotus. I understand. Xiaofei sighed. If those old geezers knew that you gave the Tianqin Snow Lotus to Li Luo just to relieve some pain, who knows how furious they would be. Canyue sighed. The Tianqin Snow Lotus is something I sought from the snow country in the northern border. It is my private possession and cannot be interfered with by others. Xiaofei said coldly. Of course, you're fine. But what about Li Luo? Canyue said helplessly. Those old guys want to peddle so that Ji Ning can quickly break through to the king level, but you haven't agreed. With Li Luo's current strength, how could he be a match for Ji Ning? Ji Ning? That little girl, I've seen her. Xiaofei shook her head indifferently, saying, with her personality, she won't trouble Li Luo. But Canyue wanted to say something. No need to say more. A hint of coldness flashed in Xiaofei's eyes as she said, whoever dares to bully the weak and conspire against me will face my reckoning. She understood Canyue's meaning. Li Luo's strength was ultimately too weak. He hadn't even made it onto the true dragon ranking, and many seniors were stronger than him, especially the dragon masters, who were all geniuses. Ji Ning was just one of them. Xiaofei didn't care about this at all. Whoever dared to bully the weak, she would naturally break the rules. In the dragon master lineage, no one was stronger than her. I was just worried for nothing. Canyue smiled bitterly and said, if it were before, who would dare to say another word? They would have been scorched to death by my dragon breath. Too many eyes are watching. Xiaofei shook her head, saying, many emperors are observing. The emperor stands at the pinnacle of beast tamers, symbolizing the highest strength and authority. Only the emperors can decide who can ascend to emperor. Only someone in Xiaofei's position would know how majestic this world is. Even if one reaches the holy realm, without a background, they cannot hope to become an emperor. In the dragon master lineage, there is not a single emperor. If Xiaofei wants to become an emperor, she must suppress her killing intent and hope for the recognition of the other emperors. Master, Li Luo said seriously, these 5 talent dragon crystals, you take them first. Okay. Xiaofei nodded. She took the talent dragon crystals, her eyes once again filled with hope. If I can transform with the power of thunder and obtain a high-level talent. Even the emperors can't predict when I will break through to emperor, right? Xiaofei thought to herself. Once I become an emperor, even the emperors won't be able to stop me. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. Luo or Xiaofei said softly, in 2 days, the inheritance secret realm of the True Dragon Academy will open. In the secret realm, there are inheritances left by powerful figures from the True Dragon Academy throughout the ages, including the giant, the saints, and even the inheritance of emperors, all of which you have a chance to obtain with your talent. Acquiring a holy level inheritance is almost a sure thing. You might even obtain more than one holy level inheritance. However, no matter how many inheritances you acquire, you can only choose one. Do you have any thoughts? Xiaofei's words made Li Luo slightly stunned. Inheritance secret realm? He truly didn't know. In fact, the inheritance secret realm of the True Dragon Academy was not a secret for many children from big families. However, Li Luo, being of commoner origin, naturally did not understand much. After Xiaofei's explanation, Li Luo understood. The inheritance might contain various precious treasures, powerful meditation methods, secret techniques, and even pet beast eggs, as well as talent crystals. Li Luo couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Meditation methods? He possessed the Dragon God meditation method, even the holy level meditation methods, or even the legendary emperor level meditation methods. He didn't need it all. Secret techniques? The library of the True Dragon Academy recorded many secret techniques. With Li Luo's permissions, he could learn superclass secret techniques freely, and holy level secret techniques might not be impossible to learn, unless they were some extremely special holy level secret techniques, or even the legendary emperor level secret techniques. Otherwise, Li Luo wasn't very interested. As for the talent crystals, that was even more absurd. High-level talent, Ancestral Dragon, can evolve into all dragon-related talents. For example, high-level talent, Dragon Vein. High-level talent, Azure Dragon Shadow. Li Luo could easily evolve them. Of course, no matter what kind of high-level talent he evolved, it was still within the scope of the high-level Ancestral Dragon, which was undoubtedly redundant. Pet beast eggs? Li Luo's eyes lit up. After he broke through to the extraordinary level, he naturally unlocked the second contract slot and could contract a second pet beast. As an extraordinary level beast master, if Li Luo wanted to break through to the commander level, he had to meet multiple conditions. Unless he practiced some specific secret techniques, he had to contract 2 pet beasts and raise both to extraordinary tier 10. I should prepare to contract a second pet beast. Li Luo thought for a moment and secretly said, if I could obtain a pet beast egg with a high bloodline from the dragon clan in the inheritance secret realm, that would be quite good. Of course, even if I can't obtain it, it doesn't matter. I can easily rent the bloodlines of emperor dragons and even divine dragons. Even a worm can be trained into a true dragon. Besides that, what Li Luo needed the most were actually many treasures, and the more, the better. He never had enough of funds and treasures. Master, Li Luo asked with some confusion, can I obtain emperor-level inheritance? Very difficult. Xiaofei was not surprised at all, and said solemnly, in the inheritance secret realm, there are a total of 3 emperor-level inheritances corresponding to 3 ancient emperors, the Flame Emperor, the Vine Emperor, and the Demon Emperor. Among them, the Flame Emperor masters the emperor-level secret technique, Heavenly Fire, capable of refining all. The Vine Emperor contracts many vine species, such as the Ascending Vine, the Thousand-Star Vine, the Starry Sky Vine, and has created an emperor-level secret technique called Plant Armor, allowing contracted plant species to integrate into oneself and transform into equipment, greatly increasing combat power. The Demon Emperor was favored by the demon realm, left behind an inheritance, and then directly betrayed the human race, heading to the demon realm, and his whereabouts are unknown. These 3 emperors have a very low compatibility with you. If you can gain their recognition, be sure not to miss it. Of course, if you cannot obtain the emperor-level inheritance, there is no need to regret it. Xiaofei's explanation was very clear. So that's how it is. Li Luo showed a look of realization. The Flame Emperor, the Vine Emperor, the Demon Emperor. No matter which emperor, they all have a tremendous reputation and are legendary existences. Li Luo thought for a moment. These 3 emperors seemed to have very low compatibility with him, making it hard to force. Master, Li Luo said slowly, what about the holy level inheritances? Good question. Xiaofei gave him an appreciative look and said, holy level inheritances also have their strengths and weaknesses. The top holy level inheritances total 5, namely Dragon Saint, Ancient Saint, Heavenly Saint, Battle Saint, and Fight Saint. Among them, the Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, and Fight Saint have a very high compatibility with you. The Dragon Saint, needless to say, is the master of the resurgence of the Dragon Master lineage, only a step away from becoming an emperor. Unfortunately, he offended an emperor and was crushed in the process of breaking through. The Battle Saint became a saint through battle, and has a high compatibility with the Tsang Tian Huanglong. In fact, if it weren't for Tsang Yue's bloodline being sealed when I first entered school, I might have chosen the Battle Saint inheritance. The Fight Saint seems similar to the Battle Saint, but is entirely different. The Battle Saint is good at fighting. The Fight Saint, however, requires fighting to the death in life and death struggles to progress. If possible, I do not wish for you to choose the Fight Saint inheritance. After explaining, Xiaofei looked at Li Luo and chuckled. Do you have an answer now? Master, I have a question. Li Luo scratched his head and said, among the various inheritances, which one has the most treasures? Chapter 42, A Surge in Realm. Extraordinary Level 7. Xiaofei's cold expression momentarily paused. Master, I was just asking casually. Li Luo smiled awkwardly. When it comes to the number of treasures, naturally, the Imperial level inheritance has the most treasures. Just one Imperial grade treasure is worth an unimaginable amount. Although she didn't know the reason, Xiaofei patiently explained, below the Imperial level, the inheritance with the most treasures isn't the Holy level inheritance, but a giant rat level inheritance known as the Rat King's inheritance. The Rat King was an extremely legendary powerhouse, only at the King level 10th stage, yet he contracted a treasure-hunting rat with a very special bloodline, excavating countless tombs and acquiring numerous treasures. When he left the inheritance, the Rat King accidentally entered an emperor's tomb, fortuitously obtaining some treasures, but he didn't have long to live, hurriedly leaving the inheritance before he fell. That Rat King's inheritance has yet to be claimed by anyone to this day. As she spoke, Xiaofei couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. The Rat King's inheritance is something every new student has been eager for. Even if one only obtains some trivial treasures from an emperor's tomb, it would be incredibly exaggerated. Unfortunately, the requirements for the Rat King's inheritance are quite peculiar. One must also contract a treasure-hunting rat and take on the treasure-hunting business to acquire the inheritance. Thus, many years have passed, and the Rat King's inheritance still has not found a successor. Listening to Xiaofei's account, Li Luo could only dismiss the thought. A treasure-hunting rat? The little Tsangxing he contracted is a celestial desolate dragon and doesn't meet the requirements at all. To immediately contract a treasure-hunting rat just for a giant rat inheritance is not worth it for Li Luo. Never mind. Li Luo remained indifferent in his heart, secretly thinking, the many holy level inheritances should not disappoint me. Moreover, I may not be unable to gain the recognition of the Imperial level inheritance. Of course, Li Luo also had other methods. As long as he temporarily rented a treasure-hunting rat's bloodline, he would naturally have a chance to deceive the inheritance spirit. Unless he was fated to be unable to obtain the imperial inheritance, he would not choose to acquire the Rat King's inheritance under such dire circumstances. With this matter settled, Xiao Fei soon left. Li Luo continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Luo crafted 10 talent dragon crystals and handed them all to Xiao Fei. Seeing the changing aura of the beautiful master every day, Li Luo felt extremely gratified. The cultivation of the Emperor Master is within reach. In the early morning, as the sun rose, Li Luo leaned against the soft sofa while Zhang Yao was obediently serving him, her tender little hands continually pressing, occasionally handing him a few grapes, gently feeding them into his mouth, making it a truly pleasant experience. Master, the inheritance secret realm is about to open. If we don't set off soon, we might miss it, Zhang Yao softly reminded. She was still wearing a maid outfit, but had changed into black stockings, with cat ear hairbands on her head. Looking both cute and sexy, truly a stunning beauty. Then let's go. Li Luo adjusted his clothes and said, it's time to set off. I'll change my clothes first. Zhang Yao's eyes sparkled. For the past few days, she had been obediently serving as a maid. She had watched Li Luo's realm make tremendous leaps every day, going from initial shock to gradually becoming numb, which further solidified her determination to win him over. If at first Zhang Yao wanted to claim Li Luo's extraordinary talent for her own, now she had genuinely developed feelings for him, especially during her service. Some unintentional physical touches would make Zhang Yao's heart race. As a demon tamer, she couldn't help but indulge in this feeling, nearly unable to extricate herself. Just wear this. Li Luo glanced over casually. Huh? Zhang Yao blinked and softly asked, do I really have to wear the maid outfit outside? Are you dissatisfied with your role as a maid? Li Luo said with a teasing smile, you can choose not to be a maid. The demon contract can be broken at any time. Of course not. Zhang Yao pouted, though she usually was quite open. Zhang Yao had only worn the maid outfit inside the villa. She had never worn it out in public. Just the thought of being a little maid, humbly following Li Luo around, under the gaze of countless new students, as well as many teachers and powerful figures, made Zhang Yao feel an overwhelming sense of shame. But Li Luo's domineering words left her unable to refuse, creating a conflicting feeling that made her cheeks flush slightly, unintentionally tightening her legs, softly saying, since Master requires it. Zhang Yao can only obey. After all, I am Master's little maid. At the True Dragon Academy, in the Grand Assembly Hall, thousands of new students gathered. Among the many new students present, when it comes to beast taming talent, the lowest was at level 6, with many possessing level 7 talent. Even among the level 6 prodigies, there were dozens. More than half of them came from common backgrounds, with relatively low realms. A few were from prominent families, having contracted initial beasts early, reaching the awakening level 10th stage, or even extraordinary level. Whoosh! In the sky, a young giant serpent with a pitch-black body and 2 wings soared down. That was the Nightwing Serpent. Yanchen has arrived? Since his battle with Li Luo, Yanchen had not shown up. It seemed he had yet to recover from his defeat in that fight. As a level 6 prodigy, facing an extraordinary level 6 stage opponent, he suffered a crushing defeat, completely becoming a stepping stone. Who can blame him? Li Luo's strength is simply too formidable. The combat power of that young desolate dragon was already quite exaggerated, not to mention Li Luo's level 7 Ancestral Dragon talent, which could summon the will of the Ancestral Dragon to descend. Not only Yin Chun, but many level 6 prodigies among the new students were probably questioning their lives. Right? As prodigies, they had to compete alongside Li Luo, only to be left behind. On Yin Chen's shoulder, there was a small green snake. Could it be Yin Chen's second contracted beast? Damn, the Azure Luancha. This is a truly pure-blooded, dominant level bloodline. With Yin Chen's arrival, many new students began to discuss among themselves. When the newcomers saw the Azure Luancha on Yin Chen's shoulder, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Azure Luancha is a well-known, dominant level bloodline. Unfortunately, the Azure Luancha's realm was only at the awakening 10th stage. If its realm were the same as the Nightwing Serpent, Li Luo might not have been able to win that battle. Dongcheng sighed. As a level 6 prodigy, he had to admit that Yin Chun, as a prodigy, was indeed much stronger than level 6 prodigies. Taking the Azure Luancha as an example, it was a dominant level bloodline. Dongcheng himself would be unable to form a contract with such a high-level bloodline. Such a high-ranking bloodline would undoubtedly exert an irresistible pressure on Dongcheng's beast taming space, thus affecting his advancement. The advantage of level 6 talent is still too great. Dongcheng shook his head and said, however, compared to Li Luo's level 7 talent, it's still far inferior. It is said that at level 7, the beast taming space is 100 times larger than that of lower levels, even allowing for the easy contracting of Holy Spirit level bloodlines and even Imperial level bloodline beast cubs. In the crowd, a cold, disdainful expression flashed across Luo Fei's face. Yinshen, just a waste. If I could awaken level 6 talent, I would definitely suppress Li Luo completely. If I can obtain that inheritance in this secret realm and acquire a talent crystal of level 6, I might also be able to undergo a transformation. At that time, I might not be unable to confront Li Luo head-on. Li Luo didn't even let that young desolate dragon take action. Just relying on his terrifying physique, he suppressed Luo Fei effortlessly. In the circle of level 6 prodigies, Luo Fei could hardly hold his head high. Damn it! In Luo Fei's eyes, there was nothing but unwillingness and anger. He thought to himself, Li Luo is a top-tier talent, capable of receiving feedback from contract beasts 100%, even if my realm is higher. How can I compete with him? Every time he recalled how Li Luo had gripped his neck with a pair of eyes that resembled a holy dragon. Filled with killing intent, Luo Fei felt an overwhelming chill. He clearly understood that Li Luo really dared to kill him, until he possessed absolute strength. He must never have a direct conflict with Li Luo again. Luo Fei silently made up his mind. When he lifted his head, he saw a handsome figure slowly walking into the venue. The entire venue fell silent. Li Luo, how could his realm be at this level? Luo Fei felt as if he had lost all his strength, almost collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. It was so quiet. Li Luo walked step by step, exuding an extraordinary aura, without any concealment, constantly spreading out. Extraordinary level 7. Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Trembling as she said, "It has only been 3 days, and you not only broke through to the extraordinary level, but directly reached extraordinary level 7? Chapter 43. Who turned my goddess into this? Many new students exchanged glances. In an instant, there was an uproar. Crazy. 3 days ago, Li Luo's realm was still awakening level 10. 3 days later, he actually broke through to extraordinary level 7. How on earth did he cultivate? How could he have such a heaven-defying advancement? Even with many treasures, the improvement of one's realm must be gradual, unless he practiced a meditation method that is extremely high level and has reached a stage of great success, or even perfection. Super level meditation method, holy level, or the legendary imperial level meditation method. Countless new students were utterly shocked. Extraordinary level 7. Yinshen looked over, feeling a darkness before his eyes. In terms of realm, 3 days ago, Yinshen was still 7 levels higher than Li Luo. How long has it been? Li Luo's realm has actually surpassed Yinshen's. After being defeated by Li Luo, I began to work hard and practice crazily. But 3 days is simply too short. I couldn't even raise a single level. Yinshen felt as if the sky had fallen, his expression somewhat dazed, thinking, but who would have thought that Li Luo would take only 3 days to go from awakening level 10 to extraordinary level 7? Such a terrifying speed of breakthrough. Unheard of. Master, they all seemed very shocked. Jiang Yao, dressed in a maid outfit, obediently followed beside him. Her pretty face slightly flushed, as if she was somewhat unaccustomed. At this moment, Jiang Yao seemed a bit more mature and even more charming. It's human nature. Li Luo smiled casually. Why should he hide his realm? As a peerless genius, isn't it only natural to receive the shock and admiration of the world? But you. Li Luo raised his eyebrows and said, why have you been quietly operating the top-tier talent succubus heart? Jiang Yao's actions were quite hidden. Even Yin Shun with his top-tier talent could hardly perceive it, yet it was impossible to escape Li Luo's senses. Little girl's little schemes. Master Shunti pry too much. Jiang Yao blinked, acting spoiled. Her heart was racing, fearing being discovered. Really? Li Luo didn't delve deeper. In the crowd, the maid dressed Jiang Yao goddess. What has that damn Li Luo turned my goddess into? Xiao Chunan clutched his chest, full of heartache, saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I will remain a virgin for 30 years, and when I awaken my transformation talent, I will make Li Luo pay the price. Brother, you should calm down. Lu Xiangfei said helplessly. Li Luo's current realm is already extraordinary level 7. Do you understand what this concept means? 7 levels in 3 days. By the time your transformation talent awakens, you won't even be able to see Li Luo's back. Haha, waiting until you're 30? Your Jiang Yao goddess will probably have already become a mature woman. Lu Xiangfei's words made Xiao Chunan's expression turn even more painful. No, you're lying. Xiao Chunan shouted angrily. How could my Jiang Yao goddess possibly become a mature woman? What do you mean by my? Lu Xiangfei sneered. Haven't you noticed? That mature charm on Jiang Yao. I'll tell you, Jiang Yao has been living in Li Luo's villa for 3 days. That mature charm means what? Don't you understand? You mean? Xiao Chunan felt struck by lightning, retreating several steps, his face filled with disbelief, tremblingly saying, they have already kissed. Lu Xiangfei's mind flashed with countless question marks. What kiss? They probably already slept together. Lu Xiangfei sneered. The goddess you can't let go of has already been taken by someone else. Don't you get it? After saying that, Xiao Chunan was completely stunned. Xiangfei, I feel so miserable, Xiao Chunan said painfully. It's okay. Lu Xiangfei hugged Xiao Chunan, comforting him. When you awaken your transformation talent, you will definitely be able to have someone better. No matter how good others are, they are ultimately not her. Xiao Chunan was in tears. Not only Xiao Chunan, Lu Xiangfei, but many new students also noticed Jiang Yao's changes, all feeling heartache to the point of being unable to breathe. The Jiang Yao goddess, 3 days ago, although incredibly charming, like a seductive succubus, still had a hint of innocence, clearly still a maiden. Now, however, she was purely alluring, as if she had been nurtured. Li Luo, you really deserve to die? Just thinking about the maid-dressed Jiang Yao goddess being toyed with by Li Luo for 3 days makes me want to cry. Probably not just the maid outfit, but all sorts of outfits like bunny girls, priestesses, nurses have been played with. Countless boys were pounding their chests in frustration. Some girls, however, couldn't help but feel resentful. Li Luo was actually taken down. Jiang Yao, you really deserve to die. Why wasn't it me? I could wear a maid outfit too. Various discussions reached Li Luo's ears. He was somewhat confused. Jiang Yao blinked, softly saying, Master, I didn't do anything. It's all their wild guesses. It's unavoidable. Li Luo felt very helpless. Yet he couldn't muster much anger. For Jiang Yao, she was also being misunderstood and couldn't clear her name. Of course, as a contract succubus demon master, Jiang Yao didn't care about the so-called rumors. Jiang Yao, did you really give in? Su Qingshue's words echoed in Jiang Yao's mind, angrily saying, can't you love yourself a little more? How long has it been? How could you both be so shameless? Such things should definitely be saved for the wedding night to do. Su Qingxue, I know you're anxious. But don't rush. Jiang Yao raised a proud smile, transmitting, didn't you refuse Li Luo? Why are you anxious now? TSK, what wedding night? There's nothing Jiang Yao can't get. Hearing this, Su Qingxue could hardly suppress her anger. She couldn't help but think of the incredibly intimate posture of Li Luo and Jiang Yao, feeling a wave of heartache. No. Su Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up. Transmitting, Jiang Yao, you're lying. What? Jiang Yao felt guilty, yet she refused to back down, saying, Su Qingxue, are you so anxious that you don't want to accept reality? Don't disturb me. Su Qingxue calmed down and said, you pursuing Li Luo is simply to capture the essence of his top-tier talent. But your aura and Realm Haven T changed much, clearly indicating you Haven T succeeded in capturing it. Jiang Yao's expression slightly froze. She didn't expect Su Qingshue's perception to be so sharp. It seems I was guessed right. Su Qingxue smiled, saying, Tisk TSK, the dignified Jiang Yao goddess, after 3 days, being so proactive. Still hasn't managed to take him down? It's simply laughable. Su Qingxue, shut up. Jiang Yao immediately lost her temper, angrily saying, what do you know? I and my master are slowly cultivating our feelings. One day, I will make my master willingly submit to me. He really? Su Qingxue mocked. How pathetic, Jiang Yao. At least I'm better than you, Jiang Yao retorted. Su Qingxue, you once rejected Li Luo, and now you regret it. But Li Luo has long lost interest in you. Jiang Yao, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Su Qingxue was also on edge. Let us see if you have the ability. Jiang Yao refused to back down. The two stunning girls glared at each other. What are you two chattering about? Li Luo asked, puzzled. He naturally sensed the tension between Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue. It's nothing, master. Jiang Yao smiled as she linked her arm with Li Luo's and whispered, I'm just teaching a defeated dog to bark. It's so much fun. Jiang Yao. Su Qingxue clenched her fists. She couldn't help but glance at Li Luo, but fell silent. Compared to Jiang Yao, Su Qingxue seemed more like an outsider. At least Jiang Yao was still Li Luo's exclusive little maid. In contrast, Su Qingxue had once rejected Li Luo, and now she regretted it. In Li Luo's eyes, she must be a joke, right? This scene left many new students heartbroken. Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue, these two goddesses, were once again vying for Li Luo's attention. Sigh. A peerless prodigy, it's normal to have multiple admirers. But why are it specifically Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao, these two stunning goddesses? Chapter 44. The Inheritance Secret Realm opens. At the True Dragon Academy, this year's new students number over 1,000. Among them, Jiang Yao, Su Qingxue, and Xia Hanlin are known as the 3 goddesses of the new students. These 3 goddesses are not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also outstanding talents. Who would have thought that 2 of the goddesses, Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue, would be so infatuated with Li Luo, vying for his favor and on edge with each other? Is that Li Luo? In the crowd, a stunning girl blinked her peach blossom eyes. Her green pupils filled with natural charm, and her green hair gently swayed, revealing a pair of pointed, translucent ears. Xia Hanlin. With the awakened talent of the heart of the elf, was a hybrid of human and elf, and had even contracted a royal bloodline elf. Many powerful beings held Xia Hanlin in high regard, believing she would achieve at least a top 10 rank among the new students. The reason is simple. As a hybrid elf, Xia Hanlin's combat power cannot be underestimated. The royal blood elf she contracted specializes in support skills, which can enhance Xia Hanlin's combat power. As a beast master, Xia Hanlin's combat strength is far from weak. In fact, it's exceptionally high. After all, Xia Hanlin's mother is the Tree King. As for her father, he is a royal from the elf clan, a true ruler-level bloodline. Even by elf standards, he is considered quite handsome. Xia Hanlin pouted, but couldn't help but feel regret, sighing. It's a pity that the Dragon Masters have always been at odds with the elf clan, especially that first Dragon Master, Xia Fei, who once killed a sacred spirit of the elf clan. Not to mention pursuing him, even befriending him would put me under immense pressure from the elf clan. Otherwise, I would really want to be part of this lively scene. As a hybrid, her goal in entering the True Dragon Academy is undoubtedly clearer: to leverage the Academy's unique resources to continuously grow stronger. The Inheritance Secret Realm is one of them. The Vine Emperor's inheritance. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but imagine, but quickly dismissed the thought. How could the inheritance of an emperor be something that mere talents could covet? Wood Saint, Grass Saint, Spirit Saint. Xia Hanlin thought to herself, these 3 sacred-level inheritances are my true goals. As long as I obtain one, I will have the opportunity to transform into a top talent during my 4 years at the True Dragon Academy. Jiangyao, Li Luo casually spoke. The Inheritance Secret Realm is opening. Do you have a desired inheritance? Yes, Master. Jiang Yao's eyes brightened. The strongest inheritance of the Demon Master lineage is undoubtedly the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, to obtain an Emperor-level inheritance, one must have top talent. I definitely have no hope. Among the many sacred-level inheritances, the Charm Saint, Soul Saint, and Desire Saint inheritances are highly compatible with me. However, sacred-level inheritances are very difficult for top talents to acquire. If it's a giant inheritance, I have a certain degree of confidence in obtaining recognition for the Spirit King, Grudge King, and Dark King inheritances. She spoke without any concealment. Jiang Yao understood that the giant inheritances she valued, as well as the sacred-level inheritances, held no special significance in Li Luo's eyes. In fact, for many top talents, obtaining a king-level inheritance is already a limit. Sacred-level inheritances? Even top prodigies may not be able to gain recognition. Master, Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity as she softly asked, do you have a desired inheritance? That depends on how many inheritances are available for me to choose from. Li Luo replied casually. Jiang Yao was slightly taken aback, then sighed. For a top prodigy, in the history of the True Dragon Academy, any top talent has been recognized by many sacred-level inheritances in the Inheritance Secret Realm. With top talent, even obtaining an Emperor-level inheritance is not too much to ask. Jiang Yao's eyes flickered, but she couldn't help but sigh, thinking, it's a pity that none of the 3 Emperor-level inheritances in the Secret Realm align with Li Luo. As a top talent, being limited to obtaining only a sacred-level inheritance is truly a pity. During their conversation, a roar echoed. A dragon's roar reverberated. Like a massive fire dragon made of flames, it descended from the sky. Principal Lu has arrived. A new student exclaimed. Boom, boom, caw, hiss. A thunderbird flickering with endless lightning and a bone serpent seemingly condensed from darkness descended from the sky. The 2 vice principals, Du Zhe and Wan Qing, have also arrived. These 2 vice principals are not lacking in combat power compared to Principal Lu. With 3 principals present, it seems the Inheritance Secret Realm is about to open. The new students were all excited. The Inheritance Secret Realm is one of the strongest foundations of the True Dragon Academy. As long as one can obtain an inheritance, it may even change their fate. The future is uncertain. We are all dark horses. Historically, there have even been top talents who obtained a sacred-level inheritance and ultimately transformed into top talents, completely reversing their fate. I am also a top talent. I do not seek sacred-level inheritances or giant inheritances. As long as I can obtain a king-level inheritance, I will be completely satisfied. I can't wait to step into the Inheritance Secret Realm. Amidst the eager eyes of many new students, rumble. A deep, resonant roar echoed throughout the True Dragon Academy. In the sky above, a massive secret realm, akin to a small world, descended, blocking out the sun. Is this the Inheritance Secret Realm? Yen Chen's eyes widened in shock as he said. It is said that the Inheritance Secret Realms of the 3 top academies are all transformed from the beast-controlling space of a fallen emperor. No wonder such a grand secret realm can accommodate so many inheritances. Everyone, Principal Lu Tianqi's expression was extremely serious as he slowly said. The Inheritance Secret Realm is about to open. At that time, all new students will be simultaneously transported inside. Your performance within will determine whether you can earn the recognition of the inheritance will. Based on your performance in the inheritance secret realm, rankings will be established, and various rewards of differing values will be granted. Principal Lu Tianxi did not elaborate much. The process of the inheritance secret realm has already been announced. How to obtain and choose an inheritance is what the new students should consider. Lu Tianxi couldn't help but look towards the crowd, where a tall and handsome figure stood, and sighed inwardly. The Dragon Master lineage had ultimately been weak for too long. With Li Luo's talents and numerous imperial inheritances competing with each other, it was common. Unfortunately, the Dragon Master lineage had not produced an emperor for over 1,000 years. A peerless genius could only obtain a holy level inheritance. And even the highest level holy inheritance was ultimately unworthy of Li Luo's extraordinary talents. In the crowd, Li Luo slightly raised his head, meeting Lu Tianxi's gaze and sensing the lingering feelings of regret within it. Holy level inheritance. Li Luo shook his head and smiled, thinking, my true goal is an imperial inheritance. Ever since discussing it with Xia Fei, Li Luo pondered for a long time and realized that he had severely underestimated the value of an imperial inheritance. The Rat King merely excavated an imperial tomb and obtained some inconsequential treasures, yet his worth skyrocketed, even comparable to a Holy Spirit-level beast master. What kind of precious inheritance would a true emperor leave behind? Numerous treasures could probably pile up into a mountain. As long as I can obtain an imperial inheritance, my future cultivation resources will be completely secured. A glimmer of ambition flashed through Li Luo's mind. Li Luo wouldn't still be plotting for an imperial inheritance, would he? Lu Tianxi vaguely sensed something and felt an immense shock, thinking, but the awakened level Ancestral Dragon talent he possesses has a very low compatibility compared to the three emperors. Yin Emperor, Tung Emperor, and Mo Emperor. Although confused and puzzled, he had no time to think deeply. Principal Lu, Duze said with cupped hands, please open the inheritance secret realm. Agreed. Wanqing nodded. Lu Tianxi glanced at Duze and Wanqing. The two vice principals had always been closely connected, and he was already used to it. Boom. The entire inheritance secret realm began to tremble continuously. Portals appeared at the venue. The inheritance secret realm is open. Yin Chen's eyes widened. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and entered the portal. Let's go? Louis glanced at Li Luo, clenched his fists, and whispered, only by obtaining the inheritance and defying fate can I compete with Li Luo. Many new students were also extremely excited. With no hesitation at all, they all stepped inside. Master, Jiang Yao was somewhat impatient and said softly, shall we go in too? All right. Li Luo nodded. He looked at the spatial portal in front of him and felt that this portal was incredibly solid. Even a Holy Spirit-level beast master couldn't possibly break it. No wonder it was a secret realm crafted from an emperor's beast space. Li Luo couldn't help but marvel, thinking, such a magnificent secret realm could almost be called a small world, and it might even give birth to a spirit of the secret realm. What he glimpsed was undoubtedly more. If this inheritance secret realm could be upgraded, it might really transform into a complete domain. Such a precious secret realm. Yet it was only used to contain numerous inheritances, undoubtedly a waste. But Li Luo thought again. Among those numerous inheritances, there are indeed 3 imperial-level inheritances and many holy-level inheritances. He felt it was only natural. Whoosh. Li Luo stepped out. He felt the world spin around him. The next moment, he found himself in the inheritance secret realm. Chapter 45. The points board opens. Gale Wolf, Grey Rock Python. In the inheritance secret realm. On a plain, Li Luo looked around and found that Jiang Yao was no longer by his side. After being teleported to the secret realm, all new students would be randomly scattered to different locations to prevent early team formations. Li Luo pondered for a moment, thinking, if I happen to encounter companions in there, that would simply be pure luck. Many times, luck is also a part of strength. As for temporary teaming up, in the inheritance secret realm, competition among each other is allowed. If they weren't familiar with each other, who would dare to team up? The battles between beast masters can even better showcase their talents. Once eliminated by other beast masters in the inheritance secret realm, it can only be attributed to bad luck. With Li Luo's strength, he could easily eliminate all new students he encountered along the way. But why would he do that? The 3 principals and many beast masters were all watching from the outside. All students in the inheritance secret realm are from the True Dragon Academy. Even if he let them obtain inheritances, it would only strengthen the True Dragon Academy's power. Moreover, Li Luo looked down on doing such a thing. From the moment he awakened the Ancestral Dragon talent, Li Luo was destined to dominate an era. Including Yinshen, all new students from the True Dragon Academy had already been surpassed by him. What threat could they pose? Of course, if someone dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind eliminating them. Li Luo couldn't help but smile. Boom. Numerous spatial portals closed. This meant that all new students from this session of the True Dragon Academy had entered the Inheritance Secret Realm. The Inheritance Assessment has begun. In the Secret Realm, Awaken level ferocious beasts exceed 100,000. Extraordinary level ferocious beasts exceed 10,000. Commander level ferocious beasts total 1,000. Hunting an Awaken level ferocious beast will earn 110 points according to their level. Hunting an extraordinary level ferocious beast will earn 10 points. Hunting a commander level ferocious beast will earn 100 points. The points board is now open. A voice echoed into the minds of all new students. Hunting ferocious beasts, huh? It's a consistent tradition of the Inheritance Secret Realm. Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, the ferocious beasts in the Inheritance Secret Realm are all transformed from the essence of the realm, with the source power of an emperor. Creating some low-level ferocious beasts is quite easy. He slightly moved his thoughts. The points board appeared in his mind. At this moment, the points board had already shown quite a few names, constantly rotating. Oh, Zhang Yao is on the board? Li Luo was slightly surprised, and she was actually ranked 7th? 7 Zhang Yao. Points, 20. He suddenly realized. Zhang Yao probably faced an extraordinary second-tier ferocious beast right after being teleported in and directly hunted it. Earning 20 points immediately, Zhang Yao, as a top-tier talent, contracted a succubus, which is a pure-blood royal species, and her combat power is extremely strong. With Zhang Yao and the succubus's strength, she could even fight against an extraordinary 7th-tier beast. As for beasts of the same level, she could directly kill them. Li Luo was not worried at all. He glanced again and found that Su Qingxue was also on the board, ranked 5th with 30 points. But he was not surprised at all. Su Qingxue's strength was not inferior to Zhang Yao's, and she could easily hunt extraordinary level 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. A wolf howl suddenly rang out. Li Luo looked over. A mixed blood extraordinary level bloodline. Extraordinary level 7th tier, Gale Wolf. Just teleported in and encountered a ferocious beast of the same level? Li Luo couldn't help but smile, thinking, it seems this is a deliberate arrangement of the Inheritance Secret Realm. It makes sense, as a beastmaster. If one cannot even hunt a beast of the same level, it would be too inadequate. Beastmasters, who contract many pets, inherently possess combat power that surpasses other races. Especially with ferocious beasts that have little intelligence, they can be easily hunted by beastmasters. Even ordinary beastmasters are like this, not to mention the geniuses of the True Dragon Academy. Faced with a Gale Wolf of the same tier, Li Luo did not let little Sanxing battle, but instead stepped forward, continuously approaching the Gale Wolf. The Gale Wolf kept growling but did not dare to come closer. From Li Luo, it sensed an extremely terrifying pressure, as if taking another step forward would bring great terror. Quite intelligent, Li Luo exclaimed in surprise, thinking, did it sense the dragon-type source power on me? The dragon type is the strongest among all attributes. In the ancient times, the Huanglong clan ruled an era. In the prehistoric era, the ancient dragon court suppressed all races and exerted pressure for eternity. The bloodlines of many fierce beasts are deeply imprinted with fear of the dragon clan. Therefore, the Gale Wolf sensed the dragon-type source power and dared not act recklessly. Its perception is sharp, but unfortunately, its strength is too weak. Li Luo chuckled lightly. Then his speed surged. The Gale Wolf was completely stunned. It looked around in panic, but couldn't find any trace of Li Luo. Crack! Li Luo suddenly exerted force. The Gale Wolf's neck was instantly broken. 70 points. In hand, Li Luo revealed a smile, thinking, I have received a physical feedback of 100 from little Sanxing, possessing strength, defense, and speed far superior to the same level dragon clan. Even without using any skills, killing a fierce beast of the same level is effortless. His thoughts moved slightly. On the leaderboard, Li Luo's name had already reached 2nd place. As for 1st place, it was naturally Yin Chun, with 300 points. The efficiency is not slow. Li Luo couldn't help but sigh. The Dark Night Wing Serpent contracted by Yin Chen Master's dark power, its speed is extremely fast. So its efficiency in hunting fierce beasts is naturally not bad. Interesting. Li Luo chuckled lightly. Whoosh. The beast control array activated. Roar. Roar. Little Sanxing let out a dragon's roar. It was already eager to go. Let's go? Li Luo said casually. The reward for being first on the leaderboard is a treasure worth 1 billion daxia coins, which cannot be missed. Damn it. Xia Hanlin kept fleeing across the plain, with layers of emerald light flickering on her body. Every time a ray of light condensed, an arrow would shoot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out in succession. Hiss. A giant serpent, entirely deep gray, was continuously chasing, letting out terrifying hisses, its cold snake eyes flashing with a cruel glint. Bang. 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 The 3 emerald arrows shot at the giant serpent, but left no trace. 3 arrows in succession couldn't even hurt it. Xia Hanlin's heart sank. Not even a scratch could be made. If this giant serpent caught up, how would she resist? Is my luck really this bad? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but feel bitter, thinking, I just got teleported in not long ago and encountered a leader-level fierce beast. A pure-blood leader-level bloodline. A leader-level 3rd rank, Greystone Python. Xia Hanlin's realm is extraordinary level 2nd rank, with the gifted spirit heart and the assistance of the royal spirit. Even facing extraordinary level 9th rank, she still has the strength to fight. Unfortunately, this Greystone Python's realm has reached leader level 3rd rank. In fact, any extraordinary level prodigy, if they encounter a leader level fierce beast in the inheritance secret realm, would usually only be able to flee. The gap in realm is indeed too great. As long as she escapes the Greystone Python's territory, it will stop chasing. Xia Hanlin gritted her silver teeth, still unwilling to give up the last glimmer of hope. For any new student of the True Dragon Academy, the opportunities in the inheritance secret realm are irreplaceable, and she absolutely cannot accept falling here. Hiss, hiss. The Greystone Python kept flicking its tongue, enjoying the desperate expression of Xia Hanlin as she hurriedly fled, a hint of human-like mockery flashing in its eyes. In the next moment, crack, a huge rock suddenly protruded beneath Xia Hanlin. Caught off guard, she tripped and fell. Seeing the Greystone Python getting closer, the aura of the leader-level fierce beast continuously spread out. Despair surged in Xia Hanlin's heart. Is it over? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Roar. An excited dragon's roar suddenly sounded. The leader-level 3rd rank, Greystone Python? A handsome young man slowly appeared, chuckling. Looks like my luck is quite good. Upon hearing this, Xia Hanlin couldn't help but be stunned. Good luck? Little Songxing, subdue it. Li Luo casually said. Roar. A pure white young dragon displayed extreme speed, suddenly rushing in front of the Greystone Python. Chapter 46, Xia Hanlin's shock. 50 million team fee. Hiss, hiss. A hint of disdain flashed in the Greystone Python's eyes. At first, the Greystone Python was astonished. After all, little Songxing's speed was indeed too fast. When the Greystone Python realized that little Songxing's realm was only extraordinary level 7th rank, the disdain was even harder to hide. In the world of fierce beasts, realm and strength are above all else. The Greystone Python's realm is leader level 3rd rank. In contrast, little Songxing is only extraordinary level 7th rank. What a huge gap. The Greystone Python, using its limited intelligence, quickly concluded that since this gray young dragon is so fast, its strength and defense must be weak enough to fall with a single touch. Hiss, hiss. The Greystone Python roared, its long tail crashing down heavily. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly echoed. Little Songxing gathered ancient power, transforming into a gray dragon claw, each dragon scale extremely clear, directly meeting the Greystone Python's tail. Crack. The narrow snake tail, seemingly forged from gray stone, broke with a loud sound. Hiss, hiss. The Greystone Python's eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, it let out a heartbreaking scream. Roar. Little Songxing did not give the Greystone Python a chance to retaliate. The gray dragon claw condensed from ancient power fiercely swept across the Greystone Python's head, decapitating the deep gray python head, and the foul-smelling snake blood sprayed out continuously as the Greystone Python's life force dwindled. Dead. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The scene before her completely exceeded her understanding. Facing a leader level 3rd rank with extraordinary level 7th rank, it was so effortlessly killed, even if Yinshin came. With the gifted Tian Shi enhancing the Dark Night Wing Serpent, it would definitely take a long battle to win, right? In contrast, this young ancient dragon accomplished such a feat relying solely on its own combat power, and it was still so easy. Is this the extreme realm? Xia Hanlin murmured softly. To reach the extreme realm at the awakened level is extremely difficult. Correspondingly, it also brings extremely high rewards and nearly invincible terrifying combat power at the same level. Xia Hanlin did not know that even an ordinary king species, even if it reached the extreme realm, could only fuse with king-level bloodlines. In contrast, little Songxing has fused with 30 of the Emperor Dragon bloodline. There is also a gap in the extreme realm. 300 points in hand. Li Luo couldn't help but smile, saying, Little Songxing, let's go. Roar, roar. Little Songxing nodded repeatedly. It looked at the dissipating body of the Greystone Python, feeling somewhat regretful that it wanted to taste the flavor of Greystone Python meat. Wait. Xia Hanlin saw Li Luo and little Songxing turning around without any reluctance, and inexplicably felt a bit anxious, hurriedly saying, Li Luo, you also saved me. I haven't repaid you yet. Repay? Li Luo raised his eyebrows, his gaze slightly wandering over Xia Hanlin. but there was a hint of disdain, saying, "No need. I also gained 300 points from hunting this greystone python. You don't have to worry about it." Indeed, Xia Hanlin's appearance is stunning, especially with her elven bloodline. It adds a touch of exotic charm to her. But to Li Luo, it has no appeal. After all, Li Luo is a good man who can remain unperturbed even under Jiang Yao's seduction. Only the beautiful master can hold a place in Li Luo's heart. Moreover, how could Li Luo not see that Xia Hanlin merely wanted to team up with him temporarily in the inheritance secret realm to gain more points, without sufficient benefits? Would he agree? Xia Hanlin met Li Luo's gaze and couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. With her family background, who would dare to scrutinize her like this? Just when she thought Li Luo was going to make some outrageous request, he simply declined, seemingly not impressed by Xia Hanlin's stunning beauty at all. She was instantly dumbfounded. Li Luo. Xia Hanlin took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and said, "In the inheritance secret realm, there are as many as 1,000 beast leaders. No new student can ensure they won't be eliminated. Only by teaming up is the best method. Meeting in the inheritance secret realm is also a kind of fate. So, I would like to team up with you, is that okay?" Her words were reasonable and well-founded. "Oh, aren't you afraid I will eliminate you?" Li Luo showed an interested expression and casually said, "You should know, with my strength, it would be easy for me to eliminate you. You won't." Xia Hanlin was extremely certain, saying, "As a level genius, your realm now is above all your peers. Among the more than 1,000 new students in the True Dragon Academy, you wouldn't see any of them, including me, as a threat. How could you actively eliminate me?" This statement was also based on facts. If Li Luo truly wanted to eliminate her, why would he need to go through so much trouble? He could just wait in the shadows, and the gray rock python would naturally eliminate her. "You're quite clever." Li Luo laughed heartily and said, "But why should I team up with you? You can't even defeat a gray rock python, let alone injure it. With your strength, what qualification do you have to fight alongside me?" Such a straightforward statement made Xia Hanlin's pretty face turn pale, falling into an extremely awkward situation. And Li Luo's words were so pertinent that she couldn't refute them at all. "The faction I specialize in is the support type." Xia Hanlin's stubbornness surged, and she firmly said, "I can cast support auras on your juvenile wild dragon to enhance its combat power. This way, even if we encounter a beast leader stronger than the gray rock python, you can still win." Support type? Li Luo couldn't help but be surprised. A beast master specialized in support type is extremely rare. He quickly realized. As a half-elf, Xia Hanlin's father and mother are both king-level or even overlord-level giants. Contracting a support type elf is really nothing. Support type. Among the elves, it is indeed not uncommon. What do you think? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but draw a smile. A support type beast master in any team is absolutely the core of the team, and it's impossible to encounter any rejection. Xia Hanlin seemed to envision Li Luo's respectful demeanor, speaking softly, asking her to team up and jointly battle in the inheritance secret realm. Just thinking about it made her feel secretly delighted. Su Qingxue is unrequited. Jiang Yao can only be a maid, but what about me? I made Li Luo actively plead to team up. Xia Hanlin's eyes flashed slightly, secretly thinking, TSK, what kind of comparison? An ice-type beast master, a mental-type demon master. How can they compare to my support type? The gap has already been widened unconsciously. Support type? It seems I won't be a burden. Li Luo stroked his chin, but then he changed his tone and said, "However, it's still not enough." "What?" Xia Hanlin's expression froze. She thought she had misheard. "You actually rejected the invitation to team up with a support-type beastmaster." "Indeed, as a support-type beastmaster, you can indeed enhance my combat power." Li Luo shook his head and examined her. "However, with your realm, how much can you enhance? Your strength is ultimately too weak." He had one more thing to say. With Xiao Zongxing's strength, even clearing the inheritance secret realm is a breeze. Why need support? The implication was to add money. 30 million. Xia Hanlin gritted her silver teeth and said, "As long as you are willing to team up with me, I will directly give you 30 million. How about it?" "Not enough." Li Luo remained calm. "A ticket that is destined to clear the inheritance secret realm and obtain the final inheritance. 30 million? Far from enough. 40 million. Xia Hanlin clenched her pink fist and had to raise the price. Still a bit lacking. Li Luo glanced at her and couldn't help but marvel at how, as the daughter of the Tree King, she was indeed generous. 50 million. Xia Hanlin's eyes were slightly reddened. 50 million great Xia coins was most of her savings. If it weren't for the worry of being eliminated midway and missing the chance to obtain the inheritance, would she be willing to pay such a sky-high price of 50 million? However, looking at the entire inheritance secret realm, only teaming up with Li Luo could guarantee a 100 clear of the inheritance secret realm and also have the opportunity to gain more points, maybe even profit. Deal. Li Luo nodded happily. Damn it, This is really a money pit. Xia Hanlin secretly cursed. On the surface, however, it was all harmonious. Then it's a deal. Xia Hanlin smiled and said, happy cooperation. Chapter 47. Don't continue. There is really not a drop left. As a level genius, Xia Hanlin's scholarship amount is a total of 500 million. In the first year, she can only receive 100 million, most of which has been directly spent on purchasing large amounts of precious wood resources to cultivate her contracted royal elf and enhance her own strength. In addition, Xia Hanlin also has to prepare early for the contract of her second beast. If it weren't for saving a lot of money since childhood, Xia Hanlin really couldn't afford 50 million great Xia coins. If it were in the outside world, 50 million great Xia coins could hire a king-level beast master to escort her. Xia Hanlin cursed inwardly. You, a transcendent-level beast master, actually asked for 50 million. And that was just the teaming fee. Although she felt resentful, Xia Hanlin knew that king-level beast masters couldn't enter the inheritance secret realm. If Li Luo were to spread the word that for just 50 million great Xia coins, one could team up with him in the inheritance secret realm, I'm afraid many level geniuses would scramble for it. In the inheritance secret realm, any king-level inheritance is worth over 100 million. As for giant-level inheritance, at least worth hundreds of millions. Saint-level inheritance, in terms of value, it is even close to billions. As for the legendary emperor inheritance, it can no longer be measured by money. The emergence of any emperor inheritance is enough to shock the 3 top academies and even the entire Xia country. As long as you team up with Li Luo, it's a sure way to clear the level, and at least you can obtain a king-level inheritance. Such a cost-effective deal, any level genius would not miss. Let's go. Li Luo casually spoke. Where to? Xia Hanlin's expression froze slightly. Of course, to find the beast leader, Li Luo said with a face full of understanding. By the way, it can also test your supportability, whether it's worth 50 million. Upon hearing this, Xia Hanlin was immediately dumbfounded. Wait, am I the one paying? You still want to test me? On the plains, a gentle breeze blew. A majestic bull, surrounded by hundreds of wild bulls, leisurely grazed. Li Luo, are you sure you want to make a move on that bull leader? Xia Hanlin's voice was still incredibly pleasant, but it unconsciously carried a tremor, saying, that bull leader is a 5th-tier beast leader. Moreover, it is the leader of a tribe, leading over 100 extraordinary 10th-tier wild bulls. Even if you defeat the Greystone Python, its realm is only at the 3rd stage of the leader level, and it still lives in solitude. Group battles and solo battles are completely different concepts. Xia Hanlin desperately advised. She was genuinely a bit scared. Any extraordinary 10th-tier wild bull could eliminate Xia Hanlin. With over 100 such wild bulls charging at once, it would be more terrifying than an army of thousands. Not to mention, there is also a 5th-tier leader-level wild bull leader, whose strength is beyond measure. Even if Yin Shin came, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. A wild bull leader is worth 500 points, while over 100 extraordinary 10th-tier wild bulls are worth more than 10,000 points. Li Luo said casually, aren't you tempted? This is worth tens of thousands of points. Even if you only get a share of 10, that's over 1,000 points. Once eliminated, everything will be in vain. Xia Hanlin's pretty face turned pale. She realized Li Luo was not joking, but was very serious. She hurriedly said, with your strength, you can take it slow. Why take such risks? No need to say more. Li Luo said solemnly, aren't you here too? As a support-type beast master, with you as a backup. What is there to fear from a mere wild bull group? Roar, roar. Little Cangxing kept nodding. Spare me. At this moment, she really wanted to leave. In the end, she still gave up. With Li Luo's personality, if he didn't have enough confidence, he wouldn't take such risks. Xia Hanlin pondered deeply, thinking, he is probably testing me. If I back down, not only will I have to withdraw from the team, but I will also have to pay 50 million, which would be a huge loss. Li Luo could easily defeat the 3rd-tier Greystone Python. The 5th-tier wild bull leader may not be without the strength to fight. Even if we assume the worst, Li Luo has awakened the Ancestral Dragon talent, which can summon the will of the Ancestral Dragon. Once he enhances his talent, even against an entire wild bull group, he could probably crush them. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. However, Xia Hanlin did not believe Li Luo would choose to enhance his talent at the extraordinary level, as doing so would consume an enormous amount. Spending 50 million great Xia coins was not worth it for Li Luo. Whoosh. The beast control array opened. A royal elf with green hair, looking like a girl of 14 or 15, walked out of the array, dressed in tender green, crystal-like vines, with a pair of transparent jade feet. Lucy. Xia Hanlin pursed her lips and said, go give that juvenile wild dragon an enhancement halo. The elven girl Lucy, who was very introverted, nodded in response. As a royal elf and a support type, the elven girl had awakened 4 mid-tier skills and 1 high-tier skill. Among them, The 4 mid-tier skills were healing, perception, shield, and acceleration. The only high-tier skill was called source energy, which could transform wood-type source power into any attribute source power to provide to others, akin to a power bank. Thanks to Lucy's support, Sia Hamlin could use the highly consuming 3-star consecutive arrows without worrying about exhausting herself. Whoosh! Numerous halos descended. Roar! Little Songxing let out a joyful dragon roar. Its perception ability received a tremendous boost. As for the change in speed, it was almost negligible. The elven girl Lucy blinked her eyes, feeling somewhat discouraged. It's okay, Sia Hamlin hurriedly comforted her. The speed of that juvenile wild dragon was already extremely fast. Your acceleration is only a minor enhancement. It's fine. Your strongest support ability lies in the high-tier skill source energy. Next, let that juvenile wild dragon enjoy the thrill of unleashing its skills freely. Hope reignited on the elven girl Lucy's face, with the high-tier skill source energy transforming into a green halo and landing on Little Songxing. Roar! Little Songxing let out a surprised dragon roar. At this moment, it seemed that no matter how much it squandered, it would not deplete even a bit of physical strength or source power. This feeling was so exhilarating. Boom! The super tier skills, Wild Body, Reverse Scale, and Extreme Shadow, activated. Roar! In the sound of dragon roars, Little Songxing, in the ancient domain, summoned endless dragon combat will, not caring about consumption at all, charged into the herd of wild bulls as if it were a pale ancient dragon. Wherever it passed, all the wild bulls were swept away. Just the explosion of ancient power directly killed numerous extraordinary 10th tier wild bulls. In the next moment, Little Songxing was already in front of the wild bull leader. Roar! Super tier skill Wild Body. The giant transformation mode suddenly activated. Little Songxing's body size surged tenfold. The wild bull leader was already incredibly massive, with a sturdy body several meters high, but now, in front of Little Songxing, which was nearly 10 meters high and over 30 meters long, it looked like a mere calf. Little Songxing raised its dragon claw, gathering infinite ancient power, and swiftly slammed down. Moo! This 5th-tier wild bull leader barely managed to let out a moo before being smashed into a meat pie by the dragon claw. Dissipating on the plain. Continue, Little Songxing. Li Luo's eyes brightened. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the support-type Beastmaster. Little Songxing activated 5 super-tier skills simultaneously. The consumption was immense, especially the Wild Body, which operated in an overloaded giant transformation mode, consumed an incredibly terrifying amount. No, don't continue. A weak voice came from behind. Sia Hamlin and the elven Lucy both turned pale, as if just recovering from a serious illness and about to collapse. I feel like I'm being drained. Sia Hamlin wanted to cry without tears, pleading, please, don't continue. There's really nothing left. Chapter 48. Points break 10,000. Reaching the top, Sia Hamlin looked at Little Songxing with eyes as if she were staring at a natural disaster, showing a hint of fear. She couldn't understand how that juvenile wild dragon, after only half a minute of combat, could drain both her and her contracted royal elf Lucy completely. It should be known that the high-tier skill source energy greatly accelerates the recovery speed of source power during its use. Not to mention that Sia Hamlin also enhanced it with the talent Spirit Heart. She initially thought it was just an extraordinary 7th-tier juvenile wild dragon. No matter how much it consumed, how much could it be? But before Sia Hamlin could react, she found her life source power was rapidly depleting at an incredible speed. When she looked at her contracted elf Lucy, she saw Lucy's pretty face was extremely pale, filled with despair. Through their contract and talent connection, Sia Hamlin could not escape either, feeling as if her body was being drained, leaving her dumbfounded on the spot. Is this it? Li Luo raised an eyebrow, filled with disdain, saying, is it over so soon? Can you even do this? Sia Hamlin's breath hitched, and her pretty face turned crimson. She could hardly bear Li Luo's disdainful gaze, yet she couldn't retort. After all, she did surrender after only half a minute. Who said I can't do it? Just wait a minute, okay? Sia Hamlin said stubbornly. Can you or not? Give me a clear answer. Li Luo said impatiently. What do you mean by wait a minute? He looked towards the plain, where Little Songxing was still fighting hard. With the death of the wild bull leader, the numerous wild bulls showed no sign of fear. Instead, they were ignited with the wildness in their bloodline, launching an incredibly frenzied and almost reckless attack on Little Songxing. Without the assistance of the spirit, Little Songxing could no longer freely squander source power, and immediately reverted from its giant form to its normal state. However, even under the siege of many wild bulls, it did not fall behind at all. In the midst of dodging and weaving, its dragon claws, dragon tail, and dragon horns all transformed into killing weapons, continuously slaying one wild bull after another. In terms of efficiency in killing wild bulls, It was certainly not as effortless and quick as when it could freely expend source power with all its might. At the same time, activating 5 super-tier skills ultimately consumed too much energy. Li Luo frowned slightly and thought, ultimately, it still comes down to little Sangxing's low realm. If it were at the 10th extraordinary level or at the commanding level, with the source power of the wild dragon fully accumulated, even condensing gas into liquid, it would easily support such consumption. How powerful are super-tier skills? Li Luo couldn't help but reminisce that on the battlefield, after each battle ended, the healing array would activate, restoring all life on the field to peak condition. If it were outside, there would be no such benefits. In the inheritance secret realm, there were over 100,000 ferocious beasts, which could unleash a beast tide at any moment. Li Luo did not dare to let little Sangxing squander dragon-type source power at will for fear of encountering unexpected situations, ultimately leading to exhaustion. You have to think carefully. Without the supporting aura, you won't be able to share the points, Li Luo said casually. You might as well see how many points you have now. Upon hearing this, Xia Hanlin was momentarily stunned and quickly opened the points leaderboard. 510 points. Xia Hanlin was instantly excited, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. I'm actually ranked 3rd. On the leaderboard, the first place could receive a treasure worth 1 billion. The second place would reward 100 million. The third place would reward 50 million. First, Li Luo, 6,200 points. Second, Yin Shun, 580 points. Xia Hanlin's mind fixated on the top of the leaderboard. Her heart trembled slightly. The originally first-ranked Yin Shun was now in second place, and his points were only 1/10 of Li Luo's. At the same time, Li Luo's points were still skyrocketing. 6,300, 6,400, 6,500. In contrast, Xia Hanlin remained still. No. Xia Hanlin was suddenly anxious and hurriedly said, I'm only 70 points away from surpassing Yin Shun and being second. Being second means a reward of 100 million daxia coins. If I can just hold on a little longer, I can net 50 million daxia coins. Xia Hanlin's eyes lit up immediately. The spirit girl Lucy, with her delicate eyes, was instantly stunned. Beastmaster, are you crazy? She really has nothing left. Li Luo. Xia Hanlin struggled to stand up, seemingly determined, her delicate cheeks slightly raised, and said, I'll show you the heritage of the elf race. Whoosh. Streams of emerald light continuously fell. Upon careful perception, each strand of light turned out to be a seed. When the seeds hit the ground, they quickly took root and sprouted, transforming into thick green vines that surrounded Xia Hanlin, constantly channeling verdant light into both Xia Hanlin and Lucy's bodies. The vines experienced sprouting, growth, and maturity in an incredibly short time, continually contributing life source power. You are quite generous, Li Luo exclaimed, high-tier spirit plant green vines. The price of a single seed exceeds 500,000 daxia coins. You directly stimulated 10 green vines with life source power. That's 5 million daxia coins. As long as I secure second place on the leaderboard, that's 100 million in rewards. Xia Hanlin took a deep breath and said, compared to that, what are 10 seeds of green vines worth? Whoosh. Legendary talent, Elf's Heart, instantly empowered. The spirit girl Lucy quickly began to cast the supporting aura to provide backup for little Sangxing. Roar. Roar. Little Sangxing reloaded its hidden backup energy and couldn't help but feel excited. This feeling of freely squandering was incredibly exhilarating. It once again returned to its giant form, its size increasing tenfold. The extraordinary 10th level wild bulls appeared before little Sangxing like little mice. Boom, boom. Every time the dragon claws fell, several wild bulls were directly flattened into pulp. Each sweep of the dragon tail left the field empty, as the wild bulls transformed into pure energy and vanished without a trace. The tenfold giant form significantly boosted little Sangxing's combat power, making it incredibly exaggerated. Li Luo secretly sighed. With a direct tenfold increase in size, the sense of oppression from little Sangxing has greatly intensified. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions continued to echo. Roar. Little Sangxing let out a dragon roar. On the plain, there were no more wild bulls left. It was finally over. A bitter expression filled Xia Hanlin's face. Around her, the vines had long withered. Both Xia Hanlin and the spirit Lucy had fallen into a state of weakness. But when she looked at the leaderboard, the bitterness and weakness were all swept away. Second, Xia Hanlin, 980 points. I'm in second place. Xia Hanlin was overjoyed. When she looked at first place, she felt an extreme shock. First, Li Luo, 11,400 points. Xia Hanlin's voice trembled slightly as she said, Li Luo's points have exceeded 10,000. Chapter 49, Yin Shen's Shock. Jiangyao. Su Qingxing team up. In a forest. Bang, bang, bang. The dark night winged snake was entangled with a third-tier commanding level white snake. not knowing how many trees had collapsed before finally hunting down this white snake. In contrast, the Dark Night-winged snake bore many wounds, and its source power was nearly exhausted, looking extremely fatigued. 300 points in hand. A smile appeared on Yin Shen's face. Hiss, hiss. The Dark Night-winged snake continued to hiss. Its realm was still extraordinary 6th tier, yet it had defeated a 3rd tier commanding level white snake, undoubtedly restoring the Dark Night-winged snake's confidence to its peak, with its momentum becoming increasingly fierce, faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. The cost of hunting at a higher level is still too great. Yin Shen pondered. Hunting a 3rd tier commanding level beast only earns 300 points, equivalent to hunting 3 extraordinary 10th tier beasts. From now on, we will only target extraordinary 10th tier beasts, commanding level, no matter if it's 1st, 2nd, or 3rd tier. We must avoid them. Only in this way can we maintain our 1st place on the leaderboard and keep Li Luo beneath us. Yin Shen quickly formulated a strategy. Hiss, hiss. The Dark Night-winged snake nodded repeatedly. It deeply agreed. Battling a 3rd tier commanding level beast with extraordinary 6th tier strength was indeed overwhelming. Only with the support of the legendary talent, Heavenly Snake, did it have any fighting power. Without that talent, the Dark Night-winged snake's strength was only equivalent to a 1st tier commanding level. Let's go. Yin Shen chuckled lightly. He planned to hunt some extraordinary 10th tier beasts, trying to accumulate more points. If possible, breaking 10,000 in points would be ideal. In the history of the Inheritance Secret Realm, as long as one could break 10,000 points in a day, they would surely gain favor from the holy level inheritance. Yin Shen's eyes flickered as he thought. As long as my points exceed 10,000, I will definitely obtain a holy level inheritance. Only by obtaining the holy level inheritance can I compete with Li Luo. Hiss. The Dark Night-winged snake followed Yin Shen's pace. It suddenly froze. Yin Shen's steps had come to a halt. His entire body was trembling slightly. How is this possible? Yin Shen couldn't help but exclaim, disbelief written all over his face, trembling as he said, Li Luo's points have actually exceeded 10,000. First, Li Luo, 400 points. The leaderboard appeared in Yin Shen's mind. He had to believe this fact. How long has it been since the Inheritance Secret Realm opened? It hasn't even been an hour, right? Yin Shen was shocked and said, in such a short time, 400 points. Did he hunt a beast tribe? Fighting alone and fighting in a group are completely different concepts. Especially at the awakening level, extraordinary level, and commander level, the differences are even more pronounced. Not to mention, every beast tribe has a commander or even a lord. In the Inheritance Secret Realm, the highest level beast is at the commander level 10th tier, and there are no lord level beasts. Yet, a commander level beast leading a group of extraordinary level beasts poses a significant threat, at least with Yin Shen's strength. No matter how confident he was, he would never dare to challenge a beast tribe alone. He would only dare to hunt some solitary, isolated beasts. Over 10,000 points. The corners of Yin Shen's mouth were filled with bitterness as he whispered, so, Li Luo will definitely obtain a holy tier inheritance? With this thought, Yin Shen suddenly felt a sense of loss. Even if he had a high-level talent, it didn't guarantee a 100 chance of obtaining a holy tier inheritance. What about Li Luo? As soon as the Inheritance Secret Realm opened, he was directly earmarked for a holy tier inheritance. A holy tier inheritance? Yin Shen's eyes quickly regained clarity as he thought, with Li Luo's high-level talent, as long as he shows a little, any holy tier inheritance that resonates with him will probably be contested for, wanting him to accept it, right? Breaking 10,000 points is just the icing on the cake for Li Luo. Unfortunately, the top spot on the leaderboard is destined to belong to Li Luo. A treasure worth 1 billion Dasha coins? I probably lost the qualification to compete. Even if Yin Shen was arrogant, he wouldn't dare to hope that he could continue to compete with Li Luo in the Inheritance Secret Realm. The last glimmer of hope was completely shattered. That's right. Li Luo, at the Awakening level 10th tier, already surpassed the Commander level 3rd tier in combat power. Now that he has broken through to Extraordinary level 7th tier, what level will he reach? The Dragon Master lineage is already renowned for its combat power. As an unparalleled genius, Li Luo is even more outstanding among them. He must have been endowed with high-level Ancestral Dragon talent to accumulate 400 points in such a short time. Yin Shen quickly found a reason. How can he compete with the talent gap? He could only hope that in the future, when his high-level beast control talent, the Celestial Serpent, evolves into the Ancestral Serpent talent, he can compete with Li Luo once more. No matter, Yin Shen whispered, at least, I can still hold on to the second position. When he scanned the leaderboard with his thoughts, his entire body froze. Second, Xia Hamlin, 980 points. Third, Yin Shen, 880 points. Xia Hamlin is second. Yin Shen was completely stunned. A support-type Beastmaster surpassed him. He naturally recognized Xia Hamlin, a half-elf, a support-type, the daughter of the Tree King, and one of the 3 new goddesses, with a huge reputation. But how could Yin Shun have imagined that Xia Hanlin's points would reach 980, even more than his? What on earth happened? Yin Shun's heart was filled with disbelief. On a hill, the master's points have broken 10,000. Zhang Yao blinked and said softly, the second place is actually Xia Hanlin. What's so strange about that? Su Qingxue snorted and said, it's just that Xia Hanlin encountered Li Luo and used her beauty as bait to team up with Li Luo. Relying on the uniqueness of the support type, she shared a portion of the points from Li Luo's achievements. How do you know that Xia Hanlin must have teamed up with the master? Zhang Yao said unhappily. Besides, with the master's character, Xia Hanlin's little charm is not as good as mine. Even if they really teamed up, the master would treat Xia Hanlin as a tool, the kind you step on while standing. Is that so? Su Qingxue wanted to argue a few more words. Why should Xia Hanlin have that privilege? The heavens are unfair. Zhang Yao couldn't help but sigh and said, why is Xia Hanlin's luck so good? Why wasn't it me who met the master? Why did I have to meet you? Shut up. Su Qingxue said coldly. You can choose not to team up. I have no objections. TSK. Weren't you the one who proposed teaming up? Zhang Yao mocked. Fine. If we don't team up, we'll only be left further behind. Moreover, the ranking of points will also affect the acquisition of inheritances. I don't want to act impulsively with you. Zhang Yao and Su Qingxue, 2 stunning beauties, met in the inheritance secret realm, but instead of fighting, they decided to team up after some discussion. Compared to obtaining inheritances, the previous disputes were nothing at all. However, Su Qingxue sighed softly and said, how could Li Luo's strength become so powerful? You wouldn't understand. Zhang Yao's eyes showed immense complexity. She had witnessed with her own eyes how Li Luo's realm changed every day. That kind of extraordinary improvement almost shattered Zhang Yao's heart. If it weren't for the thought that no matter how much of a monster Li Luo was, he would eventually belong to her Zhang Yao, and the more monstrous he was, the better, she really couldn't bear such a sense of disparity. As if she truly was a mediocre talent. Breaking through the extreme realm at the awakening level is unprecedented in the entire Dragon Master lineage. Zhang Yao snorted and said, perhaps the master's points will break a new high, reaching the legendary 100,000 points. Breaking 100,000 points. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but tremble and said, if he can break 100,000 points, it will definitely attract the appearance of the 3 great imperial inheritances. But even if Li Luo reaches 100,000 points, it won't matter, right? The 3 great imperial inheritances have no matching candidates. Even if they all appear, it's futile. It's impossible for Li Luo to be chosen as the inheritor. Chapter 50 Secrets of the True Dragon Academy. The inheritance of the Dragon Sovereign? The Emperor. What an existence. Any emperor has suppressed an era. The 3 top academies have a total of 10 imperial inheritances, representing the 10 emperors who have long fallen in the history of the Xia Kingdom. For a fallen emperor, choosing an inheritor is undoubtedly extremely important. If the inheritor can develop the emperor's way to a realm that surpasses the emperor during their lifetime, they might even resurrect this fallen emperor from the river of laws. Therefore, high-level beast control talent is merely the threshold for accepting inheritance. If the compatibility is low and one cannot inherit the emperor's way, everything is meaningless. The Ancestral Dragon talent awakened by Li Luo ranks in the top 3 on the talent list. So what? The Dragon Master lineage has long fallen. The only Dragon Emperor was the Dragon Sovereign who suppressed an era for tens of thousands of years countless years ago. But the inheritance of the Dragon Sovereign has long been lost in the river of history. For countless years, there has not been a single emperor born from the Dragon Master lineage. Many saints and emperors have speculated that it is the suppression of the dragon realm that has prevented anyone from awakening the dragon system talent among humans, let alone the Ancestral Dragon, which ranks first among dragon system talents. In any case, the 3 imperial inheritances of the True Dragon Academy do not correspond to the Dragon Master lineage. Even if Li Luo is outstanding, he will not be recognized, let alone obtain the imperial inheritance. All efforts are destined to be in vain. Do we have the right to judge? Zhang Yao snorted coldly and said, in any case, the master can at least obtain a top-tier holy inheritance. His future achievements may not be worse than those unparalleled monsters who obtain the imperial inheritance. Even if he cannot obtain the imperial inheritance, so what? Countless years later, the master will achieve the title of Dragon Emperor, and will naturally leave behind a Dragon Emperor inheritance in the True Dragon Academy. A single statement reveals Zhang Yao's intention to protect Li Luo. She cannot stand to see others expressing pity for Li Luo. Have pity. Li Luo's talent is truly extraordinary. In just 3 days, he has broken through from the awakened level 10th stage to the extraordinary level 7th stage. Who in the entire Xia Kingdom can achieve this? In terms of talent, He has long stood at the pinnacle of beast masters. Who has the right to feel pity? Let us go. Su Qingxue said no more. She quickly realized it. In terms of talent, she was only at the level, while Li Luo was at the level. Even if she couldn't obtain the emperor's inheritance, Su Qingxue could only watch helplessly as Li Luo's strength grew stronger and left her completely behind. Outside, the scene of the inheritance secret realm was fully revealed in the eyes of many powerful beast masters. Tree King, Fox King, War King, Wolf King, Charm King. Many powerful beings were paying attention to the inheritance secret realm. Li Luo teamed up with Xia Hanlin. He actually intends to take action against the tribe of the Wild Bull, a leader level 7th stage, along with more than 100 extraordinary level 10th stage beasts, once surrounded. Even a leader level 10th stage cannot escape death. Wait, how could the young wild dragon that Li Luo contracted be so strong? How many super tier skills of the wild type has it been enhanced with? Such terrifying combat power. It even directly killed the leader of the wild bulls at the leader level 7th stage? Xia Hanlin's support ability is clearly lagging behind. TSK. Has it been completely drained? High-level spirit plant, green vine? No wonder it is from the elf clan. With natural affinity, it can stimulate plants for its own use. Truly a second beast mastery talent. Xia Hanlin's support ability can only increase Li Luo's endurance, but cannot enhance much combat power. That royal elf is still too immature. This means that even without Xia Hanlin's support, Li Luo could rely on the combat power of the young wild dragon to forcibly sweep an entire tribe of wild bulls. Extraordinary level 7th stage, defeating 100 extraordinary level 10th stage beasts, and a leader level 7th stage wild bull leader. Many beast masters could not help but be astonished. As the only extraordinary genius among the 3 top academies, Li Luo naturally received the most attention and scrutiny. At this moment, the many scrutinizing gazes shattered in an instant. Such terrifying combat power, even in the past dozens of generations of inheritance secret realms, could rank first. Principal Lu, congratulations. Du Zhe clasped his hands and said, such an extraordinary genius belonging to the Dragon Master lineage of our Xia kingdom. With Xia Fei in front and Li Luo behind. Truly destined to rise completely. Perhaps, after thousands of years, the Dragon Master lineage will finally give birth to another Dragon Emperor. Wan Qing sighed. Du Zhe and Wan Qing, although from different factions than Lu Tianqi, were both powerful beast masters of the Xia kingdom, so they would not be overly narrow-minded. The birth of a Dragon Emperor would be enough to make the Dragon Master lineage one of the top factions, and it would also cause the overall national strength and fortune of the Xia kingdom to soar again. The 2 vice principals praised too much. Lu Tianqi was in a good mood, but couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, the foundation of our Dragon Master lineage is ultimately not comparable to the many top factions like Beast Masters, Plant Masters, and Artifact Masters. Li Luo is ultimately wronged in the Dragon Master lineage, unable to even prepare a part of the Emperor's inheritance for him. Du Zhe and Wan Qing exchanged glances. Both were secretly cursing. Lu Tianqi, you really know how to pretend. You're delighted inside, but still have to be modest on the outside. It really is a pity. Du Zhe shook his head and said, the inheritances of the Flame Emperor, Demon Emperor, and Vine Emperor belong to the Beast Master, Demon Master, and Plant Master factions, respectively. If it were in ancient times, that one who suppressed the ages, the Dragon Sovereign, would probably have left behind an inheritance for Li Luo's talent, right? The Dragon Sovereign era was indeed the most glorious era for the Dragon Master lineage. Wan Qing's face was full of emotion as he said, it is rumored that the inheritance secret realm of our true Dragon Academy was built with the fragments of the Beast Master space after the fall of the Dragon Sovereign. But I don't know if it's true. This matter is true. Lu Tianqi suddenly spoke and said, the founder of the true Dragon Academy is the Dragon Sovereign. This secret has long been buried in the river of history. I only learned about it by chance while reading ancient books. What? Du Zhe was shocked, as if he thought of something, and quickly said, since it is the Dragon Sovereign's Beast Master space fragments that ultimately built the inheritance secret realm, is there a possibility that Li Luo can inherit the will left by the Dragon Sovereign within the Beast Master space fragments? As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Qing was also instantly shocked. Dragon Sovereign. That is a legend that suppressed the ages. Many emperors can only be called emperors, but the Dragon Sovereign is called the Sovereign. How magnificent is that? The inheritance secret realms of the Qilin Academy and Phoenix Academy are all built with a complete Beast Master space of an emperor. In contrast, the true Dragon Academy is only a fragment, but it is no less than an emperor's Beast Master space, which shows the gap. Impossible. Lu Tianqi sighed and said, the will of the Dragon Sovereign has long since perished. How could there be any inheritance left? How could he not wish for Li Luo to obtain the inheritance of the Dragon Sovereign? Such thoughts are ultimately extravagant hopes. What a pity. Wan Qing sincerely lamented. An extraordinarily talented level genius cannot obtain the Emperor's inheritance. His path of growth will inevitably encounter many setbacks. In Wan Qing's mind, that cold and beautiful figure unconsciously appeared, and his feelings of lamentation grew even more intense. Chapter 51, Li Luo's Plan. Points break 30,000. In the deep space, Sister Xia, Song, you couldn't help but say, is it really impossible for Li Luo to obtain the Emperor's inheritance? Xia Fei lightly nodded and said, the Dragon Master lineage of the Xia Kingdom has fallen under the suppression of the Dragon Court for an unknown period. Even a Holy Spirit-level Dragon Master is difficult to be born, let alone an Emperor. Level talent, Ancestral Dragon. Even if extraordinarily talented, the compatibility with the other factions is too low, making it impossible to move the will left by the Flame Emperor, Vine Emperor, and Demon Emperor. Therefore, the best outcome for Li Luo in the Inheritance Secret Realm is to obtain a top-tier Holy-level inheritance. As for the Emperor's inheritance, it is simply impossible. Even though Xia Fei is very fond of Li Luo and believes that his future achievements will definitely not be inferior to her own, she still calmly analyzes without unrealistic fantasies. What a pity, Song, you couldn't help but say, with Li Luo's talent, if he were born 10,000 years earlier, he would probably attract many Dragon Emperors to compete for his inheritance. No need to regret. The current Dragon Master lineage is already much stronger than it was 10 years ago, Xia Fei said coldly. Moreover, Li Luo's backing has never been the Dragon Master lineage. But you and me? Song Yu nodded repeatedly. She looked at Xia Fei, her dragon eyes, resembling a bright moon, flashed with a hint of complexity. The world only knows that Xia Fei is the first Dragon Master, but no one knows that the Dragon Master lineage 10 years ago had already fallen to the extreme. And the True Dragon Academy even considered renaming itself. The name True Dragon was practically non-existent. As a level genius, when Xia Fei joined the True Dragon Academy, she could hardly obtain many resources. Want resources? Only by competing. Back then, we only obtained a holy level Dragon Master inheritance, yet we have come this far. Li Luo, Song Xing, in terms of talent, is stronger than us, so how could he be inferior? Xia Fei revealed a slight smile and said softly, so, we just need to wait quietly for Li Luo to gradually grow up. Inheritance Secret Realm. Plain. A leader level 9th stage female hyena. Surrounded by 3 leader level 6th stage male hyenas and more than 200 extraordinary level 10th stage hyenas, was constantly wandering. Li Luo. Xia Hanlin felt her vision darken and hurriedly said, you're not planning to take action against this group of more than 200 hyenas, are you? When she looked beside her, she found Li Luo's gaze slightly sparkling. Xia Hanlin felt a wave of weakness. Just dealing with the Wild Bull clan had already drained her energy twice in a row. She really didn't want to experience that feeling of being completely emptied for a third time. But when Xia Hanlin met Li Luo's gaze, the words of rejection just wouldn't come out. Let's begin. Li Luo chuckled. You wouldn't want to be surpassed by Yin Shun on the leaderboard, right? Sigh. Xia Hanlin sighed deeply, took out the green vine seed, and began to stimulate the growth of the green vine. High-level spirit plant, green vine, continuously providing life energy. Even so, Xia Hanlin felt no sense of security. It was as if the source power within her could be drained at any moment. Roar. Little Tsangxing was very excited. This reckless feeling of fighting with all its might greatly satisfied little Tsangxing's fighting spirit. And it seemed that the integration with the bloodline of the celestial wild dragon was becoming even higher. The extreme realm lies in accumulation. As long as the battles experienced are numerous enough and the intensity great enough, one could directly merge their bloodline and reach the extreme realm of the extraordinary level without even needing to reach the 10th extraordinary level. Of course, reaching the extreme realm at the 10th extraordinary level is definitely the easiest. Many thoughts flashed by. Li Luo was not ambiguous and immediately gave little Tsangxing an order. Boom. Little Tsangxing's speed suddenly reached its peak, instantly charging into the hyena pack, where the extraordinary 10th level hyenas were almost slaughtered in groups before the tenfold giant little Tsangxing. Even the 6th level leader class male hyena could not withstand little Tsangxing's terrifying combat power, being crushed into a pulp by the dragon claws one after another. Hell, the deaths of many tribes completely enraged the 9th level leader class hyena, and an incredibly terrifying aura radiated from the female hyena, as if blades were constantly cutting into little Tsangxing, leaving shallow marks behind. Roar. Little Tsangxing's fighting spirit surged, and countless powers of the ancient domain converged, transforming into an enormous dragon claw that slammed down fiercely, yet fell from the air, releasing several narrow dragon breaths that instantly sliced the hyena leader's body into bloody pieces. Such terrifying control. Xia Hanlin, looking weak, was incredibly shocked, unable to help but exclaim, The control over extraordinary power at the 7th extraordinary level has reached such a degree. Not to mention, releasing slashes that can cut through opponents from a distance. If not for years of hard training, how could one reach such a level? Is it strange? Li Luo didn't care. In these past few days, before cutting the innate talent source, Li Luo would directly use the Ancestral Dragon talent to summon the Ancestral Dragon's will to descend, enhancing Little Songxing. Little Songxing was practically under the influence of the Ancestral Dragon's will every day, allowing it to temporarily experience the most extreme control over ancient dragon power. Even if it could only be enhanced for 3 minutes a day, it was still extremely exaggerated. Just by immersing in that state, Little Songxing's control over power would continuously surge, directly saving years of hard training. Many extraordinary skills all stem from the power of the bloodline. Li Luo's gaze flickered slightly, thinking, how to utilize this power is a lifelong task for a beast master. Undoubtedly, in terms of controlling its own power, Little Songxing completely surpassed many newly born pets. Roar! Little Songxing was extremely excited. This move, it had developed after much research, was being used for the first time. It actually crossed a great realm to directly slay a 9th level leader class beast. With the death of the female hyena leader, the many extraordinary 10th level hyenas were no match for Little Songxing and were quickly hunted to extinction. Li Luo's points surged from 11,400 to 35,800. Only a little over 60,000 points away from 100,000. Li Luo pondered slightly, thinking, as long as I reach 100,000 points, I can trigger the rules of the inheritance secret realm. The wills of the 3 great emperors must appear. This is the first step of the plan. Chapter 52. The Trial of the Spirit of the Secret Realm. Small beast tide. Holy level inheritance. Compared to the emperor's inheritance, it ultimately falls too short. Li Luo had already made up his mind. Since stepping into the inheritance secret realm, Li Luo's goal had been extremely clear. Only the emperor's inheritance deserves the identity of an unparalleled genius. Since I am already regarded as an unparalleled genius, if I don't have the emperor's inheritance, wouldn't I be overshadowed by other unparalleled geniuses? Li Luo thought to himself. In the future, when encountering unparalleled geniuses from the Xia Kingdom and other countries, I wouldn't be able to hold my head high. Many thoughts flashed by. Roar! Little Songxing stood tall. Let's go? Li Luo chuckled lightly. I can't go on. Xia Hanlin's face was filled with weakness, and her originally smooth green hair was now somewhat withered, weakly saying, after being drained 3 times in a row, I can't hold on any longer. Xia Hanlin initially thought that with her extraordinary talent, combined with her elf bloodline and high-level spirit plant green vine, assisting a 7th level extraordinary young dragon would be a piece of cake. But now, she had completely sobered up. She just wanted to be let go. Not only Xia Hanlin, but the elf girl Lucy was also extremely weak. If she assisted any further, even her life source might be slightly damaged. Li Luo took a glance and quickly made a judgment. Neither Xia Hanlin nor Lucy was in a state suitable to continue participating in the battle. At least for a day, they wouldn't be able to assist anymore, and they themselves had no combat power to speak of. Then you should rest first. Li Luo didn't mind and said, 3,000 points should be enough. I have over 3,000 points. Xia Hanlin's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the leaderboard. She was ranked 2nd, with Yin Shin far behind her. She felt a jolt of energy. She was about to push herself, but felt incredibly fatigued and had to give up. Li Luo. A hint of panic appeared on Xia Hanlin's face as she said, Lucy and I have no combat power now. Can you protect us first? No problem. Li Luo casually replied. After all, I took 50 million Daxia coins from you. As long as you don't get involved in the battle, I won't let you be eliminated. Thank you. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was genuinely worried that Li Luo would see her as no longer useful and abandon her directly. Li Luo's points have broken 30,000. In a forest, Yin Chen's gaze was dim, as if life had lost direction. Feeling lost. Is the gap between me and Li Luo really this big? On the leaderboard, Li Luo still held the first position. His points had skyrocketed, leading by a large margin. In contrast, Yin Chen remained in 3rd place, having just surpassed 1,000 points. Ranked 2nd, Xia Hanlin had reached 3,170 points. Just being beside an unparalleled genius was a kind of opportunity, wasn't it? The corners of Yin Chen's mouth were filled with bitterness as he shook his head. Even in the inheritance secret realm, you are still so dazzling. Huh? In front of you, I truly feel like a grain of rice, completely overshadowed. As a genius, Yin Chen's heart was undoubtedly very proud. At this moment, that deep-seated pride was shattered. Yin Chen could already foresee that in the future, when people mention Li Luo, they would probably also mention him. But he would be seen as a backdrop to Li Luo, like the difference between twinkling stars and the bright moon. Outside, many beast tamers were somewhat shocked. A 9th-level leader-class beast couldn't even threaten that young wild dragon. To be able to kill a 9th-level leader-class beast at the 7th extraordinary level. What terrifying combat power is this? Li Luo's points had already broken 30,000. Is he really going to challenge for 100,000 points? Why bother with such futility? Even if he reaches 100,000 points, the 3 great emperors would only make an appearance due to rules and would not choose him at all. Each of those powerful beings feels incredibly alarmed. As for the combat strength of little Sanxing, even as a beast master of a giant, it is simply incomprehensible. Li Luo's points have already exceeded 30,000. Wan Xing seems to have thought of something and suddenly said, "The spirit of the secret realm must have noticed him, right?" As soon as this was said, Lu Tianqi and Duze both changed their expressions slightly. The beast tide is coming. Duze spoke in a low voice. With Li Luo showing a trend to challenge for 100,000 points, how could the spirit of the secret realm not take notice? Lu Tianqi shook his head and said, "Given the nature of the spirit of the secret realm, it will definitely increase the difficulty. According to past trends, it will definitely trigger a beast tide. Unless Li Luo gives up and chooses to hide, otherwise the beast tide in the secret realm will never cease." 100,000 awaken level ferocious beasts, over 10,000 extraordinary level ferocious beasts, and over 1,000 commanding level ferocious beasts of such scale can already be considered a small beast tide. Wan Qing's expression was complex as he said, even a town would be destroyed under such a beast tide. Not to mention, Li Luo is just an extraordinary level beastmaster. How can he resist? Xia Hanlin was already too exhausted to provide any support. Duze slowly said, "If Li Luo does not give up, the best outcome is that the young wild dragon exhausts its strength and the beast tide stops. The worst outcome could even be that he is eliminated and loses the qualification to obtain the inheritance. In the secret realm of inheritance, roar, hiss, one ferocious beast after another seems to have received orders, their fierce eyes looking towards the plains, and they all gather together, rushing towards the plains. The new students are all stunned. What happened? The ferocious beasts are going berserk. An emergency situation? This has never happened in the last several decades. There has never been a situation where ferocious beasts went berserk. Li Luo is in trouble. Yan Chen's gaze was distant as he said, under the beast tide. He is destined to be swallowed up. Wanting to attract the attention of the great emperors? It's not that easy. On the hills, one ferocious beast after another passed by Su Qingxue and Zhang Yao, completely ignoring them. This is the beast tide. Zhang Yao's expression changed slightly as she said, "Is Li Luo going to face the beast tide head-on? Why must he do this?" Su Qingxue's tone was complex as she said, "The inheritance of the 3 great emperors will never choose a peerless genius with the talent of an ancient dragon as their inheritor. Li Luo's points have already exceeded 30,000. He is bound to maintain the first place on the points board, and no one can surpass him. Why must he force himself?" Li Luo's actions have exceeded Su Qingxue's understanding. "Perhaps," Zhang Yao whispered, "even if there's a glimmer of hope. He doesn't want to miss it, right? On the plains, Li Luo." Xia Hanlin's tone trembled slightly as she said, "I just remembered that your points skyrocketing so fast means that according to the rules of the secret realm of inheritance, the second test, the beast tide, will be triggered. Only by surviving in the beast tide and simultaneously reaching 100,000 points can you awaken the will of inheritance from the 3 great emperors. 100,000 ferocious beasts. This is a small beast tide. You are only at the extraordinary level. How can you contend with it?" Xia Hanlin's pretty face couldn't help but show a look of fear. But when she looked at Li Luo, she found that he showed no signs of surprise at all. You already knew." Xia Hanlin couldn't help but say, "That's a small beast tide. If you're not careful, you'll be eliminated. Are you really not afraid? What is there to be afraid of?" Li Luo said casually, with a light laugh. "A mere small beast tide can be crushed directly, can't it?" Chapter 53 Skill Upgrade. In the Holy Domain, all are ants. Crush a small beast tide. Xia Hanlin was completely dumbfounded. How could she connect these two words? The beast tide. For any city, it is a nightmare-like existence. Even if it is just a small beast tide, the vast majority are awaken level beasts. The highest ranked ferocious beasts are only commanding level at the 10th tier. Even so, it is not something a new student can contend with. If it weren't for the spirit of the secret realm targeting only Li Luo, all the new students in the entire secret realm would be wiped out. "You have no combat power, just stay beside me." Xia Hanlin was somewhat confused. Where does Li Luo's confidence come from? Xia Hanlin clearly knew that the tremors of the ground stemmed from the approaching beast tide. The tremors grew stronger. At the edge of the plains, a wisp of smoke could be vaguely seen. A small beast tide. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but tense up her delicate body. What an overwhelming pressure. The vast and wild plains are surrounded by countless ferocious beast species from all directions, and every ferocious beast exudes an incredibly ferocious and brutal aura, combining together to form a barrier that firmly locks Li Luo and Sangxing within. One of the characteristics of a beast tide: condensed momentum. The momentum of countless ferocious beasts under the impact of the beast tide ultimately merges into one. The condensed momentum of 100,000 ferocious beasts, in terms of might and pressure, is enough to rival a super-tier skill. Great terror. Xia Hanlin's heart trembled. Such strong might. Li Luo's gaze narrowed slightly, thinking, in my past life, the ancient armies of thousands would be far less impressive than this, right? However, the 100,000 troops of my past life are nothing in the Beastmaster world. An awaken level 3rd tier ferocious beast can crush a fierce tiger. Not to mention, in the beast tide, there are also over 10,000 extraordinary level ferocious beasts, and over 1,000 commanding level ferocious beasts. Their combined momentum is even more terrifying than an army of thousands. As the encirclement of the beast tide shrank further, the sense of oppression grew stronger. Xia Hanlin stood beside Li Luo, feeling dizzy, as if her very soul was trembling. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. Little Sangxing slowly rose into the air, the will to fight against the heavens condensed, actually resisting the might of the beast tide. Caw! In the sky, one bird-like ferocious beast flew in at an extremely fast speed, almost obscuring the sky. From all directions, one beast after another rushed in. Little Sangxing was surrounded on all sides, yet it ignited the endless fighting spirit within, showing no sign of fear, as if a young dragon descending from the heavens was going to shatter the sky. Super-tier skill. Heavenly Battle Will. Ancient Domain. Ancient Body. Reverse Scale. Extreme Shadow. Roar. Little Sangxing suddenly transformed into a tenfold enlarged form. At this moment, under the enhancement of 5 super-tier skills, Little Sangxing's power, defense, and speed instantly increased to 120 times their original level. Not enough. Li Luo stepped forward. Roar. A sound that seemed to come from endless antiquity echoed in the secret realm of inheritance. The phantom of the Ancestral Dragon coiled above the sky, suddenly descended. Roar. Little Sangxing's dragon eyes changed instantly. Deep, ancient. It seemed to condense all the wisdom, kindness, love, ferocity, brutality, and divinity of the world. This is the will of the Ancestral Dragon. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but tremble, but still worried, saying, but, with the talent of a tier, the Ancestral Dragon. Even if it can invoke the will of the Ancestral Dragon to descend, it can't resist the beast tide, right? She had watched the battle video of Li Luo against Yin Chun and analyzed that the enhancement of the will of the Ancestral Dragon is to enhance Little Sangxing's control over its own source power. But no matter how strong the technique is, under absolute numerical suppression, it is meaningless, right? A beast tide formed by 100,000 ferocious beasts, even if standing still and letting Little Sangxing kill, can exhaust Little Sangxing to death. Not to mention, these 100,000 ferocious beasts are all alive and can form formations among themselves, increasing their threat level exponentially. You don't understand. Li Luo chuckled lightly and said, the Ancestral Dragon will you know is just what I summoned at the awakening level. Now, I have already reached the extraordinary level. My Ancestral Dragon talent has undergone transformation. As his words fell, Xia Hanlin was instantly stunned. Awakening level? Extraordinary level? The effect of beast mastery talent is nearly constant, isn't it? Even if your realm improves. Can it really affect the power of beast mastery talent? No. Xia Hanlin seemed to realize something. Shocked, the power is constant. That is the conventional beast mastery talent, including level talent, which cannot escape this category. But level beast mastery talent originates from legends and cannot be measured by common sense. Could it be that the level Ancestral Dragon talent that Li Luo awakened can indeed derive different effects based on the realm? Many thoughts collided. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but recall that at the awakening level, the level Ancestral Dragon talent could summon the Ancestral Dragon will. Then, what about the extraordinary level? After breaking through the extraordinary level, the level talent Ancestral Dragon derived a second ability based on the Ancestral Dragon's arrival. Li Luo's face was calm as he softly said, I call it skill upgrade. Skill upgrade. Xia Hanlin was stunned. Her trembling gaze couldn't help but look towards the sky. That azure young dragon. Boom. Endless ancient power suddenly spread out. At this moment, the range of the ancient domain actually expanded by 10 times. Is this the skill upgrade? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but feel her heart tremble, exclaiming, the ancient domain is already an extraordinary skill. If it upgrades again, wouldn't it be a holy skill? She felt an uncontrollable shock. Holy skill. An extraordinary level young dragon actually unleashed a holy skill. How terrifying is that? Roar. The dragon's roar resounded. Little Tsangxing was located in the ancient domain, its momentum soaring to the heavens, as if a holy dragon had descended, full of divinity and compassion. A pair of ancient dragon eyes, constantly swirling, seemed to have holy intentions falling. When the dragon's eyes looked towards the sky, boom, the entire sky seemed to be collapsing. Call, call, call. A group of avian ferocious beasts, whether at the awakening level, extraordinary level, or leader level, faced this gaze and felt their bodies stiffen, unable to move at all. Wow. Streams of ancient power suddenly collapsed. Countless birds fell. The entire sky cleared. Is this the holy domain skill? Xia Hanlin's pupils involuntarily shrank, as if she had witnessed the most incredible scene in the world. That extreme sense of shock still lingering in her heart, her delicate body slightly trembling, stammering, "This is the power of the holy domain." No matter how fierce the beast tide is, in front of the holy domain skill, they are all ants. Chapter 54, 180,000 points. Inheritance space. Domain skill. It is best at group battles. Moreover, it's a holy domain skill. Under the holy domain, all are ants. Hiss. In the northern plains, a leader-level 10th stage golden-haired lion exuded an incredibly terrifying aura, commanding tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, charging fearlessly towards the young, ancient dragon in the sky. Boom. In the next moment, roar. The dragon's roar resounded. Endless ancient dragon power suddenly pressed down. The entire northern plains collapsed inch by inch. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, including the leading golden lion, were instantly crushed into meat paste. Roar. The dragon's roar rose again. In the western plains, a massive black-boned snake, dozens of meters long, seemed to have briefly awakened, looking in terror at the endless ancient power pressing down, causing its black bones to shatter inch by inch, leading this black-boned snake, along with 20,000 ferocious beasts, to be completely exterminated. In the east and south, a firebird made entirely of flames and a giant turtle with a dark body. Under the terrifying pressure of the holy domain, the flames were completely extinguished, and the turtle shell was shattered. In just an instant, at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts perished. In the more distant areas, many ferocious beasts gathered but suddenly awakened. First, Li Luo, 187, 845 points. Second, Xia Hanlin, 3, 170 points. Third, Yin Shun, 2, 175 points. On the points leaderboard, Li Luo still ranked first, but his points reached an exaggerated 180,000. In contrast, the second and third places, Xia Hanlin and Yin Shun, only had 3,000 points and 2,000 points, which are not even close to Li Luo's fraction. Finally gathered 100,000 points. Li Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, forcibly hiding his weakness, thinking, with the extraordinary realm, to defeat tens of thousands of ferocious beasts and completely dismantle a small beast tide is still too strenuous. Holy domain skills. The consumption is too terrifying. If it weren't for my beast mastery space, which is 100 times the area of the same level and thousands of times the volume, and I practiced the Dragon God meditation method, my soul strength is far more terrifying than that of the same level dragon soul. I really couldn't support little Tsangxing in unleashing holy domain skills. Li Luo was filled with emotion, but when he saw the vast plains and the bodies of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts slowly dissipating, his heart trembled violently, feeling deeply satisfied. The holy domain skill, Li Luo also truly unleashed for the first time. Such terrifying power undoubtedly far exceeded Li Luo's expectations. Little Tsangxing, with all its strength, could rival a leader-level 10th stage, even approaching the Lord level. After a slight contemplation, Li Luo made a precise assessment, thinking, but if it is enhanced by the level Ancestral Dragon talent, with the support of the Ancestral Dragon will, unleashing holy skills is almost comparable to the Lord level 10th stage. I have only been a beast master for a week, and in a full-blown emergence, I have already reached the Lord level 10th stage, which is simply against the heavens to the extreme. Although he felt delighted in his heart, Li Luo also knew that the incredible extent he could achieve was also due to the system's leasing function, which granted him the level Ancestral Dragon talent and allowed him to practice the Dragon God meditation method. The Ancestral Dragon talent and the Dragon God meditation method. Possessing either one is enough to suppress an era. Moreover, Li Luo possesses both. Outside, one by one, the beast masters were completely silent. They stared in shock at the scene of the inheritance secret realm, dumbfounded. In an instant, uproar. Summoning the Ancestral Dragon will to descend is one thing. but it actually allows that young ancient dragon skill to be upgraded by a whole tier. An extraordinary domain skill directly upgraded to a holy skill. With the holy domain's arrival, what extraordinary level or leader level? They are all just a group of ants. Is the level talent really that against the heavens? No wonder the level talent is called a peerless monster, destined to become an emperor. Such terrifying talent makes any level genius or monster seem insignificant. Even if it's a level talent, it wouldn't be so against the heavens. You must know that there are over 100 types of level talents recorded on the talent leaderboard. Among many level talents, the Ancestral Dragon talent can rank in the top 3 and even compete for the first place, which is incomparable to other level talents. Sigh. How long has it been since Li Luo became a beast master and contracted his initial beast? It has only been a week, right? In terms of combat power, it seems to have already reached the Lord level 10th stage. Even if it can only last for a very short time, it is still exaggerated enough. Such terrifying talent, other newcomers, including Yanshun, cannot hope to match. Many beast masters were extremely shocked, all exclaiming in amazement. You can witness the rise of an extraordinary genius. Even for many beast tamers, it is a matter of pride. Li Luo's points have already surpassed 100,000, reaching an astonishing 180,000. The Tree King suddenly spoke, its emerald eyes filled with regret, softly saying, Li Luo has revealed such heaven-defying talent, yet still cannot obtain the Emperor's inheritance. That is the real pity. As soon as these words were spoken, many powerful beings nodded in agreement. On the podium, Lu Tianqi sighed, why go through such hardship? His gaze trembled as he couldn't help but lament. Such a terrifying sacred domain skill, if saved for the inter-school competition, would undoubtedly shock the nation. You were bound to obtain a top-tier sacred inheritance, so why reveal your trump cards like this? In Lu Tianqi's view, Li Luo's actions were too ostentatious. As the principal of the true Dragon Academy, Lu Tianqi understood the principle that the tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Li Luo revealing his strength and trump cards meant he was destined not to obtain the Emperor's inheritance. Besides attracting more attention and facing greater dangers, it was completely meaningless. Although Lu Tianqi was deeply shocked and amazed by Li Luo's talent, he did not approve of Li Luo's actions. Such an astonishing genius. Why was he not from my beast taming lineage? Du Zhe and Wan Qing exchanged glances, each flashing the same thought, almost pounding their chests in frustration, yet feeling helpless. The top-tier talent, the Ancestral Dragon. It truly belongs to the Dragon Tamers. Other factions could only envy it. Principal Lu, Du Zhe suddenly said. Li Luo revealing such talent will surely spread far and wide. The enemies our Xia country faces, like the empires on Blue Star, such as the Sakura country and the Divine Eagle country, as well as the hostile alien races on the battlefield, like the Hell Clan, Demon Clan, and even the Dragon Clan, might attempt to assassinate Li Luo. I urge Principal Lu to be cautious and ensure that such an extraordinary genius does not perish before he has even grown. His words, devoid of factional bias, were extremely sincere. Principal Du, you are worrying for nothing, Wan Qing suddenly interjected. Li Luo's master is none other than Xia Fei. In the past, Xia Fei struck fear into countless alien races, and even the Dragon Realm did not dare to provoke her. As Xia Fei's beloved disciple, how could she ignore Li Luo? Regardless, Lu Tianqi suddenly said, Li Luo must not have any mishaps. Especially since Li Luo cannot obtain the Emperor's inheritance, his strength and realm will definitely slow down. A longer growth period also means encountering more dangers, which must be guarded against. Indeed, Du Zhe shook his head and said, if Li Luo could obtain the Emperor's inheritance, he would probably have no difficulty advancing to the sacred spirit level. The two principals need not worry. Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and said solemnly, even if Li Luo does not obtain the Emperor's inheritance, our dragon tamers will definitely not treat him poorly. As soon as these words were spoken, Du Zhe and Wan Qing felt completely relieved. They did not want to see such a heaven-defying genius unable to grow smoothly. It would be an unbearable loss for the true Dragon Academy, the entire Xia country, and even the entire human race. In the inheritance secret realm, 180,000 points? Yanshun sat weakly on the ground, completely losing the desire to compete with Li Luo, bitterly saying, how can such a huge gap be bridged? Yet Li Luo has only been training for a week, less than 7 days, while I have been training for over a year, and still got easily left behind by him. Could it be that in front of Li Luo, I am not some so-called genius, but a mediocre talent? At this moment, Yanshun couldn't help but doubt his own talent. He looked towards the distant plains, the vast wilderness filled with traces of battle, the entire plain showing signs of collapse. Even if given a month, he could never leave such traces. Buzz, transferring to the inheritance space. A thought entered Yanshun's mind. Chapter 55, 3 Major Level Geniuses. Bestow the dragon vein, inheritance space. 3 extraordinary young men and women slowly appeared. Why would the opening of the inheritance space happen so quickly? A handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows furrowed and said solemnly, logically, the inheritance space should only open a day after the secret realm begins, once the new students have gained enough experience. It has only been a few hours, and it has already opened? Lu Tianfeng, you are really making a fuss over nothing. A charming young girl scoffed. The spirit of the secret realm controls the inheritance space, so it can open whenever it wants. You don't understand. Lu Tianfeng frowned, coldly saying, the process of the inheritance secret realm has not changed in decades. Only 100 years ago, an extraordinary genius with the aura of an emperor forcibly reached 100,000 points, which led to the earlier opening of the inheritance space. Are you saying that this time, there is also a genius with the aura of an emperor who reached 100,000 points? Su Yuyu was taken aback, saying, but how could a new student reach 100,000 points? 3 years ago, Su Yuyu also entered the inheritance secret realm as a new student. But she was cautious and only barely broke 1,000 points. 100,000 points? She couldn't even dare to think about it. Don't forget, among this year's new students, there is one who awakened a level beast taming talent. Lu Tianfeng said solemnly. Furthermore, there is another level genius. This year is much stronger than previous years. Are you talking about Li Luo? Su Yuyu said with uncertainty, but Li Luo only contracted his initial beast a week ago. Even if he awakened a level talent, in such a short time, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat even a commander-level fierce beast, right? She had certainly heard of Li Luo's name as one of the top 3 geniuses in the True Dragon Academy. Su Yuyu's realm had already reached the 10th stage of the Lord level, and she expected to break through to the Monarch level before graduation. Despite being amazed at Li Luo's level talent, Su Yuyu wouldn't pay too much attention to it. By the time Li Luo's realm caught up, who knew how many years would have passed? Why would she care about such a junior? It might not be Li Luo. Lu Tianfeng was also uncertain, saying, perhaps it is Yin Shun. After all, Yin Shun awakened the level talent Sky Serpent and has been training for a year. If Yin Shun has other trump cards or is hiding his strength, it's also possible for him to shine in the inheritance secret realm. Yin Shun? That doesn't seem right. Su Yuyu questioned, what does he gain from this? The 3 Emperor inheritances, Fire Emperor, Vine Emperor, and Demon Emperor, none of them resonate with him. Surely he can't let the snake-type beast he contracted act as a vine to gain the Vine Emperor's recognition, right? As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. Could it really be Li Luo? Lu Tianfeng said in confusion, according to your logic, Li Luo's level Ancestral Dragon talent should also be unable to gain the recognition of the Fire Emperor, Vine Emperor, and Demon Emperor. Our speculation has no significance. Su Yuyu pouted and said, the beast taming world is vast. Anything is possible. Perhaps there is a new student this year who obtained a great opportunity and will shine in the inheritance secret realm. As for Li Luo, according to the information, he has only been a dragon tamer for a week, and even with a level talent, there is absolutely no possibility. I am really looking forward to it. If someone in this year's new students can obtain the Emperor's inheritance, wouldn't that overshadow the Phoenix Academy and Qilin Academy in the upcoming inter-school competition? Su Yuyu couldn't help but feel excited. She had always been one to stir up trouble. And thinking about the other 2 top academies geniuses facing a bearer of an emperor's inheritance, that sense of helplessness made her feel incredibly exhilarated. How boring. Lu Tianfeng frowned. Su Yuyu's appearance is impeccable, but her personality is too unruly, causing extreme trouble. Yet, she is still a ghost master, having contracted a red-clad female ghost, which makes Lu Tianfeng feel it will be difficult to deal with. When he looks at the girl not far away, who remains calm and indifferent, his originally composed gaze can't help but soften a bit, and he softly says, Ninger, what do you think? TSK Ninger? Su Yuyu scoffed sarcastically. Lu Tianfeng, you really know how to cling on. My family Ji Ning has already rejected you, yet you still come forward shamelessly. Don't you have any self-respect? To put it plainly, aren't you just trying to have Ji Ning contract the Sangjue Ant Queen to grant you the Dragon Bloodline? This way, all the ant troops created by the Sangjue Ant Queen would have the Dragon Bloodline, greatly enhancing their combat power. Lu Tianfeng, if you really have the ability, just directly obtain the inheritance of a Saint Spirit level Dragon Master. Don't think about these crooked paths. Su Yuyu's unreserved words made Lu Tianfeng's face alternate between red and white. Although he was furious, he didn't want to confront Su Yuyu directly. In terms of group battles, Lu Tianfeng could be considered the most dominant one in the True Dragon Academy. Contracting that Sangjue Ant Queen is an extremely powerful violent troop strategy that can cultivate thousands of ant troops and easily trigger a small beast tide. However, The ant troops contracted by the Tsangjue Ant Queen are truly like ants in front of Su Yuyu's red-clad female ghost. Even if they can win after a battle, the losses would be heavy. For a beastmaster using a violent troop strategy, every battle is a clash of finances. Therefore, Lu Tianfeng would never easily engage in conflict with others. Of course, Su Yuyu's words are not wrong. If the dragon bloodline could be granted to the Tsangjue Ant Queen, it would definitely cultivate a large number of dragon ants. The dragon bloodline represents extremely powerful physical strength and incredible self-healing abilities, which is an absolutely irresistible temptation for a violent troop beastmaster. The dragon bloodline is certainly one of the reasons. Lu Tianfeng said solemnly, but my feelings for Ninger are real. Lu Tianfeng, if you want me to grant the dragon bloodline to the Tsangjue Ant Queen, it's actually very simple, just 3 billion daxia coins. Ji Ning slowly turned her head, her eyes exceptionally clear, as if a dragon soul was imprisoned within. Her fair and delicate cheeks faintly concealed white dragon scales, and she said indifferently, "You should know, granting the dragon bloodline is not without cost for me. It may even damage the source of my dragon vein talent. 3 billion daxia coins is already very fair. Of course, if you think it's too expensive, you can seek that unparalleled genius from the new students. Level talent, Ancestral Dragon. Known as the ancestor of all dragons, it can derive all dragon-related talents, including level talent dragon veins." After a round of dialogue, Lu Tianfeng could only smile bitterly. 3 billion daxia coins? The violent troop beastmaster is the most money-consuming. If he could take out 3 billion daxia coins, he would have done so long ago. Level talent, Ancestral Dragon? Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but ponder. Ji Ning's understanding of the Dragon Master lineage is undoubtedly top-notch in the world. She must have studied countless ancient texts on Dragon Masters to grant the most suitable dragon bloodline to the contracted beasts. Since she said so, then the level Ancestor Dragon talent must be, as she said, the origin of all dragon talents, and it can easily derive dragon veins. Ji Ning, aren't you teasing him? Su Yuyu couldn't bear to watch any longer and said helplessly, Li Luo's realm is at most awakening the leveled Tsangjue Ant Queen. But it's at the Lord level, tier 10. By the time Li Luo can grant the dragon vein, who knows how many years will have passed? It won't be too long. Ji Ning said indifferently, Li Luo's master is Xia Fei. In just over 10 years, Xia Fei has achieved Saint Spirit level. And as Xia Fei's only disciple, how could he be slow? As the three geniuses were conversing, a group of new students suddenly appeared in the inheritance space. Chapter 56, Surrounded by Goddesses. Ji Ning sigh, is this the inheritance space? Li Luo couldn't help but show an interested expression. This is a stone cave space filled with an ancient atmosphere, but the dome is pitch black, with dim stars emitting faint light. Roar. Little Sanxing follows closely behind Li Luo. After the beast-tide battle, it had exhausted almost all its physical strength and source power, becoming extremely weak. But at the moment it entered the inheritance space, its physical strength and source power began to recover at an incredible speed. Not just little Sanxing. Many new students present, including Xia Hanlin, are also rapidly recovering. No wonder it's a secret realm created by a great emperor's beast space. Xia Hanlin exclaimed. The inheritance space is the core of the secret realm, possessing many incredible powers. Not to mention anything else, if one can cultivate in the inheritance space. A day here could truly equal a year. As she said this, she couldn't help but look at Li Luo. She really suspected that Li Luo had once obtained the great emperor's inheritance and possessed a mini space of great emperor level, as long as he cultivated within it. A day could equal a year. Otherwise, Li Luo's terrifying cultivation speed is truly inexplicable. Don't look at me. Li Luo shrugged and said, Great emperor level beast space? Such a treasure I don't have. He indeed doesn't have such a treasure. However, Li Luo's own beast space is equivalent to a mini dragon realm. In terms of rank, it may not be much inferior to a great emperor level beast space. Li Luo? Master. Not far away. Su Qing Snow and Jiang Yao also spotted Li Luo and immediately came over. Su Qing Snow was initially hesitant, but upon seeing Jiang Yao naturally link arms with Li Luo, vaguely with a hint of flirtation, an unnamed fire suddenly flared up within her, and she unconsciously followed along. Su Qing Snow, Jiang Yao, and Xia Hanlin. The three goddesses among the new students surrounded Li Luo, three different faint fragrances, like snow lotus, peach blossom, and green leaves, making one feel utterly refreshed. Many new students quickly noticed this, feeling their hearts shatter. Three goddesses surrounding? Li Luo, you really should die. Damn, no wonder Xia Hanlin's points skyrocketed so quickly. It turned out she encountered Li Luo. Did the elf hybrid also get taken down? Li Luo, you're even more like a succubus than Jiang Yao. Sigh. Why wasn't it me who encountered Li Luo? If that were the case, I could also reach second place on the points leaderboard. Brothers, I don't understand. What are you all jealous of? Look at your 2-digit points. Then look at Li Luo's 180,000 points. All the new students combined don't have as many points as Li Luo alone. Do you even have the right to be jealous? Countless discussions filled the entire inheritance space. Xia Hanlin stood next to Li Luo, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, Su Qingsno and Zhang Yao were both openly pursuing Li Luo. In contrast, she just happened to run into him. Yet, Xia Hanlin was the one who reaped the greatest benefit, directly ranking second on the points leaderboard. Aside from the cost of 50 million Daxia coins, Xia Hanlin could also net 50 million Daxia coins, making a huge profit. At this moment, Xia Hanlin stood beside Su Qingsno and Zhang Yao, feeling somewhat unable to clarify amidst the many rumors. Su Qingsno's gaze appeared somewhat strange. Vaguely, it seemed she and Xia Hanlin had reached a resonance. Does someone finally understand this feeling of being unable to clarify rumors? Su Qingsno felt extremely emotional. Master, Zhang Yao pouted, somewhat jealous. How did you bring Xia Hanlin to second place on the points leaderboard? Nothing happened between you, right? What do you think? Li Luo said with a half-smile. Wrong, master. Zhang Yao's heart raced, and she hurriedly said, I shouldn't have doubted you. Nothing must have happened between you. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Li Luo. Xia Hanlin hurriedly said, I spent 50 million Daxia coins just to get Li Luo to agree to team up with me. It turns out that this 50 million Daxia coins is absolutely worth it. This is indeed Li Luo's style. Su Qingshuang was speechless and said, he is completely blinded by money. He even charges for challenges, not to mention teaming up. However, running into Li Luo in the inheritance secret realm is indeed a stroke of luck. Sigh, why am I not the lucky one? Zhang Yao pouted and said, I could have fought alongside the master in the inheritance secret realm, enjoying a world for two. But I ran into Su Qingshuang. That annoying woman. If it weren't for wanting to earn more points, I would have eliminated her directly. Zhang Yao, can you eliminate me? Su Qingshuang sneered and said, don't forget, my realm is already at the 3rd level of the extraordinary stage. And you are still at the 2nd level of the extraordinary stage. If it weren't for my mercy, you would have been eliminated long ago. Don't be so arrogant. Once I obtain the inheritance, I'll knock you down immediately. Zhang Yao was suddenly anxious. She was hit right on the mark. When she first met Su Qingshuang, she indeed thought about eliminating her, but Su Qingshuang's realm had indeed risen to the 3rd level of the extraordinary stage, directly widening the gap in strength. The weak succubus. Su Qingshuang was quite pleased, humming softly. All her hard training was just to suppress Zhang Yao, right? As for Li Luo, she had completely lost the will to compete. The gap was just too great. If she still regarded Li Luo as a rival, it would undoubtedly be a torment. Not far away, Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyu, these 3 top prodigies, were hidden among the crowd, not revealing any aura, listening to the discussions of many new students. And they couldn't help but show a stunned expression. Is it true that someone in this batch of new students has reached 100,000 points? Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but say, didn't Li Luo just cultivate for 7 days? 180,000 points? What kind of monster is he to be able to slaughter countless ferocious beasts in just a week and even directly suppress a small beast tide? Damn, is the talent at this level really that against the heavens? Su Yu was also speechless, shocked. We worked so hard to elevate our talent to this level. Yet even so, compared to Li Luo, we still fall short by a lot. The 3 top prodigies, Lu Tianfeng and Su Yuyu, were all of the same class, initially having top-tier talents, and later obtained opportunities to elevate to the next level. Only Jining had been a top-tier talent from the beginning. The top-tier dragon vein is a passive-type talent. When the realm is low, it can only be comparable to the upper tier. So Jining did not achieve particularly outstanding results when she entered the inheritance secret realm as a new student. Only after her realm continuously improved did she finally show her brilliance. He is Li Luo. Jining's eyes flickered with a complex expression, thinking, a year ago, I took the initiative to seek to apprentice under Xia Fei, but I couldn't even see her face. When Li Luo awakened his talent, Xia Fei personally appeared and accepted him as a disciple. At the realm of the 7th level of the extraordinary stage, in just 1 week of cultivation, he broke through from the 1st level of awakening to the 7th level of the extraordinary stage. At the 7th level of the extraordinary stage, he suppressed a small beast tide, and his points reached 180,000. Such a terrifying cultivation speed and peerless combat power at the same level are enough to make countless dragon tamers unable to hold a candle to him. No wonder Xia Fei would personally accept disciples. After Xia Fei refused to take in disciples, a saint-level dragon tamer stepped forward to accept Jining as a disciple, providing numerous resources, which allowed Jining's realm to rise so rapidly. But she could never understand the top-tier passive talent, Dragon Vein. Jining was incredibly confident. As long as she grew, She could even succeed Xia Fei and become the next first dragon tamer. Why couldn't she catch Xia Fei's eye? Until this moment, Jining truly let go. I am not as good as him. A hint of sigh flashed in Jining's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal, thinking, however, I have cultivated for 2 more years than Li Luo. As a top prodigy, I still have a second chance to obtain the inheritance. As long as I can obtain a top-level holy inheritance, I may not be unable to compete with Li Luo and always keep him behind. Chapter 57. The Inheritance Selection begins. Ancient Serpent Saint. In the True Dragon Academy, among thousands of students, countless prodigies, Jining is also recognized as the strongest. Even Lu Tianfeng admires her. In just 2 years of cultivation, she has broken through from the awakening level to the 10th level of the Lord stage. Only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the king level. What kind of talent is this? Compared to the Xia Fei of that time, it's not much different. Many powerful figures believe Jining is the second Xia Fei, representing the fortune of the dragon tamers. At this moment, Jining sincerely believes she is not as good as Li Luo. The gap is just too big. Jining is not new to the inheritance space. Any student of the True Dragon Academy has at least one chance to enter the inheritance secret realm to obtain inheritance. 2 years ago, Jining had already entered the inheritance secret realm. That time, she performed mediocrely, not even making it into the top 10 on the points list. But she did display her top-tier dragon vein talent and obtained a holy inheritance, which allowed her to rise rapidly, with her realm and strength constantly changing, reaching the top among thousands of students in the True Dragon Academy. But when Jining compared herself to Li Luo, who broke through to the 7th level of the extraordinary stage in less than a week and even suppressed the beast tide, topping the points list with over 100,000 points. No matter how strong her inner self was, she had to admit that Li Luo's talent and aptitude were truly against the heavens, far surpassing her. 10th level of the Lord stage? Jining had no doubt that within a year, Li Luo would break through to the 10th level of the Lord stage. In just 2 years, he could break through to the king level, even surpassing her realm. I still have a chance. A hint of determination flashed in Jining's eyes. In the inheritance secret realm, any prodigy at the level of the Lord will have a second chance to enter the inheritance secret realm. That's why Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyu appeared in the inheritance space, waiting to obtain their second inheritance. The first inheritance I obtained was left by a newly promoted saint-level dragon tamer, named Blood Dragon Saint. Although Blood Dragon Saint is not particularly strong among the saints, his inheritance is the most suitable for me, recording countless dragon bloodlines. Jining pondered for a moment and thought, the second inheritance should ideally be the Dragon Saint inheritance, which is also considered one of the strongest among the holy level inheritances. It is said that the Dragon Saint had already reached the peak of the saint level, but failed to break through the Emperor realm and ultimately died. If I can obtain the Dragon Saint inheritance, when I break through to the saint level in the future, I may be able to upgrade my top-tier dragon vein talent to the next level. With numerous thoughts flashing through her mind, Jining's gaze gradually became firm. When entering the inheritance space, she had already made up her mind. Dragon Saint inheritance. This is her ultimate goal. Boom. The entire inheritance space trembled. Look, a new student exclaimed. The stars of the heavens have lit up. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The many inheritances recorded in the inheritance space are finally about to choose their inheritors. The sky full of stars, there are at least tens of thousands of inheritances. Right? Unfortunately, I can't be greedy. I can only choose one. My requirements are not high. As long as I can get a king-level inheritance, I would be satisfied. Sigh. Most new students actually cannot obtain an inheritance. At least a top-tier talent is needed to reliably obtain a king-level inheritance. A top-tier talent has a high probability of obtaining a giant-level inheritance. Even Yin Xian, as a top prodigy, is not guaranteed to obtain a holy-level inheritance. I am now curious, with Li Luo's points reaching an astonishing 180,000, displaying such against the heavens aptitude, how much recognition can he get for inheriting? Perhaps even the top-level holy inheritance will choose Li Luo. Countless new students, shocked, lamenting, anxious, and filled with an unknown number of emotions, are brewing. Many gazes are directed towards Li Luo, filled with astonishment, envy, and jealousy. Inheritance. Su Qingxue slightly raised her head, looking at the starry sky above, where countless stars lit up, some of which exuded a chilling aura, seemingly forming a connection with Su Qingxue, allowing her to perceive clearly. It seems that 12 king-level inheritances and 3 giant inheritance choices have chosen me. Jiang Yao's heart trembled slightly, but she couldn't help but feel regret, saying, it's a pity that I didn't gain the recognition of the holy level inheritance. You didn't choose me, that's your loss. Wait until I transform into a top talent and break through to the Lord level. Then I'll visit the inheritance space again, making you unable to reach me." She snorted in dissatisfaction. In the end, Jiang Yao chose a giant inheritance named Heart Bewitching King, which could charm people's hearts. Although it wasn't the giant inheritance Jiang Yao most desired, it was still quite good, with a high compatibility with her. 13 king-level inheritances and 5 giant inheritances? Su Qingxue pursed her lips and said, "In the end, I can only choose one." She glanced at Jiang Yao, seemingly a bit smug, which made Jiang Yao extremely angry. Ice-type beast masters are much more common than spirit-type demon masters. What does it matter if you obtain a few more inheritances? Jiang Yao was very unconvinced. TSK. Getting anxious? Su Qingxue squinted her eyes and smiled. It's so hard to choose. Jiang Yao. She was completely speechless. In the end, Su Qingxue chose a giant inheritance named Snow Emperor Inheritance, especially skilled in creating ice and snow environments, which was very compatible with Su Qingxue's cultivation path. With top talent, is it finally impossible to obtain the holy level inheritance? A hint of disappointment flashed in Xie Hanlin's eyes as she sighed. 16 king-level inheritances and 6 giant inheritances. In the end, can only choose one. Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao couldn't help but glance at her, but then quickly understood that Xie Hanlin, following Li Luo, had been in the limelight. The choice in the inheritance space also depended on the performance in the inheritance secret realm and the talent of the inheritor. As the second on the leaderboard, Xie Hanlin naturally had a significant advantage. In the end, Xie Hanlin also chose a giant inheritance named Spirit Emperor Inheritance, which could control invisible spirits in nature, thereby enhancing her support capabilities, which could be considered very powerful. Boom. Above the sky, a star quietly lit up, much more dazzling than the other stars. That was the holy level inheritance. Among the crowd, Qi Yong exclaimed, "Someone has actually gained the recognition of the holy level inheritance." Dazzling starlight descended from the sky. Yen Shun felt something and stepped forward, bathing in the starlight, exclaiming, "Only one holy level inheritance has chosen me? The inheritance of the ancient snake saint? Could it be an ancient great saint?" Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately made his choice. A glimmer of light, however, involuntarily looked towards the direction of Lu Tianfeng in the crowd. The ancient snake saint has a significant reputation among the saints. The reason is simple. The ancient snake saint is a violent beast master at the saint level, able to command endless snake-like ferocious beasts, forming one army after another, almost a one-man army, making him one of the most terrifying saint-level beings. Yin Xun, having obtained the ancient snake saint's inheritance, will inevitably follow the violent beast master route in the future, and will naturally compete with Lu Tianfeng, who is also a violent beast master. Chapter 58, Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, Fighting Saint. The whole place is shocked. The ancient snake saint, huh? Lu Tianfeng revealed a very interested smile, saying, "Yin Xun, your realm is ultimately too low. I'll give you time to catch up. As long as you can catch up, I will naturally fight you." Despite his grand words, it couldn't hide the trace of pity deep in Lu Tianfeng's eyes. "My foolish junior, you still don't understand that violent beast master, beneath the glamorous exterior, hides the essence of poverty." Lu Tianfeng secretly thought, "This path is always accompanied by poverty. I hope that after you truly become a violent beast master, you can still smile." Meanwhile, several dazzling starlights lit up one after another. Lu Tianfeng, Su Yuyu, and Jining all had starlights swirling around them. At this moment, many new students finally recognized these 3-level geniuses. That's Senior Lu, Senior Su, and Senior Jining. I should have thought of it earlier. These 3 seniors are all level geniuses, so naturally, they can obtain a second inheritance. As expected of level geniuses, they indeed gained recognition for the holy level inheritance. Lu Tianfeng, Su Yuyu, and Jining have a considerable reputation, not limited to the True Dragon Academy. Even in the Qilin Academy and Phoenix Academy, they are also well known. And they have even participated in battles against alien races, slaying many alien elites, enhancing the reputation of our human race. These 3-level geniuses have all gained recognition for the holy level inheritance, yet no one felt surprised. It seemed that it was only natural. Ghost Saint Inheritance. Su Yuyu exclaimed in delight. "That's quite good. Insect Saint Inheritance." Lu Tianfeng's eyes lit up, secretly thinking, the Insect Saint has a significant reputation in the violent beast master lineage, not limited to the ant tribe, but also including the mosquito tribe, butterfly tribe, and many insect-type beast masters. All can engage in violent warfare. After the joy, however, a bitter feeling couldn't be hidden in Lu Tianfeng's heart. It is well known that Lu Tianfeng practices an extraordinary secret method, allowing him to contract only one beast, yet still break through the realm. After all, Just raising the Cangzhou Ant Queen has exhausted all of Liu Tianfeng's resources. Now, having obtained the Insect Saint inheritance, he must contract many Insect Queens, embarking on a different path of insect-type violent warfare. Vaguely, Liu Tianfeng seemed to hear the sound of his wallet breaking. The violent Beastmaster is powerful, but it's just too hard. Liu Tianfeng couldn't help but sigh, wanting to cry without tears. Only the Ancient Earth Dragon Saint, Ancient Fire Dragon Saint, and Three-Headed Dragon Saint, these three holy-level inheritances, have chosen me? Jining was somewhat disappointed. The Ancient Earth Dragon Saint, Ancient Fire Dragon Saint, and Three-Headed Dragon Saint all have a common point, having cultivated a holy-level secret method that allows them to share the bloodline of the Dragon clan, thus making their combat power extremely exaggerated, which is also the reason Jining was chosen. But her true goal is still that one, the most powerful Dragon Saint inheritance among the Dragon Tamers. Dragon Saint. Jining slowly raised her head, staring intently at the dim star above the sky, as if it were a sacred dragon, yet in slumber, cut off from all disturbances. Suddenly, that star burst forth with an incredibly bright light. Could it be that? A glimmer of hope flashed in Jining's heart. If she could obtain the Dragon Saint inheritance, she could give up all other inheritances, including the Ancient Earth Dragon Saint, Ancient Fire Dragon Saint, and Three-Headed Dragon Saint. The Dragon Saint inheritance? A calm voice quietly echoed in the inheritance space. Li Luo stepped forward. Endless starlight swirled around him, gathering all eyes in the venue, becoming the focal point of the entire scene. Above Li Luo, thousands of stars flickered with faint light, representing thousands of king-level and giant inheritances, continuously flickering, seemingly vying to be chosen by Li Luo. What the hell? Thousands of inheritances have all chosen Li Luo. This is probably all the king-level and giant inheritances from the Dragon Tamer lineage, right? This is the top talent of the Ancestral Dragon, known as the origin of all dragon-related talents. Isn't it too against the heavens? Thousands of inheritances are by no means Li Luo's limit, but the limit of the Dragon Tamer lineage. No, even the holy-level inheritances have dozens of them choosing Li Luo. Among them, there is even the Dragon Saint inheritance. Moreover, there are also the Battle Saint and Fighting Saint, these two top holy-level inheritances that are on par with the Dragon Saint. How will Li Luo choose? The whole venue is in shock. Li Luo, surrounded by countless stars, formed an incredibly stark contrast with other so-called top-tier talents and monstrous geniuses. Did the Dragon Saint inheritance truly choose him? Jining's lips revealed a hint of bitterness as she thought. Yes. The level of the Ancestral Dragon talent is the origin of all Dragon System talents. In theory, everything about a Dragon Master cannot escape the scope of the Ancestral Dragon talent. Therefore, even if Li Luo gains recognition from all the inheritances of the Dragon Master lineage, it seems only natural. She focused intently on Li Luo, feeling a flash of helplessness in her heart. Ultimately, she chose the inheritance of the Three-Headed Dragon Saint, which not only allows sharing of the dragon veins, but also enables the cultivation of 2 Dragon Clan soul fragments, thereby carrying 2 types of dragon bloodlines, making it most suitable for Jining. But compared to the 3 top-tier holy inheritances of the Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, and Fight Saint, it pales in comparison. Did he really gain so many inheritances recognition? Su Yuyu exclaimed in shock. Li Luo, how will he choose? I'm really envious. Liu Tianfeng couldn't help but pound his chest in frustration, thinking, the Dragon Master lineage has top-tier combat power. If there is inheritance, it will be smooth sailing. Why did I choose the Barbarian flow, this irretrievable path? The Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, and Fight Saint are all inheritances just below the Imperial level. If I could obtain the Dragon Saint inheritance, I could directly transform into a Dragon Clan Barbarian flow, commanding endless dragon clans. How magnificent would that be? If I could obtain the Battle Saint inheritance, numerous Ant Clan soldier types would be condensed with fighting spirit. As for the Fight Saint, only through death can one grow stronger. I could directly let the Ant Clan soldiers kill each other to nurture the goo. Damn it. Who wouldn't covet a top-tier holy inheritance? Liu Tianfeng stared intently at Li Luo, desperately wanting to know what choice Li Luo would make. At the same time, countless gazes were also watching, anticipating Li Luo's actions, only to be astonished to find that Li Luo's gaze remained fixed on the sky above, completely ignoring the countless star lights surrounding him. What does Li Luo want to do? Why isn't he making a choice? Are the 3 top-tier holy inheritances of the Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, and Fight Saint not enough for him? In the starry sky, there are still 3 of the largest and most majestic stars that have yet to light up. Could it be that Li Luo is truly delusional, wanting to obtain the Imperial inheritance? The new students present were completely stunned by Li Luo's actions, but they quickly thought. Li Luo had gone to great lengths to display such terrifying combat power, reaching an impressive score of 180, 000. Wasn't it just to trigger the rules of the inheritance secret realm, allowing the 3 imperial inheritances to appear? That is the imperial inheritance. Even if there is only a slim chance, who would give up? He truly wants to seek the imperial inheritance. Su Qingshue's eyes flickered with a ripple, but she couldn't help but sigh, saying, "It's a pity that even the king-level and giant-level inheritances from other factions did not choose Li Luo. The 3 imperial inheritances are not from the Dragon Master lineage, so how could they choose to entrust their inheritance to a young ancestral dragon?" Su Qingshue's words also expressed the thoughts of everyone present. Under countless suspicious and mocking gazes, Li Luo remained unmoved. Wow! Above the starry sky, the 3 stars at the very top, seemingly poised to suppress countless stars, slowly ignited. Chapter 59, Demon Emperor, Vine Emperor, Flame Emperor. Complete inheritance? The first star suddenly lit up. It seemed as if boundless demonic energy was eroding the world, with an unparalleled heavenly demon standing in the sky, surrounded by bizarre demons, intending to turn the entire Beast Master world into a realm of demonic strangeness. "Kid, did you awaken me?" Just a single voice made everyone present lose their senses. Demon Emperor. Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with deep fascination, unable to help but murmur, almost turning into fervor, tremblingly saying, "The Demon Emperor, the great emperor of the Beast Master lineage, symbolizes the ultimate of the demonic path. It is said that the voice of the Demon Emperor contains endless temptation. The gaze of the Demon Emperor can transform into the evil realm and the demon realm. Dual realms. The soul of the Demon Emperor symbolizes endless evil. The body of the Demon Emperor can suppress all realms." Jiang Yao couldn't help but nearly worship the boundless black star in the sky. For any Beast Master, the Demon Emperor is almost equivalent to faith. Just like the reverence of the Dragon Master lineage for the Dragon Sovereign. Senior Demon Emperor. Li Luo slightly cupped his hands, not servile nor overbearing. He carefully observed the shadow of the heavenly demon reflected on the black star, but couldn't help but fall into contemplation. The Demon Emperor inheritance is not within my considerations. The demon realm is already opposed to the Xia Kingdom, and moreover, the Demon Emperor has rebelled against humanity and sided with the demon realm. After a moment of thought, Li Luo contemplated. If I obtained the Demon Emperor inheritance, I would be directly bound to the Demon Emperor, equivalent to the Holy Son of the Beast Master lineage. Holy Son of the Beast Master? If it were the second or even third inheritance, perhaps I would choose the Demon Emperor inheritance, but for now, as this is my first time entering the inheritance space, choosing the Demon Emperor inheritance would undoubtedly bring countless troubles for myself. Many thoughts collided. Despite Li Luo's seemingly reckless and carefree style, it is also based on his identity and background, not truly devoid of taboos. Moreover, Li Luo is not limited to choosing the Demon Emperor inheritance. He will naturally weigh the pros and cons. Level talent, Ancestral Dragon. The will of the Demon Emperor cast its gaze, quickly probing Li Luo's talent origin, and immediately showed some disappointment, shaking his head and saying, "I didn't expect the Ancestral Dragon talent of the Dragon Sovereign to reappear in the world. Unfortunately, the Ancestral Dragon talent has no connection with the demonic path I cultivate. TSK, kid, I advise you to give up early. The 3 top-tier holy inheritances of the Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, and Fight Saint, you can choose one. In the true Dragon Secret Realm, the 3 imperial inheritances, Demon Emperor, Vine Emperor, and Flame Emperor, are all unsuitable for you." After the words fell, the will of the Demon Emperor instantly fell into slumber. Although he was very interested in the level Ancestral Dragon talent, he was just a remnant will, responsible only for delivering the inheritance. If not for the spirit of the secret realm triggering the inheritance rules, the will of the Demon Emperor would not have appeared at all. "Little demon, you are quite straightforward." Wow! The second star suddenly ignited. It was as if endless vines wrapped around the heavens, transforming into a world filled with green vines, brimming with endless vitality. In this world, a towering vine connected heaven and earth. This scene made everyone present tremble with excitement. That is the core of the Vine Emperor's plant mastery, the ascending vine. It is said that the ascending vine connects heaven and earth. If one can traverse to the sky above through the ascending vine, they will ascend to the heavens in one step. Even if one is a waste, they can instantly become a giant. Above the ascending vine, the illusory, beautiful green figure is probably the will of the Vine Emperor. The Vine Emperor inheritance is also considered one of the strongest inheritances in the Plant Master lineage. Among the crowd, Su Ji's eyes trembled violently, staring intently at the illusory figure of the ascending vine, filled with extreme desire. As a plant master, the primary contracted plant life for Su Ji is the vine type. In the view of vine-type plant masters, the ultimate vine life is the ascending vine. Looking at the history of plant masters, Only the Vine Emperor has cultivated the ascending vine. If I can obtain the Vine Emperor inheritance. Su Ji's eyes flickered with endless desire, only to be extinguished completely, feeling an endless bitterness, sighing, with level talent, wanting to obtain the Imperial inheritance? Unless I can awaken a plant-type level Beast Master talent. Senior Vine Emperor. Li Luo slightly bowed. He held great respect for the Vine Emperor. Unlike the Demon Emperor, who rebelled against humanity, the Vine Emperor sacrificed everything for the Xia Kingdom. Among the emperors, the Vine Emperor had the longest lifespan, yet faced the invasion of the Demon Realm during his prime. When the endless demon clan descended upon the Xia Kingdom, the Vine Emperor completely sealed off the dimensional passage to the Demon Realm with the heaven-reaching vine, but encountered an ambush from a Demon Emperor and ultimately lost his life. All the emperors of various realms fear the Vine Emperor. The reason is simple. The heaven-reaching vine can easily open dimensional passages. As long as the Summer Kingdom gradually becomes stronger, there will come a day when it can use the heaven-reaching vine to counterattack the Demon Realm, instead of being limited to defense. In that battle, the Vine Emperor transcended to the utmost, strangling that Demon Emperor, but exhausted all his life source and soon fell completely. How sad, how lamentable. Oh, the will of the Vine Emperor was quite interested, sensing Li Luo's heartfelt respect, and chuckled lightly. I actually quite like you, but unfortunately, your level of Ancestral Dragon talent cannot contract the seedlings of the heaven-reaching vine. Therefore, I will not pass on this inheritance to you. Although the voice was gentle, the firmness contained within was absolutely unshakable. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was completely shocked. What does the Vine Emperor mean? Contracting the seedlings of the heaven-reaching vine? Could it be that the inheritance of the Vine Emperor contains a seedling of the heaven-reaching vine? My God, this is insane. As long as one obtains the inheritance of the Vine Emperor, they can contract a heaven-reaching vine? Why haven't I awakened a level plant-type talent? Just a single sentence drove countless students almost mad. The heaven-reaching vine, a plant life destined to become an emperor. Even compared to the azure sky desolate dragon contracted by Summer Fae, it is not inferior in the slightest. There will be a chance. Li Luo smiled slightly. His calm demeanor instead surprised the will of the Vine Emperor. The will of the Vine Emperor was extremely perceptive to human emotions. She was slightly shocked that Li Luo genuinely felt that as long as he was willing, he could obtain the inheritance of the Vine Emperor. Boom. The third star suddenly ignited. Endless blazing flames seemed to want to burn the entire inheritance space to ashes. If the previously lit Demon Star and Vine Star could still be considered flames ignited among the stars, now it had transformed into a sun. Interesting kid. A majestic figure in a red robe sat cross-legged atop the blazing sun, looking at Li Luo with great interest, and said with a smile, Kid, if your second Beast Master is willing to contract a fire-type dragon clan, I will go against my body's will and select a portion of inconsequential inheritance to hand over to you. Of course, the real core inheritance cannot be given to you. However, even if it is just some scraps, it far surpasses any inheritance of a battle saint, fighting saint, or dragon saint. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. The will of the Flame Emperor was extremely straightforward. He looked at Li Luo, and that soaring battle intent made him feel as if he could see his youthful self. And out of sentiment, he was actually willing to share a part of the inheritance with Li Luo. After his words fell, the people present exchanged glances. Insane. A portion of the Flame Emperor's inheritance? Even if it is only a very small part, that is still an Emperor's inheritance. Li Luo's luck is actually this good? That's right. As long as Li Luo's level of Ancestral Dragon talent is of the Dragon Clan, he can contract. Among the Dragon Clan, the Fire Dragon lineage is extremely powerful. It may not be incompatible with the Flame Emperor's inheritance. Unfortunately, he ultimately does not possess a level Fire-type talent and cannot obtain the complete Flame Emperor inheritance. The entire inheritance space erupted into chaos. Li Luo, you better agree. Su Qingxue quickly spoke up, saying, this is a portion of the Flame Emperor's inheritance. Master, Zhang Yao was also extremely anxious. To this, Li Luo merely raised a hand. Senior Flame Emperor, Li Luo slowly stepped forward and said softly, please allow me to decline. The Flame Emperor furrowed his brows tightly, as if an infinite blazing flame was burning, and there was a hint of anger, coldly saying, do you know what you are missing out on? Senior misunderstood. Li Luo shook his head and smiled, saying, I do not refuse the senior's inheritance, but what I want is not a portion of the Flame Emperor's inheritance, but the complete inheritance left by Senior Flame Emperor. Chapter 60, Talent Ranking Second, Level Talent, Source Flame. Haha. The will of the Flame Emperor looked at Li Luo, almost unable to suppress his laughter, with appreciation and a hint of cold anger flashing in his eyes. Such contradictory expressions intertwined together. He increasingly recognized Li Luo. After all, The young Flame Emperor was also so spirited, eager to gather all benefits. But he was also angered by Li Luo's greed and ignorance. If it weren't for the rules of the secret realm, I wouldn't have appeared at all. The will of the Flame Emperor said coldly. You should know that if it weren't for appreciating your character, I wouldn't even grant you a portion of the inheritance. You want the complete Flame Emperor inheritance? Why should I give it to you? Just because of your level of Ancestral Dragon talent. Indeed, the Ancestral Dragon talent ranks in the top 3 on the talent list. But do you know where my Awaken level talent ranks? The will of the Flame Emperor looked down at Li Luo, still willing to give him a chance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much. The level talent awakened by Senior Flame Emperor is ranked 11th on the talent list, called Starfire. Li Luo's expression remained the same as he slowly said, a spark can start a prairie fire. This level talent is known as one of the strongest fire-type talents, second only to the Source Flame that ranks 2nd on the talent list. The Flame Emperor's talent is almost unparalleled in history. I naturally understand. Starfire. How does it compare to the Ancestral Dragon? The will of the Flame Emperor said coldly, just slightly inferior. Li Luo remained poised and said, almost on par. Then how dare you say that with your level Ancestral Dragon talent, you should obtain my complete inheritance? Such a laughable statement. The voice of the will of the Flame Emperor exploded like heavenly fire, seemingly wanting to burn everything in the world to ashes. The people present couldn't help but tremble with fear. When the Flame Emperor is enraged, the land is scorched for thousands of miles. Li Luo, you are completely finished. Lu Tianfeng said in shock. It is rumored that when the Flame Emperor was alive, in a fit of rage, he once completely burned a dimensional realm to ruins, causing countless beings to perish. Do not know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Suyu sighed. How dare you be so greedy, unable to be satisfied with just a portion of the Flame Emperor's inheritance, and claiming to want the complete Flame Emperor inheritance? The Dragon Master lineage is reaching out for the complete Flame Emperor inheritance. Li Luo has already crossed the line. Suyu looked at Li Luo with a trace of pity in her eyes. To provoke the inheritance will of an emperor? How foolish. One must know. With the authority of the 3 emperors in the inheritance secret realm, the Flame Emperor can even directly strip Li Luo of any chance to obtain any kind of inheritance. Li Luo. Jining's gaze was slightly unusual, pondering. He shouldn't be that foolish, right? Could it be that he is truly confident he can persuade the will of the Flame Emperor to obtain the complete inheritance? This thought lingered in Jining's mind and wouldn't go away. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. If Li Luo can truly obtain the complete Flame Emperor inheritance. No, Jining's eyes gradually cleared, shaking her head repeatedly, thinking, this matter is absolutely impossible. The Flame Emperor. What kind of existence is that? Level talent, Starfire. Ranking 2nd among fire-type talents. Given the character of the Flame Emperor, how could he possibly regard the level Ancestral Dragon talent with any real importance? Jining quickly firmed up her resolve. Level talent, Ancestral Dragon. Absolutely cannot sway the will of the Flame Emperor. Senior Flame Emperor, Li Luo shook his head and smiled, saying, I have never said that my level Ancestral Dragon talent is my reliance. After his words fell, everyone present was filled with uncertainty. What does this mean? The level Ancestral Dragon talent is not the reliance. Li Luo wants to obtain the complete Flame Emperor inheritance. What is the true reliance? Li Luo has completely gone mad. He is simply being delusional, too eager for the Flame Emperor inheritance, that he has developed hysteria. TSK. Could it be that Li Luo has awakened a 2nd level Beast Master talent? But how is that possible? Many newcomers looked at Li Luo with mocking eyes. They couldn't understand why Li Luo, who could obtain everything they could only look up to, was still so greedy, risking everything to seek the Flame Emperor's inheritance. Clearly, if he just settled down and chose one from the 3 top-tier Saint inheritances, Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, or Fighting Saint, he could surpass everyone. Why did he have to be like this? Oh, the will of the Flame Emperor revealed an interested expression and chuckled. Could it be that you have awakened a 2nd beast-controlling talent? TSK, don't try to deceive me. The level Ancestral Dragon talent can evolve into all Dragon-type talents, including the Fire Dragon lineage's level talents. However, no matter what level talent it is, it cannot catch my eye. Kid, you've got some guts. As long as you can demonstrate any level of fire talent, even if it's the lowest-ranked reverse flame in the level fire talents, I will grant you the complete Flame Emperor inheritance. The will of the Flame Emperor carefully scrutinized Li Luo, but a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. But if you plan to deceive me or cannot provide a satisfactory answer, don't even think about touching a fraction of the Flame Emperor inheritance. Even if there are other saint-level inheritances that recognize you, you won't get any of them. Of course, I will also be magnanimous and let you choose one from the many king-level and giant-level inheritances. Ha ha ha. With thousands of king-level and giant-level inheritances, you better choose wisely. His words were filled with mockery and malice. The people present looked at each other in bewilderment. Dual beast-controlling talents were extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. Even if they occasionally appeared, it was usually just the simultaneous awakening of 2 low-level beast-controlling talents, which wouldn't stir up much trouble. The requirement from the Flame Emperors was actually for Li Luo to awaken 2 level talents at the same time. Dual-level talents. What kind of terrifying genius is that? In the entire history of the human race, it has only happened 3 times, creating the 3 greatest emperors in human history. Li Luo awakening the level Ancestral Dragon talent was already astonishing enough to dominate an era. If he were to awaken a 2nd-level talent, how against the heavens would that be? Everyone present shook their heads. Dual-level talents were nearly legendary. In the entire history of the human race, it had only happened 3 times, respectively creating the 3 greatest emperors in human history. The Dragon Sovereign could only be named alongside the 3 emperors. Senior Flame Emperor, you underestimate me. Li Luo laughed loudly and said, the 2nd talent I awakened is not the Reverse Flame, which ranks 120th on the talent list, but rather, the Source Flame, which ranks 2nd on the talent list. Boom. A wisp of crimson flame slowly spread. Ultimately, it transformed into a seemingly ordinary fire seed. This is. The will of the Flame Emperor stared intently at that wisp of fire seed, which seemed unremarkable but left him incredibly shocked, feeling as if this wisp of fire seed contained the essence of all flames in the world, as if it were the origin of all raging fires. It actually is a level talent, Source Flame. The will of the Vine Emperor, who had been watching, was utterly shocked at this moment and exclaimed, the rumored level Source Flame talent is the first wisp of flame in the heavens, symbolizing the origin of all flames. The fire of civilization, the blazing fire, the cold fire, the ordinary fire, and even the extraordinary divine flame. You actually awakened the level talent, Source Flame? Dual level talents, Ancestral Dragon and Source Flame, the top 3 level talents on the talent list. How could you possibly possess both at the same time? Even the will of the Vine Emperor couldn't remain calm. What the hell? What the hell? Li Luo actually awakened a 2nd-level talent, and it's the Source Flame, which is even ranked above the Ancestral Dragon on the talent list. The top 3 level talents on the talent list have no distinction of high or low. Yet Li Luo actually possesses 2 of the top 3 level talents at the same time. Such terrifying qualifications would easily suppress countless eras. Li Luo, you've hidden too deeply. Countless students present were shocked to the extreme. No matter how hard it was to believe, the scene before them, along with the shocked words of the will of the Vine Emperor, was undoubtedly the best proof. The Source Flame is actually the Source Flame. The will of the Flame Emperor was almost ecstatic, laughing loudly. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. If my true body were still alive and could see this wisp of Source Flame, glimpse the essence of the flame's great path, how could I have fallen? It's a pity that he will never see it again. The will of the Flame Emperor's loss of composure made the will of the Vine Emperor sigh. Among the 3 great emperors, the Flame Emperor was the oldest, and he had ultimately fallen after failing to break through to the Emperor level and losing his origin. The Source Flame represents the ultimate of all flames. The Vine Emperor couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, if the Flame Emperor had been alive and had a wisp of Source Flame for research, perhaps he could have truly hoped to achieve that supreme Emperor position. Senior Flame Emperor, Li Luo revealed a slight smile and chuckled. I wonder if I have the qualification to obtain the complete Flame Emperor inheritance? Chapter 61, Flame Emperor Inheritance. Emperor's Son. From the very beginning, Li Luo's goal was the Flame Emperor inheritance. The Demon Emperor once betrayed the human race. Regardless of whether there were hidden truths, Li Luo didn't want to touch it. As for the Vine Emperor inheritance, just a seedling of the ascending vine was enough to deter him. Any other person would probably find it hard to resist contracting a seedling of the ascending vine. But Li Luo was different. The ascending vine, in terms of bloodline, it was equivalent to the imperial dragon species, and the daily rental fee was only 5 million great xia coins. However, what came with it was the necessity to bear the karma of the ascending vine, which would undoubtedly make him a thorn in the side of the many emperors opposed to the Xia kingdom, and even Xia Fei might not be able to protect him. Only the Flame Emperor inheritance was the most suitable. In terms of realm, the Flame Emperor was also the strongest among the 3 great emperors. Having reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, it was just that he failed to break through to the Emperor level and ultimately fell. Kid. The will of the Flame Emperor felt relieved and said cheerfully, your reckless and unrestrained demeanor truly reminds me of my youth. If you want the complete Flame Emperor inheritance, I will grant it to you. What can it do? From now on, you will be my Flame Emperor's only legitimate successor. And in the lineage of fire beast masters, your status will be equal to that of the Emperor's son. His words were a display of the Flame Emperor's magnanimity, as blazing as fire, yet as vast as a raging inferno. Thank you, Senior. Li Luo smiled and bowed. With a flash of light, the starlight of thousands of stars, including the inheritance light of the Battle Saint, Fighting Saint, and Dragon Saint, all vanished without a trace. On Li Luo's body, only a wisp of starlight burned brightly. Come on. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily. He waved his hand casually, and the boundless star fire wrapped around Li Luo. And together, they disappeared without a trace. Flame Emperor, you are truly fortunate to have taken in a successor who awakened the level talent source flame. The will of the Vine Emperor, with a gentle gaze, couldn't hide his admiration and said softly, not only that, but he has also awakened the level Ancestral Dragon talent with such against the heavens qualifications. Even if he achieves the Emperor level in the future, I wouldn't be surprised. Perhaps the Flame Emperor can truly revive in the form of the spirit of the law from the Fire Law. Above the Emperor. To become an Emperor. The Emperor represents the ultimate of the Tao, mastering the laws. For example, the Dragon Sovereign masters the Dragon Law. Any Emperor can leave their own origin imprint within the laws. For instance, the Flame Emperor left his origin imprint in the Fire Law. As long as there is a supreme existence at the Emperor level who masters the Fire Law willing to pay a certain price, they can revive the Flame Emperor from the Fire Law in the form of the spirit of the law. Sigh. The Vine Emperor lightly sighed. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The students present were completely stunned. What happened? Li Luo actually obtained the complete inheritance of the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor can refine endless, exotic flames, and has unmatched combat power. With Li Luo acquiring the Flame Emperor's inheritance, isn't he even more invincible? Oh my god, we are in the same era as Li Luo. Do we still have a chance to rise? Many new students were incredibly shocked and couldn't help but sigh out loud. Flame Emperor's inheritance. Yen Chun gritted his teeth, feeling dizzy. He was very satisfied with obtaining the inheritance of the ancient Serpent Saint, but compared to the Flame Emperor's inheritance, what was that worth? This year, a great Emperor inheritor actually appeared. Lu Tianfeng was greatly shaken and sighed. Fortunately, I still have 1 year left before I graduate. Otherwise, if Li Luo grows up, I wouldn't be able to compete. Wouldn't that be the ultimate humiliation? Jining, you have to take it easy. Su Yu shook her head and said, you are different from us. Lu Tianfeng and I only have 1 year left. But you have 2 more years before you can graduate. Li Luo and you both belong to the Dragon Master lineage, but he has obtained the Flame Emperor's inheritance. Destined to soar high. Once you are defeated by Li Luo during your student years, you will completely lose the qualification to compete with him in the Dragon Master lineage. I will not be defeated. Jining's gaze was far-reaching, not knowing what she was thinking. Outside, many powerful beings were utterly shocked. Li Luo actually awakened a second-level Beastmaster talent, and it was the second-ranked Source Flame on the talent leaderboard. The origin of all flames, the Source Flame. No wonder he was so certain that the Flame Emperor would grant him the complete inheritance. Any Emperor who specializes in the Fire Law absolutely cannot refuse an inheritor with an awakened Source Flame talent. The Ancestral Dragon is already invincible. And with such talent in Source Flame, looking at the entire history of the human race, he would definitely rank in the top 3, right? The Dragon Master lineage is truly about to rise. Our Xia country is about to flourish. The human race is about to rise. One powerful being after another exclaimed in shock. Dual-level talent. Lu Tianqi was speechless for a long time, immersed in shock, almost unable to extricate himself. Principal Lu. Duzhe's expression was extremely anxious as he said, Li Luo, who awakened the Source Flame talent at the awakened level, has also obtained the Flame Emperor's inheritance. His status in the Beastmaster lineage is comparable to that of an imperial son. Saying this, Duzhe hurriedly conveyed an eager look to Wan Qing. I request to transfer Li Luo to the Beastmaster lineage. Wan Qing immediately bowed and said solemnly, only the Beastmaster lineage can provide the best training for Li Luo, so as not to waste the Flame Emperor's inheritance. The 2 vice principals earnestly requested at the same time. Lu Tianqi's expression suddenly became difficult. In terms of positional authority, the 2 vice principals united are slightly higher than Lu Tianqi, the principal. Not to mention, behind Duzhe and Wan Qing are the main factions of the Beastmaster lineage. Theoretically, whether it is the Dragon Master, Demon Master, or Artifact Master, they are all just branches of the Beastmaster lineage. Heh! A cold snort echoed through the sky. As soon as these words came out, Duzhe and Wan Qing felt cold sweat pouring down. Their bodies tensed as if the terror of death was about to descend at any moment. Holy summer! Duzhe and Wan Qing, the 2 vice principals of the True Dragon Academy, immediately bowed respectfully. Duzhe, Wan Qing. Summer face stood suspended in the air, extraordinarily graceful, like a dragon maiden descending from the 9 heavens, coldly said, "When did it become your place to make decisions about my disciple?" Under the immense pressure, Du Zhe and Wan Qing found it extremely difficult to speak, but they showed no intention of backing down when it comes to the Flame Emperor's inheritance. The Beastmaster lineage behind Du Zhe and Wan Qing would never allow them to bow down. Holy Summer, the Flame Emperor's inheritance involves a lot, Du Zhe said with a difficult tone. Sincerely, please think for the sake of Xia country. Please reconsider, Holy Summer. Wan Qing deeply bowed. Chapter 62, Exotic Flame Ranking. 323 Types of Exotic Flames. What if I say I don't want to? Summer Fei's eyes were indifferent as she said, Li Luo is my direct disciple. How he is cultivated is not for others to interfere. Her cold demeanor was merely superficial. In reality, the shock in Summer Fei's heart was no less than that of any powerful being present. Oh my god, Song Yu's voice rang in Summer Fei's mind. Shocked, Li Luo actually awakened a second-level talent, and it's a source flame that is no less than the Ancestral Dragon. I should have thought of it earlier. Summer Fei shook her head and said, within Li Luo's body, there exists a myth-level talent source, a myth-level talent that can evolve into an Ancestral Dragon. So it can naturally evolve into a source flame. Perhaps Li Luo's initial goal was the Flame Emperor's inheritance. Summer Fei's thoughts were extremely clear. Sister Summer, it's troublesome. Li Luo obtained the Flame Emperor's inheritance, and many old-timers in the Beastmaster lineage will definitely not let it go. They will definitely want Li Luo to join the Beastmaster lineage. Song Yu panicked and said, especially the Starfire lineage. They will definitely regard Li Luo as an imperial son, and the price they offer based on the foundation of the Starfire lineage will absolutely be something our Dragon Master lineage cannot afford. It doesn't matter. I never intended to bind Luo'er to the Dragon Master lineage. What the Dragon Master lineage gave me, I have long since repaid. As for Li Luo, he has never received any benefits from the Dragon Master lineage. Summer Fei said coldly, as long as the Starfire lineage is willing to offer enough benefits to let Li Luo be a respected imperial son in the Starfire lineage. What harm is there? Right. Song Yu suddenly realized, pleasantly surprised. If Li Luo simultaneously receives support and backing from both the Dragon Master and Beastmaster lineages, who can compare? In this way, even if those potential enemies want to take action against Li Luo, they will have to weigh the consequences carefully. Summer Fei gently nodded. Her pair of cold, beautiful eyes, however, flashed with a hint of bitterness. Summer Fei knew very well that with Li Luo showcasing dual-level talents, especially with the Ancestral Dragon and Source Flame, such top 3 talents in the Beastmaster talent ranking, Li Luo's brilliance was now too overwhelming. A tall tree attracts the wind. She could no longer protect Li Luo, becoming emperor. A hint of obsession flashed through Summer Fei's heart. If in the past, Summer Fei was just going with the flow regarding becoming emperor, at this moment, she was filled with obsession. Only by becoming emperor can you be protected? Summer Fei sighed deeply. She finally realized how terrifying a myth-level talent source truly is. Even if it hasn't fully awakened, as Li Luo gradually grows, it will showcase a terrifying aptitude that surpasses the long river of history. Any potential enemy will not allow Li Luo to grow smoothly. Holy Summer. Du Zhe's eyes were full of bitterness. Even though he is the vice principal of the True Dragon Academy, he has little say in front of the first Dragon Master. Summer Fei, you really have a big attitude. An old voice suddenly erupted like fire, as if to shatter the entire world. It turned out to be the Flame Saint. In the Starfire lineage, the status of the Flame Saint is undoubtedly the highest. In terms of combat power, the Flame Saint might not be much weaker than Summer Fei. The powerful beings couldn't help but be astonished and amazed. An elder with red hair, like a flaming meteor, hovered in the sky, fiercely confronting Summer Fei, not losing an inch in momentum. Flame Saint, do you want to compete with me for a disciple? Summer Fei's expression was cold. She appeared calm, but the Flame Saint felt a chill. Summer Fei, you. The Flame Saint frowned tightly, turning into a sigh, saying, no wonder it's the Dragon Master lineage, a monster that hasn't appeared in 10,000 years. How long has it been? And you have already become stronger again. The Flame Saint has been cultivating for thousands of years. He has long since let go of his obsession with becoming emperor. But Summer Fei is different. After over 20 years of cultivation, I have become the first Dragon Master. Such rapid progress is something that Yin Sheng could hardly imagine. What he doesn't know is that, no matter how superior Xia Fei's talent and opportunities are, once she reaches the limit of the Holy Spirit level, she cannot advance further. The talent dragon crystal created from Li Luo's talent source has brought about a turning point. Every time Xia Fei absorbs a talent dragon crystal, she gets one step closer to a transformative level talent, and her strength also increases. Yin Sheng, do you want to fight me? Xia Fei said coldly, if you want to fight, I will accompany you. Sheng was momentarily speechless. He chuckled bitterly and said, "With your current strength, there are probably very few saints in Blue Star who can fight with you, right?" Upon hearing this, the giant beings present all showed shock on their faces. Sheng's evaluation of Xia Fei is actually so high. How long has it been since Xia Fei began her cultivation? She is clearly of the same generation as us, and even many of the giants' juniors. Yet she has far surpassed them. To this day, even the saints can rarely find someone to rival her. The Starfire lineage is going to compromise. If it were 10 years ago, the Dragon Masters would have definitely handed Li Luo over, but now, the Dragon Masters have Xia Fei, the first Dragon Master, in charge. Amidst the discussions, Sheng, Senior. Xia Fei smiled lightly, addressing him as Senior, which was a way to show Sheng respect, and said, "Since we are going to talk, let's change the place." Naturally, Sheng's red eyes lit up. If Xia Fei were unwilling to talk, he would have no choice but to mobilize the entire Beast Master lineage to pressure her. But that was absolutely not what Sheng wanted. After all, Xia Fei's strength and status have reached the pinnacle of the saints, and she even has the opportunity to become an emperor. Who would want to offend her? With a wave, at Xia Fei's gesture, a deep space opened up. Xia Fei and Sheng disappeared in an instant. Xia Fei actually agreed to talk? Is she going to let Li Luo have a name in the Beastmaster lineage? Li Luo's status in the Dragon Master lineage is already equivalent to that of an emperor's son. Now, in the Beastmaster lineage, it's also equivalent to that of an emperor's son. What kind of terrifying background is this? Many giant beings looked at each other, all feeling incredibly shocked. In the secret realm of inheritance, flames. As far as the eye can see, it is all flames. It seems to gather all the colors of the world: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. And there are many different forms, transforming into firebirds, cheelants, and black tortoises. Kid. Di laughed loudly and said, "Do you know about the exotic fire ranking?" "I know." Li Luo nodded and said, "The records, all the exotic fires that have emerged on Blue Star, totaling 323 types of exotic fire. Even the exotic fire ranked 323rd, the Earth's core fire, can easily kill a monarch-level being. If we talk about the top 3 exotic fires on they can be called imperial flames. And even emperors would feel wary of them." After saying this, Li Luo showed a puzzled expression and said, "I wonder what you mean by that, Senior Di?" "Ha ha ha." Di laughed heartily, gesturing to the many flames around him, and said, "Why don't you count how many types of exotic fires are here?" Li Luo vaguely sensed something. Following Di's instructions, he carefully perceived, and then his expression changed to one of shock, saying, "There are a total of 323 types." "That's right," Di said proudly. "This space of exotic fire has sealed a total of 323 types of exotic fire. This means that all the exotic fires on including the top 3 imperial flames, are located here. From now on, these 323 types of exotic fire will all belong to you." Chapter 63. Emperor's Reversal Extreme Refinement. Qilan. After finishing his words, even though Li Luo had anticipated it, he was still plunged into extreme shock. 323 types of exotic fire. One must know that even the Earth's core fire, which is ranked last on is a superclass resource worth millions of Daxia coins. There are 323 types of exotic fire, of which there are 218 types of superclass exotic fire. There are 102 types of holy class exotic fire. As for imperial level exotic fire, which is the imperial flame, there are 3 types. Not to mention, just the 218 types of superclass exotic fire are worth over 10 billion. Holy class exotic fire? Any type of holy class exotic fire is worth at least over 1 billion, with the highest reaching hundreds of billions. As for imperial level exotic fire, there's no need to say more. It can't be measured by money. Even emperors would crave it. Li Luo could hardly imagine that all 323 types of exotic fire recorded on actually belonged to him. What a massive fortune this is. I have struck it rich. Li Luo's eyes gradually lit up. However, he quickly regained his composure. Li Luo keenly sensed that these 323 types of exotic fire seemed to only have one of each, obviously prepared by Di as cultivation resources for the successor. If Li Luo wanted to sell them, it would definitely be an extravagant hope. Kid. Di was quite satisfied with Li Luo's shocked expression and said, "Do you know why I deliberately prepared these 323 types of exotic fire for the successor?" This statement carried a hint of testing. It is rumored that Senior Di cultivated an imperial-level secret method that can refine all exotic fires for his own use. Li Luo's gaze became serious as he slowly said, "I'm afraid that Senior Di prepared so many exotic fires just so that the successor can cultivate this imperial-level secret method." "That's right." Di laughed heartily and said, "That imperial-level secret method was not created by me. but obtained by me in an ancient secret realm, called Emperor's Reversal Extreme Refinement. As long as you master it, even Imperial-level exotic fire can be refined for your own use. Back then, when I was still known as Yin Shang, it was through that I completely refined an Imperial flame and directly ascended to the Emperor realm. His words carried a sense of pride. This matter involves a secret. When Yin Di broke through to the Emperor level, he faced opposition from many emperors. But by refining the Imperial flame, he ascended to the Emperor level out of nowhere, showcasing terrifying combat power, burning the skies red in battle, forcing other emperors to compromise. Emperor's Reversal Extreme Refinement. Li Luo murmured. He had just searched the system store and found that was indeed significant, as it is a foundational part of a divine-level secret method. Divine-level secret method, divine flame refinement. Even the divine flames of all heavens can be easily refined. Moreover, it can fuse the refined exotic fires into a stronger type of exotic fire. Now that I possess 323 types of exotic fire, I can completely rent the divine flame refinement. Li Luo's eyes brightened slightly, thinking, compared to Emperor's Reversal Extreme Refinement, the effects of divine flame refinement are clearly more against the heavens. Kid, I will pass down this Imperial-level secret method, Emperor's Reversal Extreme Refinement, to you. Yin Di said cheerfully. Then he pointed out. A profoundly mysterious Imperial-level secret method surged into Li Luo's mind. Thank you, Senior. Li Luo quickly bowed. I hope you can diligently cultivate and quickly master this Imperial-level secret method to the entry level. Yin Di chuckled lightly and said, back then, it took me a year to reach the entry level. With your talent and source flames, you might be able to reach the entry level in a few months. I will definitely not disappoint the Senior's expectations. Li Luo respectfully bowed. Although he agreed on the surface, he secretly complained. A few months? If he activated his heavenly comprehension, he could reach the entry level in just one day. Unfortunately, he had no intention of cultivating Emperor's Reversal Extreme Refinement, but rather wanted to use it as a guise to rent the higher-level divine secret method, divine flame refinement. All right. Yin Di's expression showed a hint of nostalgia as he said, I have prepared 3 types of inheritance, the 323 types of exotic fire on the is 1. The Imperial-level secret method, Emperor's Reversal Extreme Refinement, is the second. As for the 3rd type of inheritance, it is a pet beast egg that I have nurtured. I originally intended to break through to the Emperor level before contracting it. Unfortunately, the breakthrough failed. This pet beast egg has thus been sealed away. Since you have obtained my inheritance, I shall bestow this pet beast egg upon you. As soon as the words fell, a bright red pet beast egg appeared out of thin air, standing at about 1 meter tall, with mysterious orange-red patterns all over its shell, emitting strands of fiery aura. Crack, crack. The sound of the eggshell breaking quietly echoed. As cracks spread across the shell, a small beast engulfed in crimson flames slowly emerged from the eggshell. Its fur shimmering as if it were a work of art, radiating an aura of auspiciousness. Is this a Qilin? Li Luo was taken aback. That's right. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily and said, this little beast is a member of the Qilin clan, one of the Emperor Qilins, the Flame Qilin. As long as you raise it to maturity, it will become a Qilin Emperor. TSK. How does the Flame Qilin compare to the Tsangtian Huanglong? The Flame Emperor revealed an intrigued expression. With the status of the Flame Emperor, he could naturally see the true bloodline of the little Tsangxing at a glance. However, in terms of bloodline, this newly hatched Flame Qilin is not inferior to the Tsangtian Huanglong at all. It is absolutely on par. Li Luo's eyes gradually brightened. Under the expectant gaze of the Flame Emperor, Li Luo showed no hesitation and immediately formed a beast contract with the Flame Qilin. Mia? The Flame Qilin sensed the connection of the contract and immediately jumped onto Li Luo's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his neck, its dark eyes blinking, enjoying the aura of source flame emanating from Li Luo. Senior Flame Emperor. Li Luo smiled slightly and respectfully said, please, Senior Flame Emperor, bestow a name upon the little Qilin. You are quite calculating. The Flame Emperors will chuckle lightly, saying, fine. My remaining will does not need to exist in this world. It is better to transform it into the true name of the Flame Qilin. To give you my final bit of power. In the Qilin clan, females are Yang and males are Yin. Then let it be named Yang Kuei. As soon as the words fell, the Flame Emperors will suddenly dimmed. In the sky above, the 2 characters Yang Kuei suddenly solidified. They quickly merged into the little Qilin's forehead. Mia? The little Qilin tilted its head, unsure of what had just happened. Little Yang Kuei. Li Luo gently stroked the little Qilin's head, respectfully bowing to the Flame Emperor, sincerely saying, thank you, Senior, for bestowing a name. He knew that having the Flame Emperor bestow a name was a tremendous opportunity, even more exaggerated than when Tsang Yue bestowed the name Sangxing. Once faced with danger, as long as it does not encounter an emperor, it can easily preserve its life. Additionally, the little Qilin's perception of the law of flames could reach its peak, as if it were the spirit of the law of flames, making it easier to control fire. All right. A hint of fatigue flashed across the Flame Emperor's face as he said, "The inheritance of this emperor has all been bestowed upon you. You may leave now." Chapter 64, Divine Flame Refining. The beginning of refining exotic fire. True Dragon Academy, Great Hall. Whoosh. A wave of spatial fluctuation passed. Li Luo's figure appeared in the venue. Senior Flame Emperor, you are indeed straightforward. Li Luo couldn't help but sigh. His thoughts focused. In the Beastmaster space, next to the dragon nest, a large crimson hall stood tall, with the sign Exotic Fire Hall inscribed on it. As Li Luo's mind sank into the Exotic Fire Hall, he immediately sensed numerous exotic fires. With just a thought, Li Luo could extract many exotic fires from the Exotic Fire Hall. Unfortunately, the Senior Flame Emperor had set restrictions in the Exotic Fire Hall. I must refine all 218 types of super grade exotic fires before I can take out the holy grade exotic fires. Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, if I want to take out the Emperor level exotic fire, I must refine all the holy grade exotic fires. However, he was not discouraged. Ultimately, Li Luo's realm was still too low. Even with the rental of the divine level secret technique Divine Flame Refining, he wouldn't be able to refine any holy grade exotic fire before breaking through to the king level. This was not that Divine Flame Refining couldn't refine holy grade exotic fires, but rather that with Li Luo and little Yang Kuei's physique, they simply couldn't bear the backlash from refining holy grade exotic fires. With my current realm, if I want to master holy grade exotic fire, there is only one way, which is to refine many super grade exotic fires and fuse them into a type of holy grade exotic fire that has never appeared before. Li Luo's eyes deepened as he thought, I wonder if thoroughly refining 218 types of super grade exotic fires can yield a holy grade exotic fire. He couldn't help but feel excited. If an extraordinary level beast master were to possess a type of holy grade exotic fire when the sacred fire descends, even a mighty beast master would have to avoid its edge. In addition, there is the Emperor level secret technique Emperor Reverse Extreme Refining, as well as the second contracted beast, the Flame Qilin. Li Luo continuously reviewed, thinking, I don't plan to cultivate Emperor Reverse Extreme Refining. Directly renting the divine level secret technique Divine Flame Refining is undoubtedly the better choice. As for the Flame Qilin Yang Kuei, his thoughts shifted slightly. Flame Qilin Yang Kuei. Attribute, Fire. Realm, Awakening Level 1. Bloodline, Emperor Level Flame Qilin, 100. Skills. 1. Flame Eye, High Level Skill, a pair of Qilin eyes, brewing blazing flames. 2. Flame Body, High Level Skill, can transform into a body of flames. 3. Blazing Flame Mimicry, High Level Skill, can mimic flames. 4. Flame Sun Domain, Supergrade Skill, releases endless power of blazing flames to construct a domain capable of burning all enemies. Within the Flame Sun Domain, the Flame Qilin's control over fire will surge dramatically. The attributes of little Yang Kuei appeared in Li Luo's mind. Emperor level Bloodline, Flame Qilin. Li Luo was overjoyed, thinking, indeed, it is not inferior to little Sangxing. 3 high-level skills. Flame Eye can shoot blazing flames. Definitely a very strong offensive skill. Flame Body is even more extraordinary, able to transform into a body of flames, avoiding most damage. As for Blazing Flame Mimicry, it can turn flames into various forms, such as swords, spears, and even birds, beasts, and flying dragons. The only supergrade skill, Flame Sun Domain, is an ultra-grade domain skill, easily capable of constructing a blazing flame domain, enhancing little Yang Kuei's control over flames. Li Luo was extremely satisfied with the Flame Qilin Yang Kuei. As expected of Senior Flame Emperor, the pet cub he originally chose for himself is truly remarkable. Li Luo revealed a slight smile, thinking, as for little Yang Kuei's method of breaking through to the extreme realm, it is actually very simple. As long as he uses Divine Flame Refining to let little Yang Kuei refine exotic fire, he can easily reach the extreme realm. Compared to Sangxing, the method for little Yang Kuei to break through to the extreme realm is undoubtedly much simpler. With this thought whoosh, a wave of spatial fluctuations surged. Thousands of new students appeared in the venue. Hey, I awakened a level talent. Why can't I even obtain a king-level inheritance? TSK, brother. Your luck is really too bad. As a fellow level talent, I obtained a giant beast-level inheritance. People are infuriating, but don't be too smug. What giant beast-level inheritance, compared to Li Luo's Emperor inheritance, is nothing. Li Luo seems to have been teleported out long ago. Damn it. That's the Flame Emperor inheritance. If I awaken a level talent in red flame, if I can obtain the Flame Emperor inheritance, becoming a saint in the future is definitely not a problem. As many new students were teleported out, they discussed among themselves, and various gazes unconsciously converged. Master. Zhang Yao immediately came over, affectionately linking her arm with Li Luo's, softly saying, "Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Flame Emperor inheritance." Li Luo, congratulations. Su Qingshue's gaze was extremely complex. The more outstanding Li Luo became, the more he realized how ridiculous his initial rejection was. He never expected that you would awaken the level of the Source Flame talent. Xia Hanlin exclaimed, saying, "Compared to you, what geniuses and prodigies would pale in comparison?" "What more is there to say?" Zhang Yao snorted and said, "With the Master's talent, what geniuses or prodigies have the right to be compared to the Master?" She looked at Li Luo with her enchanting eyes, filled with deep emotion. "Hee, in the future, should I completely win over the Master by absorbing the Ancestral Dragon or the Source Flame?" Zhang Yao couldn't help but get entangled in her thoughts, secretly thinking, "Oh, it's so hard to choose. Humph, why not quietly absorb a bit of both talents' origins? Humph, I want to be with the Master every day and strive to drain him dry." After speaking, Li Luo slightly bowed to the three principals and the numerous giant beings in the sky, and soon left the hall. Li Luo. Yan Chen's gaze trembled slightly, and he quickly turned to leave, although he knew that the gap between the two would only grow wider. Yan Chen's pride would not allow him to completely lower his head. Even if it meant fighting to the bitter end, he would continue to compete with Li Luo. At this moment, System, leased the God-level secret technique, Divine Flame Refining. Least successful. Price, 10 million days. Divine Flame Refining, a God-level secret technique that can refine all, including God-level for one's own use. All refined can merge together to form a brand new. The system prompt sounded. Start refining. Li Luo's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 65. Earth Core Fire, Bluebird Flame, Angry Heart Flame. Mia. Little Sunflower quietly appeared beside Li Luo, her pair of black eyes spinning around, revealing an extremely cute expression, seemingly filled with curiosity about everything in the world. Especially towards Li Luo, she was very dependent. The source flame aura emitted by Li Luo had an irresistible attraction for Little Sunflower, who was a flame Qilin. Roar. Little Tsangxing also appeared, her dragon eyes filled with curiosity. The two young dragons of different attributes and different races, Sunflower and Tsangxing, had already experienced a brief interaction in the Beastmaster space and had begun to familiarize themselves with each other. However, Little Sunflower seemed to have no interest in Tsangxing, while Tsangxing was extremely curious about Little Sunflower, seemingly trying to please her. Mia? Little Sunflower tilted her head. There was no source flame aura coming from Tsangxing. Naturally, Little Sunflower would not approach easily. Despite being aloof and proud, Little Sunflower's adorable appearance almost completely melted Little Tsangxing. Little Tsangxing, move aside, Li Luo said with a helpless expression. Naturally, he was pleased to see the friendly interaction between Tsangxing and Sunflower. As his realm increased, the number of beasts he contracted would undoubtedly grow. For a beast master, managing the relationships among numerous beasts is a profound knowledge. However, Little Tsangxing, aren't you being too servile? As a celestial dragon, you should at least show some backbone. Roar. Little Tsangxing felt a bit wronged, but could not defy Li Luo's words and quickly moved aside. Whoosh. The air twisted. A red quietly condensed. Ranked 323rd. Earth Core Fire. The Earth Core Fire is born deep within the Earth's veins, condensing the power of the Earth's veins and possessing incredibly stable characteristics. Li Luo pondered the information about the Earth Core Fire and looked at Little Sunflower beside him, softly saying, "Little Sunflower, are you ready?" Mia. Little Sunflower nodded repeatedly. Her pair of black eyes was fixed on the Earth Core Fire, a hint of desire flashing across her face, yet there was also an undeniable fear. Earth Core Fire. As a super tier, it could easily melt many super tier materials, and its temperature is incredibly high. In terms of power, it could even threaten king-level beings. Although Little Sunflower's bloodline is that of the Flame Qilin, which controls all fires, her realm is still too low. She had just hatched from her pet egg, and her realm was only at the awakening level 1. Even though she longed for the Earth Core Fire, she couldn't get close, let alone refine it. Mia. Little Sunflower looked pitiful. Roar. Roar. Tsangxing kept growling, urging Li Luo to quickly refine the Earth Core Fire and give it to Little Sunflower. Stop yelling. Li Luo felt a headache and pushed Tsangxing's dragon head away, slowly saying, "It's starting." Whoosh. Li Luo's eyes suddenly became serious. God-level secret technique, Divine Flame Refining. Suddenly activated. At this moment, the super-tier Earth Core Fire had no secrets left in Li Luo's eyes. Countless fire elements, in a remarkably ingenious way, ultimately constructed the Earth Core Fire. Although the structure was incredibly stable, it could not hide the explosive nature of the refine. Li Luo slowly extended his hand. Initially, the earth core fire wanted to resist, but after encountering the pressure of divine flame refining, it instantly turned into a docile little sheep and was quickly refined. Eat it, Li Luo chuckled. Mia, little sunflower, was extremely delighted, letting out an ah woo as she swallowed the earth core fire. The earth core fire offered no resistance and transformed into the source power of little sunflower. There was still one fire seed left. Li Luo's mind stirred. A faintly weak flame ignited in his palm. This flame was the source fire seed of the earth core fire. As long as enough power was provided, it could return to its peak state. If I practiced the Emperor Reverse Extreme Refining and gave the earth core fire to little sunflower, I would completely lose this. Li Luo pondered for a moment and couldn't help but express his feelings, secretly thinking, divine flame refining is different. Even if I give it to little sunflower, I still retain a trace of the fire seed. As long as I continuously nourish it with source flames or invest some fire-type resources, it will eventually return to its peak state and even become stronger. Compared to the Emperor Reverse Extreme Refining, the effect of the God-level secret technique, Divine Flame Refining, is undoubtedly more heaven-defying. It must be known that is hard to find. The Flame Emperor, practicing the Emperor Reverse Extreme Refining, contracted many fire-type beasts, but he could not manage them all and could only refine for himself, gathering the power of many into his own body. The many contracted beasts of the Flame Emperor, even though they were at the same realm as the Flame Emperor, could not match his battle power. Li Luo was different. In the palace, there was only one of each, but he could refine the same together with little sunflower. If in battle, Li Luo could even resonate with little sunflower, completely merging the two, thereby greatly increasing their battle power. Mia, little sunflower couldn't help but show a look of enjoyment. Earth core fire. This is so delicious. Oh, just refining one earth core fire and reaching awakening level 10? Li Luo was surprised and chuckled. It seems you are very close to breaking through to the extreme of the awakening level. Mia? Little sunflower tilted her head. Extreme? She looked a bit confused. Li Luo didn't explain much, just summoned two more. The first type of was entirely a cyan color, seemingly nurturing a bird. Ranked 322nd. Bluebird Flame. The Bluebird Flame is a transformation fire. The second type of was entirely orange-red, but was incredibly explosive. Even under the suppression of the Flame Emperor's restrictions, it still burned the air with a sizzling sound, seemingly about to break through the restrictions at any time. Ranked 321st, Angry Heart Flame. The Angry Heart Flame is formed from the anger of countless living beings, ultimately condensed. Once it erupts completely, it can easily destroy a city. Of course, just like the Furious Heart Flame, known for its extreme destruction, the cost of its complete eruption is also total annihilation. Only by being refined and used appropriately can its existence be reasonably extended. However, the power unleashed during an eruption is certainly not as great as a complete explosion. The Earth Core Fire is a stable fire. The Bluebird Flame is a transforming fire, but the Furious Heart Flame is a fire of rage. With the most explosive power, Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile and thought, after these three kinds of extraordinary flames merge, what kind of form will they take? Divine Flame Refining, activate. Bluebird Flame, Furious Heart Flame. In an instant, refine. Merge. Li Luo's gaze suddenly became serious. Boom. The Earth Core Fire, Bluebird Flame, and Furious Heart Flame. These three extraordinary flames completely merged together under the suppression of Divine Flame Refining, and amid their swirling and crashing energy, transformed into an entirely new extraordinary flame. Chapter 66, Extreme Realm. Heart-Judging Flame. Whoosh. A crimson flame quietly coalesced. Within the crimson flame, it seemed to imprison a young beast, ready to break free from its cage and unleash its fury upon the world. Fury Beast Flame. Li Luo's eyes flickered, sensing the essence of this extraordinary flame, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise, saying, in terms of power, stability, and completeness of transformation, it far exceeds the Earth Core Fire, Bluebird Flame, and Furious Heart Flame. He carefully compared. The Fury Beast Flame, if placed on the Extraordinary Flame ranking, could at least be ranked 300th, far more powerful than any of the Earth Core Fire, Bluebird Flame, or Furious Heart Flame. Meow. The dark eyes of the little sunflower sparkled continuously. This Fury Beast Flame held an immense attraction for the little sunflower. Eat it. Li Luo chuckled softly. Under his expectant gaze, the little sunflower let out another howl and swallowed the Fury Beast Flame into its belly, refining it completely without any hesitation under the bond of the beast contract. Boom. The little sunflower's aura surged instantly. In terms of realm, it was still at the awakened level 10th stage, reaching a certain extreme, touching an incredibly solid bottleneck. Taking another step forward would lead to the extreme realm of the awaken level. Boom. As if an angry flame beast unleashed a tremendous fiery rage, it shattered the bottleneck of the extreme realm. Breakthrough extreme realm. Indeed, Li Luo was extremely gratified. The beast you contracted, the flame Qilin, has reached the extreme realm for the first time. Bloodline fusion increased to 30, comprehending the extraordinary skill, Qilin Fire. Qilin Fire, extraordinary skill. The flame Qilin can nurture a strand of source fire, allowing it to control all fires. The extraordinary flames refined by the flame Qilin can all exhibit stronger power. Li Luo's mind stirred. Qilin Fire? He couldn't help but be surprised. This extraordinary skill seemed to be an extremely precious passive skill. Using Qilin Fire as the source fire seed, it could easily control all fires and even allow the refined extraordinary flames to possess more terrifying power. Li Luo couldn't help but smile, thinking, the little sun sunflower awakening this extraordinary skill undoubtedly makes it more suitable for refining extraordinary flames. The beast you contracted, the flame Qilin, has activated the bloodline of the flame Qilin within, and the 3 high-level skills, Flame Eye, Flame Body, and Fiery Avatar, have advanced and transformed into extraordinary skills. The system notification sound came again. Li Luo took a quick look. The Flame Eye, Flame Body, and Fiery Avatar have advanced to extraordinary skills, but their names have not changed. However, their effects have become stronger. He couldn't help but look at the little sun sunflower. Its dark eyes seemed to gather boundless flames, as if imprisoning a flame young beast, ready to unleash its fury at any moment. The little sun sunflower's body faintly became ethereal, with flames continuously rising. Flame Eye, Flame Body, Fiery Avatar. Li Luo thought for a moment, thinking, these 3 extraordinary skills seem to be able to interact with each other, especially the Flame Body and Fiery Avatar, when combined. They might even allow the little sun sunflower to transform into other forms, even into a giant flame beast, seemingly effortlessly. He vaguely realized that as a young flame Qilin, the little sun sunflower's various racial skills seemed to have profound connections, as long as they were developed further. Its combat power at the same level might not be inferior to that of the Azure Sky Wild Dragon. Roar, roar. The little Azure Star let out a low growl. It was completely dumbfounded. In just one day, the little sun sunflower had gone from awaken level first stage to the extreme realm of the awaken level. In contrast, the little Azure Star had cultivated for several days, experiencing countless battles, to finally reach the extreme realm. Roar. The little Azure Star felt extremely bitter. The little sun sunflower reached the extreme realm so easily. What did that make its own efforts? At least you accumulated battle experience, right? Li Luo chuckled. You'll soon reach the extraordinary level of the extreme realm. Why compare yourself to the little sun sunflower? Roar. The little Azure Star let out a sigh. It naturally knew that Li Luo was comforting it. However, the little Azure Star's feelings did not last long. As an Azure Sky Wild Dragon, its fighting spirit was embedded in its bloodline. If it were to give up fighting, that would be a torment. All right. Li Luo did not offer much consolation. The little Azure Star would naturally adjust itself. Each beast's growth path was different, and there was not much comparability. He then looked at the flame Qilin, whose strength had skyrocketed, and smiled. Little sun sunflower, you can break through to the extraordinary level now. Meow. The little sun sunflower's aura surged again. Realm breakthrough. Extraordinary level first stage. Extraordinary level second stage. Finally stabilized at extraordinary level fifth stage. Meow. The little sun sunflower's eyes slightly shone. With the realm of extraordinary level 5, the little sun sunflower's strength had surged exponentially. This powerful feeling made the little sun sunflower feel somewhat intoxicated. Extraordinary level 5. Huh. Li Luo chuckled, saying, not enough. Whoosh. 3 extraordinary flames quietly appeared. Divine Flame Refining, activate. Continue refining. 3 days later, in Villa 101. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. In the garden. Meow. The little sun sunflower's eyes lit up. At this moment, the little sun sunflower's realm had reached extraordinary level 10th stage. Refining. Li Luo's gaze was solemn. In front of him, there were 3 extraordinary flames slowly rotating. The first extraordinary flame, called the Ocean Heart Flame, ranked 316th on the extraordinary flame ranking, is a very special flame that can only be born in the deep sea. The second extraordinary flame, called the Thundercloud Fire, ranked 315th on the extraordinary flame ranking, can only be born in the depths of thunder clouds, amidst endless intertwining lightning, containing immense brutality. The third extraordinary flame, called the Jealous Heart Flame, ranked 316th on the extraordinary flame ranking, gathers the jealousy within the human heart, has no heat, but can burn the soul. and is an extremely rare soul fire. All three extraordinary flames possess unmatched power. Even the Beastmaster Giant would feel apprehensive, yet under Li Luo's refinement, they instantly became incredibly docile, completely merging into the Little Sun Sunflower's body, and after merging with the extraordinary flames within the Little Sun Sunflower, transformed into an extraordinary flame that had never appeared in the world. Heart-judging flame. Li Luo couldn't help but show a look of surprise, thinking, no wonder it is a powerful extraordinary flame born from the fusion of 10 kinds of extraordinary flames. The heart-judging flame possesses both strong lethality and can directly strike the soul, easily transforming into various imagined forms. This extraordinary flame would rank at least 220th on the extraordinary flame ranking. Li Luo was extremely satisfied. Extraordinary flame ranking, 220th. What does this mean? Among extraordinary flames, its power is already among the top. Extraordinary flames can be further divided into 9 levels, with each level representing a significant increase. Li Luo thought for a moment, thinking, the heart-judging flame can be considered a 6th-level extraordinary flame. In terms of power, it is at least 100 times that of the Earth Core flame, with 10 different flames, merging to create the 100-fold power of the heart-devouring flame, yielding more than 10 times the profit. This is the astonishing aspect of the divine-level secret technique of flame refining. Maya. Xiao Yankuei's eyes gradually lit up. As the heart-devouring flame condensed, Xiao Yankuei's realm, based on the extraordinary level of the 10th stage, actually broke through again. Chapter 67. Xiao Yankuei's Strength Source. Talent Flame Crystal. Roar? In the Beastmaster space. The diligently training Xiao Zongxing was directly startled. Over these 3 days, Xiao Zongxing remained in the Overlord-level Dragon Nest, continuously absorbing the super-tier resource Dragon Blood Source Stone, which contained extremely pure dragon blood power, mixed with the essence of the dragon transformation pool, complementing each other perfectly. Such superior training conditions allowed Xiao Zongxing's realm to rise from extraordinary level 7 to extraordinary level 10 in just 3 days. When Xiao Zongxing heard the commotion and teleported out of the Beastmaster space, it found that Xiao Yankuei's realm had also reached extraordinary level 10. And with the complete refining of the heart-devouring flame, Xiao Yankuei's realm actually reached the extreme of the extraordinary level. Roar! Xiao Zongxing was completely dumbfounded. Its pair of azure dragon eyes was filled with confusion. The sky is falling. As the initial beast of Li Luo, Xiao Zongxing had trained for 7 more days than Xiao Yankuei and had been born for nearly a year, yet it still hadn't reached the extreme of the extraordinary level. In contrast, Xiao Yankuei had hatched from an egg, and only 3 days had passed, yet it had surpassed Xiao Zongxing. Roar! Xiao Zongxing wanted to cry, but had no tears. It looked at the dragon blood source stone tightly gripped in its claws and suddenly felt it was no longer fragrant. Li Luo was also speechless. The dragon blood source stone was incredibly precious, comparable to the flames ranked in the top 200 on the different flames list. Yet Xiao Zongxing had absorbed only a tiny portion of it. In contrast, Xiao Yankuei had refined a full 10 different flames. The resources invested alone were not even on the same level. In Li Luo's view, it was only natural for Xiao Yankuei's realm to surpass Xiao Zongxing. If it weren't for the limitations of the Beastmaster space, Xiao Yankuei would have directly broken through to the commander level, and Li Luo wouldn't have found it strange at all. The beast you have contracted, Flame Qilin, has reached the extreme level for the 2nd time. Bloodline fusion degree increased to 60, comprehending the super tier skill Fire Escape, Flame Spirit Heavenly Fire Judgment. Fire Escape, super tier skill, can traverse within flames at extreme speed. Flame Spirit, super tier skill, can condense a flame spirit, inheriting all abilities. Heavenly Fire Judgment, super tier skill, releases endless flame power, destroying everything. The system prompt arrived. After Xiao Yankuei broke through to the extreme level of the extraordinary level, it directly comprehended 3 super tier skills. Li Luo's eyes suddenly shook, secretly thinking, Fire Escape is a speed technique, a displacement technique. As long as it is within the flames, the speed will reach its peak. It can even achieve an effect close to teleportation. Flame Spirit, if it condenses a flame spirit with the heart-devouring flame, how powerful will that be? Heavenly Fire Judgment is even more heavyweight. Releasing endless raging flames to destroy everything is the ultimate destruction technique. Li Luo's heart was extremely shocked. Xiao Yankuei's combat power was definitely far beyond Xiao Zongxing. Flame Qilin, Yankuei. Attribute, Fire. Realm, Extraordinary 10th Stage. Bloodline, Emperor-level Flame Qilin, 60100. Skills. Super Tier, 1 Flame Eye. 2. Flame Body. 3. Raging Flame Mimicry. 4. Flame Sun Domain. 5. Qilin Fire. 6. Fire Escape. 7. Flame Spirit. 8. Heavenly Fire Judgment. Different Flame. Heart-Devouring Flame, Level 6. The realm is extraordinary 10th stage, with 2 extremes, Emperor Qilin Bloodline, and a Bloodline fusion degree of 60. Li Luo couldn't help but sigh. Having awakened a total of 8 super-tier skills, which interact with each other, and refined the Level 6 different Flame, Heart-Devouring Flame. I wonder what rank Xiao Yankue can reach on the True Dragon ranking. Li Luo revealed a slight smile. The True Dragon ranking. It is a ranking list of the thousands of students at the True Dragon Academy who have contracted tens of thousands of beasts, only recording the top 1,000 beasts in terms of strength. Even the beast ranked 1,000 reaches the Commander Level 3. The top 3, the Celestial Vine Dragon, the Illusory Fox Dragon, and the Azure Water Eagle Dragon, are all at the Overlord Level 10 and have been transformed by advanced talent dragon veins. With combat power that can rival King level, the gold content of the True Dragon ranking is evident. Maya, Xiao Yankue let out a soft hum. As it reached the extreme of the awakened level, Xiao Yankue also transitioned from the juvenile phase to the growth phase. Its size skyrocketing from the original palm size to half a meter tall, showcasing the characteristics of the Qilin clan, with deer antlers, cow nose, wolf hooves, and cow tail gradually emerging, becoming even more auspicious and powerful. Although Xiao Yankue's strength gradually became stronger, its dependence on Li Luo showed no signs of change. Gently rubbing its tender Qilin horn against Li Luo's palm, displaying intimacy. Heart-Devouring Flame. Li Luo's mind moved slightly. His palm opened gently. A wisp of heart-devouring flame appeared. Flame Sun Domain, Qilin Fire. In the heart-devouring flame, 2 super-tier skills were distinctly imprinted. Unlike Xiao Songxing, which imprinted super-tier skills in the Dragon Transformation Pool, Xiao Yankue's skill feedback was imprinted in the heart-devouring flame. With Qilin Fire, it can amplify the power of the heart-devouring flame. The Flame Sun Domain can even release a different flame domain. Li Luo nodded with satisfaction, secretly thinking, the heart-devouring flame originally only had a wisp of flame seed. But I directly nourished it with the talent source flame, equivalent to using only 1 talent flame crystal to restore the heart-devouring flame to its peak state. In these 3 days, I have cut the Ancestral Dragon's source flame every day, producing a total of 15 talent dragon crystals and 14 talent flame crystals. The 15 talent dragon crystals have already been given to my master. As for the 14 talent flame crystals, they have other uses. Whether it is the talent dragon crystal or the talent flame crystal, they are condensed from the cutting of the level talent source. And that extreme pain is something only Li Luo knows. Although I can produce 5 every day, I would never waste them casually. Principal Lu once gifted me a high-tier beast master artifact, the Dragon King Horn, worth 300 million. High-tier artifacts have little use in the True Dragon Academy. After all, they are external objects. Li Luo pondered slightly, secretly thinking, but if in the outside world, for example, exploring the wilderness area or entering some secret realms for adventure, the use of the Dragon King Horn would become apparent. The Beast Master talent awakened by Principal Lu seems to be a level fire dragon. I could give him a talent flame crystal. Moreover, this little girl Jiang Yao is also quite loyal. I just don't know if she can refine the talent flame crystal. Numerous thoughts flashed by. Li Luo would never be stingy with those around him. As for Principal Lu, there is no need to say. He has indeed helped Li Luo a lot, and his care comes from the heart. As for Jiang Yao, after Li Luo's inspection, he found that this little girl is also very loyal and trustworthy. Jiang Yao comes from the Jiang family, one of the 3 major commercial families. She should not be lacking in business ability. As long as Jiang Yao's qualifications and strength are improved, she can completely take over the Jiang family, laying the foundation for my commercial empire. Li Luo's gaze was extremely profound. Chapter 68, Jiang Yao's Shyness. Bone-corroding absorption. Villa living room. Master, Jiang Yao. Wearing a maid outfit with deer antlers in her hair, her smooth and shiny black silk wrapped around her slender and long legs, was truly enticing. Enough to make any young man's blood boil. She leaned down beside Li Luo, gently kneading his thigh, and thoughtfully placed his hand on her thigh covered by black stockings. Is something wrong? Li Luo glanced at her, feeling the soft touch, but remained indifferent and casually said, flattery without reason is either deceitful or thievery. What are you talking about? Jiang Yao said, somewhat dissatisfied. As a maid, isn't it only natural to massage the legs and shoulders of the master? Master, you really don't trust me enough. If you don't believe me, you can feel my heartbeat. I am definitely not lying. Saying this, Jiang Yao took Li Luo's hand and gently moved it upward. Wait. Li Luo looked helpless, saying, if you want to express something, just say it directly. Hee. A mischievous glint flashed in Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes as she said, Master, I plan to cultivate a super-tier secret technique that will only extract a little bit of your innate talent. It will also provide you with some feedback, and it definitely won't let you suffer any losses. This super tier secret technique requires 2 people to cultivate together. When shall we start? Jiang Yao blinked slightly, trying to sneak by. What kind of broken secret technique is this? It's an evil path. Li Luo scolded painfully. Jiang Yao, don't go astray. But I'm a beast master. Jiang Yao replied matter-of-factly. If it's not an evil path, can you still call yourself a beast master? TSK, she had a point, making it hard to refute. Li Luo couldn't help but laugh and said, all right, enough nonsense. You just want to evolve your talent, right? I can give you a chance. Master, you agree? Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately wanted to hug Li Luo and give him a deep kiss, but Li Luo held her face back with his hand, revealing a look of dissatisfaction, saying, you agreed. You can't go back on your word. Let's do it in the living room for the first time. Don't worry. Even though it's my first time, I awakened the level talent of the heart of the succubus. My talent in this aspect is top-notch. Wait, Li Luo said, feeling very helpless. Did you misunderstand something? What? Jiang Yao looked a bit confused and aggrieved, saying, but I want to evolve my talent. There's no other way. Who said that? Li Luo no longer dared to tease Jiang Yao. This enchanting woman was truly fierce and could easily take everything from him. If it weren't for the beautiful teacher in his heart, he might have surrendered completely. A crimson crystal was then taken out. Is this a talent crystal? Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes suddenly widened in shock. Master, how do you have a talent crystal? Strictly speaking, Li Luo's gaze deepened as he said, this is a talent flame crystal from the level talent source flame. What? Jiang Yao was instantly shocked, various thoughts clashing in her mind as she trembled and said, Master, did you cut your own talent source? What are you talking about? Li Luo naturally wouldn't tell the truth. The idea that cutting the talent source could be easily restored was simply too shocking. He immediately said, I once obtained a legacy. In the legacy, there were 3 talent flame crystals. I absorbed 2 of them and successfully awakened the level talent source flame. After thinking it over, I decided to give you the last talent flame crystal. Give it to me. Jiang Yao was a bit stunned. She was very clear about the exaggerated value of this talent flame crystal. Talent flame crystals, derived from the talent ranking, are second-ranked level talent source flames. Enough to allow any level fire-type talent to evolve into a higher level. Just this point alone made the value of this talent flame crystal absolutely exceed 5 billion. Almost comparable to some sacred resources. Don't want it. Li Luo said casually, smiling. If you don't want it, I can just keep it. I want it. Jiang Yao immediately became anxious, quickly taking the talent flame crystal, her beautiful eyes already filled with gratitude. Wishing she could warm the bed immediately and claim Li Luo for herself. Li Luo directly ignored Jiang Yao's gaze and curiously asked, by the way, how will you use it? With your level talent heart of the succubus, can it really be compatible with the talent source flame? Master, you seem to not know much about the heart of the succubus. Jiang Yao's pretty face flushed slightly as she shyly said, the succubus can accommodate everything. I can absorb any kind of talent crystal, but the method of absorption might be a bit special. What kind of special method? Li Luo was immediately curious. Just place it there. Jiang Yao's face instantly turned beet red, whispering something in Li Luo's ear. Wow. Li Luo was startled and quickly said, all right, you go ahead. Home. Jiang Yao also felt embarrassed. The world is vast and full of wonders. Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, the succubus truly lives up to its name. Devouring to the bone. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Li Luo immediately got up to greet them. He opened the villa door and saw Lu Tianqi, Du Zhe, and Wan Qing, the 3 principals of the True Dragon Academy, waiting outside, revealing a look of surprise. Your Highness. Du Zhe and Wan Qing immediately bowed. Li Luo raised his eyebrows and said, Principal Du, Principal Wan, why must you bow? He naturally knew what Du Zhe and Wan Qing were thinking. Ever since he obtained the legacy of the Flame Emperor, Li Luo had become the prince of the Beast Master lineage. In the Beast Master lineage, his status was even higher than that of the giant figures. Second only to the saints. Du Zhe and Wan Qing, both belonging to the Beast Master lineage, had a status lower than Li Luo's, so they naturally had to bow. In contrast, the Dragon Master lineage had no Great Emperor and thus no Great Emperor legacy, so Li Luo had no princely status in the Dragon Master lineage. And Lu Tianqi's status was actually much higher than Li Luo's. Your Highness, you are too humble, Du Zhe said with a bitter smile. Although we are vice principals of the True Dragon Academy, we are merely representatives appointed by the saints, responsible for managing the daily affairs of the True Dragon Academy. As for the Beast Master talent, whether it's me, Principal Lu, or Principal Wan, we are all only level talents, not as good as Ji Ning, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyu, these 3 level geniuses. As for realms, all 3 of us are at the king level 10th stage, barely reaching the threshold of becoming a king, far from becoming an emperor. In terms of talent, status, compared to your highness, we are all vastly inferior. Their words were very sincere. Li Luo's gaze shifted, revealing a look of realization. He had always been puzzled. Lu Tianqi's Beastmaster talent was only at level, and his realm was also only at the king level. Among the many giants of the true Dragon Academy, Lu Tianqi's strength, talent, and realm could only be considered average. How could he sit firmly in the position of principal? It turned out that the three principals of the true Dragon Academy were merely representatives of a saint-level existence, responsible for managing various affairs of the true Dragon Academy. Chapter 69. The Body of the King-Level Ferocious Beast. Li Luo's Gift. The three principals, please take a seat. In the villa's living room, Li Luo sat across from Lu Tianqi, Du Zhe, and Wan Qing. Even facing the three principals of the true Dragon Academy, Li Luo showed no signs of timidity. His expression completely natural, as expected of the prince recognized by the Flame Emperor. Indeed extraordinary. Du Zhe exclaimed, "Principal Du, you flatter me." Li Luo slightly shook his head and said, "The three principals came together. There must be something important to discuss." "There's no important matter," Wan Qing said helplessly. Previously, on the points leaderboard of the Legacy Secret Realm, the prince ranked first, which should entitle him to a super-tier treasure worth 1 billion. However, after the prince exited the Secret Realm, he left directly without claiming this treasure. Therefore, we discussed and decided to come together to personally deliver this super-tier treasure to the prince. After hearing this, Li Luo was momentarily stunned. A super-tier treasure? He suddenly remembered that there was indeed a reward for ranking first on the points leaderboard. At that time, Li Luo had just obtained the inheritance of the Flame Emperor. Just one random holy grade from the was worth over 100 billion. A super grade treasure worth 10 billion? He couldn't care less. Moreover, as the direct disciple of the #1 dragon tamer and the inheritor of the Flame Emperor, Li Luo didn't think it was necessary for him to personally receive a super grade treasure in the Grand Hall. According to the procedures of the true Dragon Academy, the treasure would naturally be sent to his villa. However, Li Luo didn't expect that it would be delivered personally by three principals. Such an arrangement could only be possessed by the imperial prince. Handing over the precious treasure was probably just an excuse. Li Luo glanced at Du Zhe and Wan Qing, thinking, the real goal of these two vice principals should be to get to know me. To this, he could be said to be as clear as day. Li Luo, with a serious gaze, took out a treasure box and then opened it, saying in a deep voice, "I consulted with Summer Fae and ultimately decided to reward you with the complete body of a king-level tier 10 ferocious beast, the Flame Subdragon. You have contracted with the wild dragon cub, and ordinary food will likely not suffice for the wild dragon's daily intake. This Flame Subdragon's body will be enough for little Tsangxing to eat for a long time." His words were very sincere. Principal Lu was thoughtful. Li Luo smiled slightly and quickly took the treasure box. Upon looking inside, he indeed saw an enormous crimson subdragon, its body measuring dozens of meters long and weighing who knows how many tons. In fact, little Tsangxing's daily diet was specially managed, with an almost unlimited supply of the flesh and blood of various commander-level and lord-level ferocious beasts. However, the bloodline of little Tsangxing was that of the imperial dragon species, the Tsangtian wild dragon, and the flesh of commander-level and lord-level ferocious beasts could only meet basic consumption, with almost no significant gains. A king-level tier 10 ferocious beast could undoubtedly fully satisfy little Tsangxing's needs, and during the feeding and digestion process, it could also accelerate little Tsangxing's growth. Moreover, little Yangkue, as a juvenile flame Qilin, could also be considered a gold-devouring beast, and this flame subdragon's body could simultaneously supply food for both little Tsangxing and little Yangkue, which would save Li Luo a lot of worry. Principal Lu was indeed thoughtful. Li Luo chuckled and said, "Coincidentally, I also have a gift I want to give to Principal Lu." Upon hearing this, Du Zhe and Wan Qing were both shocked. Li Luo had just obtained the inheritance of the Flame Emperor, and with the power of the Flame Emperor, he must have collected quite a bit of. Du Zhe's heart trembled, thinking, could it be that he is going to gift a super grade to Lu Tianqi? Is extremely rare. In terms of value, it far exceeds treasures of the same level. As a fire-type dragon tamer, if Lu Tianqi could obtain a, even if he couldn't completely refine it, just absorbing the flame's essence for his own use would greatly enhance his combat power. In the end, it's just bad luck. Wan Qing secretly lamented. If only Li Luo had decided to join the beast tamer lineage from the start, perhaps our relationship could be even closer. A gift? Lu Tianqi couldn't help but be stunned. When he looked at the crimson crystal in Li Luo's palm, he felt an irresistible pull from his soul emanating from the crystal, almost making his entire body tremble uncontrollably. This is... Lu Tianqi stared intently at the crimson crystal, hardly daring to believe his eyes, his body quivering. Feeling an extreme dryness in his mouth, his voice turning hoarse as he said, Li Luo, do you really want to give this to me? Of course. Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle and said, Principal Lu's concern and care, I have always remembered in my heart. If there is a chance to repay, I will not be stingy. The look in Lu Tianqi's eyes became incredibly complex. Looking at the crimson crystal, how could he not know that this was the talent flame crystal made from Li Luo, cutting his talent essence? If it were a tier 10 talent dragon crystal, Lu Tianqi wouldn't dare to hope for it. The talent dragon crystals that Li Luo condensed would first be supplied to Summer Fae, striving to allow her tier 10 talent to quickly evolve to tier 11. But if it were a talent flame crystal, Summer Fae couldn't absorb it. Lu Tianqi was different. He had awakened a tier 10 fire dragon talent, belonging to the fire and dragon types, representing the ultimate source flame. The talent flame crystal condensed from it was undoubtedly the treasure Lu Tianqi desired the most. At this moment, the emotions in Lu Tianqi's heart were almost indescribable. How many years had it been? The corners of Lu Tianqi's mouth carried a bitter smile as he softly said, When I was young, I once went to the alien battlefield, but encountered a life and death crisis. I could only risk damaging my talent essence to escape with my life. But I completely lost the possibility of evolving my tier 10 talent. Li Luo, thank you. I will use this talent flame crystal properly. His words were extremely sincere. Lu Tianqi's gratitude was also very genuine. Then, Principal Lu, please accept it. Li Luo said casually. Since the tier 11 talent is Principal Lu's obsession, why not use it now to evolve to tier 11 talent? How about that? Ha ha ha. Then I'll follow your lead. Lu Tianqi's eyes gradually brightened. His words filled with excitement and anticipation. Du Zhe and Wan Qing, upon hearing the conversation between Li Luo and Lu Tianqi, felt utterly bewildered. What kind of treasure could allow Lu Tianqi's already damaged tier 10 talent essence to evolve to tier 11? When Du Zhe and Wan Qing turned their gazes over, they sensed it carefully but were left trembling in disbelief. This is... Du Zhe stammered, a talent crystal? Not knowing what level it was. Wan Qing couldn't help but voice his question. Then, Du Zhe and Wan Qing exchanged glances. It seemed there was only one possibility that could allow a tier 10 talent to directly evolve to tier 11. Chapter 70, Tier 11 Talent, Flame Dragon, the Fire of Desire. Could it be that this is a tier 11 talent crystal? Du Zhe exclaimed in shock. But how is that possible? Tier 11 talent crystals must be made from tier 11 talent essence. Tier 10 talent is an absolute genius, destined to become an emperor. How could they cut their own talent essence? Even a great emperor at the end of their life would never cut their talent essence to create a talent crystal. How could Du Zhe not be shocked? A tier 11 talent crystal is worth as much as holy grade resources. An absolute genius, exhausting all their talent essence, could only produce 10 tier 11 talent crystals, equivalent to 10 pieces of holy grade resources. Any absolute genius who grew up would never lack holy grade resources, and even a great emperor, when reaching the end of their life, using their proudest tier 11 talent essence to create 10 pieces of holy grade resources would undoubtedly be an insult. In fact, a great emperor before their fall could completely strip their talent essence to construct a hall of inheritance, seeking the next perfectly compatible inheritor to pass on their tier 11 talent eternally. Many extraordinary imperial families have stood firm to this day thanks to their hall of inheritance. As numerous thoughts flashed through, Du Zhe quickly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this talent flame crystal was made by Li Luo, cutting his own talent essence? Wan Qing couldn't help but cast a glance as well. Clearly, he shared the same suspicion as Du Zhe. Despite being filled with astonishment, Du Zhe and Wan Qing had no opportunity to verify it. Refine. Lu Tianqi rose into the air. A phantom of a fire dragon coalesced in the sky, vaguely visible. The body of this fire dragon phantom appeared somewhat damaged and incredibly ethereal, clearly having suffered irreparable damage. But as Lu Tianqi refined the talent flame crystal, the crimson dragon shadow representing the tier 11 fire dragon talent continuously became more solid, and many injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing speed. Roar! The fire dragon phantom opened its mouth and swallowed the talent flame crystal. Boom! An incredibly terrifying aura erupted from the fire dragon phantom and Lu Tianqi. The form of the fire dragon phantom suddenly changed, surrounded by endless flames, as if it had become the embodiment of flames, exuding an extremely majestic might. Great talent. Flame dragon. Wan Qing's face was filled with disbelief as he trembled and said, he really has transformed into a grade talent. And it's a grade talent that can rank in the top 100, the flame dragon. On the talent ranking list, there are only over 100 types of grade talents, while there are thousands of grade talents. Among the thousands of grade talents, ranking in the top 100 shows the strength of the flame dragon. It should be noted that even the grade dragon veins are only comparable to the flame dragon. Lu Tianqi has truly changed his fate. Du Zhe felt bitter and was extremely envious as he whispered, "The three principles of the true Dragon Academy seem to be extraordinarily glamorous. But they can only manage mundane affairs because they cannot pursue a higher realm." Yet, Lu Tianqi is so lucky to have directly reversed his fate. The three principles, Lu Tianqi, Du Zhe, and Wan Qing, all learned from a Holy Spirit level master, but due to various changes, their realms were stuck at the King level 10th stage, unable to transform into grade talents. Now Lu Tianqi has broken the curse and successfully transformed. Grade talent, Flame Dragon? Lu Tianqi's eyes shone brightly as he laughed, stuck at the King level for decades. Today, I will break through in one morning. Boom. A loud rumble sounded. King level 10th stage, instantly breaking through. Overlord level. He really broke through. Wan Qing seemed to have anticipated this, sighing, with the grade talent, Flame Dragon. Plus the Overlord level realm of Lu Tianqi now. He is enough to seal the king. Once he becomes a king, he will join the ranks of giants. There are also differences among giants. King, Emperor, and Quasi-Saint. Among them, some exceptionally powerful king-level warriors can be conferred as kings. Above the king is the Overlord level. Once one breaks through the Overlord level and demonstrates extremely powerful combat strength, they can also be conferred as an Emperor. King, Emperor, a single word difference. However, in terms of status, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. As for Quasi-Saints, they are only second to Holy Spirit level, with only a thin line separating them from joining the ranks of the saints. Principal Lu, congratulations. A clear voice slowly came from the sky. Saint Xia. Du Zhe and Wan Qing quickly saluted. Master. Li Luo's eyes brightened. Saint Xia. Lu Tianqi smiled bitterly. When Saint Xia first entered the True Dragon Academy, he was already at the King level 10th stage, serving as vice principal. As Saint Xia continued to shine, Lu Tianqi was able to take the position of principal. But until Saint Xia became a saint and reached the pinnacle of the Dragon Master lineage, Lu Tianqi's talent and realm had not changed at all. Until today, Lu Tianqi has truly broken through. Li Luo, thank you. Lu Tianqi slowly descended and sincerely bowed. Principal, you must not. Li Luo quickly avoided and shook his head. One must not accept the courtesy of a teacher. Lu Tianqi couldn't help but admire Li Luo even more. Smiling. Saint Xia taking you as a disciple is truly fortunate. Although Li Luo did not accept this courtesy, Lu Tianqi no longer regarded himself as a teacher. Lu Tianqi was very clear that the high-level Dragon King horn he once gave was nothing compared to the talent flame crystal that Li Luo gifted. Du Zhe and Wan Qing, who were beside them, couldn't help but think of many things. Li Luo, is he consolidating his foundation? Is he already laying out plans at the extraordinary level? What exactly is he plotting? Many thoughts flashed through. Du Zhe and Wan Qing increasingly felt that this Li Luo was no ordinary person. Suddenly, boom, a beautiful and alluring flame rose faintly from the villa room. This flame had no temperature, but it represented the most essential desire of the heart. Great talent, heart of desire. Du Zhe exclaimed in shock. Master. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled as she quickly walked out of the room, joyfully saying, my great talent, heart demon, has successfully transformed into the great talent, heart of desire. Hehe. Compared to the heart demon, which is limited to the demon clan and the power of allure, the great talent, heart of desire, actually uses the desires of living beings as fuel to ignite the fire of desire. This is too strong. Jiang Yao felt her talent transformation and felt that the future was infinitely bright. It should be noted that even Lu Tianfeng and Su Yiyu only transformed into great talents at the age of 20. In contrast, Jiang Yao is only 18 this year and has already transformed into a great talent. Such aptitude, even compared to Yen Shun, is not inferior. Chapter 71, Saint Xia's Talent. Dragon Slayer. Jiang Yao, congratulations. Li Luo sincerely congratulated. Heart of Desire. Among many great talents, it ranks 63rd. Such a rank is already very high. It should be noted that Jining's Dragon Vein talent ranks 52nd among many great talents. Only 11 places higher than Jiang Yao's Heart of Desire. The great talent, Flame Dragon, which Lu Tianqi transformed into, ranks 72nd. Whether it's Heart of Desire, Dragon Vein, or Flame Dragon, they all belong to the same level of Beastmaster talent, and are in the absolute first echelon among many great talents. As for the great talent, Heavenly Serpent, awakened by Yen Shun, the great talent, Growth Catalyst, awakened by Lu Tianfeng, and the great talent, Shihan, awakened by Su Yiyu. They rank 321st, 285th, and 189th respectively among many great talents. In terms of power, they are far inferior to the first echelon's Dragon Vein, Flame Dragon, and Heart of Desire. However, Li Luo pondered slightly and thought, whether it's Dragon Vein, Flame Dragon, or Heart of Desire. If compared to the Beast Master talent awakened by my master, they are far inferior. Grade talent, Dragon Slayer. This talent is a very special growth-type talent that can nurture a slaughter dragon within the soul. The initial state of the slaughter dragon is extremely weak, only slightly stronger than an ordinary grade talent. But as the number of beings that Saint Xia slays increases, the slaughter dragon continues to grow. In its complete form, the slaughter dragon can rank among the top 3 among thousands of grade talents. In fact, the grade talents awakened by Li Luo, whether it's the Ancestral Dragon or Source Flame, can all be classified as growth-type talents. However, the growth routes of Ancestral Dragon and Source Flame are not through slaughter, but through Li Luo's realm enhancement. Each breakthrough in a major realm will unlock a new powerful ability for Ancestral Dragon and Source Flame. For example, after Li Luo broke through the extraordinary level, both Ancestral Dragon and Source Flame, in their enhanced states, can allow the contracted Beast Master to perform a skill upgrade. In the deep void, Li Luo indeed cut the source of the grade Source Flame talent. Song Yu's eyes trembled, unable to help but say, such precious talent flame crystals. He actually directly gifted one each to Lu Tianqi and Zhang Yao. Grade talent crystals, how precious. Rare in the world, even among many imperial clans. You can hardly find a few. Li Luo is so generous, directly gifting them to others. Song Yu felt very emotional and said, Lu Tianqi has finally endured to the end, directly obtaining repairs for his nearly broken talent source, and has awakened the grade Flame Dragon talent. Originally, with Lu Tianqi's talent, even without the damaged source, he would at most awaken a grade talent ranked around 500. However, the grade Flame Dragon talent ranks in the top 100, which is a world of difference. As for Zhang Yao, her talent is only slightly better than Lu Tianqi's. If not for encountering Li Luo and pledging loyalty early on, she would definitely not have been able to obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity. Song Yu's eyes were filled with admiration. With Li Luo's personality, I am not the slightest bit surprised that he would do this. A hint of softness flickered in Xia Fei's cold eyes. Compared to Lu Tianqi and Zhang Yao, Xia Fei had obtained over 20 talent dragon crystals, which was extremely exaggerated. Every time she absorbed a talent dragon crystal, the slaughter dragon constructed from her slaughter dragon talent would continuously grow stronger. Xia Fei had a feeling that if she absorbed 80 more talent dragon crystals, the slaughter dragon would reach its true peak and evolve into a beast master talent. There were still a few more days to go. Xia Fei couldn't help but sigh. A top-tier talent, an evolution level. It required endless accumulation of resources. The path of evolution was also different for everyone. For example, Xia Fei had to go through endless slaughter to allow the slaughter dragon to continue growing stronger. Roughly estimating, she would need to annihilate several realms and slay billions of beings, among which there had to be over 100 sacred level beings, to have a chance to complete the evolution. But now, everything had become simple. As long as she continuously absorbed talent dragon crystals, she could grow stronger until the evolution was complete. However, Xia Fei knew that her seemingly easy path to becoming an emperor was all due to one person, who was carrying the burden for her. Luo Air. Xia Fei's gaze was distant, and the pain in her heart deepened. In the villa, Zhang Yao was extremely delighted and was about to hug Li Luo when she suddenly saw Lu Tianqi, Du Zhe, and Wan Qing, the 3 principals, feeling somewhat awkward in front of the 3 elders. Principal Lu, Principal Du, Principal Wan. Zhang Yao blinked and asked, what are you doing here? We came to present the reward for Li Luo for ranking first on the points board. Du Zhe's eyes were very complex as he sighed. I didn't expect you to have your talent evolve at this moment. Congratulations, Zhang Yao. Wan Qing's voice was somewhat strained as he quietly said, congratulations on your evolution level talent. The fire of desire. Regardless of Du Zhe or Wan Qing, their feelings at this moment could be described as extremely complicated. As for Lu Tianqi, it was understandable. After all, he had been cultivating for decades. If it weren't for the loss of his original source in his early years, he would have probably reached an evolution level talent long ago. As for Zhang Yao, she was just a freshman, having become a beast master for just over a year. Yet she directly achieved an evolution of her talent, completing a feat that Du Zhe and Wan Qing had failed to accomplish even after decades of effort. Du Zhe and Wan Qing. How could they not know that Zhang Yao, like Lu Tianqi, had received a gift from Li Luo, a level talent flame crystal? A level talent flame crystal. How precious is that? Comparable to sacred level resources. Du Zhe's gaze was heavy as he thought. Did Li Luo casually give out 2? How many level talent flame crystals does he have in his possession? At this moment, Du Zhe was extremely glad that he had come to visit in person. Such goodwill. If he could gain Li Luo's favor, perhaps the opportunity for an evolution level talent would be granted. What kind of opportunity did Li Luo have? Could it be that there are talent flame crystals within the inheritance of the Flame Emperor? Wan Qing was somewhat doubtful, thinking, There is also a possibility that Li Luo has severed his own talent source, but that is the least likely scenario. With Li Luo's talent, he is destined to dominate an era. How could he waste his own talent source? Despite their doubts, Du Zhe and Wan Qing directly ruled out the possibility of Li Luo severing his talent source, attributing everything to the Flame Emperor's inheritance. As for Lu Tianqi and Jiang Yao, they could only envy. At this moment, whether it was Du Zhe or Wan Qing, they both clearly understood one concept. Li Luo's generous character, being a peerless genius, and having obtained the Flame Emperor's inheritance, his status was comparable to that of an imperial son. If they could follow Li Luo, their future would undoubtedly be limitless. Especially for Du Zhe and Wan Qing, they had to follow Li Luo. If they could obtain a talent flame crystal, they might truly be able to reverse their fate, like Lu Tianqi. Chapter 72, Sacred Level Resources, Qilin Blood Feather. It's a catch. Li Luo's heart stirred. He had given Lu Tianqi a talent flame crystal, but did not avoid Du Zhe and Wan Qing, specifically to make them think about serving him. As a peerless genius, how could an imperial son not have his own base, numerous supporters, and followers? Li Luo smiled to himself, thinking, among the true Dragon Academy, the three principals, especially Principal Lu, would surely support me in the future. As for Du Zhe and Wan Qing, considering my status as an imperial son and the implicit benefits, the possibility of an evolution-level talent would definitely shift towards me. Of course, Du Zhe and Wan Qing, as beast master giants and powerful kings, would not easily show their loyalty, but they would lean in my direction and occasionally show goodwill. That would be enough. The true Dragon Academy has countless secret realms and treasures. Li Luo thought, as long as I gain the support of the three principals, without the saints making any moves, I can completely walk my path in the true Dragon Academy. A peerless genius, an imperial son, regardless of the identity. Li Luo's future was destined to grasp supreme power. With his personality, he certainly had to prepare for the future. Du Zhe and Wan Qing soon proposed to take their leave. These two vice principals had received a transmission from Xia Fei, warning them not to disclose the talent flame crystals. Du Zhe and Wan Qing naturally agreed immediately. What a joke. There were only a few people who knew about the talent flame crystals. Who would dare to leak it? Du Zhe and Wan Qing also knew that level talent flame crystals were far-reaching. How many king-level beings were stuck at the level of talent, unable to break through to the 10th rank of monarch level? A single level talent flame crystal could completely reverse their fate. As for attribute mismatches, for a king, that was not an issue at all. If one wanted to absorb a talent flame crystal, there were countless methods. It was just a matter of what price one was willing to pay. As for Lu Tianqi, after chatting for a while, he also left. Everything was unspoken. Sigh. Lu Tianqi had a helpless look on his face, but he could not hide his pride as he said loudly, how could my beast master lineage produce Li Luo? This young imperial dragon? And he is so generous and grateful. I, Lu Tianqi, thought I would be stuck at the monarch level for life. Hey, guess what? I broke through. Level talent, flame dragon, dominator level. His words made Du Zhe and Wan Qing clench their fists, wishing they could punch Lu Tianqi's old face. Considering Lu Tianqi's strength, they all reluctantly loosened their fists. With a dominator level realm and a level flame dragon. As long as they settled down and raised the levels of many contracted fire dragons to dominator level, the royal family of the Summer Kingdom would surely grant Lu Tianqi the title of emperor. The gap in strength was too great. Even if Du Zhe and Wan Qing joined forces, they would definitely not be Lu Tianqi's opponent, and they could only watch as Lu Tianqi flaunted himself, with no way to retaliate. Old fool. Shameless. Du Zhe and Wan Qing both angrily cursed. In response, Lu Tianqi showed a look of enjoyment. Haha, this is so satisfying. Lu Tianqi said loudly. Du Zhe, Wan Qing, you can only be helplessly furious. After all, Li Luo comes from my beast master lineage and is also Xia Fei's direct disciple, while I, Lu Tianqi, have been investing in him since he was very young. Even if you want to invest now, it might be a bit late. Lu Tianqi glanced at Du Zhe and Wan Qing, displaying a proud demeanor. Not late. Du Zhe's gaze was serious as he said, Li Luo's realm is still at the extraordinary level, and he is still weak. Moreover, he gave you a level talent flame crystal but did not avoid us. It is not without the thought of making us loyal. Lu Tianqi, you must understand that the true Dragon Academy is ultimately not a one-man show of the beast master lineage. But if the three of us principals unite and provide convenience for Li Luo, then Li Luo will definitely have a smooth path in the true Dragon Academy. Moreover, Li Luo is not only a descendant of the Dragon Master lineage, he is also the son of the Beast Master lineage. Furthermore, the Flame Saint and the Summer Saint have probably already reached a consensus. After this statement, Lu Tianqi also reined in his smile. My investment in Li Luo is merely a high-grade Dragon King's horn, which he has never used before. Such a kindness can only be repaid with loyalty. Fortunately, being loyal and supporting a future emperor is not embarrassing for any giant. It can even be considered an honor. How could Lu Tianqi, who firmly holds the position of the headmaster of the True Dragon Academy, lack sufficient understanding? He naturally sees through it all. When absorbing that level of talent flame crystal, he had already made psychological preparations. Lu Tianqi had no reason to refuse. More than a decade ago, I invested in Xia Fei, and she went from the vice principal of the True Dragon Academy to the headmaster, elevating the academy to the top of the 3 major academies. Lu Tianqi's gaze became serious as he thought. In over a decade, Li Luo's qualifications are even more exaggerated than Xia Fei's. Just a Dragon King's horn, a small gift, could change my fate. If I continue to support him, once Li Luo becomes an emperor, I might even secure a position among the saints. For an emperor, nurturing a saint-level being is quite easy. Of course, aligning with an emperor's son is not without risks. The path to becoming an emperor is bound to be filled with blood and endless battles. Duze, Wan Qing suddenly said, if we are to make a decision, it should be now. After a moment of silence, Duze and Wan Qing exchanged glances. They saw each other's determination. In Villa 101, Luo Xia Fei sat on the sofa, her gaze slightly cold, but when she looked at Li Luo, a gentle light flashed, and she softly said, you should know that before the Flame Emperor fell, he established a faction called the Starfire lineage. The current leader of the Starfire lineage is the Flame Saint. I have reached a consensus with the Flame Saint. You will become the son of the Starfire lineage, second only to the Flame Saint. Additionally, the Flame Saint has provided a treasure for me to pass on to you. After her words, Li Luo processed the numerous pieces of information. What Starfire, Flame Saint? He completely ignored that. A treasure? Li Luo was instantly excited and said, Master, what treasure did the Flame Saint give me? Show me quickly. You. Xia Fei smiled lightly, and then took out a treasure box. In an instant, she opened it. This is... Li Luo was shocked, exclaiming, Saint-level resource, Qilin Blood Feather? Chapter 73, The Flame Saint's Promise. Supreme Opportunity? Inside the treasure box was a blood-red feather, exuding an incomparably holy aura. A Qilin creature only condenses 1 Qilin blood feather in its lifetime. Usually at the end of its life, when it condenses its bloodline comprehension into the Qilin blood feather, passing on its insights. You recognize it. Xia Fei smiled slightly. Of course. Li Luo nodded firmly. After contracting the little sunflower, he had used his own authority to research information about the Flame Qilin lineage and was aware of many treasures suitable for the little sunflower. But their prices were extremely high, often being saint-level resources worth over 10 billion. For the little sunflower, there was no shortage of cultivation resources. As long as it refined various super-level, it could enhance its strength and realm, easily reaching the extreme realm. Therefore, the treasures suitable for the little sunflower were all supreme treasures. The Qilin blood feather is one of them. Luo Xia Fei said softly, with your talent, cultivating the Emperor-level secret technique, Emperor Reversal Extreme Refinement, you should be able to enter the realm quickly. At that time, many super-level can be easily refined, allowing the Flame Qilin to elevate its realm. Some fire-type cultivation resources were not considered by me. Ultimately, I sought the Qilin blood feather for you. This Qilin blood feather comes from a king-level 10th tier fire Qilin. In terms of bloodline, it is far inferior to the Flame Qilin. But this Qilin blood feather gathers the most pure bloodline inheritance from an old fire Qilin, as well as its insights into fire and battle throughout its life. The Flame Qilin you contracted can inherit the insights of that fire Qilin by refining the Qilin blood feather, and it can also comprehend a powerful super-level skill. Her explanation of the Qilin blood feather's function was extremely clear. Li Luo's eyes brightened even more. The lifelong comprehension of a fire Qilin. This is exactly what the little sunflower lacks the most. The little sunflower's realm has risen too quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it has reached the extreme realm of the extraordinary level. This advancement is exaggerated compared to Xiao Songxing. However, the little sunflower's disadvantage is also very obvious, which is the lack of comprehension, especially the lack of practical combat experience, making its control over power far inferior to Xiao Songxing. Once the Qilin blood feather is refined, this disadvantage will be completely compensated. Besides that, the little sunflower can also comprehend another super-level skill. A Qilin blood feather could save the little sunflower countless hours of hard training. Li Luo couldn't help but show a look of amazement, secretly thinking, no wonder it is a saint-level treasure. It truly is extraordinary. He immediately took the Qilin blood feather. The Beastmaster array activated. Mia, the little sunflower slowly walked out. Wait. Xia Fei's gaze fell on the little sunflower, and from the original coldness and gentleness, it gradually changed to a strange expression, eventually turning into immense shock, saying, When did the flame Qilin you contracted break through to the extreme realm of the extraordinary level? Extreme realm. The figure of Tsunyue appeared, transforming into a lively and cute girl, staring intently at the little sunflower, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, saying, "Wow. It really is the extreme realm of the extraordinary level. Li Luo, how long has it been since you contracted the little sunflower? Just 3 days, right? In such a short time, you actually raised the little sunflower's realm to the extreme realm of the extraordinary level. Not only that." Xia Fei's eyes were full of amazement, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this flame Qilin must have also broken through to the extreme realm during its awakening stage, right? Master, please see." Li Luo smiled slightly and said, "The little sunflower reached the extreme realm during both its awakening and extraordinary stages." No way. Tsunyue was instantly dumbfounded. She simply couldn't understand. It has only been 3 days. For a newly hatched flame Qilin, 3 days is like a fleeting moment, incredibly short. You actually raised the flame Qilin to extraordinary level 10 and reached the extreme realm twice. Roar! Shout Sanxing continuously echoed. Both it and Tsunyue felt deeply the same way. "Child!" Tsunyue exclaimed, holding Shout Sanxing in her arms, saying, "You must have suffered. This feeling of being surpassed must be quite unpleasant, right?" Roar! Roar! Shout Sanxing nodded repeatedly. "Mom, you are so right. This feeling is so bitter." No matter how hard Shout Sanxing tries, it ultimately cannot compare to the little sunflower, with such a natural advantage. Watching the little sunflower about to refine another Qilin blood feather, further increasing its strength, Shout Sanxing felt even more bitter. As a young Tsang Tian Huanglong, Shout Sanxing is particularly sensitive to comparisons of strength. Being surpassed by the little sunflower, who can understand its grievances? Just as Shout Sanxing was about to express its feelings, hoping to get Tsunyue to explode some gold coins and treasures, Tsunyue said, "No worries. Our Tsang Tian Huanglong clan is by no means inferior to the flame Qilin." Tsunyue patted Shout Sanxing's dragon head and said firmly, "Mom believes in you. As long as you keep fighting, you will soon also break through to the extreme realm of the extraordinary level." Shout Sanxing. It fell completely silent. "Luo, Xia Fei suddenly said, "Have you already entered the Emperor Reversal Extreme Refinement?" "Yes." Li Luo nodded and said, "Entering the Emperor Reversal Extreme Refinement?" He had not practiced at all. Directly leasing the supreme divine secret technique of the Emperor's Reversal, the Divine Flame Refinement. There's no need for cultivation at all. What beginner level? It starts at perfection. Of course, Li Luo wouldn't explicitly state this. It's too shocking. Truly. It's the core inheritance of the Flame Emperor. Xia Fei felt deeply emotional and said, "The Emperor's Reversal is indeed so against the heavens." She didn't inquire further. The Emperor's Reversal is the most core secret technique in the Flame Emperor's inheritance. In the Xia Kingdom, only Li Luo can cultivate it, and it cannot be passed on. Even though Xia Fei is the first Dragon Master, she couldn't offer any advice. Moreover, Xia Fei didn't think that with Li Luo's extraordinary talent, he needed any guidance. It's likely that Luo's progress in cultivating the Emperor's Reversal is far from simple entry level. Perhaps he has already reached the minor completion stage. Xia Fei pondered slightly and thought, with Luo's against the heavens comprehension, it's not surprising. She knew that Li Luo only took half a day to cultivate an extraordinary secret technique to perfection. Such a terrifying comprehension is undoubtedly something Xia Fei has rarely seen. If Li Luo couldn't cultivate an imperial-level secret technique to minor completion in 3 days, that would indeed be strange. I was originally concerned that absorbing this Kirin blood feather from a young flame Kirin would be quite difficult. Xia Fei chuckled lightly and said, "Now it seems I was overthinking it. You can let the flame Kirin refine the Kirin blood feather without any worries. After all, the Flame Saint has made a promise to provide you with a very precious holy level resource when you break through to the commander level and lord level. If you break through to the monarch level, you can even enter the Starfire lineage's holy land to gain an unparalleled opportunity." Chapter 74, Scarlet Flame Barrier. Against the heavens life flame. Xia Fei's words kept resonating in Li Luo's heart. He was completely stunned. As long as he breaks through to the commander level, he can obtain another holy level resource, and another one at the lord level. That's 3 holy level resources. The total value exceeds 30 billion. The Starfire Holy Land. Li Luo knew that the Starfire lineage's holy land was ultimately built from the Beastmaster space after the Flame Emperor's fall, containing the true spirit of the Flame Emperor and everything he left behind after his death. As long as I break through to the monarch level, I can enter the Holy Land and obtain the relics of the senior Flame Emperor. Li Luo was immensely shocked and thought, the relics of a great emperor would drive all saints crazy. This is indeed an unparalleled opportunity. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he is the Emperor's son. Such treatment. Li Luo, as a Dragon Master, wouldn't he even dare to imagine it. Damn it, the Dragon Master lineage is too stingy. Besides the Master, no one else has made any gestures at all. Li Luo felt indignant and thought, as a supreme genius, even if you don't arrange an Emperor's son identity for me under the first Dragon Master, it's fine, but not providing me with abundant resources is simply outrageous. When my realm rises, I will definitely bring all of you old Dragon Masters down. After comparing, Li Luo suddenly realized what a hard life he had in the Dragon Master lineage. This probably also relates to the Master. Li Luo pondered slightly and thought, unlike the rulers of other factions, the Master completely cleansed the Dragon Master lineage, killing several holy-level Dragon Masters to secure the position of the first Dragon Master. Those old antiques probably both hate and fear the Master, and naturally, they also harbor resentment towards me. Given the Master's personality, he would naturally disdain to speak to those old folks, and instead chose to dig into his own pockets to bestow many treasures upon me. Even the Master, when it comes to the depth of treasures, ultimately cannot compare to the Starfire lineage. Many thoughts flashed by. Li Luo secretly made up his mind. When he grows up, he will definitely carry out a second cleansing of the Dragon Master lineage. Mia? Little Sunflower tilted its head. It looked at the Kirin blood feather, unable to hide its desire. This Kirin blood feather has gathered the bloodline comprehension of a flame Kirin throughout its life. It is undoubtedly the most needed resource for the current Little Sunflower. The Flame Kirin is a lower-tier race of the Sacred Flame Kirin, reaching Commander level 10 at maturity and becoming a Holy Spirit level. Li Luo pondered slightly and thought, above the Sacred Flame Kirin is the Flame Kirin, which becomes an Emperor at maturity. The lifetime comprehension of a Flame Kirin must be extremely compatible with Little Sunflower. I just wonder what kind of extraordinary skills Little Sunflower will comprehend from the Kirin blood feather. He couldn't help but feel excited. Mia? Little Sunflower received Li Luo's permission and pressed the Kirin blood feather against its forehead. Boom. Endless flames surged up. An aged Flame Kirin phantom instantly appeared. This Flame Kirin looked at Little Sunflower with a dazed expression. This is the final inheritance thought of the Flame Kirin, wanting to glimpse the inheritor. But it never expected that the one absorbing the Kirin blood feather was not a Flame Kirin, nor a Sacred Flame Kirin, but the legendary supreme bloodline of Fire-type Kirins. The Flame Kirin. Roar. The thought of the Flame Kirin continuously roared. In an instant, the thought shattered. This long-fallen Flame Kirin's final remnants, without any reservation, even transcending itself to merge all its comprehension into Little Sunflower's heart and soul. For a Flame Kirin, having a Flame Kirin absorb its lifetime comprehension is undoubtedly an unparalleled honor. Mia. Little Sunflower was eager for knowledge. Numerous comprehensions surged into its heart and soul. Torrential flames, endless battles. A look of enlightenment gradually flashed in Little Sunflower's eyes. The beast you contracted, the Flame Kirin, absorbed the holy-level resource Kirin blood feather, successfully comprehending the extraordinary skill Scarlet Flame Barrier. Scarlet Flame Barrier, extraordinary skill, constructs a barrier with endless flames, capable of regional sealing and also defending oneself. The system prompt sounded. The Scarlet Flame Barrier is actually a defensive technique. Li Luo couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, the fire type represents absolute ferocity and the strongest output, destruction. Yet this Flame Kirin's lifetime cultivation is not destruction but sealing and protection. The Scarlet Flame Barrier can seal enemies and also block attacks, possessing dual effects. Among many extraordinary skills, its strength is also very high. Li Luo was very satisfied with the Scarlet Flame Barrier that Little Sunflower comprehended. After all, a sealing defensive technique of the fire type is extremely rare. Mia. A trace of sadness flashed in Little Sunflower's eyes. It had completely refined the Kirin blood feather and triggered the ultimate sublimation of the inheritance thought, equivalent to browsing through the life of the Flame Kirin, still immersed in the fall of the Flame Kirin, unable to extricate itself. For the young Little Sunflower, life and death are still too distant. Little Sunflower. Li Luo was about to comfort it with a few words. Suddenly, the beast you contracted, the Flame Kirin, comprehended the life of the Flame Kirin, successfully comprehending the extraordinary skill Life Flame. Life Flame, extraordinary skill, can change the nature of flames from destruction to enhancement, gaining healing, purification, and other effects. The system prompt sounded again. At this moment, Li Luo was truly shocked. Extraordinary skill, Life Flame. Li Luo's eyes widened, thinking, even among many extraordinary skills, it can definitely rank in the top 10. An extraordinary skill that can directly turn Little Sunflower from an output role into a support role, completely changing the nature of flames. Little Sunflower, you really know how to surprise me. Extraordinary skills, countless. Li Luo made a judgment that Life Flame ranks among the top 10 among countless extraordinary skills, showcasing just how against the heavens this skill is. The flame Kirin you contracted actually awakened 2 extraordinary skills. Song Yu couldn't help but be stunned and said, "The creator of this Qilin blood feather has only just comprehended a super-level skill, the Crimson Flame Barrier, specifically chosen by the Flame Sage for you, just to make up for the Yan's Qilin success output, but insufficient defense. I'm afraid the Yan's Qilin has other insights from the Qilin blood feather." Xia Fei sighed. It seems this Yan's Qilin has an extremely high level of comprehension. Li Luo, what is the second super-level skill it has awakened? Song Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. Life Flame. Li Luo replied succinctly. He was about to explain the effect of Life Flame. What? Song Yu's eyes widened in shock as she trembled. Xiao Yankue actually comprehended Life Flame. This skill? Xia Fei's gaze also trembled. Master, Senior Song Yu, what profound meaning does this super-level skill hold? Li Luo's brows furrowed deeply. He knew very well that with Xia Fei and Song Yu's realms and strengths, they must have mastered quite a few holy-level skills. So how could they be so shocked by a super-level skill? The fires of the world can be divided into the 2 extremes of life and death. Xia Fei said solemnly, many great emperors majoring in fire only cultivate the fire of destruction. However, historically, there was one great emperor who cultivated the fire of life. That great emperor was known as the Life and Death Flame Emperor. Before his fall, the Life and Death Flame Emperor left behind a saying, anyone who comprehends Life Flame, if they can pass the test left by the Life and Death Flame Emperor, will obtain his inheritance. That inheritance is located within the Qilin Academy. After these words, Xia Fei's expression became extremely serious. In other words, Song Yu exclaimed, with Xiao Yankuei's comprehension of Life Flame, you can go to the Qilin Academy at any time and undergo the test of the Life and Death Flame Emperor. Once you pass the test, you will gain the second Great Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 75, The 2 Extremes of Blazing Flames. The Infiltration of the Dragon Realm. Life and Death Flame Emperor. Li Luo was immediately shocked. Every great emperor has left a significant mark in the history of the human race. The Life and Death Flame Emperor was a very special great emperor, awakening the legendary level talent, Life and Death Flame, easily able to reverse the properties of fire. In stillness, he blesses all beings. In anger, the heavenly fire burns the world. A great emperor, possessing ultimate destruction and invincible support. Truly all-powerful. Meow. Xiao Yankue was somewhat confused. Life and Death Flame Emperor? Inheritance? It turned out that Life Flame was actually the key to obtaining the inheritance of the Life and Death Flame Emperor. A flicker of understanding passed through Li Luo's eyes. Thinking, given the characteristics of Life Flame, perhaps it is the very foundation of the path that the Life and Death Flame Emperor cultivated. The super-level skill, Life Flame. It can reverse the properties of fire. After Xiao Yankue comprehended Life Flame, it was equivalent to stepping onto the path of the Life and Death Flame Emperor, destined to, in the future, bless all beings with one thought, and burn mountains and rivers with another. The super-level skill Life Flame is equivalent to a simplified version of the legendary level talent, Life and Death Flame. Li Luo pondered for a moment, thinking, however, the status of Life Flame is ultimately just super-level. As Xiao Yankue's realm increases and continuously refines her bloodline, the status of Life Flame will also rise, transforming into a holy-level skill, or even an emperor-level skill. Roar? Roar. Xiao Zongxing's eyes suddenly widened. What? Xiao Yankue is going to obtain a second Great Emperor's inheritance. After Li Luo obtained the inheritance of the Flame Emperor, the greatest gain was undoubtedly the 323 different levels of exotic fires in the Hall of Exotic Fires, all resources belonging to Xiao Yankue. Just the Flame Emperor's inheritance allowed Xiao Yankue to surpass Xiao Zongxing's realm and strength in a very short time. If she were to also obtain the inheritance of the Life and Death Flame Emperor, wouldn't Xiao Yankue ascend to the heavens? Xiao Zongxing couldn't help but think that in the future, Xiao Yankue's strength would be unparalleled, while it, Xiao Zongxing, would still be a little calami, trembling under Xiao Yankue's might. Just thinking about it made Xiao Zongxing feel suffocated. Didn't you say to find me a younger sister? Why have I become the younger brother? I want to become an emperor, not a younger brother. Cough cough. Li Luo sensed Xiao Zongxing's thoughts and wore a helpless expression, quickly saying, don't worry, once I obtain the Dragon Sovereign's inheritance in the future, you will soar. The inheritance of the Dragon Sovereign is many times more powerful than that of the great emperors. Xiao Yankue being stronger than you now doesn't mean she will always be stronger than you. Besides, Xiao Yankue hasn't obtained the inheritance of the Life and Death Flame Emperor yet, right? As long as you work hard to cultivate and quickly reach the extraordinary peak, even Xiao Yankue may not be your opponent. Roar. Xiao Songxing's dragon eyes gradually brightened. That's right. The universe is still undecided, and we are both dark horses. Who says I, Songxing, am destined to be inferior to Yang Kuei? Seeing this, Li Luo smiled helplessly. He did not believe that Xiao Songxing's future would be weaker than Xiao Yang Kuei. After all, Xiao Yang Kuei's strength was derived from the divine-level secret method, divine flame refining numerous exotic fires. In contrast, Xiao Songxing possessed the divine-level skill, desolate dragon divine body, which would inevitably grow stronger over time. Li Luo was not anxious about Xiao Yang Kuei leasing divine-level skills. Many fire-type divine-level skills represented the utmost destruction, but Xiao Yang Kuei's realm was still too low to utilize them. Even if they were leased, it would be a waste. Skills like the desolate dragon divine body, which grew passively, were also rare in the system's skill shop. The myth-level fire skills could only be used once Xiao Yang Kuei broke through to the king level. Li Luo couldn't help but ponder. He wasn't in a hurry. With the divine-level secret method, divine flame refining, Xiao Yang Kuei's strength would definitely far exceed her peers and easily challenge higher levels. Master, Li Luo suddenly spoke. I wonder if there are any other requirements for obtaining the inheritance of the Life and Death Flame Emperor besides comprehending Life Flame? King level. Xia Fei's gaze was solemn as she said, to obtain the inheritance of the Life and Death Flame Emperor, you must at least reach the King realm. Moreover, the inheritance of the Life and Death Flame Emperor is one of the great Emperor inheritances of the Qilin Academy. Since you come from the True Dragon Academy, you will definitely encounter obstacles in obtaining the inheritance. Both I and the Flame Sage will negotiate to secure an opportunity for you to acquire the inheritance. Before that, try not to reveal the power of Life Flame, lest those old fossils from the Qilin Academy find out that you qualify for the inheritance and prevent you from accepting it. Upon hearing this, Li Luo was immediately moved. His master had truly considered everything for him. Yes, Li Luo nodded seriously. Li Luo, Song Yu suddenly said, with Songxing and Yang Kuei's strength, shouldn't they be able to start challenging the True Dragon ranking now? Now, Li Luo was surprised. Song Yu, as a holy dragon, shouldn't have cared about the True Dragon ranking, yet she directly suggested that he challenge it? Song Yu. Xia Fei frowned and spoke to stop her. Sister Xia, I was just about to say. Song Yu huffed. Li Luo, you don't know how shameless the old fossils of the Dragon Master lineage are. They know you obtained the Flame Emperor's inheritance and actually pressured Sister Xia to make you give up a portion of the gains from the Flame Emperor's inheritance to enhance the foundation of the Dragon Master lineage. Although Sister Xia has borne many pressures, there are still some voices that believe you will eventually lean towards the Starfire lineage. And they use this reason to block many resources that were originally negotiated for you. If you can let Xiao Songxing demonstrate sufficient strength, even overpowering those old fossils like Jining, there will be no more reasons to make things difficult for you. The many resources Sister Xia fought for you will also be released directly. As she spoke, Song Yu's anger was nearly uncontrollable. She had gone through a lot of back and forth and wished she could directly eliminate those old fossils. But she couldn't do that. Once these old dragon masters are exterminated, it would completely offend the dragon realm and break the balance between the various realms and the Xia kingdom. At that time, all the emperors will come to hold us accountable. Master, Senior Tsongyue. Li Luo furrowed his brows and asked in confusion, I don't quite understand. As a peerless genius and a member of the Dragon Master lineage, why would they still make things difficult for me? He was extremely puzzled. A peerless genius, as long as they do not fall midway, is destined to become an emperor. The Dragon Master lineage, with many old Dragon Masters at the Holy Spirit level. How dare they offend a future great emperor? You are unaware. Song Yue sneered and said, the Dragon Master lineage has been silent for who knows how long. Before Sister Xia rose, the Dragon Master lineage was almost infiltrated by the Dragon realm. Therefore, those old Dragon Masters naturally do not wish for you to rise completely. After all, you have no ties to the Dragon realm. Upon hearing this, Li Luo suddenly realized. He became even more determined in his thoughts. It seems that the second cleansing of the Dragon Master lineage is already imminent. Luoer, you need not worry. Xia Fei smiled gently and said, once I become an emperor and break free from all constraints, I will definitely cleanse the Dragon Master lineage thoroughly, even if the Dragon realm is furious. I am not afraid. Chapter 76. The Battle of the True Dragon ranking begins. Xia Fei and Song Yue then left. In the living room, dishes were being served. Each dish's ingredients were certainly not simple, coming from a king-level 10th tier fierce beast, the blazing sub-dragon. The many dishes were naturally prepared for Li Luo. As for Songxing and Yang Kuei, they did not need cooking and could eat them raw. Compared to cooking, eating them raw undoubtedly helps absorb the nutrients better. Zhang Yao was busy in the kitchen, her face beaming with a happy smile. With her talent evolving from the heart of the succubus to the heart of desire, Zhang Yao felt that her wishes had been fulfilled. Hee hee, Zhang Yao thought to herself. The master treats me so well. He must be unable to resist my charm. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. At the dining table, Jiang Yao quietly took off her little shoes. Her toes wrapped in black stockings gently brushing against Li Luo's calf, constantly observing his expression, only to find that Li Luo was completely lost in thought. What? Jiang Yao was dumbfounded, thinking, I've evolved to a level of talent, and the allure of the heart of desire is so much stronger than the heart of the succubus. Yet you remain unmoved? Don't mess around. Li Luo frowned slightly and directly grabbed Jiang Yao's delicate foot. Jiang Yao's pretty face instantly turned red. Her beautiful eyes were glistening. It's over. Jiang Yao was stunned. The heart of desire, unlike the heart of the succubus, not only can stir the desires of living beings, but its own flame will also be much stronger. Just having her little foot held, she was already finding it hard to bear. Before the evolution of the heart of desire, this was absolutely unimaginable. Master. Jiang Yao's pretty face was as red as blood, her long legs wrapped in black stockings quietly coming together, her voice tinged with a hint of urgency. Saying, you have to let go. Oh, Li Luo couldn't help but show an interested expression, saying, is this not okay? In his words, he quietly increased his grip. Jiang Yao's delicate body trembled slightly, and she softly said, Master, please let me go. Amidst it all, there seemed to be the sound of a bathroom door opening. The true dragon ranking? After deep contemplation, he thought, it seems that Ji Ning is indeed being supported by the dragon realm. Li Luo made a reasonable judgment. He had naturally investigated Ji Ning and knew that she once wanted to take Xia Fei as her master, but was turned away. Xia Fei had not shown up at all. After that, Ji Ning was received by several Holy Spirit-level dragon masters and became the actual saintess of the dragon master lineage. Not knowing how many resources she had obtained to grow so rapidly. Master, Songyue, you fought for many resources for me, yet you dare to obstruct me. Li Luo's gaze turned cold, saying, do you really think I have no temper? Wow. He immediately stood up. Roar. Little Songxing's eyes were also filled with endless battle intent. The true dragon ranking. Li Luo sneered and said, there shall be the name of the Tsang Tian Huanglong. In a standalone villa. The true dragon battle letter. Nangong Ran's eyes were filled with exhaustion. Since he climbed to the 1000th place on the true dragon ranking, he had gone through countless challenges, enduring hardships, just to maintain his position at 1000th. After finally enduring to the break, resting for 2 months without facing challenges, it could be said to be the most carefree time for Nangong Ran. However, just as school started again, he received several true dragon battle letters. After the 100th place on the true dragon ranking, if someone issues a true dragon battle letter, one must accept one of them. Otherwise, they will be eliminated from the true dragon ranking. As long as one is on the true dragon ranking, they can obtain many resources and have higher privileges within the True Dragon Academy, with many facilities available for free. Nangong Ran did not want to be removed from the True Dragon ranking. Nangong Ran's gaze froze. He picked up one of the battle letters, glanced at the signature section, and couldn't help but rub his eyes in surprise, saying, Challenger, Li Luo? He is the #1 freshman. A peerless genius with the awakened Ancestral Dragon talent. A freshman actually dares to challenge me. Doesn't he know that the True Dragon ranking battle absolutely does not allow beast masters to enhance their talents, only allowing the contracted beasts to fight each other? Nangong Ran naturally knew that Li Luo had shone brightly in the inheritance secret realm, displaying terrifying combat power, annihilating a small-scale beast tide. The True Dragon ranking only considers the combat power of the beasts, absolutely not allowing the beast masters to intervene, so as to test the true strength of the beasts. Li Luo, even if your strength is strong, you cannot enhance the Ancestral Dragon talent of the wild dragon you contracted. It can only be at the extraordinary level of 7 tiers, right? You don't think that after a summer vacation of 2 months, my contracted Thunder Lion has made no progress, do you? Tier Commander? I am no longer that. The current Thunder Lion is a tier commander of 5 tiers. With this thought, Nangong Ran no longer hesitated. He accepted the challenge. Li Luo actually wants to challenge me? Kuboan laughed out loud, saying, the high mountain giant ape I contracted has broken through to tier commander level 7. If I wanted, I could even let the high mountain giant ape rise from its current ranking of 825 to the top 700. The True Dragon ranking battle only considers the combat power of the beasts. Thus, I will temper your sharpness. Defeating a peerless genius would be enough to make my name resound. The True Dragon battle letter turned to ashes. An invisible wave surged into the air above the True Dragon Academy. A ranking list quietly appeared. It was the True Dragon ranking. The world knows that the True Dragon ranking is a Holy Spirit-level beast-controlling life form that possesses its own consciousness, can update the True Dragon ranking in real time, can coordinate the True Dragon battles, and has unmatched combat power. Furthermore, many saints speculate that the stronger the talents, geniuses, and monsters recorded on the True Dragon ranking, the stronger the power of the True Dragon ranking will be. At the same time, in various places of the True Dragon Academy, page after page of True Dragon battle letters silently ignited. The True Dragon ranking recorded a series of upcoming True Dragon battles. Among them, the signatures of the challengers were all the same. Challenger, Song Tian Huanglong, belonging to Li Luo. The True Dragon Academy was completely shaken. Crazy. Li Luo actually challenged the 1000th ranked Nangong Ran on the True Dragon ranking, all the way to the 100th ranked Wenfenghua. The beast he would battle was actually that young wild dragon. In one day, the number of challengers exceeded 100. My god. Even the 100th ranked Wenfenghua agreed. 2 months ago, Wenfenghua's Black Thunder Serpent had already reached the Lord level 3rd tier. 2 months later, the Black Thunder Serpent's strength will undoubtedly skyrocket. In the True Dragon ranking battle, there is no way Li Luo's contracted juvenile wild dragon, which has not even reached the commander level, could compete against Nangong Ran's Thunder Lion. TSK, Li Luo has truly become arrogant. In the True Dragon ranking battle, he is destined to experience the most devastating defeat of his life. Chapter 77, Afraid to Fight? Li Luo appears. Students, whether new or old, are extremely pessimistic about Li Luo's True Dragon battle. The rankings on the True Dragon list reflect the Beast Master levels, which have a lagging effect. However, the Beast Masters listed on the True Dragon list are at least pure Blood King species, or even Overlord level bloodlines. Even a Holy Spirit level bloodline is not absent from the True Dragon list. Such bloodlines have almost no bottlenecks in breaking through levels. As long as there are enough resources, they can continuously improve their realms. Every time a new semester starts, the True Dragon list gets reshuffled. It is only at the beginning of the new semester that it roughly maintains its original form. TSK. Li Luo can't possibly want to reshuffle the True Dragon list, right? To me, he can't even defeat Nangong Ran, who is ranked 1000th, along with her contracted Thunder Lion. He even challenged Wenfenghua, who is ranked 100th. Isn't that courting death? Challenging the commander level with extraordinary level has some hope, but Wenfenghua, ranked 100th, is a genuine Lord level Beastmaster. No matter how talented Li Luo is, he relies on the Ancestral Dragon talent. In the True Dragon ranking battle, without the enhancement of Beastmaster talent, how much strength can his contracted juvenile wild dragon have? Amidst the discussions, a long dragon roar echoed through the sky. A golden True Dragon phantom slithered in. In an instant, it transformed into a golden ranking list, suspended high in the sky. What the heck? The True Dragon list actually appeared? No wonder Li Luo, the extraordinary genius, has such high authority in the True Dragon Academy that even the spirit of the True Dragon list has descended. TSK, so what? Such a grand scene will only further highlight Li Luo's embarrassing defeat. How ridiculous it is. Just at the extraordinary level, he dares to challenge the True Dragon list, destined to become a laughingstock. The appearance of the True Dragon list completely ignited the True Dragon Academy. Many geniuses and prodigies came upon hearing the news. Li Luo. Su Qingxuang looked at the sky and couldn't help but purse her lips, whispering, "It's only been 3 days. Can't you calm down a bit?" This time, Li Luo's challenge to the True Dragon list is simply too irrational. Qi Yong shook his head. Even if Li Luo obtained the Flame Emperor's inheritance, the juvenile wild dragon he contracted is not of the fire system. How can it apply to the wild dragon? I'm afraid that juvenile wild dragon's strength hasn't improved much at all. Anyone who ascended the True Dragon list is undoubtedly a junior or senior, having cultivated 2 or 3 more years than us new students. Dongcheng sighed and said, no matter how highly Luo's talent is, even if the contracted wild dragon has the bloodline of the Azure Sky wild dragon, facing the beast masters contracted by 3rd and 4th year students, he is bound to face a devastating defeat. Li Luo is indeed too arrogant. Su Ji also held a pessimistic view, lamenting, if he trained for another year or 2, even if he made it to the top 100 of the True Dragon list, I wouldn't be surprised. But how long has it been since Li Luo contracted that wild dragon? Just 3 days ago, that juvenile wild dragon was only at extraordinary level 7. Although Li Luo's Azure Star's realm has long surpassed Qi Yong, Dongcheng, and Su Ji, these 3 extraordinary prodigies, the opponents Li Luo is challenging are, after all, powerful beast masters on the True Dragon list. Without the enhancement of the Ancestral Dragon talent, Li Luo's contracted Azure Star will completely reveal its true strength. The greatest possibility is that it will be directly overwhelmed by the powerful beast masters on the True Dragon list. Master, Jiang Yao's eyes flashed with worry. She had long speculated that Li Luo would challenge the True Dragon list. But Jiang Yao's guess was that Li Luo would only challenge beast masters ranked after 900 on the True Dragon list, at most fighting just one battle. However, Li Luo's actions completely exceeded Jiang Yao's understanding. He actually issued challenge letters to the True Dragon list, and even if only a small portion responded, he would have to face over 100 True Dragon battles. Just from the records of the True Dragon list, the opponents of Little Azure Star are at least at the Commander level 3rd tier, with the highest even reaching Lord level 3rd tier. Su Qingxuang whispered, "This is just the surface realm. Over the past 2 months, who knows how much the beast masters on the True Dragon list have improved." TSK, this Li Luo is truly crazy. A playful voice slowly emerged. Many new and old students were shocked. Su Yuyu? She actually came too. Not just her. Even Lu Tianfeng and even Jining are here. It seems that these 3 strongest seniors in the True Dragon Academy are also very interested in Li Luo's true combat power. As long as they know the strength of the juvenile wild dragon, they can reasonably infer how strong the enhancement of the Ancestral Dragon talent is for beast masters. This is extremely valuable information. Amidst the discussions, Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyu didn't pay any attention. I am now very curious about what rank Li Luo's contracted juvenile wild dragon can achieve on the True Dragon list. Lu Tianfeng revealed a hint of a smile, casually saying, Li Luo can't possibly be unable to defeat even Nangong Ran, ranked 1000th, right? Jining, what do you think? Su Yuyu suddenly said. I don't know. Jining shook her head slightly. Deep down, however, she felt something unusual. Since the Inheritance Secret Realm, Jining had carefully investigated Li Luo, from apprenticeship under Xia Fei to the arena battles, and even Li Luo's actions in the Inheritance Secret Realm, always calculating before acting, only revealing his brilliance when he had enough confidence. Could it be that he really has confidence? Jining hesitated in her heart, thinking, the challengers in the True Dragon battle are all true prodigies fighting at extraordinary levels. Crossing ranks, right? Wow. Golden light slowly fell. Challenger, Azure Sky, Wild Dragon. Realm, unknown. Belonging, Li Luo. Responder, Thunder Lion. Realm, Commander level 5. Belonging, Nangong Ran. Countless golden lights transformed into 2 lines of text, appearing. In the True Dragon battle, challenges can only proceed from low to high. Once Li Luo is defeated by Nangong Ran, he cannot stop and must battle other challengers. Nangong Ran's Thunder Lion has indeed improved, breaking through from Commander level 3 to Commander level 5. As for strength, it has at least increased several times. Nangong Ran seems quite confident. TSK indeed. The Thunder Lion contracted by Nangong Ran has used countless treasures, and its bloodline has been refined many times, having already evolved into a top-level king species. Mastering several high-tier skills, and its combat power is absolutely not to be underestimated. Facing the Thunder Lion with the Azure Sky Wild Dragon. Unless Li Luo's Azure Sky Wild Dragon breaks through to the Commander level, otherwise, victory or defeat is truly uncertain. Many new and old students gasped in awe. On the battlefield, Nangong Ran stood proudly, accompanied by the extremely mighty Thunder Lion, and said loudly, Li Luo, are you not going to appear? Could it be that you are afraid to fight? Roar. The Thunder Lion let out a furious roar, an overwhelming momentum filling the entire battlefield. Roar. Amidst the dragon roar, it seemed that even the Thunder Lion's roar was suppressed. Li Luo, he has come, Qiyong exclaimed, saying, the text of the True Dragon list seems to be changing. Extraordinary level 10. Li Luo's contracted juvenile wild dragon has reached extraordinary level 10. Chapter 78, Azure Star Thunder Lion. 3 days ago, Li Luo's contracted young wild dragon was clearly at the extraordinary level of 7th rank. In just 3 days, it has broken through 3 ranks, rising to extraordinary level 10. 1 rank per day. What a terrifying speed of breakthrough. As one's realm increases, it becomes more and more difficult. You all say that the wild dragon contracted by Li Luo 1T break through to the commander level in battle, right? Many new and old students are all shocked. Extraordinary level 10. Su Qingxing tightly pursed her lips, her eyes trembling slightly. 3 days, how short is that? After her breakthrough to extraordinary level 2, just consolidating her realm took far more than 3 days, let alone raising her realm. In contrast, Li Luo directly raised the realm of Little Tsangxing by 3 ranks, and its foundation is still extremely solid, seemingly able to break through to the commander level at any time. Not only Su Qingxing, but even Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyu couldn't help but show complex expressions. Such a speed of breakthrough, even a genius could only be in awe. Extraordinary level 10? Nangong Ran frowned tightly and said coldly, Li Luo, if your contracted wild dragon breaks through to the commander level, I would still be wary. But your wild dragon is still at the extraordinary level. With such a huge gap in realm, how do you plan to overcome it? Have you misunderstood something? Li Luo's gaze was calm as he smiled and said, for the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon, crossing a major realm to challenge is not the most basic thing. Arrogant. Anger flashed in Nangong Rant's eyes as he said, Li Luo, you are truly exceedingly arrogant. Very well. I will let you know just how great the gap is between the commander level and the extraordinary level. Unfortunately, the rules of the true dragon battle do not allow for all beastmaster talents, secret techniques, and skills to be used. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be confident in defeating you. In terms of strength and talent, I am indeed inferior to you. But the frenzied thunder lion that I contracted and cultivated will definitely not be weaker than your wild dragon. In the vast true dragon academy, who doesn't know that Li Luo, with all his might, quelled a small beast tide, killing countless extraordinary level 10 ferocious beasts, his combat power being extraordinarily strong. Even Nangong Rand felt ashamed. However, the rules of the true dragon ranking battle do not allow beastmasters to interfere. They can only observe and command from the sidelines, which undoubtedly completely diminishes Li Luo's advantage. Nangong Rand couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he thoroughly defeats Li Luo, he will definitely gain fame. And the many powerful figures in the True Dragon Academy will certainly not turn a blind eye, and will certainly increase resource allocation. Frenzied Thunder Lion? Li Luo's gaze slowly turned to the Frenzied Thunder Lion, feeling the terrifying thunderstorm, as if it would drown the entire battlefield. The True Dragon battle was about to start. A bit weak, Li Luo frowned slightly and casually said, Little Tsangxing, take care of it. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar, an excited dragon's roar resounded. In these 3 days, little Tsangxing had been focused on cultivation, having no time for battle, and the battle intent within it had long been eager to boil over. Arrogant. Simply arrogant. Nangong Ran was almost on the verge of breaking down. The Frenzied Thunder Lion was the most powerful among the 3 beasts contracted by Nangong Ran, and had even made it onto the True Dragon ranking, representing Nangong Ran's strongest combat power. Yet in Li Luo's mouth, it had been reduced to weak. How could Nangong Ran accept this? He was about to say something when boom, endless thunder rained down. High-level skill, Thunder Strike. In terms of destructiveness, the Thunder system is no less than the Fire system, and in terms of speed, it far exceeds the Fire system. Such a Thunder Strike is nearly impossible to dodge. In fact, little Tsangxing had no thought of dodging at all. On the battlefield, there was no need to consider consumption or injuries. After the battle ended, everything would be healed. Therefore, little Tsangxing bathed in the thunder, unleashing extreme speed. Wrapped in ancient power, mixed with brilliant thunder, and instantly appeared in front of the Frenzied Thunder Lion, raising its dragon claws high, mobilizing endless ancient power, and heavily smashing down. Roar! The Frenzied Thunder Lion's pupils suddenly constricted. In this moment of crisis, it quickly gathered a large amount of thunder, transforming it into a thunder shield. High-level skill, Thunder Guard. Crack! The thunder shield shattered instantly. Roar! A trace of disappointment flashed in little Tsangxing's dragon eyes. This Frenzied Thunder Lion is indeed a bit weak. If little Yankuei were to battle, even a wisp of flame would probably be able to instantly kill the Frenzied Thunder Lion. In contrast, little Tsangxing had to go through so much trouble, bathing in endless thunder, and still had to charge in. With that thought, little Tsangxing's eyes suddenly turned serious. Bang! The dragon claw smashed down. The Frenzied Thunder Lion's body almost deformed. If it weren't for the undying array, this Frenzied Thunder Lion would probably be on the brink of collapse. Frenzied Thunder Lion defeated. A line of golden text slowly emerged. In the sky, the True Dragon ranking's 1000th position, belonging to the Frenzied Thunder Lion, quietly dissipated. Song Tian Wild Dragon took its place. 1000th place, Song Tian Wild Dragon. Realm, Extraordinary Level 10. Belongs to Li Luo. 1000th place? Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile, secretly thinking, this is just the beginning. Ranking on the True Dragon ranking can also earn many rewards. The top 1000 can earn 10 million Daxia coins each month. The top 900 can earn 20 million Daxia coins each month. And so on. If he can rank in the top 200, he can earn 80 million Daxia coins each month. If he is 100th, that's 100 million. If he can rank in the top 10, just the Daxia coin rewards alone would be 1 billion each month, with a maximum of 2 billion. The most crucial thing is, the True Dragon ranking can have multiple contracted beasts on the list, receiving multiple rewards. For example, Jining has a total of 4 contracted beasts, ranking in the top 10 of the True Dragon ranking, earning 7 billion Daxia coins each month. The rewards from the True Dragon ranking over 2 months are comparable to a piece of Holy Grade resource. Holy Grade resources, how precious are they? They are considered priceless. Even if Jining has over 10 billion, he can only exchange for many extraordinary resources. However, Li Luo doesn't care. He doesn't lack holy grade resources. But the myth-level secret techniques, skills, and meditation methods from the level he rented will surely increase with the rise of his realm and the increase of contracted beasts. At that time, the 1 billion Daxia coins he has will definitely not be enough. The true dragon ranking can continuously provide Daxia coins, undoubtedly perfectly supplying his rental needs. Li Luo pondered for a moment, secretly thinking, if he can rank high on the true dragon ranking, and even push Jining's contracted beasts out of the top 10, those old guys from the Dragon Master lineage will have no excuses. Indeed, many of Jining's contracted beasts, even the weakest among them, the cunning demon dragon, has reached the commander level of 7th rank, which is definitely not something little Sangxing can match. But since Li Luo dares to think, he naturally has a plan. The first step is to let little Sangxing reach the peak of extraordinary level. Li Luo's gaze gradually became serious. On the other side, Nangong Ran looked at the frenzied Thunder Lion, easily defeated by little Sangxing, feeling a flush on his face, more shocked by the frenzied Thunder Lion's combat power. How strong it was. It was actually killed in an instant. Chapter 79, Louis Fei's Jealousy. Nangong Ran's anger. The frenzied Thunder Lion has lost. A commander level 5 frenzied Thunder Lion was directly killed in an instant by an extraordinary level 10 wild dragon. The frenzied Thunder Lion is a pureblood top king species, reaching king level 10 as an adult. Even when encountering some commander level 7 ferocious beasts, it can crush them, yet it was easily killed by Li Luo's contracted Songtian wild dragon. True dragon ranking, 1000th place. How long has it been since the school started? Has Li Luo's contracted juvenile wild dragon already attained such terrifying power? A juvenile wild dragon with lord level potential. How on earth did Li Luo cultivate it? Freshmen and seniors alike were all stunned. Whether it was the terrifying combat power of the little Sangxing or Li Luo's astonishing cultivation ability, everything surpassed common sense, leaving the freshmen and seniors in extreme shock. Especially the 3rd and 4th year students. Most of the pet beasts they had cultivated remained at the extraordinary level, and in terms of realm and combat power, they were even inferior to the little Sangxing. Many seniors had spent 2 to 3 years cultivating, yet they were still not as good as Li Luo, who only cultivated for 10 days. Is this what a once-in-a-century prodigy looks like? Level, Ancestral Dragon. The combat power is astonishing, and even the cultivation ability is so against the heavens. Haha, we ordinary geniuses don't even deserve to be green leaves in front of a once-in-a-century prodigy. The seniors could only smile bitterly. Students at the True Dragon Academy, regardless of their beast-taming talent level, were all proud and would never think they would be weaker than others in the future. Generally speaking, in the 4 years at the True Dragon Academy, almost all students with awaken level talents could gain opportunities to transform into level talents. Those who start with awaken level talents also have a considerable chance to transform into level talents. However, if one starts with awaken level talents and wants to transform into level talents, the difficulty increases exponentially. One must fight against the heavens for their life, not knowing how much effort and great opportunities are needed to have hope. In the True Dragon Academy, there are at least hundreds of prodigies with awaken level talents. But in the end, only Lu Tianfeng and Su Yuyu transformed into level talents. As for Jining, she was already a level prodigy. Even Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyu found it hard to gain the recognition of others in the True Dragon Academy. Level talents. Are they really that strong? The situation is still uncertain. Even level talents have a slim hope of transforming into higher levels. However, when the freshmen and seniors repeatedly witnessed Li Luo's almost heaven-defying performance, they couldn't even harbor a sense of competition, only feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Just 10 days surpassed our years of effort. As fellow students of the True Dragon Academy, even if Li Luo did not demonstrate level talent, does he have to be challenged beyond his level? A once-in-a-century prodigy is destined to dominate an era. Could it really be just a rumor? The expressions of the freshmen and seniors were complex. Even if Li Luo's wild dragon had heaven-defying combat power, how far could it go on the True Dragon ranking? In the crowd, Louis Fei's jealousy was almost overflowing as he loudly proclaimed, "This time, Li Luo has sent out hundreds of True Dragon battle letters, with challengers reaching over 100. Li Luo only defeated Nangongran, who ranked the lowest among the more than 100 challengers, and the weakest in combat power on the True Dragon ranking. The Thunder Lion. This True Dragon ranking battle is destined to end in the most brutal defeat for Li Luo. Perhaps after this defeat, he will never recover. Haha, what once-in-a-century prodigy. He is likely to be silent from now on." Louis Fei's words drew the attention of many freshmen and seniors. Several freshmen and seniors couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. "So it's you." Su Qingxue snorted coldly and said, "A few days ago, you wanted to hype him up. only to be directly humiliated by Li Luo. But you have no strength to take revenge, so you can only harbor resentment and bark from the sidelines? Louis Fei, if you truly have strength, why not follow Li Luo's example and issue a true dragon battle challenge to the true dragon ranking? Currently, the 1000th place on the true dragon ranking is indeed Li Luo. As soon as she finished speaking, Louis Fei's expression changed completely. Su Qingshue's words undoubtedly made Louis Fei lose face completely. Challenge the true dragon ranking? With Louis Fei's extraordinary first-level realm. Not to mention, the 1000th place on the true dragon ranking is still Li Luo and the little Songxing. How could Louis Fei not see that the combat power of that juvenile wild dragon is certainly not limited to the 1000th place on the true dragon ranking and will definitely climb further? The commanding level 5th tier Thunder Lion was instantly killed. If Louis Fei were to take the stage, he would probably not even be able to withstand the little Songxing's momentum and would surely become a laughingstock. I thought it was someone important. It turns out to be a clown, Jiang Yao said mockingly. Just barking. How ridiculous. You. Louis Fei's face turned completely red. When he raised his head to look at the battlefield, he found that Li Luo's expression remained unchanged, his indifferent eyes never dropping their gaze. Louis Fei, right? Nan Gongran's eyes were filled with indifference as he coldly said, I, Nan Gongran, must acknowledge Li Luo's talent and strength. And what are you? He walked step by step towards him. Under the effect of the healing array, the Thunder Lion had completely recovered and followed behind Nan Gongran. Its commanding level 5th tier momentum was incredibly overwhelming, almost turning into substance. Facing Nan Gongran and the Thunder Lion, Louis Fei felt a sense of disorientation. His mind was extremely dazed. Haha, useless, Nan Gongran said coldly. You can't even withstand the might of the Thunder Lion. Indeed, Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao were right. You are just a lowly wild dog, only barking from behind. Roar. The Thunder Lion suddenly charged out. Louis Fei had no time to react before being pinned to the ground by the Thunder Lion's paw. When he faced the lion's eyes of the Thunder Lion, the fear sank deep into his heart. Freshmen and seniors couldn't help but cast pitying glances. This Louis Fei has truly gone mad. How dare he provoke Nan Gongran? Does Louis Fei not know that Nan Gongran comes from the Nangong family and is a notorious playboy, extremely arrogant? Even though Louis Fei lost to Li Luo, he is still not someone a freshman prodigy like Louis Fei can provoke. There are rules in the True Dragon Academy. Students of different grades cannot casually battle each other. A group of geniuses and prodigies, after one more year of cultivation, the gap in strength will be vast. And it will only be a crushing situation, even causing lower grade students to completely collapse mentally and become useless. If Nan Gongran takes action against Louis Fei, he will definitely face punishment. But he didn't care at all. Bang! In Louis Fei's terrified gaze, the Thunder Lion pinned him down, then raised another paw and instantly sent Louis Fei flying. How immense is the Thunder Lion's power? Louis Fei's body deformed and fell into a near-death state. Gasping for breath. Notify the medical department. Nan Gongran said coldly, Level prodigy? How long have you been cultivating to dare to be so arrogant? At this moment, Li Luo finally cast his gaze over. Brother Nangong, thank you. Li Luo chuckled and said, it really does put my brother in a difficult position to deal with this clown. Chapter 80. The once-in-a-century prodigy, Nan Gongzhen. No problem. Nan Gongren laughed heartily and said, Brother Li Luo, you disdain to deal with this clown, but I am different. You see, I have always hated such lowly wild dogs. Louis Fei, lying on the ground, hearing the conversation between Li Luo and Nan Gongran, couldn't help but twitch a bit, wishing he could just die right then and there. Freshmen and seniors all cast pitying and mocking glances. A level prodigy dared to provoke Nan Gongran. It truly is seeking death. TSK, Li Luo couldn't be bothered to care, treating him like a clown. After all, in terms of talent, realm, and strength, Louis Fei was like an ant in front of Li Luo. How could a true dragon lower his gaze to an ant? Nan Gongran would not indulge him. Even if he faced punishment from the academy, what could be done? Behind Nan Gongran is the Nangong family. In the military, that one-level general, destined to become an emperor, is also surnamed Nangong. The Nangong family is bound to rise among the imperial clans. Although Nangong Ran is not considered outstanding within the Nangong family, she can still act without any worries. As Liu Yifei listened to the various discussions, the regret in his heart was indescribable. He originally thought that within the rules of the academy, he could do as he pleased. Little did he know that in the Beastmaster world, strength reigns supreme. With Liu Yifei's talent and strength, he absolutely cannot afford to offend either Li Luo or Nangong Ran. Li Luo, Nangong Ran laughed heartily and said, after this battle, I am completely convinced. With your talent, you are not at all inferior to my second uncle. The title of a peerless genius is truly deserved. If you are interested, I can introduce you to meet my second uncle in the future. Her words caused many new and old students to tremble with shock. Nangong Ran's second uncle, Nangong Jun. Today, Nangong Jun's realm has long surpassed the overlord level. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the saints, chatting and laughing with them. How many prestigious families and ancient lineages have stood behind Nangong Jun for thousands of years? Looking forward to the day he ascends to the throne of the emperor. Would two peerless geniuses really meet? Many new and old students were astounded. Nangong Jun and Li Luo represent two different eras. Before Nangong Jun, only Summer Fei could represent an era, but even Summer Fei is slightly inferior to Nangong Jun. Thanks to my brother for the introduction. Li Luo couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew about Nangong Ran's background, that peerless genius with the strength of the saints. Nangong Jun was certainly someone Li Luo was very interested in. However, Li Luo never expected that Nangong Ran's personality would be so intriguing. A battle of true dragons unexpectedly built a wonderful friendship between Li Luo and Nangong Ran. Soon, the medical team arrived. A number of king-level support beastmasters summoned many auxiliary beasts and cast healing spells, quickly healing Lu Yifei's injuries. Even though Nangong Ran's family background is extraordinary, he would never dare to kill Lu Yifei on the spot in the True Dragon Academy. Looking around the True Dragon Academy, only Li Luo had such confidence. Nangong Ran, you will pay for this. Lu Yifei gritted his teeth and said coldly, wait until I improve my realm. I will make you pay the price. I'll wait for you. Nangong Ran laughed heartily and said, I hope when you meet the Thunder Lion again, you won't be consumed by fear. Next comes the punishment and compensation. To this, Nangong Ran was completely unconcerned. How interesting. Li Luo smiled slightly. He stood in the arena, bathed in golden light. Above the sky, two lines of text quietly appeared. Challenger, Song Tian Huanglong. Realm, Extraordinary Level 10. Belonging, Li Luo. Challenger, Blood Demon Fly. Realm, Commander Level 7. Belonging, Li Kuei. Buzz. Buzz. A large blood-colored fly descended from the sky. A pure-blood top king species. Commander Level 7, Blood Demon Fly. Unlike the Thunder Lion, which is majestic, this Blood Demon Fly exudes an extremely cold aura, appearing very sinister and resentful. The second match is against the Blood Demon Fly. The Thunder Lion ranks 1000th on the True Dragon ranking. However, the Blood Demon Fly ranks 723rd. It is said that the Blood Demon Fly contracted by Li Kuei has a very insidious style and can manipulate blood. If Li Luo's contracted Huanglong spills even a drop of blood, he is likely to be defeated. There is no doubt that the Blood Demon Fly contracted by Li Kuei also possesses the strength to defeat the Thunder Lion. The outcome between the Blood Demon Fly and Huanglong is still uncertain. Many old students were discussing this matter. They have spent too long in the True Dragon Academy. Every change on the True Dragon ranking causes a sensation. The Blood Demon Fly is too eerie. Many old students felt extremely wary, naturally paying more attention. Li Luo, do you really think that defeating the Thunder Lion means you can defeat me? Li Kuei looked extremely thin, as if shrouded in blood, and said coldly, the Thunder Lion? Just another defeated opponent of the Blood Demon Fly. Even the Blood Demon Fly is merely my second contracted beast. You seem quite dissatisfied. Li Luo chuckled softly and said, the Blood Demon Fly is ranked 723rd, while your strongest contracted beast, the blood-sucking mosquito, is ranked 611th. Whether it's the Blood Demon Fly or the blood-sucking mosquito, I have issued a True Dragon challenge to both. And you, Li Kuei, have accepted them all. Perhaps you want to defeat me twice, huh? What a good idea. There are a total of 1,000 beasts on the True Dragon ranking. However, there are only over 300 students who are ranked. Many of the ranked beasts belong to the same Beastmaster. Li Luo issued 2 True Dragon challenges to Li Kuei, and Li Kuei accepted them both. What? Li Luo simultaneously challenged Li Kuei's contracted Blood Demon Fly and blood-sucking mosquito. This means that Li Luo's contracted Huanglong must battle Li Kuei twice. The Blood Demon Fly is terrifying enough, let alone the stronger blood-sucking mosquito. No wonder Li Kuei's hostility is so evident. Li Luo's challenge is undoubtedly a provocation. All the old students were astonished. They couldn't help but think, if Li Luo's strength is insufficient, wouldn't he be defeated twice? If Li Kuei can win both matches, he will undoubtedly become famous. Historically, many peerless geniuses have not been without defeats. But if one can continuously defeat a peerless genius twice, it would be recorded in history. After all, if a peerless genius repeatedly loses to one person, they will become a complete laughingstock. Chapter 81. Holy Dragon Species? Reverse Scale. Li Luo, you are really arrogant. Li Kuei revealed a hint of a mocking smile and jeered, you dare to challenge me twice. You are destined to pay the price for your arrogance. If you lose to me twice, you will become a laughingstock. As a level genius, having cultivated 2 beasts on the True Dragon ranking in just his junior year, Li Kuei's inner pride is undoubtedly very high. Li Luo simultaneously issued 2 True Dragon challenges. Li Kuei could have accepted only one, but he did not hesitate at all and ignited both True Dragon challenges, just to trample Li Luo beneath his feet. You talk too much. Li Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and said casually, "You don't think that just because I dare to challenge, I don't have confidence, do you?" Confidence? Li Kuei dismissed it, saying, "Just based on your contracted Huanglong? Extraordinary level 10 realm. As a genius. How could Li Kuei think that Li Luo's young Huanglong could leap over 7 levels to defeat the commander level 7 Blood Demon Fly? The difference in great realms is not so easily crossed," Li Kuei firmly stated. "Even if you defeated the Thunder Lion, how can the Thunder Lion compare to the Blood Demon Fly in terms of strength?" Li Kuei, Nangong Ran frowned and said coldly, "You keep emphasizing the difference in great realms. You should know that Li Luo's contracted Huanglong reached its peak during its awakening, right? One peak can offset the difference in great realms. In other words, this young Huanglong can be considered as a commander level 1 beast." Li Kuei's expression changed slightly. Peak. How could he not know? So what? Li Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Even if it reaches the peak, there is still a difference of 6 levels. How can it be compensated? Why don't you look up and see the name Song Tian Huanglong on the True Dragon ranking?" Nangong Ran sneered and said, "Song Tian Huanglong is the strongest true dragon of the first Beastmaster, Saint Xia, and is a true imperial dragon species. Li Luo's contracted Huanglong, named after Song Tian Huanglong, indicates that the concentration of its bloodline within must not be low. I can boldly speculate. This young ancient dragon is probably a holy dragon breed, and once it matures, it will become a saint." At this moment, Nangong Ran's eyes were filled with mockery as she said, "The blood demon fly and blood mosquito you contracted are probably just top-tier monarch breeds, right? Compared to the holy dragon breed, there is a full 2 major realms of difference in bloodlines. How do you plan to make up for that?" Boom. This statement was deafening. Indeed, the detection of the True Dragon ranking cannot be wrong. The name of the ancient dragon, with a bloodline concentration of no less than 50 or even higher. A 50 bloodline of an Emperor Dragon breed is equivalent to a direct descendant of an Emperor Dragon. Absolutely comparable to a pure-blood Holy Dragon breed. Li Kuei keeps saying that the difference in major realms cannot be surpassed, but what about the difference in bloodlines? How can he overcome that? No wonder this young ancient dragon can easily crush the Thunder Lion. If it has a Holy Dragon breed bloodline and has reached the extreme state once, everything makes sense. A Holy Dragon cub that has reached the extreme state and can challenge across realms, isn't that as easy as eating and drinking? New and old students couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Holy Dragon breed. Once matured, it is of the Saint Spirit level and can join the ranks of the Saints. Looking at the entire True Dragon Academy, there are only 3 top-tier prodigies who have contracted pure-blood Saint Spirit level bloodlines. But as for the extreme state, it seems that only the ancient dragon contracted by Li Luo has reached that state. Shut up. Li Kuei's gaunt face was filled with a sinister look as he said, "Even so, this young ancient dragon is definitely no match for the Blood Demon Fly." He was already panicking. If Li Kuei loses this battle, the one who will become a laughingstock will definitely not be Li Luo, but him, Li Kuei. Li Luo. Nangong Ran saw that Li Kuei was already disturbed and couldn't help but laugh loudly, saying, "Let's let Li Kuei know what the power of the Holy Dragon breed is." As the direct descendant of the Nangong family, Nangong Ran's knowledge is not something an ordinary prodigy can compare to. Saint Spirit level bloodline. He has seen countless. After one battle, Nangong Ran was extremely certain. The young ancient dragon contracted by Li Luo is at least a Holy Dragon breed. Holy Dragon breed. Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Little Songxing is definitely not a Holy Dragon breed, but the purest Emperor Dragon breed. Ancient Dragon of the Sky. Roar. The battle intent of Little Songxing was crazily condensed. In an instant, it turned into substance. The ancient domain spread wildly. Endless ancient power intertwined with the battle intent of the sky, seemingly forming some kind of resonance. Hiss, hiss. The blood demon fly kept screeching, its blood-colored compound eyes swirling, seemingly forcefully disturbing the dragon blood within Little Songxing. High-level skill. Blood disturbance. Whoosh. The blood demon fly suddenly vibrated its wings, resembling a streak of blood-colored light, shooting toward Little Songxing. Invisibility. The blood-colored light crazily condensed. It actually transformed into a blood blade, seemingly intending to completely sever Little Songxing's dragon body. The blood demon fly masters 3 high-level skills: blood disturbance, blood light blade, and bloodthirst. Li Kuei's eyes were solemn as he coldly said, "Blood disturbance can interfere with actions. Bloodlight Blade can cut through everything. The final bloodthirst can even manipulate blood, causing it to bleed heavily until it runs dry. I don't need to cut the ancient dragon in one move, as long as I leave a wound. No matter how tiny, it can trigger bloodthirst. At that time, the ancient dragon will surely lose. Li Luo's expression gradually turned determined. Even if it's a holy dragon breed, what can it do? With such a vicious skill combination, the blood demon fly has never lost. Good skills. Li Luo chuckled and said, unfortunately, the blood demon fly you contracted is too weak. Swish. A streak of bloodlight suddenly swept past. Roar. A dragon roar rose up. What? Li Luo's expression was filled with shock. In the ancient domain, a pale young dragon soared into the sky. Little Sangxing looked down at the blood demon fly, its dragon body surrounded by wisps of ancient power, as if it were a holy dragon descending from the heavens, easily able to summon the wind and rain. The dragon scales sparkled with brilliance. Li Luo's eyes kept shifting. No. Li Luo looked almost mad as he said, not a single scratch. Reverse scale. Li Luo pronounced each word slowly. Super tier skill, reverse scale. Overload state. Not only does it greatly increase defense, but it can also accumulate damage and return it in an instant. Roar. Little Sangxing raised its dragon claw. Endless ancient battle intent crazily condensed. In an instant, it fell. Hiss. Hiss. The compound eyes of the blood demon fly were filled with endless fear. In the dragon claw, which condensed the ancient battle intent, it actually saw a familiar blood color. The blood demon fly had nowhere to escape. Boom. A loud bang resonated throughout the venue. Blood demon fly defeated. A line of golden text quietly appeared. Chapter 82. Ultimate Penetration. Sangxing's Avatar. The blood demon fly lost. It was a one-hit kill again. A 7th-tier commander-level blood demon fly, using high-level skills Blood Disturbance and Bloodlight Blade. Couldn't even leave a single scratch? How terrifying is this defense? If not even a drop of blood seeps out. The high-level skill Bloodthirst cannot be triggered at all. In contrast, the destructive power of the ancient dragon contracted by Li Luo is so terrifying that the blood demon fly simply cannot withstand it, directly losing its combat ability. The entire audience was shocked. New and old students could hardly believe their eyes. Not only was the defense terrifying, Nangong Ran's eyes were solemn as she said, that streak of bloodlight clearly came from the blood demon fly. Did you notice that? Fan Xian slowly walked over. The phantom elephant he contracted ranked 500th on the True Dragon ranking, similarly igniting Li Luo's True Dragon battle book, waiting for a battle with Li Luo. But at this moment couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, saying, if I am not mistaken, the ancient dragon Li Luo contracted probably masters an extremely powerful counter-damage skill. Counter-damage skill. Nangong Ran's eyes trembled slightly, shocked as she said, no wonder that ancient dragon could turn the blood demon fly's attack into its own use. Counter-damage is probably just one effect of that skill. Fan Xian shook his head and said, that skill's strongest power is probably to enhance the defense of the ancient dragon. You must know that the ancient dragon clan is known for close combat, possessing the most terrifying dragon body among all dragon clans. On this basis, as an emperor dragon breed, the ancient dragon can awaken many skills that enhance strength, defense, and speed. Not only can it significantly enhance defense, but it also has counter-damage capabilities. In terms of rank, it must be super tier. Fan Xian's analysis was filled with certainty. The domain skill and battle intent skill demonstrated by that ancient dragon are undoubtedly super tier. As an extraordinary holy dragon breed, such a luxurious skill configuration is already the limit. It must be something realized after breaking through the extreme state. Nangong Ran's mind shook violently, unable to help but say, I didn't expect that ancient dragon to also master a super tier defensive counter-damage skill. At this moment, even Nangong Ran couldn't help but feel complicated. The Thunder Lion he contracted only mastered a few high-level skills and was already unmatched at the same level. Nangong Ran truly couldn't imagine how terrifying Li Luo's combat power would be if the ancient dragon he contracted broke through to the commander level, relying on numerous super-tier skills. I can't believe I lost. Li Luo's face was filled with disbelief as he trembled and said, how could this ancient dragon's combat power be so strong? Damn it. Is it really a super-tier counter-damage skill? No wonder the blood demon fly couldn't break through its defense. And even the power of the bloodlight blade was absorbed by the ancient dragon, causing the blood demon fly to suffer a crushing defeat. Li Luo gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his gaze to Li Luo, saying in a deep voice, the defeat of the blood demon fly was merely due to the power of the bloodlight blade, which you happened to exploit. But my strongest beast, the blood-sucking mosquito, is different. No matter how strong the defense of the wild dragon is, it cannot withstand the penetration of the blood-sucking mosquito. The beast control formation suddenly activated. A half-meter-tall blood-red mosquito appeared on the battlefield. A pureblood top-tier king species. Commander level 10th stage. Blood-sucking mosquito. The brilliance of the true dragon ranking flickered slightly. According to the original arrangement of the true dragon ranking, it was also intended that after this battle, the blood-sucking mosquito and the wild dragon would fight each other. Buzz. Buzz. This blood-red mosquito had wings as thin as cicada wings and a fierce, sharp mouthpart. With its legs filled with sharp barbs, Li Luo took a glance and roughly estimated. The strongest point of the blood-sucking mosquito is probably its penetration. The so-called penetration means ignoring defense. Li Luo's gaze slightly condensed. Even with the defense of the little song star, it probably wouldn't be able to completely withstand the penetration of the blood-sucking mosquito. It seems that he would ultimately be slightly injured. Li Luo chuckled lightly and said, "This blood-sucking mosquito of yours is much stronger than that blood demon fly." Arrogant. Li Luo was even more furious. Slightly injured? How arrogant. The blood-sucking mosquito is indeed much stronger than the blood demon fly. Both are top-tier king species. But the realm of the blood-sucking mosquito is commander level 10th stage. In contrast, the blood demon fly is only commander level 7th stage. The gap is quite large. The most important thing is that the penetration ability of the blood-sucking mosquito is extremely terrifying. The defense that the wild dragon, which Li Luo contracted, is most proud of, will probably be useless. Fighting against a commander level 10th stage with an extraordinary level 10th stage is a full big realm, a difference of 10 levels. All the new and old students gasped in amazement. Can Li Luo still win? A hint of worry flashed in Su Qingxing's eyes. What are you saying? Jiang Yao snorted. With the master's extraordinary talent, how could he possibly lose? But he is crossing 10 levels after all. Su Qingxing tightly pursed her lips and said softly, "The blood-sucking mosquito is a top-tier king species. In terms of combat power, even against ordinary commander-level beasts, it can fight. Moreover, that blood-sucking mosquito's penetration is extremely terrifying, undoubtedly very restraining against the little Tsang star." "You don't understand," Jiang Yao slowly said. "The strongest point of the Tsang Tian wild dragon contracted by the master is not its defense." "What?" Su Qingxing was slightly taken aback. On the battlefield. Buzz. Buzz. The blood-sucking mosquito instantly darted out. With its extremely fierce mouthpart and its barbed legs, it aimed to completely pierce through the little Tsang star and drink the blood of the wild dragon. Just thinking about the deliciousness of dragon blood made the blood-sucking mosquito's eyes flash with a hint of bloodlust. TSK, the bloodline of the Tsang Tian wild dragon. Li Luo's eyes flickered with excitement. Imperial dragon species, Tsang Tian wild dragon blood. If the blood-sucking mosquito can drink some, it might gain the dragon bloodline and transform into a dragon mosquito, even upgrading its own bloodline to the overlord level. A good idea. Li Luo chuckled lightly and suddenly said, "Unfortunately, it's too slow." Roar. A dragon's roar resounded continuously. In an instant, the sound of the dragon's roar began to split. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roars echoed with each other. Split body. Li Luo's pupil shrank. In his sight, he clearly saw the figure of the little Tsang star, which suddenly split into three, making it hard to distinguish between true and false. The next moment, three young wild dragons displayed an extremely terrifying speed, turning into countless afterimages, filling the entire battlefield. Buzz. Buzz. The blood-sucking mosquito was completely confused. Even though it had strong penetration, it couldn't find the true body of the little Tsang star, and there was simply no way to attack. Wow. Endless ancient power suddenly condensed. Where exactly is the true body of the wild dragon? Li Luo's mind grew increasingly anxious. "You have lost." Li Luo's extremely calm voice quietly sounded. Chapter 83 True Dragon ranking 611th place. The limit of little Tsang star? On the battlefield, the little Tsang star transformed into three, and any one of the split bodies was lifelike, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Especially after becoming a series of afterimages, it was even more difficult to discern the truth. "I lost." Li Luo's expression suddenly froze. Buzz. Buzz. The blood-sucking mosquito was completely disturbed and could only violently stab at an afterimage. The air was penetrated, turning into a vacuum. Under the sweep of blood light, the blood-sucking mosquito felt no real sensation at all. This afterimage dissipated in an instant. Buzz. Buzz. The alarm bells rang loudly in the blood-sucking mosquito's heart. Wow. Endless ancient power condensed into a nearly 10-meter-long azure dragon tail, crashing down. Boom. The body of the blood-sucking mosquito was instantly shattered. Blood-sucking mosquito defeated. A line of golden text quietly condensed. On the true dragon ranking, the name of the Tsang Tian wild dragon was re-engraved. 611th place, Song Tian Wild Dragon. Realm, Extraordinary 10th Stage. Belongs to Li Luo. The audience was shocked. The blood-sucking mosquito was also defeated. What a terrifying split technique. It's simply hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Song Tian Wild Dragon, ranked 611th. In contrast, the blood-sucking mosquito could only be pushed to the 612th place. The true dragon ranking is absolutely fair. The defeat of the blood-sucking mosquito was undoubtedly not a fluke. With the realm of extraordinary 10th stage, it surpasses many commander-level beasts, deserving of the name Song Tian Wild Dragon. Among the crowd, 1. Su Qingxing's eyes flickered slightly, sighing, splitting into 3. Hard to distinguish between true and false, combined with extreme speed and residual images, even if one sees through it. It's very hard to keep up with the extreme speed of the little Tsang star. Even Su Qingxing had to admit that the Song Tian Wild Dragon contracted by Li Luo indeed possessed terrifying combat power. Ordinary commander-level beasts, even commander-level 10th stage, are simply no match. Do you understand? Jiang Yao snorted lightly. The strength of the little Tsang star is not just in one aspect, but comprehensively powerful. Whether it's strength, defense, or speed, all are top-notch. Plus the control of the ancient domain and the output amplification of the Song Tian battle intent at the commander-level 10th stage, even against the Lord level. It might not be unable to fight. Fighting against the Lord level with the extraordinary level, Su Qingxing couldn't help but shudder. If Li Luo had the Overlord level Ancestral Dragon talent, she wouldn't be surprised if the little Tsang star defeated the Lord level, but if the little Tsang star, relying on its own combat power, crossed 2 big realms to defeat a Lord level. Such terrifying combat power completely exceeded Su Qingxing's limits of imagination. Li Kuei. Nangong Ran's face was full of mockery as she said, "Weren't you very arrogant? Why aren't you talking now? You." Li Kuei's complexion changed from red to white. Feeling extremely ashamed, the confidence before the battle was in stark contrast to the shame after the battle. Numerous diverse gazes gathered on Li Kuei's face. Compared to Li Luo's calmness, Li Kuei's defeat seemed extremely ridiculous. As a top-tier genius, he was twice defeated by crossing a whole big realm. Such a defeat was enough to become Li Kuei's shame. Yet, Li Kuei had no chance to wash away this shame. In terms of the combat power of contracted beasts, Li Kuei's contracted blood demon fly and blood-sucking mosquito were both inferior to Li Luo's contracted Song Tian Wild Dragon. In terms of talent, how could Li Kuei's top-tier talent compare to Li Luo's Overlord-level Ancestral Dragon talent? Once the Overlord-level Ancestral Dragon talent is activated, even a small beast tide would be wiped out. If they were in different positions, Li Kuei would only be able to flee in panic when facing a small beast tide. Turns out, there is more than one clown. Nangong Ran laughed loudly and said, "Li Kuei, you might as well be sworn brothers with Louis Fei. You are quite a match." Nangong Ran, "You are seeking death." Li Kuei, extremely angry, coldly said, "You have repeatedly humiliated me. Are you really not afraid? What do I have to be afraid of?" Nangong Ran replied nonchalantly, "I'm not even on the true dragon ranking anymore. Are you still going to challenge me? TSK, as a senior in your 4th year. Having practiced for an extra year compared to me, are you really going to bully the weak?" Upon hearing this, Li Kuei fell completely silent. The True Dragon Academy indeed has a rule against bullying the weak, as it could provoke the mentor behind the opponent, or even the forces behind them. As for mentors, both being top talents, their mentors are at the king level. As for background, Nangong Ran is the legitimate son of the Nangong family and the nephew of that Nangong Zhen. In the end, Li Kuei could only snort coldly, put away the bloodthirsty mosquito, and awkwardly turned to leave. "Brother Li Luo." Nangong Ran's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but say, "Originally, I was a bit unhappy about losing to you, but now seeing Li Kuei defeated consecutively, I finally feel balanced. Brother, you really are something." Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, can you tell me about it?" Nangong Ran smiled and asked, "How strong is the wild dragon you contracted?" To this, he was extremely curious. Both Nangong Ran and the many senior students present could see that Xiao Songxing had defeated the blood demon fly and bloodthirsty mosquito without using all her strength. "Just keep watching, and you'll find out soon." Li Luo chuckled. How strong is Xiao Songxing's combat power? Even he couldn't draw a conclusion. Suddenly, golden light scattered everywhere. Challenger, Nether Elephant. Realm, Leader Level 10. Owner, Fan Xin. Oh, Li Luo's expression changed slightly. He looked down at the arena. With just one glance, Li Luo was very certain. Fan Xin's realm had definitely broken through to the leader level. The Nether Elephant is Fan Xin's initial beast, and also his strongest beast. Having reached Leader Level 10, with Fan Xin breaking through to the leader level, the Nether Elephant's realm would certainly follow suit. So soon, they arranged for Fan Xin to be my opponent? Li Luo looked towards the true dragon ranking with a hint of amusement. He didn't believe that the continuous increase in the realm and strength of his opponents was merely a coincidence. It must be the spirit of the true dragon ranking manipulating things behind the scenes. In the sky above, within the true dragon ranking, a small golden dragon shadow quietly coalesced. Smart enough to be discovered so quickly, the golden dragon shadow twisted and said angrily, "Do you think I want to manipulate things? If it weren't for that old hag, cough cough, Summer Fae, putting pressure on me, would I bother? Family, who understands? Who dares to defy that killing star, Summer Fae?" The spirit of the true dragon ranking sighed repeatedly, feeling extremely wronged. Then, it looked down, and its golden dragon eyes gradually revealed a shocked expression. Even a pureblood Song Tian wild dragon at the extraordinary level 10 couldn't possibly possess such terrifying combat power, right? The spirit of the true dragon ranking snorted. "I want to see where your limit truly lies." Chapter 84, Ruler Level Bloodline, Ancient Nether Elephant. The True Dragon ranking was established after the founding of the True Dragon Academy by the current Emperor of the Summer Kingdom, using supreme True Dragon power. For thousands of years, the spirit of the True Dragon ranking has seen countless top talents and monsters, not to mention Holy Spirit level bloodlines. Even many offspring of Imperial level bloodlines have been recorded. The Song Tian Wild Dragon, contracted by Summer Fae, is one of them. With the knowledge of the spirit of the True Dragon ranking, it could naturally see that Xiao Songxing was definitely not using all her strength. "Humph, Summer Fae. You only bully my Long Fan." The spirit of the True Dragon ranking, Long Fan, snorted. "You just want me to arrange opponents for Li Luo, step by step, right? I've done it. But gradually increasing the pressure is a bit too boring. I wonder if this Song Tian Wild Dragon's offspring still has the strength to fight against a leader-level nether elephant with a ruler-level bloodline." Long Fan's golden dragon eyes were filled with anticipation. "Finally, it's my turn." Fan Xian slowly walked onto the battlefield, and the beast summoning array instantly activated, revealing a gigantic black ancient elephant. Gao! The black ancient elephant let out a high-pitched roar. The pressure of the leader level suddenly erupted. Pureblood ruler level bloodline. Leader level 1. Ancient nether elephant. "Look!" someone exclaimed. "The text on the True Dragon ranking has changed. Rank 500, Ancient Nether Elephant. Realm, Leader level 1. Owner, Fan Xin." The nether elephant contracted by Fan Xin actually evolved into the Ancient Nether Elephant. The nether elephant evolves into the Ancient Nether Elephant, which has a very complete evolution chain. As long as the bloodline returns to its ancestors, it can successfully evolve. Unexpectedly, Fan Xian managed to return the nether elephant's bloodline to its ancestors and evolve it into the Ancient Nether Elephant, raising its realm to Leader level 1 in just 2 months. The Ancient Nether Elephant is a true ruler level bloodline. Once cultivated to adulthood, it can break through to the ruler level. The difference between king level and ruler level bloodlines is like heaven and earth. Even with the strength of the Song Tian Wild Dragon, it might not be able to fight against a leader level first stage beast of the top king species. But what it has to face is a leader level first stage Ancient Nether Elephant. At this moment, the entire arena was shaken. The appearance of the Ancient Nether Elephant undoubtedly ignited the whole place. It is actually a ruler level bloodline, Ancient Nether Elephant. Su Qingshue's eyes sparkled, and she softly said, "Even a leader level first stage Ancient Nether Elephant can fight and win against a mature beast at leader level 5. Li Luo's winning streak seems to have come to an end. Master." Jiang Yao's eyes also flashed with a hint of worry. Even though she had confidence in Li Luo, the gap in realms was simply too great. Most importantly, the bloodline. What is a ruler level? In the wild areas, it is the existence that rules over thousands of miles of territory. A ruler level beast can easily destroy a city. It can be said that as long as one can contract a pure-blood ruler-level bloodline beast cub, they are destined to become a king. A leader-level first stage Ancient Nether Elephant can fight against a leader-level 5 beast. Jiang Yao looked worried and thought, with extraordinary level 10 fighting against leader level 5? Even if Xiao Songxing's realm has improved a lot compared to when she was in the secret realm, the gap is still too big, almost impossible to overcome. Li Luo. Fan Xian's demeanor was gentle as he said, facing the Ancient Nether Elephant. "How do you plan to respond? What fear is there in battle?" Li Luo chuckled and shook his head. This Ancient Nether Elephant is an excellent opponent for Xiao Songxing. Perhaps it can help her break through to the Extreme Realm. Extreme Realm. Fan Xian's expression changed instantly. Unable to help but say, "Are you planning to let that Song Tian Wild Dragon break through to the Extreme Realm during the battle to defeat the Ancient Nether Elephant?" Even Fan Xian was completely shocked by Li Luo's words. If Xiao Songxing breaks through to the Extreme Realm, the Ancient Nether Elephant he contracted might not be able to win. The Extreme Realm is comparable to a breakthrough to a major realm. The combat power of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon already surpassed that of the leader level 10 Bloodthirsty Mosquito. If it reaches the extreme realm, its combat power would increase tenfold. You misunderstood. Li Luo chuckled and said, to defeat the ancient nether elephant, there is no need to break through to the extreme realm. As his voice fell, a roar echoed. Dragon roars resounded. The ancient domain spread. Tsang Tian's fighting spirit condensed. Gao, roar. Shout Sangxing did not back down. Her body suddenly enlarged tenfold, reaching over 10 meters, almost on par with the ancient nether elephant. Giantization. Fan Xin was suddenly shocked and said, that Tsang Tian Wild Dragon you contracted actually mastered the super tier skill giantization. Even Fan Xin couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Giantization. It is a super tier skill. Once the giantization is unleashed, the beast's size will at least surge tenfold. What Fan Xin desires the most is the power of giantization. The body of the dark ancient elephant is already extremely massive, and if it can unleash giantization, it will grow to hundreds of meters tall, comparable to a large building. Regardless of whether it is a monarch level or overlord level bloodline, if it has not reached the extreme realm, it can only comprehend the first super level skill after breaking through the monarch level. Fan Xion's eyes increasingly showed envy, secretly thinking, if the dark ancient elephant could comprehend the giantization skill at the monarch level, its battle power would surge by more than 10 times. Giantization? Li Luo was slightly taken aback. The so-called giantization is merely an accompanying effect after the wild body is overloaded. Whether it is the wild body, the reverse scale, or the extreme shadow, they all originate from the Dragon Emperor bloodline of the Little Tsang star, known as the most exquisite super-level skills. Equivalent to a combination of multiple super-level skills, truly overwhelming. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon's roar suddenly diverged. The tenfold giantized Little Tsang star instantly transformed into three, as if three ancient giant dragons were surrounding the dark ancient elephant. In the giantized state, it can even split. Fan Xion's face was full of shock. Many super-level skills have mutual exclusion. In the giantized state, it can still create avatars without affecting the application of the ancient field and the Tsang Tian battle intent, which is enough to show that many super-level skills of the Little Tsang star all come from the same system, having no mutual exclusion, but even promoting and amplifying each other. At this moment, even Fan Xian felt a hint of crisis. Gao. The dark ancient elephant gathered endless dark and eerie power and charged forward fiercely. Boom. So lucky? Fan Xian exclaimed. Did it directly encounter the true body? You think too much. Li Luo chuckled. Who told you that the avatars of the Little Tsang star are not entities? Chapter 85. Rising Tsang Tian Battle Intent. The opportunity of the extreme realm. Gao. The dark ancient elephant roared low, forcefully pushing up the Little Tsang star. Its pure white tusks piercing directly into the dragon's body, with the gray scales unable to withstand the nearly unmatched power of the dark ancient elephant. In such a battle situation, Fan Xin couldn't feel the slightest joy. After all, there was no sign of any change on Li Luo's face. There was only one explanation. What the dark ancient elephant suppressed was definitely not the true body of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon. Could it be an avatar that can turn into an entity? Fan Xion's heart sank. Avatar techniques are divided into many levels. To withstand such a heavy impact from the dark ancient elephant and still not dissipate, faintly still resisting the dark ancient elephant, is enough to prove the level of this avatar is extremely high. Even among super-level skills, it is probably unique. The key is that the avatar of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon seems to have inherited a part of the battle power. This is the most extraordinary. No. Fan Xion's gaze solidified, secretly thinking, the power of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon's avatar cannot be so exaggerated. It is likely that this effect was formed after the combination of the avatar skill and the field skill. Avatar techniques are extremely strict. Every condensation of an avatar involves a very high level of source power shaping. The two avatars of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon, even their expressions are so lifelike. Each dragon scale is incredibly detailed, making it impossible to distinguish between real and fake, and being able to temporarily condense is already enough to be extraordinary. Not to mention, the condensed avatar also possesses a portion of battle power. Such an effect cannot be achieved with super-level skills. It should be noted that even for super-level avatar techniques, to condense an avatar with sufficient battle power, it must be condensed in advance and continuously nourished with its own source power before it can be put into battle. This Tsang Tian Wild Dragon's understanding of its own skills is shockingly terrifying. Fan Xion's thoughts were almost filled with shock. How profound are super-level skills? The dark ancient elephant he contracted has yet to comprehend its first super-level skill. In contrast, the Little Tsang star has already combined various super-level skills. forming resonance and amplifying their effects. It should be noted that even some monarch-level beasts cannot achieve skill resonance. Oh no, Fan Xian suddenly reacted. When he looked back at the battlefield, he found that the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon, whose size had surged tenfold, had increased its speed to the extreme, instantly catching up to the dark ancient elephant from behind, directly breaking through the protection of the dark power. And its incredibly sharp dragon claws struck fiercely on the back of the dark ancient elephant. Bang! Gow! The dark ancient elephant let out a painful low roar, realizing that behind it was the true body of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon, its dark trunk crazily extending, wrapping around to the back, and one elephant tail coordinated with the trunk, fiercely swinging at the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon. Roar! The Tsang Tian Wild Dragon was unafraid, swinging its dragon claws to meet the elephant trunk. The gray dragon tail also coiled up, striking against the elephant tail. Bang! Bang! Two explosive sounds suddenly erupted. The dark ancient elephant and the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon were both sent flying. In this confrontation, it turned out that the dark ancient elephant was at a disadvantage. Just the dragon claws hitting its back caused the dark ancient elephant to sustain minor injuries. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded. The second avatar, which had been on standby, under the enhancement of the ancient field, possessed considerable battle power, seized the fleeting opportunity, coiled out like a dragon around a pillar, and tightly entangled the dark ancient elephant's elephant hoof, while the imposing dragon head bit down on the neck of the dark ancient elephant. Splash! Dark blood suddenly sprayed out. Gow! The dark ancient elephant let out another painful low roar, but it did not care about the two avatars of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon. Even though one of them, the extreme shadow avatar, was biting into the neck of the dark ancient elephant, blood flowing like a river. Zila! Zila! The sound of erosion kept ringing out. The coiling extreme shadow avatar was actually continuously dissolving. Oh, Li Luo revealed a slight smile, saying, "Has the dark power already integrated into the blood?" The biting power of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon is undoubtedly terrifying. Fan Xin said solemnly. The biting power of this avatar is probably comparable to the dragon claws of the main body, delivering a full strike. Unfortunately, the blood of the dark ancient elephant is not something you can easily drink. The dark power is best at erosion. Both avatars of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon have been wasted. Fan Xian said slowly. Without the cover of the avatars, it can only face the dark ancient elephant head-on. On the battlefield, the coiling extreme shadow avatar has completely dissipated. In contrast, the other avatar was directly pierced through its body by the tusks of the dark ancient elephant and gradually disappeared under the erosion of the dark power. Thus, the two avatars of the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon have been completely extinguished. In the vast battlefield, only the Tsang Tian Wild Dragon and the dark ancient elephant, these two extremely massive beasts, the true dragons, face each other. Truly, the dark ancient elephant is impressive. Li Luo couldn't help but express his admiration. The dark ancient elephant, at the cost of its own injury, completely wiped out the two extreme shadow avatars of the Little Tsang Star. Even the Little Tsang Star, within a short period, cannot condense avatars again. The super-level skill extreme shadow can only turn into avatars in an overloaded state. Since it is overloaded, how can it be casually unleashed? However, the price paid by the dark ancient elephant is not small at all. Li Luo's gaze shifted. He was carefully observing the battlefield. Suddenly, roar! The Tsang Tian Wild Dragon let out an excited dragon roar. It fixed its gaze on the dark ancient elephant. Its gray dragon eyes filled with exhilaration. Such an evenly matched opponent completely ignited the battle intent of the Little Tsang Star. The Tsang Tian battle intent kept rising. Even the bloodline was stirred. As long as it defeats the dark ancient elephant, the extraordinary extreme realm is within reach. In Li Luo's eyes, a flash of enlightenment suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Why challenge the true dragon ranking? Compared to fame and rewards, the most important thing is undoubtedly the extreme realm. As long as Little Tsang Xing can ascend to the extreme realm for the second time, the benefits it brings will be unimaginable. The Tsang Tian Huanglong. Fan Xian's gaze slightly condensed, appearing incredibly complex. He finally realized that if he lost this battle, he might become a stepping stone for the Tsang Tian Huanglong to ascend to the extreme realm. The extreme realm. Fan Xian had contracted the Nether Ancient Elephant, but he had never dared to hope that the Nether Ancient Elephant could reach the extreme realm at the Lord level. In fact, many monarch species and overlord species beastmasters almost had to be at the monarch level to have a chance to ascend to the extreme realm. A monarch level beastmaster, as long as they cultivate one of their contracted beasts to the extreme realm, will definitely receive a reward from the Xia Kingdom, directly being granted the title of king. That Song Tian Huang Long you contracted has already reached the extreme realm once, and once it breaks through to the monarch level, it can be granted the title of king. Fan Xian's eyes flickered as he softly said, but you actually want to reach the extreme realm for the second time at the extraordinary level. A monarch-level beastmaster can ascend to the extreme realm once and be granted the title of king. If they ascend to the extreme realm twice, they can be granted the title of emperor. If 3 times, only second to the saints. Fan Xian believed himself to be a true genius. Yet he only dared to hope for the title of king. As for the title of emperor, he only dared to dream of it after breaking through to the overlord level. How could he have imagined that Li Luo actually wanted to make the contracted Song Tian Huang Long ascend to the extreme realm twice at the extraordinary level? Li Luo. Fan Xian's gaze gradually became firm as he slowly said, I respect your talent and have the intention to help you. But I absolutely will not allow myself to become a stepping stone for your ascent to the extreme realm. In this battle, I will not hold back. Chapter 86 The Difference in Realms. The ultimate combat power of Songxing. Whether they are geniuses or monsters, they are all extremely proud. Even if Li Luo is a once-in-a-generation monster, Fan Xian will not be willing to become Li Luo's stepping stone. Moreover, Li Luo's realm is only at the extraordinary 10th level. In contrast, Fan Xian has broken through to the Lord level, a difference of 2 major realms. With such a difference in realms, Fan Xian cannot afford to lose. This is very good. Li Luo laughed heartily and said, if you hold back, even if you win, it will be meaningless. In the inheritance secret realm, little Songxing has experienced numerous battles, and after enhancing the level of the Ancestral Dragon talent and skills, it even defeated a small beast tide. Such an exaggerated accumulation of fighting spirit, even that Song Yu Saint Dragon at the extraordinary level could never possess. Little Songxing is only one thrilling battle away from the extreme realm at the extraordinary level to fully awaken the fighting spirit in its bloodline. The Nether Ancient Elephant is undoubtedly the most suitable opponent. If the Nether Ancient Elephant holds back, this battle will not be fulfilling. A fake match cannot ignite fighting spirit. Only a battle that pushes everything to the limit and reaches the peak can become the opportunity for little Songxing to ascend to the extreme realm once more. If there are some treacherous characters, even if they deliberately lose, they will never give little Songxing such an opportunity. After all, a thrilling battle, even if ultimately lost, may still allow little Songxing to reach the extreme realm. Li Luo thought for a moment and silently said, however, in the true Dragon Academy, many geniuses and monsters are incredibly proud. How could they allow themselves to lose? He was not worried at all. Then let us fight. Fan Xian suddenly laughed. At this moment, he no longer viewed Li Luo as a junior, but as an opponent of equal standing. In fact, the power that little Songxing displayed is absolutely not inferior to the Nether Ancient Elephant, and it can even be said to be evenly matched. Deep down, Fan Xian was also extremely shocked, at extraordinary 10th level, to compare with Lord level 1st stage. Especially since the Nether Ancient Elephant is the weakest Lord level 1st stage, but can easily challenge higher levels as a young overlord, once fully grown. It will be at the overlord level. In terms of bloodline, even many dragon races cannot compare with the Nether Ancient Elephant. Has the gap in realms disappeared? Fan Xian sighed inwardly and thought, such terrifying combat power simply surpasses logic. After reaching the extreme realm, can one truly possess such heaven-defying power? Or is it only after awakening to break through to the extreme realm that one can be so special? Little Songxing's combat power has already exceeded Fan Xian's understanding. He could only conclude that the extreme realm at the awakening level has such a combat power increase. However, Fan Xian did not know that at any level, breaking through to the extreme realm actually makes little difference. Little Songxing's terrifying combat power comes from the imperial bloodline of the Song Tian Huang Long and the divine skill of the Huang Long divine body. The bloodline of the Song Tian Huang Long grants little Songxing many super-tier skills that complement each other. Any one of these super-tier skills alone is top-notch. When combined, they possess almost unparalleled power. The Huang Long divine body is even a divine passive skill that doubles little Songxing's strength, defense, and speed every other day. Renting for 10 days means that little Songxing's basic strength, defense, and speed compared to the same level Song Yu Saint Dragon have increased tenfold. Imperial Dragon Bloodline. Huang Long divine body. The combination of the two. This is what gives little Songxing the terrifying combat power that ignores realm differences. Roar. The dragon roar resounded. Little Songxing could no longer wait. What shadow doppelganger? It didn't care at all. Only a direct confrontation can thoroughly unleash little Songxing's fighting spirit. Gao. The Nether Ancient Elephant was provoked, and its pair of pitch-black pupils also radiated fighting spirit. The Nether Ancient Elephant is also extremely eager for this battle. After all, little Songxing's size has surged to nearly match that of the Nether Ancient Elephant, and with such a similar size, close combat style, and similar combat power, it has made the Nether Ancient Elephant feel a long-lost passion. Are you also looking forward to this battle? Fan Xin's gaze flickered slightly. Then he revealed a smile and said loudly, "Then let us fight. Regardless of victory or defeat, just give it your all." Gao. The Nether Ancient Elephant let out a low roar and suddenly charged out. The entire battlefield seemed to tremble continuously. Roar. Little Songxing, however, soared into the air at low altitude, unleashing its ultimate speed, charging towards the Nether Ancient Elephant. Boom. Dragon claws, elephant trunk, suddenly collided. Elephant hoofs, dragon tail, clashed against each other. Boom, boom, boom. The entire battlefield seemed on the verge of collapse. Outside the arena, new and old students were completely stunned. Is this the strength of the true dragon ranking, ranked in the top 500? Such terrifying might could easily topple a building. The Tsang Tian Huang Long contracted by Li Luo is the most terrifying, possessing such heaven-defying combat power at extraordinary 10th level. Have they gone mad? You call this extraordinary 10th level? Don't say extraordinary level. I just broke through to the commander level, yet I feel I can't even withstand the aftermath of the battle. The entire audience was shocked. On the battlefield, under extreme close combat, whether it is the Tsang Tian Huang Long or the Nether Ancient Elephant, they are both attacking without defense. In the blink of an eye, both the Tsang Tian Huang Long and the Nether Ancient Elephant had sustained numerous injuries. Nether Ancient Elephant. Li Luo's gaze flickered slightly as he sighed. Little Songxing's realm is still too low, and the passive development of the Huang Long divine body has only lasted for 10 days. In terms of strength and defense, it is actually inferior to the Nether Ancient Elephant. Only in speed does it surpass quite a bit. After a sigh, Li Luo knew that the Nether Ancient Elephant is, after all, a overlord-level bloodline, also skilled in close combat, with strength and defense as its pride. And its size is extremely large. Only speed is its weakness. With an extraordinary level of 10th rank, wanting to surpass a lord-level Nether Ancient Elephant, the strongest ability? It's almost like a dream. In reality, if it weren't for the constraints and suppression brought by the ancient domain, as well as the deterrent battle intent from the heavens, even with the speed advantage, little Songxing would definitely not be a match for the Nether Ancient Elephant. Are they evenly matched? Fan Xin carefully observed the battle situation and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, chuckling. It seems that the outcome is already decided. Why do you say that? Li Luo smiled slightly. If I am not mistaken, the Tsang Tian Huang Long you contracted has probably been fighting at overload for a long time, right? Fan Xin affirmed. The domain, battle intent, power, speed, and defense all correspond to a super-tier skill. Simultaneously using 5 super-tier skills will definitely lead to considerable consumption of stamina and source power. In contrast, the Nether Ancient Elephant is only using many high-tier skills to construct a powerful melee system. At the first rank of Lord level, such consumption can be ignored. If uninjured, it could fight for 3 days and nights. But the Tsang Tian Huang Long's level is only extraordinary level 10th rank. How long can its stamina and source power last? Even if it wins by relying on its level advantage, it feels somewhat undeserved. However, in the vast world of beast taming, level and strength are paramount. Fan Xion's mind gradually relaxed. He was already convinced that the Nether Ancient Elephant would not be defeated. Under such an advantage, he naturally felt at ease, no longer tense, but rather conversing and laughing. Your analysis is quite good. Li Luo chuckled and said, but why are you so certain that this is all of little Songxing's strength? Li Luo, why do you need to bluff? Fan Xian said solemnly. Songxing. Li Luo suddenly spoke up, saying, it can end now. Chapter 87 Li Luo, about to lose? Roar. Dragons roar, shaking the heavens. Under the gaze of the new and old students, little Songxing's momentum suddenly surged by more than 10 times. At this moment, little Songxing was already covered in wounds. In contrast, the Nether Ancient Elephant was not in a much better state. Dark blood flowed from the Nether Ancient Elephant's body. In terms of injuries, both the Tsang Tian Huang Long and the Nether Ancient Elephant were on par. Any discerning person could easily see that the Tsang Tian Huang Long was in an absolutely disadvantaged position. The gap in level was ultimately difficult to erase. Even though little Songxing could unleash battle power comparable to the Nether Ancient Elephant with many super-tier skills, it would definitely be limited by its level. Once caught in a stalemate and unable to win quickly, the depletion of stamina and source power would inevitably reveal that Tsang Tian Huang Long's declining state. Is this going all in? Lu Tianfeng raised an eyebrow, a bit uncertain, saying, is Li Luo well prepared, or just bluffing? Need I say more? It must be bluffing. Su Yuyu chuckled. This battle has reached a stalemate, and the gap in levels will truly show. I admit that the Tsang Tian Huang Long contracted by Li Luo indeed possesses incredibly formidable battle power, but that's where it ends. The so-called extreme sublimation is merely the last gasp of a strong crossbow. From start to finish, Su Yu had been observing the battle and was extremely amazed by the Tsang Tian Huang Long's battle power. After several battles, both Su Yu and Lu Tianfeng had thoroughly investigated the Tsang Tian Huang Long's details and skill combinations. The 5 super-tier skills correspond to power, defense, speed, domain, and battle intent. Once used at overload, it can also enlarge, reflect damage, and create clones. In addition, there is a high-tier skill, the Huang Long battle method. During the duel with the Nether Ancient Elephant, the Huang Long battle method could not play a decisive role and could only be considered an embellishment, after all. The Nether Ancient Elephant's combat style was all-out, facing head-on. The so-called techniques are ultimately difficult to take effect in the face of absolute power and defense. Su Yu and Lu Tianfeng are among the most outstanding students in the True Dragon Academy, with vast experiences, and their judgments on the battle situation are incredibly accurate. The Tsang Tian Huang Long has already run out of tricks. It seems that the Tsang Tian Huang Long contracted by Li Luo, wanting to reach the 500th place on the True Dragon list, is ultimately too much to hope for. Lu Tianfeng sighed, but no matter what, after this battle, it is enough to prove the terrifying battle power of the Tsang Tian Huang Long. After all, the Tsang Tian Huang Long's level is only extraordinary level 10th rank. Once it breaks through to Lord level 10th rank in the future, perhaps even my contracted Tsangju Ant Queen would not be a match for the Tsang Tian Huang Long. The Tsangju Ant Queen is a mass army type, dominating with endless types of troops. Even Lu Tianfeng had to admit that if they were at the same level, the Tsangju Ant Queen would definitely not be a match for the Tsang Tian Huang Long. No matter how many troop types there are, if they cannot break through the defense, it is all in vain. TSK, I'm not afraid. Su Yu smiled proudly, saying, as a beast master, I am extremely restrained against the Tsang Tian Huang Long and the Nether Ancient Elephant, which only focuses on melee combat, even at the same level. As long as Li Luo does not use the Ancestral Dragon talent, the red-clothed ghost I contracted will definitely not lose. What if he enhances the Ancestral Dragon talent? Lu Tianfeng suddenly said. As soon as he said that, he met Su Yu's angry gaze and could only smile awkwardly. With the Ancestral Dragon talent, leaving aside everything else, as long as the skills are upgraded to the Holy Tier level, who would still be a match? That wouldn't help. Su Yu glared, saying, by the time that Tsang Tian Huang Long breaks through to Lord level 10th rank, I would have already broken through to King level, or even reached the ultimate realm and be crowned as a king. I don't believe that the Tsang Tian Huang Long can still compete with a king after breaking through to Lord level 10th rank. Let's go, Jining said indifferently. There's no need to watch anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Tianfeng and Su Yu exchanged glances and nodded. This duel has long lost its suspense. The three of them, the top prodigies of the True Dragon Academy, came together and now leave together, attracting the attention of many new and old students. Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yu are leaving? Is this a definitive conclusion that the Tsang Tian Huang Long will not win? Did you not notice? The Nether Ancient Elephant still has some strength left, and the Nether power is extremely abundant, only heavily injured. In contrast, the Tsang Tian Huang Long is also severely injured. But both stamina and source power have been consumed by more than half, merely the last gasp of a strong crossbow. The outcome is already decided. However, for Li Luo to be able to fight evenly with the Nether Ancient Elephant at extraordinary level, he is already worthy of the name of a peerless prodigy. Sigh. No wonder Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yu, these three prodigies, want to leave. The gap in levels is ultimately too great. The Tsang Tian Huang Long is about to lose. Numerous discussions arose. However, Li Luo's expression remained unchanged. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded. Endless nether power continuously surged from little Tsangxing's body, constantly gathering. The Tsang Tian Huang Long can actually mobilize nether power. This is definitely a super-tier counter-damage skill. The damage caused by the Nether Ancient Elephant was actually being accumulated by the Tsang Tian Huang Long and turned into its own use. The counter-damage ability had already been used. With the Nether Ancient Elephant's defensive power, as long as it mobilizes most of the nether power to resist the counter-damage power, it would be no problem. Li Luo has ultimately run out of tricks. New and old students all sighed. Master. Zhang Yao's eyes flickered slightly, whispering, with extraordinary level 10th rank, fighting against the Lord 1st rank Nether Ancient Elephant in such a battle is already extraordinary, counting numerous peerless prodigies. Li Luo's battle power at extraordinary level is enough to rank in the top 3. That is enough. Zhang Yao wished that Li Luo could win all the way without defeat. This duel has progressed to the present, and the situation is already clear. Even if Jiang Yao trusts Li Luo, she must admit that the strength displayed by little Cangxing can no longer change the outcome. As for hidden strength, even if there are still super-tier skills that have not been used, it ultimately would be of no use. Unless Cangxing can comprehend the holy tier skills. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and secretly said, how is this possible? Even with a Holy Spirit level bloodline, one must at least break through the Overlord level to comprehend holy tier skills. Even with an Emperor level bloodline, one can only comprehend holy tier skills after breaking through to the King level. The only way to break the situation is through holy tier skills. The possibility is too low. How powerful are holy tier skills? In the Inheritance Secret Realm, Cangxing's ancient domain briefly upgraded to holy tier and annihilated a small beast tide. Even the underworld ancient elephant is no match for the holy tier skills. Is this the end? Su Qingshue's expression flashed with a hint of pity. Li Luo's true dragon battle book has been delivered many times. After this battle, he still has to face hundreds of battles. If he can't even defeat the underworld ancient elephant ranked 500th, what awaits Li Luo will be endless defeats. Once the situation develops to this point, Li Luo will likely rank among the top 3 in terms of defeat counts among the many peerless monsters in history. As for why he isn't first, it's because among the peerless talents, there is a special talent called continuous defeat, which allows one to continuously accumulate foundation through repeated losses. Historically, that peerless monster had lost over 10,000 battles before breaking through to the Emperor level. Yet the more he lost, the stronger his fighting power became. Wait. Su Qingxue looked towards the battlefield, her gaze trembling. Roar. Endless ancient power and vast heavenly battle intent suddenly converged. There was no barrier between them. The ancient power and heavenly battle intent combined with the underworld power, transforming into a pitch-black long spear, exuding an aura of near destruction, seemingly ready to pierce through the heavens completely. The aura emitted by this pitch-black long spear was astonishing. Even Ji Ning, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyu, the 3 peerless talents, could not help but step back. Chapter 88. The profound meaning of the Azure Dragon Spear. What is that? Su Yuyu looked at the pitch-black long spear, her deep eyes filled with horror. Trembling as she said, such terrifying power, how is this possible? How can someone at the extraordinary 10th level harness such terrifying strength? Lu Tianfeng was also completely shocked, disbelief filling his eyes, saying, the power of this pitch-black long spear has probably reached the limit of super-tier skills. Even compared to holy tier skills, it might not be much different. Using the accumulation of counter damage, the endless underworld power as the core power, plus infinite battle intent to continuously amplify its power, ultimately suppressing with a domain, condensing into a pitch-black long spear. Ji Ning's eyes were filled with complexity as she softly said, I once thought that the Dragon Pulse talent at the level was unique in beast cultivation. But when compared to the level of the Ancestral Dragon, it is ultimately the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Ji Ning, did you see it? Su Yuyu said anxiously. What skill is that pitch-black long spear? It is not any single skill, but a combination of many super-tier skills. Lu Tianfeng took a deep breath, saying, at least 3 super-tier skills combined to form a combination skill. This is the profound meaning that Overlord-level Beastmasters and many Emperor-level powerhouses would study. Exactly. Ji Ning said softly. I never thought that the Azure Sky ancient dragon contracted by Li Luo could comprehend the profound meaning. Profound meaning? Su Yu seemed to realize something, trembling as she said, how is this possible? Infinite shock completely filled Su Yuyu's mind. Profound meaning. Surpassing skills. When many super-tier skills combine, they can form the most basic profound meaning. In terms of power, it can surpass any super-tier skill and even match holy tier skills. If the profound meaning formed by the combination of holy tier skills, its power would be even more terrifying, almost comparable to Emperor-level skills. Even though Su Yuyu knew this in her heart, she didn't dare to think of the profound meaning before breaking through the Overlord level. The profound meaning was almost a legend. Could it be that the pitch-black long spear is the weapon condensed after Cangxing confronted the Nightwing Serpent? When the Ancestral Dragons will descended? Su Qingshue's eyes trembled, unable to help but say, Cangxing actually mastered the ability of the Ancestral Dragon's will. The power of each long spear is far beyond that of super-tier skills. The utilization of source energy has reached its peak. Seeing this again, Su Qingshue's eyes flashed with a hint of fascination. So that's how it is. Jiang Yao bit her lip tightly. She lived in Villa 101 and occasionally saw Cangxing in a very special state in the villa. Now, Jiang Yao finally understood. It turns out that the master has been constantly enhancing Cangxing's ancestral dragon talent, allowing the ancestral dragon's will to descend and help Cangxing evolve the ultimate utilization of dragon-type source energy. Jiang Yao's eyes trembled, secretly saying, the Ancestral Dragon is a legendary existence, comparable to a deity. With the Ancestral Dragon as a teacher, teaching through the will, even super-tier skills can be easily analyzed and reconstructed, right? She has realized it. That long spear is a type of super-tier profound meaning. For ordinary beastmasters, even if they break through to the overlord level, comprehending the profound meaning is extremely difficult. But Xiaoqing is different. It stands at the head of the Ancestral Dragon. Even if it thoroughly understands many super-tier skills, it is only a matter of time. Yu. Fan Xian's pupils constricted, looking at Li Luo with horror and shock in his eyes, finally turning into a sigh, saying, so it turns out that the Azure Sky Ancient Dragon comprehended the profound meaning? No wonder you were so confident. At this moment, Fan Xian's mood was extremely complicated. He completely understood. No wonder Xiaoqing kept exchanging injuries for injuries. All the damage caused by the underworld ancient elephant would transform into the power of the pitch-black long spear, using super-tier profound meaning to madly amplify the underworld power. The power of this pitch-black long spear has already surged to a level that the underworld ancient elephant cannot bear. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded. Buzz. The pitch-black long spear suddenly shot out. Not even a shadow was left. It seemed to disappear in an instant. Flash. The body of the underworld ancient elephant was directly pierced through. The incredibly terrifying underworld power frantically eroded, consuming the life force of the underworld ancient elephant in an instant. Gah! The underworld ancient elephant let out a weak, low roar. Its pair of dark eyes fixed firmly on the distant Songxing, seemingly unable to accept the fact of being defeated by an extraordinary 10th level dragon. Wow! Golden light fell. Underworld ancient elephant, defeated. Rank 500, Azure Sky Ancient Dragon. Realm, extraordinary 10th level. Belongs to Li Luo. I lost. Fan Xian chuckled bitterly, saying, to comprehend the profound meaning at the extraordinary 10th level, let alone the underworld ancient elephant, even the bloodline of the overlord level 1st tier. Even the bloodline of the overlord level 10th tier might not be a match for the Azure Sky Ancient Dragon. The strength of the underworld ancient elephant is already very strong. Li Luo shook his head slightly, saying, if it weren't for using the profound meaning, Xiaoqing indeed would not have been able to win. Allowing the Azure Sky Ancient Dragon to use the profound meaning, the underworld ancient elephant can be proud enough. Fan Xian's eyes were complex. The pitch-black long spear kept appearing in his mind, sighing. Extreme speed and penetrative power. Impossible to evade, impossible to defend. Hee. Is this the profound meaning? No wonder many emperor-level powerhouses can gain the title of quasi-saint through profound meaning. Li Luo smiled without speaking. While nurturing Xiaoqing, he naturally could not neglect Xiaoqing, frequently bestowing the Ancestral Dragon's will to help Xiaoqing comprehend the legendary Ancestral Dragon and the understanding of many super-tier skills. From the perspective of the Ancestral Dragon, dissecting, reconstructing many super-tier skills, he ultimately comprehended two profound meanings. The pitch-black long spear is one of them. Super-tier profound meaning. Azure Dragon Spear. With the reverse scale as the core, the ancestral domain, and the will of the Tsang Tian as support. It can ultimately form an ultimate killing spear, possessing the most terrifying speed and penetrative power. When facing opponents of equal strength, it is almost impossible to evade or defend against, truly defying the heavens. Of course, the conditions for unleashing the super-level divine art, the Tsanglong Spear, are extremely harsh. It must accumulate enough damage in a state of overload with the reverse scale before it can be unleashed. The final power also depends on the injuries of Shao Songxing. The heavier the injuries, the more terrifying the power. Thus, Li Luo would have Shao Songxing engage in a fierce battle with the Yuming ancient elephant until they were on the brink of their limits, striking with a fatal blow only at that moment. If the Tsanglong Spear's power were used from the start, it would be quite ordinary and wouldn't be enough to secure victory. Finally, they won. Li Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Facing the Yuming ancient elephant put him under a lot of pressure. One wrong move, and Shao Songxing might have been defeated. However, the rewards were extremely bountiful. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed. Shao Songxing returned to normal, bathed in the golden light of the true dragon list, continuously healing its injuries, but its fighting spirit became increasingly solid, gradually transforming into a tangible form, even forming an illusory long spear. It was finally about to break through. Li Luo showed a hint of a smile. Bang! An inaudible crisp sound quietly rang out. The Azure Dragon eyes suddenly opened. Transcendent Extreme Realm. Breakthrough. Chapter 89. Once again reaching the Extreme Realm. 9 super-level skills. Roar. Shao Songxing's dragon eyes were filled with a sense of exhilaration. In the duel against the Yuming ancient elephant, If not for using the divine art of the Songlong spear, it would have been a near draw, or even a disadvantage. This battle completely stirred the fighting spirit within Xiao Cangxing's bloodline. The absolute kill of the Songlong spear also allowed Xiao Cangxing's thoughts to reach a new understanding. The beast you have contracted, the Song Tian Huang Long, has reached the extreme realm for the second time, and the bloodline fusion degree has increased to 60. The high-level skill, Huang Long Battle Method, has been upgraded to the super-level skill, Huang Long Battle Soldier. You have comprehended the super-level skill. Huang Tian Long Wei Dragon Soul Battle Body Dragon Source. Huang Long Battle Soldier. Super-level skill, Song Tian Huang Long's control over its body surpasses limits. Any part of the dragon body can be used as a weapon, easily evolving into various weapon characteristics such as sharpness, heaviness, agility, and sturdiness. Huang Tian Long Wei. Super-level skill. The majesty of the Song Tian Huang Long is completely restrained, and the dragon body undergoes ultimate enhancement. Strength, defense, and speed all increase tenfold. Each attack can carry a deterrent effect of dragon might. Dragon Soul Battle Body. Super-level skill, passive. The dragon soul and dragon body merge into one. Basic strength, defense, and speed are doubled. Dragon Source. Super-level skill, passive. A dragon-type source core is constructed within the body, gathering endless source power. The reserve of source power and recovery speed increased tenfold. The system's prompt quietly emerged. Li Luo's gaze trembled, filled with endless shock. It was simply defying the heavens. Li Luo was immensely shaken, thinking, the Huang Long Battle Soldier, needless to say, is an upgrade from the Huang Long Battle Method. In terms of power, it is magnified countless times. Just mastering the dragon body alone is already powerful enough. It can even evolve into various weapon characteristics. Sharpness represents penetration. Heaviness represents suppression. Agility represents speed. Sturdiness represents defense. The upgrade of the super-level skill Huang Long Battle Soldier undoubtedly made Xiao Cangxing's combat style more unpredictable and difficult to guard against. Huang Tian Long Wei, with its restrained dragon might, enhances the dragon body's power with strength, defense, and speed all increasing tenfold, and it also adds a deterrent effect, which is remarkably similar to the effect of the Song Tian battle intent. In battle, the fighting spirit and dragon might overlap. The deterrent effect. How could it be just doubled? Perhaps, before a battle has ended, the opponent would be completely terrified, unwilling to continue fighting. Li Luo's eyes were filled with amazement. The Huang Long Battle Soldier and Huang Tian Long Wei, among many super-level skills, absolutely belong to the top tier. Compared to the Dragon Soul Battle Body and Dragon Source, however, they are much inferior. Passive skills. Li Luo was immensely shaken, thinking, any kind of passive skill transcends the top tier and can be called a supreme product. For example, Chill and Fire, for example, Huang Long Battle Body. Passive skills purely enhance the beast's basics without consuming any physical strength or source power, yet they can bring about terrifying amplifications. The Dragon Soul Battle Body completely merges with Xiao Cangxing's Dragon Soul and Dragon Body. Xiao Cangxing's greatest weakness is directly erased. Any mental attack will be defended against by Xiao Cangxing's Dragon Body. Not to mention, the awakening of the Dragon Soul Battle Body also doubles Xiao Cangxing's basic strength, speed, and defense from the original foundation. In other words, under the combination of Dragon Soul Battle Body and Huang Long Divine Body, Xiao Cangxing's Dragon Body strength has reached 22 times that of the original. From now on, every day of leasing the Huang Long Battle Body will yield double the previous benefits. The joy in Li Luo's heart was simply indescribable. Finally, the Dragon Source. Xiao Cangxing's source power reserves and recovery speed have both increased tenfold, unlike Xiao Yankuei, who masters the, which itself is comparable to a dragon source. Xiao Cangxing's use of super-level skills, especially in an overload state, even when using divine arts, consumes a terrifying amount of source power. From now on, using various super-level skills will no longer fear excessive consumption. If it encounters a prolonged battle, it will never show weakness, and can even exhaust the opponent to death. Li Luo couldn't help but exclaim, thinking, as expected of the imperial-leveled Song Tian Huang Long bloodline, the combination of various racial skills is truly defying the heavens. Especially the Dragon Soul Battle Body and Dragon Source, undoubtedly transforming the shortcomings of the Song Tian Huang Long clan into strengths. It is rumored that the emperor has the power to edit bloodlines, and that Song Tian Huang Long clan must have produced an emperor. Only in this way can the combination of the Song Tian Huang Long clan's many skills be so perfect. The emperor, surpassing the great emperor, mastering the laws, controlling the bloodlines. Li Luo had a vague guess. Wow, he slightly moved his thoughts. Song Tian Huang Long, Cangxing. Attributes, Ancestral Dragon. Realm, Transcendent 10th Stage. Bloodline, Imperial Leveled Song Tian Huang Long, 60100. Skills. Super Level, 1. Huang Body, 2. Reverse Scale, 3. Extreme Shadow, 4. Ancestral Domain, 5. Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent, 6. Huang Long Battle Soldier, 7. Song Tian Dragon Might, 8. Dragon Soul Battle Body, 9. Dragon Source. Divine Level, 1. Huang Long Divine Body, 10 times. The realm is the Transcendent 10th Stage, having reached the Extreme Realm twice, with the bloodline of the Imperial Dragon species achieving a fusion degree of 60. And comprehending 9 super-level skills, Li Luo showed a hint of a smile, thinking, such a terrifying configuration can be considered invincible among peers, even if it were Xiao Yankuei. Refining the super level, the Zhu Xianyan, it might not be able to win. Roar. Xiao Zongxing was quite proud. Zhu Xianyan, if it had encountered it before reaching the Extreme Realm, it would have had no power to resist. Now, Xiao Zongxing's dragon soul and dragon body have completely merged into one. Spirit and soul? No longer weaknesses. At this moment, the whole venue was silent, and a pin drop could be heard. Freshmen and old students, in silence, watched Xiao Zongxing reach the Extreme Realm. Wow, amazing! Nangong Ran reacted, excitedly saying, it really has reached the Extreme Realm? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else reacted. Crazy. Awakening level, breaking through the Extreme Realm. Transcendent level, reaching the Extreme Realm again. Monarch level bloodlines, in a lifetime, have only one chance to reach the Extreme Realm. Top-tier Overlord species have 2 chances to reach the Extreme Realm. Top-tier Sacred Spirit level bloodlines can reach the Extreme Realm 3 times. Theoretically, the most top-tier Imperial bloodlines can even reach the Extreme Realm 4 times. 4 times the Extreme Realm? That is a true legend. It is said that even the Tsongyu's Sacred Dragon has only reached the Extreme Realm 3 times and is already considered invincible. Li Luo's contract with the Azure Sky Desolate Dragon has reached the Extreme Realm twice. If it reaches the Extreme Realm once more, it will be comparable to the Tsongyu's Sacred Dragon. Just being at the extraordinary level and achieving the Extreme Realm twice is an incredibly terrifying talent. The hearts and souls of the new and old students have already been filled with shock. 2 Extreme Realms. Lu Tianfeng sighed, saying, the Tsongyue Ant Queen I contracted. Before reaching the king level, it is already a luxury to break through to the Extreme Realm once. The Tsongyue Ant Queen, or any beast master of the bloodline of violent soldiers, finds it extremely simple to break through to the Extreme Realm. It is no secret. As long as one nurtures 10,000 soldiers of the same level, they can reach the Extreme Realm. Lu Tianfeng has already done his utmost to nurture the Tsongyue Ant Queen, yet he has only nurtured 2,000 soldiers, which is extremely far from the required 10,000. If it were the second Extreme Realm, a full 100,000 soldiers, 100,000 king-level soldiers, united to form a formation, would even make the Overlord-level Feng Wang tremble in fear. I can no longer sense the dragon soul of the Azure Sky Desolate Dragon. Su Yuyu exclaimed in shock. It is rumored that once the Azure Sky Desolate Dragon clan grows up, they will never fear the mental system. This is actually true. She did not know what had happened after the Azure Sky Desolate Dragon ascended to the Extreme Realm again. But she could clearly sense that the dragon soul of the Azure Sky Desolate Dragon had completely detached from perception. Before reaching the extraordinary Extreme Realm, the combat power of the Azure Sky Desolate Dragon was already comparable to that of the first-level Lord-level Yuming Ancient Elephant. Ji Ning pursed her lips and said softly, after reaching the extraordinary Extreme Realm, unless the Yuming Ancient Elephant breaks through to the 4th level of Lord level, it will have the strength to fight. Moreover, the Azure Sky Desolate Dragon contracted by Li Luo has also comprehended the profound meaning. Ji Ning. Su Yuyu suddenly asked, are we still going? Ji Ning's expression instantly froze.